All right. I had Kellen Winslow. All right. I don't think I lost. We did rock, paper, scissors. I got boned. I'm paying the piper. I'm not going to complain. For the next 12 hours, I'm going to be in this room. There's actually 2 rooms here. This is my studio at Comedy at the Carlson. So I have plenty of space in here. But no matter where I go, into the bathroom over here, into the next room, staying in this room, I will hear nothing but awful podcasts for the next 12 hours. Folks, I'm going to do this. We're going to be here together. So we're going to start the stream with what Carl has requested, and I will be listening to every single episode of Dead Town. Here we go.
App or go to Anchor.
I'll start right at the beginning. There we go.
Hey guys, just want
Shit's
to take
on.
a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you. So you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean.
I should probably
everywhere
share
that
this
they
in
find
some
podcasts.
places too.
It's amazing. You can also now
see what
make
we
money
got.
from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes.
Let's see if any of you
only
chumps
10 or
are actually
15
watching
listeners,
right now.
You still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm. ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started. That's It certainly seems like everybody has had a paranormal experience. Whether it was you or a friend or a family member, at some point it seems like you've heard a story. Someone has told you, hey, I saw this, I heard that. In today's episode, I'm going to introduce you to myself, this podcast, and some paranormal activity that I happen to be a part of. They're not crazy experiences to the extent of I have photographs or video footage, but it is very entertaining. This is the first episode of Dead Town. I am Patrick Michael. Let's get curious. We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town.
So when I turn that mic on, how big of an echo are you guys hearing?
True crimes, conspiracies, cults, urban legends, and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits. This is the Dead Town Podcast. Welcome.
Howdy, Miss
Hello and welcome
Pussy Liquor.
Dead Town. I am Patrick.
Good morning to you.
This is a new podcast, a podcast that I'm very excited to be doing, to be creating. And I want to start off first by saying that this isn't my first podcast, and this is not my only podcast. I do a couple other true crime podcasts. There's obviously different formats to each show, but nonetheless.
So basically,
This one's gonna be
for the next few hours, it's going to be a Patrick Michael Dead Town marathon for all of us.
We're going to talk about ghost stories. We're going to talk about true crimes.
He's going to talk about ghost stories and true crimes.
Basically anything obscure and weird, and also interesting. And I'm going to give it to you in the most digestible way. And how I think that works the best is when you put it this way: whenever you watch a scary movie, some of the most memorable.
So yeah, here we are. We're actually
is
doing
the
this
humor.
thing.
When they actually
It's going to be
make a joke
Seamus for the next
in
like
the least
5
in the least
hours.
likely time frame.
Dead Town.
Like things can be going bad, and somebody makes a joke. That is a lot of what we're gonna do here, because it's one thing to just be like, and the people were chasing each other.
I got to share this
and
shit
she
to the
finally fell
Discord
down.
people
It's
probably.
boring. I'm not gonna give you that kind of
They
content.
appreciate this
We're not
type
here
of
to just
hygiene.
fucking read you information. And that's right, this is an explicit podcast. We're going all in. head first. Nothing is off limits. We're combining the idea of scary movies and the horror genre with comedy. We're bringing them all together, and we're going to do it in this fashion, in this podcast. And
Jesus Christ,
I've
got like old man glasses on right now.
Why, outside of the fact that just the topic matter, the subject matter is exciting, but because I've been doing this for so long, I feel like I finally have a grasp on how to create a great podcast that people are going to enjoy. Now, of course, it is a challenge because you can't guarantee that everybody's going to latch on to what you do, but that's fine. I'm not looking to bring everybody on board. The people that do come on board, you're already my friend. You get me, you understand what this is, and we're going to continue to do this to the best of our ability. Now, at the beginning of the show, I said that we were going to be talking about paranormal activity that I've been a part of. I've never been a ghost.
You're a ghost dad, Seamus.
The Paranormal Activity series, but I have had my own experiences, as well as experiences shared with me from family members. And we're going to talk about a few of them here today, and I'm excited about it. But before we get into that, I do also just want to say, please don't forget to subscribe. We are on Spotify right now, as well as Anchor. Help the show grow by visiting patreon.com/podculture. I put the links to those things in the episode description. So if you hear this and you don't get to it, feel free to click that little drop-down arrow and find it there the easier way. But Dead Town was very inspired. It was one of these podcasts where I was like, you know what? I want to kind of combine everything that I've done well from my other shows and put it into one show. Because I have very successful true crime podcasts.
Did he just say everything he's done well?
Ghost story podcasts. And I also dabble in comedy with every other show that I do. I try to implement comedy in everything. Because it's just easier to, I mean...
I'm 7
when
minutes
you think
in,
about death,
and I'm not going to
when you
lie to you
think
people,
about
I don't
tragedy,
know how
obviously
Carl
there's a time
does
and a
this
place to
week
make a
after
joke.
week after week after week.
And since the things we're talking about...
It really
most
is
certainly won't
awful.
be
Like,
recent,
just sitting here
some
and
of it
hearing
won't
his
be
voice
real
drone
due to
on.
the fact that it's an
I have a
urban legend
fan
or
going, and I'm
conspiracy.
sorry if that's
We gotta lighten
bothering
the mood.
anybody. It does get hot in
We
here.
gotta make it easier. We gotta make it softer
But fact of the
going
matter
down
is,
for the people to listen.
this is fan noise.
Because I don't
This
want you guys
is
to get
just
bored either.
background
If you want this
fucking
information for
noise. This
specific
guy
true crime cases
has
and what
spent
have you,
dedicated
you can simply
hours
look
of
it up
his
and read
life
it.
to
That's
providing
easy. You
something
can
that is
digest
being
it your own
used
way.
as an instrument
But
of
I'm giving it
torture
to you
on a
in the best
fucking
way that
fat
I
guy
know
in
how
Rochester.
and the most acceptable for me.
You think he realized
Not
his
only
art
am I
was going to be
giving the
used
show
in this fashion?
for the listeners, but I also have to appease myself.
I am Italian,
And I feel like
Casey.
that's only fair. It's only
Northern
fair.
Italian, very
So,
north.
Most certainly every episode is not going to be the same. There's going to be different elements in every show, and we're going to continue to grow. Things will be changed, and adjustments will be made.
Hey,
But as far
Beck
as I'm
W.
concerned right now,
Fact of the matter is,
everything
I
is
could put
going very
Seamus
well.
at 1.5
The simple fact that
speed,
we're already on
but the fact of the
Spotify,
matter is,
we're
I
on
still got to
Anchor.
sit here for
I
12
love
hours.
The fucking name of this podcast. I'm very happy with that. The music is really fun. The ideas that I already have for the show are great, and hopefully you guys stick around, and we'll be together throughout this entire journey. We're a team. The
No, we
listener
are not a team,
and
Seamus.
The speaker. Without you guys, what's the point? So either way, I'm really not going to try to make a very long episode for the first intro because I want you to be invested at least in the first 10 or 15 minutes of the show and not force yourself to listen to the whole episode due to the fact that it is just an intro. So let's get into this.
He
guys.
just
Let's talk
talked to
about
me
some
for
of my
8
paranormal
minutes
activity.
and then says
Some
you
of the
don't
things
have
I
to
dealt
listen to what
with
I just
when
said.
it comes to
This fucking
spirits,
guy.
if you will.
What's a 23andMe?
Okay. So
Oh,
the
a
first tale
genealogy
we're gonna
thing?
Talk about here. It doesn't really involve me per se, but
I'd check in around 11:30,
due
Bob.
to the timeline of these two stories.
Thanks, Justin. I
I'm
don't
gonna do
envy
this
me
one first
either.
because it's earlier in my life.
I wouldn't envy me anyway, even if
Now,
I won. Like,
my cousin brought to me this theory that ghosts do exist, but not everybody can see them.
so Seamus' cousin
seemed
told
more
him that
like
ghosts
Those that were born in the morning hours
exist,
had
we
the
just can't
ability
see
to
them.
actually visually see a ghost. But those of us that were born
I'm guessing
in the
that's a
evening
molestation
hours,
story.
late night hours, we don't have the ability.
His older, creepier cousin
That doesn't
said, "There's a
mean that you
ghost
can't
in your
still
pants, Seamus."
have an experience. Now, my cousin decided to not only tell me this, but she told me this after she mentions to me that during a Christmas gathering, because during Christmas we would all go to my grandma's house.
Grandma's
and my
trailer.
Grandma's house was home to my great-grandmother as well before she passed away.
Yeah, man, this is brutal.
Now, I can't remember how old I was. I would say
I'm
I was
11
probably
minutes in,
maybe
Cool Hand James.
9, 10 years old, maybe younger.
If anyone takes pity
And
on me, send pizza to
she had
Comedy
told
at
me this
Carlson
well
in
before
Rochester,
Christmas.
New York.
That she had seen our great-grandma come out of her back bedroom of the house and stand in the hallway. So Christmas comes of that year, and she proceeds to tell me while we're there that our great-grandmother was in the hallway. She was standing over there during the gathering. So at Grandma's house, you got all the cousins, you got my sisters, you got, the uncles.
You folks don't really have
other
to send me
distant
pizza. I
relatives.
love you
So
all,
there's
though.
a lot of people there. And like
Thank
I
you,
said,
though.
This is where my great-grandmother had lived until she passed away.
But if there are dedicated people who
I
want to
never
send
had an experience
pizza,
with the grandmother, never saw her.
it's Comedy at the Carlson in
But,
Rochester, New York.
Can I
That's
sit
all
here
I'll
and say that
say.
it's not possible that my cousin saw her? No, I don't know for sure.
Justin,
But I promise.
here's the
characters are
thing.
not the same
Carl asked me to
for
do
all
this
those
show.
years
He asked me to
afterwards.
listen to Dead Town, so I'm going to
Because
listen
eventually
to
my aunt
every
had passed
fucking
away,
episode of Dead
and she
Town.
had also
There's
stayed in
only
my house for some
14, and they're
time.
only like 23
And
minutes
she had this
long.
really small dog.
So I'm going to do like
Now,
four
when
and a
his
half
kids would stay over for the
hours
night,
or so, I'm
we
guessing,
would all sleep in the living
of
room.
Seamus. Then I'm going to switch
And, of
over
course,
and
right
do
around
a
the corner from
full
the living
Stuttering
room
John
was the
episode.
basement door.
So I'm guessing somewhere
And
around noon,
This was really my
we're gonna
first
start hearing his
actual
fucking
experience remembering
mumblings.
possible activity from a paranormal spirit because I kept hearing downstairs
I like salad too.
a dog
On a
scratching
pizza.
on the door, like trying to get out, and that freaked me the fuck out.
This
I
is
think it would
like,
freak anybody out.
you
because
think
it's a
David
dog.
Blaine would
A
do this
dog
shit for
ghost?
you?
What?
David Blaine will
When
lock
does that
himself
happen?
in a
And he
big
still got
block
his
of
collar
ice.
on? How'd he get
But
to
would he
take that
put
off?
on shitty
And that has to make me
podcasts while
wonder,
he did
How
it?
do ghosts?
Nah.
How do ghosts always have clothes on? And how come
Nah,
they're always dressed
he
like they're
wouldn't.
from the 1800s? You never see a
Mary,
ghost with like a
I
snapback
thought about
on,
it this morning,
plaid
but I
shorts.
think my
He doesn't
wife
look like a
threw them
bro.
out already. I was looking through my
They're always
t-shirt
scary.
drawer,
They're
and I was
always
going to wear
dressed
the
like,
one with the big penis
from,
outline on it, because I thought
the
this is like,
Victorian era
for
or
what
something,
better
right?
occasion can I wear a
Unbelievable,
cockboy shirt?
Because I don't think you get to
than
take your
fucking
clothes
this.
with you in the spirit realm. It doesn't seem like that. But every time you get a picture of a ghost or video of a
Would
ghost,
David
they
Blaine
got
eat
clothes
pizza,
on.
though?
And that's weird. Because everybody says you don't get to take anything with you when you die.
I'm not perfect.
But then you see these people wearing clothes and hats, and somebody's got a cane and a sword, right? If that's the case,
I
then
do not
I'm
believe I
dying
am
with
blocked
my
by
phone in
Seamus
my
on
hand.
Twitter, but while we're sitting here and we have
Because I
time,
wanna be able to
what
make
is his
contact
Twitter? And
with
I'll
the
look
other
and
side
find out for you, because
without
I have
really
no
doing
fucking clue
much.
off the top of my head.
Just phantom phone calls to the relatives, right? Okay, so continuing on. This second
Ooh, I
story
know
that
what I
wanted
need to
talk
do while I'm
about,
sitting here doing
I was
nothing.
well into my
I have to send an
20s,
angry
and I
email.
was living in a house
That'll be
that
fun.
I had no real connection to. It wasn't a friend. It was actually an ex-girlfriend. And
I'm gonna Karen
her
it right
mom's
now.
House, and me and a buddy had lived there in the basement. Now, the reason I brought up having no ties to this house or really the people outside of dating the girl was the fact that whatever spirit could have been in this house was most
So
certainly
I was
not
just so
anybody that we
focused
knew.
on this, and then I caught Seamus, and I completely
So one
lost
of the
my
days we're
concentration
there,
on what I was doing.
The girlfriend and the mom, everybody left except for me and my buddy. So him and I are downstairs, and it's
Touching
a finished
wieners.
basement. There's 2 bedrooms, nice carpeting. It's a nice house. And a big house.
Oh, I'll leave a review for
little
Dead
did I
Town.
know,
Absolutely. You know, I'm going to
my
be a
stepdad
connoisseur
Had actually
of
told
Dead
me
Town,
that
I think.
He
I think Carl and I
hung
are
out
going to
in
be
that
able to
house
go
when he
sit
was a
down
teenager.
and have some really
drinking
intelligent,
that
deep
house with a couple of his
conversations
friends.
about Dead Town after this.
and
At Glitch
what is
Fredberg.
now the garage
What does that mean?
that is connected to
Who the fuck
connected
is
to that
Glitch
house
Fredberg?
was made way later. It wasn't a part of the house when my stepdad was there. So all that meant to me was
So
the
this
house
guy's
that's been around
Glitch
for a long time.
Fredberg. He's
Lots of
Animal
history.
Crossley. He's Seamus. He's
So
Patrick
after you find out
Michael.
from everybody else that lived there,
What other
there has
fucking
been random
personalities
noises,
live in there?
Stuff
Oh,
going
Todd.
missing, stuff disappearing.
What's his
stuff
real
moving.
name? Is his real name Patrick Michael? Is that why
Something
Carl
weird.
calls him Patrick
Maybe
Michael?
That's why. Maybe because it is a very old house. It's got a lot of energy. So one day, everybody's gone, me and my buddy went downstairs,
Oh,
and we end up hearing
got it now. Glitch
what
Fredberg.
clearly sounds like a stack of plates being placed.
Oh, my
into a
wife
sink.
just texted me to say good morning.
And the reason I say that
Hi,
is
hon.
because
I'm
there
being
is no other
tortured
sound
on the
that
internet.
sounds like that. There's nothing else.
Not
that
in the
sounds
way
like a
you
bunch of
hoped.
plates being pushed into a sink. Nothing. So because it was so clear to us that that's what it was, we kind of just stood there.
Come
and we
say
were like,
hello.
Fucking maybe somebody's here.
I'll send
Maybe
her a
somebody
link.
Came back. Maybe
Only
somebody
way
didn't
she's seeing
leave.
my ass today.
So we wait
Unless
a little bit
she brings
in
me pizza.
silence, and eventually go upstairs. And once we get to the top of the stairs, take that small little turn to the left.
Kirby
look in the
Roosevelt
kitchen,
too.
We realize nothing in the sink.
Do we have a tally on
Nothing.
like a list of
Not a
his
fucking
actual name?
spoon, not a
Does anyone know
washcloth,
his real name?
Nada. Nothing that could have recreated that sound on accident. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to paranormal activity, it's more believable to every
Just,
party involved if it's not
Fat
just
guy
one
sitting in a
party.
desk for those of you who
So
tuned in.
thankfully it wasn't just me that heard this. My buddy had heard it as well. My friend was like, "Oh, what the fuck? That sounded like dishes." He was basically the first one that acknowledged what it sounded like. I was like, "Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like." And we ended up searching the whole house. Didn't find nothing. Not a fucking thing. Nobody was there.
15 minutes and I'm already trying to dog
Seamus.
Seamus.
Nothing.
Yes, absolutely.
And I would say, to the best of my knowledge, that was really the
Ooh,
last experience
Zarn Arm. You
that I
are
could probably
an excellent
say was a ghost or something
suggestion
like
there.
that.
I do not have any Manics queued in.
But I had
I
more
was going to
recent
talk to you
experience
guys while
with-
we did this
not
today. If you
myself
guys
per
want to send
se,
me stuff, I got some emails from
but there's a lot
people.
of stuff going around.
But I'd rather
that
do it with the people who are
My
watching.
fiance's
So,
father's house was haunted. A very old
yeah,
house.
if you guys want to
He's
send
been
me
living there since
suggestions,
the 80s.
here's what I want you to do,
Basement,
Zarnar, if you don't mind,
almost a
just
finished
give me
basement.
like
There's
the
half
name
good
of
stuff.
Maddox's show and
And
wherever I can fucking find it, and I'll
There's
end
just
up
a lot of old stuff.
popping it into the Spotify. I have never
So
heard
keep
Maddox
hearing
before
from
in
these
my
other
life.
people that you're
I've
around
never really
in
listened to
this
the Dick
basement
Show.
that
Truthfully, I never
they've
have.
dealt with
I
spirits.
listened to the Dick Show when Carl told me they did one of our creep
And,
off
of
stories.
course, me being me,
Like a
and my
month or
friend being
well,
my
probably
friend,
2 or 3 months
we
ago now
decided,
for the
well, we're
first
gonna
time.
check
So
this shit out.
I'm not
We're gonna
really
go
well
deep.
versed in that universe.
And
So
we
I will be
did,
interested
multiple
to hear
times,
what the fuss is
staying
all
down
about with
there
this
when it's
Maddox
completely
fella.
dark, after 3 a.m., during 3 a.m., middle of the night type shit. We even got so deep to the point where we had done acid in the basement, and a couple of our other friends had said that they had seen a cat, some sort of a phantom cat. We had also
My wife is saying nice
been
things to
told-
me.
Well,
There
to
must be
get to
brain
to
damaged.
the
All
bottom of
right.
this, what really took
Um,
place was October 31st. Halloween.
Banana Docs will blow my
Me and
mind.
My buddy, my friend.
Is that a
sit
video
downstairs,
thing or
we
like
got
an
this
audio
idea, we're like, you know
podcast
what,
thing,
let's
Chapter
film
House?
Ourselves. 3 o'clock in the morning on Halloween.
Oh, my wife wants
no
my
lights
grocery
on,
list.
trying
That's
to get-
easy. Pizza?
Conjure up something. Like we're yelling.
Pizza?
Hey, come on, ghost. Come fuck
Bring
with
me
us.
pizza.
Come do something, ghost. Oh, you're scared. Oh, we're not scared of you. Come on out. You know, right? We're just going nuts. Basically egging on the ghost, and nothing ever came about then. But the real
Save the
event that
encouragement for hour
changed
8.
How we all felt.
All right.
Those of us that were skeptical. Was
So listen,
another
Seamus is
night
just
we
going to
decided
exist
to
today.
create
If
our
you want to
own
entertain me, start
Ouija
sending
board.
me some of this stuff. You could tweet it at me at
See
Vinnie
if whatever was
Paulino, or you
downstairs
can
was willing
email
to talk to us.
at the creep off, whatever the
And of course, we've been drinking.
Whatever
bunch
the
of
fuck
friends
the
over,
email
and we
is for the
decided,
creep
fuck
off. Let me
let's
look it
bring
up.
our energies together and try to
Jesus Christ.
have an experience.
I really am the
So,
worst.
3 of us get
The
down
creep
the
off
steps,
pod. Not
and
the creep
fourth
off
one
pod.
nearly passes out going down the steps. We're like, what the fuck's going on? Something's not right. And then she proceeds to not be able to stand
She
up while
was
she's
picking a
downstairs
fight with a ghost.
and literally has to be carried back up the stairs.
Hey, bro.
Because of how she
It's
was
my
feeling.
trailer.
Something was up. And that was probably
I'm 20 minutes in,
a real
and I needed
defining
pizza
moment
10
when
minutes
it
ago,
comes to
Justin.
Paranormal activity between myself.
My double
and
chin
friends
does have a
and
name.
family. Like, that was weird as shit. What happened to her? Was she affected by some sort of spirit, or was she having some sort of vertigo? Something's not right. Or was she just drunk? Right?
I will
That could
meet
easily been
you
the case.
at the
When you're in
food
those
court,
situations and
Ms. Pussy Liquor.
there's so many people saying that this is what it is. How can you be the one to deny it without a first-hand account? And that's exactly what this show's about. We're going to dive into conspiracies. We're going to dive into urban legends. We're going to find out about different stories and folklore from all around the world. Because that's intriguing. And guaranteed, it's even in the age of technology that we're in now, people still deal with ghosts. People still deal with demons.
Oh, the name of my
demonic
double chin?
spirits.
Mr. Bubbles. Chinny Paulino. You know, it's not Mr. Bubbles anymore. It's
Well,
Chinny
everybody,
Paulino.
like I said, I did not want to make a super long episode. For
How
the
am I
first
fatter than
introduction,
Carl? I don't
but
know,
did wanna
years of
kinda get this
practice.
out there, let you guys know, hey, I've
Are
had
you
some
guys
weird
just gonna
experiences
bully me
with
all day?
ghosts, and kind of give you the idea behind the show and what
Chinny
the format of the
Paulino's
show is
fucking
going to
great.
be. So expect this. Takes a lot of editing, takes a lot of work. But I want
Yeah, I'm definitely fat as fuck right now. I spent like a year not eating meat and doing good stuff, and fucking quarantine
Be sure
ruined me.
to stay up to date when new episodes drop. And the best way to do that is hit subscribe.
Yes.
And when you hit that subscribe button, your phone will
Try to
automatically
be.
download new episodes. So
I don't
that way
actually really
you don't
call
have to worry about
myself,
it, and it's already there
like,
for you. Every time a new one
I don't
drops.
know. When the pandemic
But
didn't
until next time,
happen,
my friends.
in terms of like what I do for stand up, I do a
Stay
lot
curious.
of one-nighters. I do them all over the country. Well, East Coast mainly, you know, down to Florida. Come back.
Hey
So
guys,
I
if you enjoyed this
basically
podcast, please
am
don't
a
forget to
road
subscribe.
dog. I don't really
Be sure to
have
send in your ghost
TV
stories
credits and
to
shit.
Your
So,
dead town
am I a
at
comedian?
gmail.com.
If a tree falls in the
And
woods,
it could be read
I could
on
probably
the
tell
show.
some jokes that make you laugh.
Don't forget, you
Oh,
can
I got
also
some
leave a
clips
5-star
coming
review,
in.
Say whatever you want. That also helps promote
Thank
the show,
you.
as well as visiting
Now,
patreon.com/podadventure.
I'm going to watch
Become a
these
donator, become a donor,
Chapter House,
help
but I just
support
have to
the
ask
show,
you a
help it
question.
grow,
Can you
and
just
we can
give
stay
me
curious.
a little bit of
Thanks for
context of
listening.
what I'm about to see before I watch it, so I have like an idea, or am I just going to watch it and you just want a natural reaction? I love all food. Thank you, newest whaler. That's right, I would have a six-pack if it wasn't for quarantine. Thank you, Big Boss. Chinny Paulino is also objectively funnier than Carl. Just watch, it speaks for itself.
Sounds pretty basic. We need a splash of Mio. That's fixed it. Mio adds flavor, giving you the power to turn water.
Just getting some massive Spotify commercials. Sorry about that. I'm not paying for fucking premium for this shit.
Zero sugar, zero calories, bold flavor. Mio, we fix water. Buy in store, online.
Did you know Geico's now offering
So once the commercial's on, we'll start the feed again.
policies? That's 15% on top.
AIDS is hysterical compared to Carl.
What are you waiting for? Your teenager to help around the house?
Okay, Mom, I emptied the dishwasher, vacuumed the basement, and folded the sheets out of
Hey,
the
Big
dryer.
Boss, I'm a creep. I don't give a fuck. If you want to hear the ads, I'll play them.
Or something? That's a camera, isn't it?
There's never been a better
Ooh.
Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Casey, what'd you get at Panera Bread?
When it comes to saving energy and money, every little bit helps. Whether you're brightening a room with LEDs or keeping comfortable with a smart thermostat.
I heard she died.
Help. Powerful savings start here.
Okay,
Your energy
I will go
and
set up
com
for a free Spotify trial
The sound of Schmidt
at some point.
Philadelphia cream cheese.
That's the funniest thing in the world. There's no one here, though, so tell him to leave it by the door, and I'll waddle my fat ass out there and go grab it.
As a sommelier, I'm fascinated by it.
Thank you, Big Boss.
The texture.
I love you, too.
Philadelphia, Schmidt perfection.
So I'm going to wait a second here for these to be finished, and then I'll unmute them.
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you
back
about
to
my friend,
Seamus.
Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free.
How does
It's
it
the
feel to
easiest
be
way
the
make a
creep-off
podcast
jobber?
today. There's
At least I'm
creation
not
tools that
producer
allow you to
Chris.
record and edit your podcast
Honest
right
to
from your
God.
phone or your computer. And the
The
convenience of
creep-off
editing from your
jobber's
phone
fine.
is unmatched.
I like the
Anchor
creep-off.
will also
Honest to God.
distribute your
This was my
podcast
idea
for you.
for a show. I had
You
this
can be heard on
idea
Spotify,
for years. I used to
Apple
do another
Podcasts, Google Podcasts,
podcast where we did a
Overcast,
version of the
Podbean,
creep-off.
everywhere
And
that
it
they find
was,
podcasts. It's
I would
amazing.
tell
You
3
can also
stories
now
kind of
make
like the
money
Scum
from
Parade,
your
and then people would
podcast
vote
with
as to who
no
was the
minimum
worst.
listenership.
But Carl and I
That
kind of
means
have that
only
weird
2 or 3
relationship where we could
episodes, only
argue
10 or 15
with each
listeners,
other pretty
you
well.
still
And I
make
like to
money.
think we play off
Anchor
each
is
other pretty
everything
well
you
and are
need to make a
entertaining.
podcast in
But
one place.
yeah, I absolutely love doing the
simply go
creep-off. And if
download
I have
the
to be the
free
jobber
Anchor
for
app
it,
or go to
fine.
anchor.fm
I mean,
to get started.
Carl
That's Anchor.
agreed
.fm.
to the Wheel of
ANCHOR
Consequences. That was my favorite part of this whole thing. Not anymore.
Let's
I
get
fucking
started.
despise the Wheel of Consequences. But I thought it was like a really cool part of
Welcome
what this show
again
was going to be.
to the Dead Town
Because
podcast.
like anybody
This is
could do
gonna be
true crime
the
stories,
official
but you know,
first episode.
what
And
about if we
within
had a
this
stunt
episode,
boy?
we are going
Didn't
to
think
tell
I'd end
a
up being the
ghost
fucking
story.
stunt boy, but
Make it a little creepier. We're gonna.
I
add
just
some
love it.
ambiance. We're gonna discuss it after we read it. And
thank you,
possibly
Sean
just
Connery
navigate
94.
the whole
I
thing
personally
and
like the themes
decide
too. It makes it a little
how we
harder,
feel
but
about
it's
the
kind of
story
fun.
overall,
And
how we feel about ghost
at some
stories
point,
and their
what's going to
origins.
happen
All
if
of
we
those
just
things
did like
are
wild
happening
card every
within this
week,
episode of the
we're going to
podcast.
run out of
So
like
thank you, everybody
insanely
who has
awful
came over to
things.
listen to the Dead Town
Because there's
podcast.
only,
This
I mean,
is
there's a lot of
function for
atrocity
all
in
of
the
us.
world.
Don't
But
forget,
at some
send
point it
in
would be
your
a little
stories, send in
crazy.
your
So this
suggestions,
makes us,
questions, anything else you
forces
have in
us to
mind
be more
to help
creative
improve the show
by doing the
simply
themes.
Going to your dead town
Well, Carl's an
at
asshole,
gmail.com.
and I love making fun
Shoot
of
us an
him.
email. We're down to talk. We're down to converse. We're down to make
What
this
bit
show
did I steal from
not just
Carlos
mine,
Vinci?
but ours. Once again, welcome to Dead Town.
Oh, I can't fucking wait till
We
he
are
spins.
all
That motherfucker. I'm so
complacent
mad. Like, he didn't even try
secrets
for his OnlyFans.
everywhere.
You should have heard the conversations
This is
we've had
Dead Town.
off air, where I'm like, you haven't even tried to do anything. Is this Animal Crosley? Oh, I don't even have themes to vote on this week. I haven't even thought about that. Yeah, we got to put a theme up. I'll
urban
do it
legends,
now.
and
If
ghost
you guys have any suggestions.
With Dead Town, nothing is off limits.
Cool. So Chapter House, I'm gonna
This
figure out
is
how we could all watch them together, and
the
you'll get
Dead
my
Town
natural
podcast.
reaction on Maddox in a little bit. We did
What's
Creepiest
going on,
Teacher,
everybody?
Newest Whaler.
Welcome to Dead Town. Thank you so
My
much
guy
for
put
tuning in.
cockroaches
Happy
and
to be
fed
doing this
students
podcast.
cum,
I'm really
I
enjoying the
believe.
theme of
And he
the
dressed
show.
up as Mickey Mouse.
Music, the editing, just the whole process. People don't realize that just because we are
What
doing
is
audio
Carl reviewing?
in a
Incest
podcast,
Creeps.
we're still doing basically
Creeps is the
90%
same
of
names as the
job
host. I
is
think you may have
desk
given me that
job.
one before. I like that.
And when I think about that, it just makes
Oh,
me
don't you
realize,
jump on
hey,
Newest
man,
Whaler. It's
I
all
spent a
right.
lot of time in
It was a
my
good
life,
idea.
my younger
Creepiest
years,
Teachers. We might even do
saying, I don't
Creepiest
wanna
Teachers
be
again, because that
in a
is a
desk
really
job. I
fucking
don't
fun
wanna
one,
work
and
in
we
an
could do
office.
like
I don't wanna be in a
Creepiest Teachers,
cubicle. I don't wanna
70s,
sit
80s, or
in a
90s.
desk
We could
chair
find a way
all day
to
long.
bring it back and make it interesting.
And yet,
Which Patrick
here we
Michael
are.
persona is the biggest
Here we
creep?
are, and we're doing it big time.
The one
Because,
that tucks those kids into
once I
bed in
found
that
this,
trailer
once I
every
found
night,
podcasting, I was
right before he
obsessed.
goes to his
Absolutely.
podcasting closet.
Just, I don't know. I fell into
No,
it
I never
so
fucking
hard,
forget Producer
so
Chris
deeply
exists.
That
That
I
fucking
can't
guy,
stop. I
he
won't
looks
stop.
like
And that is,
they look
a
like he
reference
used
to
his
90s
head to
hip-hop.
dab the grease off of a
So
pizza.
that should explain
Greasy
my
Italian, the
age.
worst kind.
But in all seriousness, when it comes to this podcast, I felt
You
the
know
need
what?
to
If
kinda
we do get a
combine
Zoom,
all the things
we're gonna go
in
full
the
Opie.
weird,
Absolutely.
obscure
I
into
would.
one show
Do you know how fucking
because it is
funny it would
something that I
be
really enjoy.
to have Carl walking
Now, before we
around
get into
with
the
that
ghost story we're gonna
stupid
be
grin that
telling
he has on
today,
his face permanently,
I have to
just
say,
laughing at people
in general,
because he couldn't hide it. He's gonna
this
get
show
punched
is
in the
gonna
face.
Be comprised of many different elements. We're
Big
gonna
hugs
be
back.
talking about true crime very soon.
He's gonna get punched in the
Everything
face. You
is
guys
set up
don't
to-
understand.
to start
Carl
rolling in,
doesn't
many,
know
many
how to turn
episodes.
off the grin.
We might do a social media thing.
This
we
is
might do
Carl
Instagram,
all the time.
something like this. Who knows? I don't want to force.
Even if
anything
he's
upon
angry,
myself until
even
the
his
time really
dad
shows,
could have been
because
murder his
once
mother
I
in
notice
front
that
of him,
there's
and he'd
an
just
audience
be
of people paying attention to the show. Then we'll
It's
try
just
to
gritted.
expand a little more. But until then, this is our own little world.
Life
some
attacked
little,
Opie.
Corner of the office, if you will.
Where are we even walking
If you
here?
consider this to be an office, if you consider
I can't
doing
do a Carl
podcast,
imitation. I really
literally
want
just
to.
sitting behind a desk,
I like every
behind a
time I
computer,
like I
behind a
try
mixer,
to
behind a microphone,
figure out Carl's
talking,
voice. I imagine
spewing
it's
your
like what
thoughts. Well, guess what?
just like a slab
We're
of
all
salami
very
sounds like if it
capable
would
of doing
talk.
this, but to what quality, it is unknown. I guess quality is
And
kind
then
of a
stomp on their
misconception
cakes,
anyways when it comes to
Casey.
podcasting, because
He is a grinning
it's to
fool.
each their own.
It's actually
With the amount of people that have
here's
a
the thing that I
podcast
love about
today,
the grin,
you
though.
have to be wondering
You could
how many of
say
these people really know how
the
to put
Misfits.
the
I believe it
podcast
was the
together
drummer from the
to
Misfits punched him in the
create,
face.
Synergy within the
Well,
audio.
it wasn't the real Misfits.
Misfits.
It was like
every episode sound the same
Jerry
virtually.
Only and
Yeah.
the
Hard
boys.
to
I don't
say.
know who the
Don't
fuck
know
else
the
it
numbers,
was.
But I will say, when it
Damn
comes
right
to
I
me as
do.
a podcaster, I know for
He
a
is
fact
German.
that there is not.
He has the same face that concentration
I haven't
camp
talked
guards
to
had.
anybody in my personal life, in my circles, that
Just
really
fu-
even knows what a podcast is. They know that Joe Rogan does something.
Casey, I love
They're
you.
not sure.
Shamika has my
They
food.
can't make the connection with how I could do something.
Casey,
like Joe
baby.
Rogan. Obviously, not the same.
Mwah.
Number, not the same.
She's
quality,
on my super
but the
chat.
same
Casey.
General idea. It's a guy behind a microphone.
The rest of
talking
you
to
are losers.
Yeah, I don't have a guest. I don't have a partner in
Actually,
crime.
I prefer
But at
veggie
the
only
same
pizza,
time, does that
Big
take away
Boss.
from
You're
what
gonna
I'm
be.
doing?
It's a
How could
shocker,
it
but it's
possibly?
very true.
Because everybody who comes to podcasting is simply looking for an escape, looking for somewhere to go, somewhere else to be, and by putting on the headphones, by turning it on in your car while you're doing mundane activities,
Schindler's List would have
you're
been much
almost
more
living
fun
a
if
second
Carl
life
was the
as
Nazi
you're doing your
commander. I
own
agree.
Odd jobs and random things like
Creepiest
just
hair
being
metal
at
musician.
work, sitting
Okay,
behind your
then
own
we're going
desk,
into like
typing in
Norwegian
shit.
hair metal,
You get to hear
which
me
is
spew
some of the
these
stuff I
random
was
thoughts,
looking
tell you
at
stories,
for when we just did
and
Creepiest
just
Musician when I
give
ended up
you
doing
a
GG.
second, like a second life. You guys remember that game? A lot like Sims.
I wanted to
That's
get you
kinda what I
pizza,
believe
but it's like 8
podcasting has
a.m.
become,
Is there even pizza
where It's
open?
kind of a secondary.
There's pizza somewhere
life
in the world.
for those
I
that
might
are
not have
living
it.
Actual mundane life activities.
Veggie pizza with pepperoni
So,
is the best
when
type
I'm
of pizza.
podcasting, I'm obviously not listening to a podcast. But if I'm cooking or cleaning the house, or
Casey,
doing
thank you
random
very
things,
much.
I'm listening to a podcast.
I'm looking forward
because
to
guess what?
breakfast and
I
then
feel like I'm
banana
learning something,
docs.
and I'm also enjoying my time.
Creepiest Native American.
So when it came to the decision to
Ooh.
create this show,
That guy, the actor from
I found myself
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I
really
don't like the way he
interested
didn't talk
in
in that.
weird
Creepiest
things.
TV newscaster.
I mean,
Okay.
true crime has always been a
Creepiest
very interesting
streamer.
subject for me.
Ah, I
Same
like
thing with
that.
Serial killers.
I'm gonna
All
write
the-
some of
just
these down.
the-
Hold on, I'm
the
taking some
scary
notes.
and weird and creepy shit has always been for me. And
Creepiest
it's just
streamer.
because, and here's the general scientific theory behind why we find a fascination with
Streamers is a good one.
the grim as adults, is because
Oh,
when
Todd
we were
lied?
kids, it was
Shocker.
very easy to be afraid of
I like
the
that little pizza
boogeyman
emoji.
or
Absolutely.
some false
Streamer
creature,
is good.
some fictional creature.
Because then that gets
could
into those
live under your
fucking
bed or
lunatic
come out of your
video
closet.
game guys.
We could be afraid of that.
They were all
But
fucking
as
each other's
adults,
girlfriends and all
we
stuff. I was
know that's not a
paying
real
attention
thing.
on that.
That's why. We
Hey,
find a
let me ask you guys a
fascination with
question.
Real
Do you ever go
killers,
on like
with real
YouTube,
crimes, with real
just
bad
rabbit
people?
holes and just watch
Because
stuff that isn't necessarily
even if it wasn't a
entertainment?
joyous thing as a
My
child to
favorite
be
thing right
afraid
now
of a boogeyman or a monster
Is
under the
I
bed,
like sovereign citizen videos. Do you guys know about these?
The adrenaline that you get from it is obviously enjoyable. The dopamine
They're
that,
like-
that comes from it is enjoyable, and that's why
I
we
don't
all
know
still
Call Me
take to it
Carson.
when
I
it
gotta
comes.
check that
I
out.
mean,
But
the
it's
most
they're
fascinating
fucking
things that come
fascinating.
on Netflix
These
or
people who
Hulu
go in and do
are
freedom
obviously true
checks
crime
in the
docuseries.
post office and just stand there
That's
and
just a
argue.
given.
I kind of want
But to
to do like
understand why that
creepiest,
is very hard for
creepiest
people.
sovereign citizen, but
Because
I just
those that
wonder if
don't
people
enjoy it
like.
think that those of us that do have some
Right,
nefarious
I'm not
things going
driving.
on
I am
inside.
traveling.
Like, oh,
And they
you're
will
eventually gonna
argue
do
and
something
argue
bad
and
to me.
argue with cops.
Why
I
would
want
you
to find the
assume that?
creepiest one of those people. There's a. I do not consent.
would make you think
There's
that?
a video of
Because
a guy
I'm watching
at like some public safety
basically
thing.
how
He's
to
got a big
thwart
giant beard
things
and he's
from
wearing a
happening.
big sign that says "Don't tread
Because
on
I feel
me."
like a lot of us
And the
that pay
thing
attention-
goes
I mean,
from
think about
him
this,
like
okay?
having a huge like
When
talking about
we were
his
kids, we
rights,
all heard
and then like
people
somebody
say-
there going, "Sir, this
they
is
would have
we're just
your
trying to
parents would
pick
check
the
your
jury
candy before
today."
you ate it. Because you were under the assumption that something.
And it ended up with him like going on the
Somebody could
ground
stick
and being
something in the
arrested,
candy
like just
to
being
hurt
tackled
the
by
kids.
bailiffs. It's really fucking fantastic.
And that started happening.
The Living
because
Man? I'm
in
writing
real
that
life,
down right now.
Somebody
Check it
started
out.
doing that. Somebody started putting things in candy. Like this shit, these sayings don't have. or these
They should all be
random
fucking
traditions
tased.
don't
Right in the
start
fucking
happening
nuts.
unless
I mean,
there's a reason for
say
them
what
to
you
occur.
want about the police. I know it's
And that's
fucking
just one
controversial
example.
right now, but
Everybody checks their.
do they
candy.
really need this
Oh, the
aggravation
saying
in their
is don't
life?
take,
Do they
candy from
really need
strangers.
fucking these people?
Now, also that means check your
Gang
candy for
stalking
Halloween,
videos.
But the reason we don't
Chapter
take
House,
candy
you
from
and I are gonna
strangers
be
is because
friends.
we
You got
all
some
know
stuff I need you
about
to
the
teach
white
me.
van that takes the children. That was a big deal when I was a kid. Hey, if you see a white van coming down the street, you run your ass home.
Creepiest drug lord.
We all know about the white van. That's not new.
So
I'd
far I
probably
got
still even
creepiest
tell my
streamer on the
children
list.
about the white
Shit,
van.
you guys want me to
Hey,
throw
man,
creepiest
be aware.
sovereign citizen on there, or do you want me just to?
Because sometimes it's
We'll
not
save
even
it
a white
for another
van.
day.
But can we at
We'll
least
save it
agree
for
the
another
white
day.
van is by far the creepiest vehicle that is drove by regular people? It's like, how can you... How can
Creepiest
vehicle
billionaire.
automobile
Ooh,
manufacturers
and
even go through
creepiest
the process
fireman?
of putting out white vans still?
You know
think
what?
that'd be done in the
Creepiest
water.
EMT might be good too.
Even for
because
somebody
I'm
who's
sure
going-
there's a
who's,
lot
like,
of fucking
painting
weirdos
houses.
that
Hey man,
get in the
different
back of
car.
those ambulances and touch
Drive
some
a different car
stuff.
because that's scary. Everyone is afraid of you, and unless you're going for that, unless you're getting the white van because you want to be creepy, I mean, there should be a list of people that have bought white vans over the last 25 years.
Creepiest morgue worker.
For sure.
That's a deep.
'Cause they don't just
deep
make that
bench
shit
right
up.
there.
Nobody just said
Creepiest
hey, watch
morgue
out for
worker.
the
I
white
think
van, and then it
to
started
decide
trending.
that I
What
think you
happened
fall
was
into
somebody
mortuary
was
science. Like I
obviously
think your
taken,
family
or multiple
has to
kids
own a
were obviously
place
taken in a white
for you
van,
to like get into
and
that.
it became a trend.
That's an odd choice for people to just be like, you know what I want to do?
Everybody must be aware of it, and that's how it all gets started. That's exactly what it is.
99% sure there was an
fascination with
EMT
it
serial
as
killer.
adults is simply,
Creepiest coach.
you know, we all could have been
That right
a
there.
statistic had
It's gonna, you know who
our
creepiest
parents
coach
not paid
is?
attention to the news.
Dennis
Because
Hasser. I
essentially
did
in
him
the
on the
beginning,
creep off a
news
few
was
weeks ago.
nothing
The
but
guy
true
who
crime.
pulled the fucking lazy
That's where you
boys up
found
to the
out when things was
showers.
happening.
Creepiest
And now, by
proctologist.
us, as adults, being
Think you
able
meant
to watch these true
sexiest.
crime docuseries where you're basically going inside the mind of these bad people, we're more willing to.
Creepiest Black
Well, I
Lives
guess
Matter
we're-
employee leader.
we pay
There's a
more
lot of
attention.
them.
We're more
Creepiest talk show
observant
host. The choices are in
of
the
thy
dozens.
neighbors, if that makes sense.
Creepiest furry.
And not even in a
You know
paranoid
what?
way. It's like, hey man, do you
That's
have
an
Coke
interesting
bottle
one, but like
glasses on
I
in
just
2020?
assume,
Well,
unless there's
you do
somebody in
bad
there
things
like
behind closed
dressing
doors.
babies up as
I don't know if it's
puppies,
criminalistic, but I'm also not
they're all
willing
just
to let
having good
myself
old
find
fun.
out.
Those furries.
I'm gonna get away because for most of us, we know that those glasses.
Creepiest
if you're
dictator
wearing
not
glasses
named
that are
Hitler.
From the 1980s, unironically,
Huh. That's pretty good.
you creepy. You doing weird shit. If you have a haircut from the 1980s and you're wearing it unironically, you
A
creepy.
creep off from the 1980s.
It all circles back.
What is he
to,
talking?
do
A
you
haircut
drive a
from the
white van
1980s, not wearing, ironically.
and you don't work independently as a painter
Listen.
of houses, you're creepy. That's why I'm saying, just like when people should, when it comes to
Yeah,
guns
Pol
or
Pot
whatever,
definitely wins dictator.
the list,
I'm,
you try to
I'm not
put people
defending
in a list
furries.
of,
I'm
mentally
just saying they got to do something
incapable
really
of
bad
having a
besides,
weapon. Why
like,
should
what
we
is
not
the
do the
shock
same for those
value
that are
there
buying
anymore?
white vans
Is the shock value these people are
unironically?
dressed up as animals
Or
and
those of us that
fucking?
are going
Who
to
cares?
the doctor for glasses, or have not been
cares?
for the doctor.
They
got
gotta
to
be doing something really messed up.
In 20 years. You're
Creepiest
getting on a
comedian.
list.
Yeah.
We're gonna pay attention to you now.
Did we do creepiest comedian? Isn't
We're
that how
going to
I did
watch your
Carlos Mencia?
activities. And then also a very
Oh,
common
I
theme
did creepy.
is,
I did
hey,
Carlos Mencia for
did you have
creepiest
a
cultural
parent die
appropriation
and somehow
because he's
inherit a house?
German. That's right.
But yet your neighbors hardly ever
Creepiest
see you.
comedian.
And then
I think I might be able to get
you
behind
add
that.
either one of those other things to it. Do you also drive a white van? Do you also
Genghis-
have Coke bottle glasses
Genghis
on?
Khan
Well, guess what?
was more of
We're
a
watching you now.
conqueror than a dictator.
We're paying attention to you. And that is what it is. You're going to have to deal with it.
Creepiest comedian. Man, I
Because
could
those
give you
decisions
10 of them
aren't made
that I
accidentally.
know in fucking Rochester.
But enough
Creepiest
about that.
president.
We're here to talk about a ghost story. We're here to read a ghost story, make it creepy, give you guys a fun time, and then we're gonna explore how we
Well,
feel about the story.
Joe Biden
afterwards,
hasn't been
because
elected,
I'm picking it at random.
so
I don't know
we
what
count
I'm getting
him
myself
out.
into, but I hope you guys are gonna stick it out with me, and we'll see what happens. in the
Creepiest
end.
director.
Thank you again for tuning in.
I just
My
did
name,
creepiest
again,
director last
did I
week.
already say
How
that?
dare you?
I'm gonna say it again. Patrick.
Catch
Michael.
up.
I always say it, and I know that I
Don't
do,
troll
I'm
me.
just being weird, but let's get into this creepy story right now.
Data Network boys, thank you. Godspeed to you as well. I put creepiest current world leader on there a couple weeks ago. Creepiest preacher is one I really
So
like.
today we're going to be reading a story called Blizzard. It comes from the author Bloody Baron 666.
Creepiest
I don't know anything
advertising
about the
partner
story.
who also
I
has a
haven't
podcast.
Read ahead, if you will.
Well, seeing as how we have no advertising
But
partners.
I can imagine
Creepiest
there's probably
Pro
some
Bowler.
snow in this story, or it's Canadian.
Unironically, the creepiest
Ha-ha.
Pro Bowler's name is probably Big
Okay,
Earn.
so let's get into this. Blizzard by Bloody Baron 666. The Mark of the Beast.
Hey, back at you. Oh, 9 minutes till
The
food
road was
shows up,
mostly
Casey.
straight, with small twists and turns.
How has this not been an
The weight of the
hour?
blizzard made it difficult to see far on the road, but far enough to know what's ahead.
So,
Mark's
Turbo,
phone started ringing, and he checked the contact.
the day I bring Carl
His
in
mother.
as a creep,
He had just
I
seen her for the
have
first
a
time in
massive
7 months,
plan on
as
how
his
I would
sister
do
just
that.
gotten married.
And
Mark answered the
I've
phone
thought about it.
and heard
And
his mother's soft
at
voice.
some point,
Hey, sweetie, you could have stayed with me until this blizzard subsided.
she's waiting outside here?
I know, Mom, but tomorrow I'm busy and should get home as soon as I can.
Okay,
MJF
Just
is
be
not the
careful.
creepiest. MJF is.
I will.
Don't trigger me!
Love you.
Love you,
The
honey.
creepiest AEW wrestle boy.
Mark put the phone down and kept driving.
Now,
He turned a corner
do you
and
want
saw
one that does the
something
flippy floppies or one who
Taller than a
doesn't do the
person should
flippy
be.
floppies?
and skinnier than a person should be.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks,
Mark
Casey.
turned the wheel quickly, but the icy road made him turn too far. He hit a tree, spun some more, then hit another
Creepiest
tree,
married couple. Fred and
got out
Rosemary
and
West
looked
is the
around
answer to that.
and walked towards the road. Even through his heavy coat, it was freezing.
It's not a bad category,
Mark saw
though.
nothing, but then he heard a screeching and the sound of claws. hitting the
Creepiest
road.
Nobel laureate. All right.
Something was running towards him. Mark ran and looked behind him.
Don't
and
be
saw the
surprised if
creature
you see a lot of
that
these
caused
over the
his
next couple
crash.
weeks because I'm lazy. So I did an episode of
It
WATP
was
where
taller
we
than he first thought.
reviewed Vince
Thing was so
Russo's
skinny,
show,
he
and
thought
Vince
its
Russo
bones
likes to
would
troll
break under the
wrestling
weight of the
fans
creature.
by calling
Mark
wrestling
tripped
flippy
and was
floppies.
thrown down a hill. He rolled down the hill, and when he finally came to a stop, he
No,
felt the
you
pain.
can't really fucking
arm.
trigger me. I was kidding. Creepiest teen pregnant mother. Farrah
There was a tree bark in
Abraham.
his arm. So Mark pulled it out, and blood started trickling down.
Hey, I think
He thought
Carl's
about ripping
here.
his shirt and tying it around his arm to stop
How
the
are you,
bleeding,
dickhead?
But the bark wasn't nearly sharp enough. He heard a tapping. noise
Creepiest
above him,
guitarist, creepiest lead
and the
singer.
creature was perched in a
Creepiest
tree.
guitarist is Carl. That's where we're
Tapping
gonna
its long
introduce
claws on the
Carl.
tree, it lunged down at Mark and stood there. Mark threw the tree bark at the creature. It bounced off the creature's bony
You know,
chest.
bud, Carl,
The creature looked at the bark.
I'm making the best of this.
I'm
I am 43 minutes
I got
into
down
my
on all
live
fours.
stream, and
Mark ran.
that
so
means
the
I only
creature
have like 11
deeper,
hours and
deeper
change.
and deeper into the forest. Sometimes the creature would jump over Mark's head.
Oh yeah,
in front
and
of him, causing
Panera's
Mark to
being
make
delivered.
multiple
Thank you,
turns.
Casey.
Mark was tackled.
In
and the
honor of
creature
Vic,
started
by the way.
to rip
You should
Mark's
laugh at
jacket and
that.
shirt. Except, it didn't hit.
Pay
Mark's
attention
skin.
to Dead Town? No, Carl.
The only scratch marks were small.
Carl, I've
could
already,
barely
in the
see.
43 minutes that I've been here,
creature then
motherfucker,
ripped Mark's
I've
jeans,
already, I have
destroying
already
into shreds.
paid more consequences than you did with your OnlyFans account. So if I talk over,
Kill me!
The creature chuckled, and with a raspy voice that sounded like Ed screamed nonstop for the last day, said, "That's not what I want to do."
he did just catch my attention with
Let
that,
the cold do that.
with this reading,
You have no
or I had a stroke.
no warmth. This is it for you. Except the elements.
But since you're listening, can I pull
The
clips?
creature grabbed Mark and dragged him through the forest, making turns that Mark couldn't track. The creature finally let him go and said, "I like this forest." The creature jumped up, then from tree to tree, disappearing into the forest. Mark sat up against a tree and did what the creature commanded. Accepted.
No, Zarn, that was not in the deal. There is no quiz on this.
Well, so we just read the story, Blizzard. Interesting tale. Interesting, I'll say that. I really enjoyed it. I did have a fun time reading it, and I'll explain why, because that's the idea here. But what basically took place is a man, coming home or leaving home.
Carl,
leaving
Cut the
from
Grass
his
does
home,
make a good point.
gets
This
a
might
phone call
be
from his mother, and
Seamus's
he ends
best
up
work.
seeing something as he's driving, and we've all done that. We've all had that general fear of driving at night and seeing something on the side of the road, because of course that's going to impair your driving, and things happen like this. Now, vehicles are very strange technologies. Okay,
Vehicles are very
know.
strange technologies.
But what I also enjoyed about this was the idea of a monster, some crazy large monster, that doesn't kill you, but essentially gives you every reason to fail living in the snow.
This cup was a gift.
So I would definitely like to
because
see
I'm a heel.
Another episode.
Somebody got it for me.
Why'd I say episode? I would definitely read it in another episode, but there should be Blizzard Part 2. I want to know what happened, because I do love stories that are like that, where it ends and it simply makes you figure out the real ending. Like, did this guy
You're
really
2 minutes
die?
away,
Did Mark
Casey?
really die? Did he simply accept the elements? Because that's what we're left to believe.
Can
He
you?
accepted the elements. That means he just sat down
Well,
and said,
here's
this
the
is
thing.
fine.
I would love to
I'm
do
gonna
that,
live
but the
out
front
my
door
last
of this
days here
building
because
and
I
where
don't
my
have a
studio
choice,
is,
because
they're
they
not
do a great
exactly
job of
close.
foreshadowing in the
I am
beginning,
going to
saying
run out. I'm going to blast
even
this.
Though Mark has on his
Actually, here's what I'm
winter
going to do.
jacket, it is still
Just so I
cold,
can continue to
still freezing.
listen, I'm going to open up my
Just to
Spotify.
also to basically, in a sense, strengthen.
And I'm going to start the stream
ending,
right now on my phone.
making it more
A handheld
believable
camera
in the
that doesn't
sense
hook
he
into this
was
thing.
Just going to die, because there's no way of survival.
So I'm going
So
to
then
continue to
there you
listen
go.
on my
There it
phone.
is.
I'm going to
That's
go
really
get the
what it
food.
is.
I'm coming
I
right
do
back.
wanna apologize for the sound.
1
here,
minute.
the audio of this, because I'm just having a little trouble during this recording on creating. There's a weird sound, and I don't know if I'm only hearing it because of my headphones. I don't know if you guys will hear it or not, but I will do my best. I always try to do my best to edit these episodes and make them as digestible as possible. That's the concept. And sometimes I get on a roll, like I feel like I am here, and I just really don't want to stop and have to mess with the technical issues. So bear with me, guys. Hopefully you can at least hear me. You can hear what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying, and you got a good story. Because outside of that, this is a desk job. So, do I want to be at my desk for 4 hours trying to just knock out the little, tweak the audio just enough to make it perfect? Not really. Not really. It's only the second episode. Things always get better in time. Good things come with time. That is a saying. That should be a tattoo on somebody who is 22 years old. But anyways, this story, Blizzard, very entertaining. I liked it. Many elements of it were great. The ending, where it's like a cliffhanger, does Mark die? But the great foreshadowing, the nondescript monster that had these crazy abilities to jump from tree to tree. All of those things brought together in one great story that I feel like the only thing they could change is maybe the title, because Blizzard isn't very inviting. I would think call it Accept the Elements, or Elements, or The Elements. Any of those things would be better than just Blizzard, because he already sets up that it's cold outside in the very beginning of the story. No need to title it the exact same. Let's add some ominous words to it. Make it a little scarier. Because when I think of Blizzard, I'm thinking Dairy Queen. I'm thinking Dairy Queen. DQ, baby. And I know I'm not the only one. When I said Blizzard, all of us thought, hey, well, peanut butter cup, of course. Of course. Twist ice cream, of course. I'm not a crazy person. But yeah, fun stuff. Like I said, I'm enjoying Dead Town. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Just, I feel so good when a show comes together better than I expected it to. When I can just be like, fuck, dude, that's awesome. Yes, I'm very happy with what I'm doing. And when you feel that way about something that you're creating for other people to ultimately enjoy, that's the best part. When you
Okay,
feel
first
like it's
off,
quality,
I was
when
listening
it's
on my phone the
your
whole time,
standards,
and
it doesn't matter what
I was listening. There was
populace
no
has to
adding
say.
on time from
It doesn't
walking
matter
to the
if
door to
everybody's
pick
on
up
board.
food, and there wasn't
You
even
think
food
it's to
there.
the best of your ability, and you're satisfied with it, then that's all that it needs to be. That's all that it needs to be. You don't have to go fishing for other people to come in and enjoy it when you know that they're not going to. You can't expect it.
Okay, I'm going out again to see if she's
Especially
there.
when you put in your best. That's as good as it gets, guys. This is real people. I'm a real person. Accept it or don't, okay? I wasn't an A student. It's fine. But yeah, I think this is, we're going to go ahead and call this the show, guys. I'm sorry about the audio malfunctions here and throughout the episode, but I love you nonetheless, and I do this to boost all of our knowledge and enjoyment and just bring some more creepiness into your probably already pretty creepy life. You're listening to a podcast. You weird guy. What are you doing while you're listening to this podcast? Weird stuff. And it's fine. It's fine. But just don't have Coke bottle glasses, living in a house alone that you didn't pay for, driving a white van. Because then, we're going to be watching you. Hey guys, if you enjoyed the podcast, don't forget to subscribe. And if you feel like leaving a comment, questions, anything like that, please contact the show via email at yourdeadtown@gmail.com. And don't forget, you can also support the show by donating, becoming a patron at patreon.com/podculture. Thank you once again for listening. This has been the Dead Town Podcast.
Panera, baby. Casey, I love you. Let's see. We're gonna do a YouTube unboxing style video now while we listen to Seamus. I would like to first off by saying I love hazelnut.
It's your homie. Sorry, it's your home. I know you don't like it when I call myself your homie.
We'll mute the ads because I refuse to get a Spotify free account.
A few chairs in the living room. My floorboards are tired. Another easy thing. We could save money if you bundle.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
One more thing.
Holy shit.
You love lavender scented candles, but could we try to use
Snacks for energy.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
What do we got here?
While having a new baby can be exciting and rewarding,
Ooh, all kinds of cookies.
and anxiety are common among new parents.
Thank you, Casey.
These feelings can be too much. Get help by calling 1-855-631-0001. That's 1-855.
I'm not gonna lie, I am happy, Carl.
0001.
Ah,
From the New York State.
is this a salad?
Don't you hate it when the price advertised isn't the price you end up paying? Like with T-Mobile's Essential Plan, the price they advertise...
Thank you, Casey. I actually really do like salad. You guys aren't gonna like watching me eat salad later. I have a fridge here. I'm gonna pop that in there. Ooh, turkey avocado. Love you, Casey.
Click to learn more.
And the thing, a fucking crust of bread in the bag. A fucking crust of bread, Panera? That's what you do? Crust. Fucking Panera. God bless you for the coffee, though. That is what I need right now. I'm going to put this food in the fridge. I'm going to eat a cookie, have some coffee, hang out with you people. I'm back in time for a fresh episode. There might be... Listen, it's 8 a.m. I'm going to have the salad for lunch. Bob. So, now that Vic is dead, I feel like this is a wonderful way to remember her. Where was she at? California? Is that where she lived? Because I have a feeling like the Rochester Paneras would never have her. She made bread with roadies. I'm going to eat this cookie in honor of Vic. Ooh, the Sandman. So in a minute or two, I'm going to go into the outer studio, and you guys could join me. I have a camera out there, and I'm going to set this up so we have a an ad-free experience the rest of the day. Amazing. Thank you. I did mute myself while I was eating the cookie. I didn't think you guys wanted food sounds distracting you from Seamus.
Fenced-in area where our dogs could run.
Did that fix
they
it?
Couldn't get out. They
Is that
couldn't
good?
get away. There was 2 dog houses in there. It was nice. They loved it. But behind that area was another
Is
fence
that better, everybody?
didn't connect all the way to our neighbor's fence.
Apologies.
There was an opening.
There's no one else here to
All
blame but me.
This Halloween night,
It was my fault.
I'm sitting in my bed, which I believe at this time was a bunk bed, and I could see directly out my window in the hallway. And that's not scary. It's not scary to see outside while you're sleeping.
I'm
But
texting
it
with
was
Carl
scary
right now.
what I saw
Aw.
at the end of the yard.
Thanks, man. He's so nice to
And
me off air. He says sweet, sweet
Obviously,
things.
considering the fact that there's no reason that this thing should have been there, it made it even scarier. So I'm laying in my
Aw.
bed and I'm looking out this window.
Thanks,
and
bud.
What do I see at the corner of the fence?
You're such a
Looking
nice guy,
directly at
Carl.
me, but a Frankenstein. That's the only thing that I can call it. That's the only thing that it looked like was Frankenstein. Now, when I say there's no reason that it should have been there, the obvious reason is there's no road back there.
Carl
It's
is
our
begging me.
backyard. And
He's
our
going,
backyard
Vinnie,
connected
baby,
to the
please
neighbor's
come on
side yard.
WATP today.
So there's no road on the other side of our fence or
And you
their
know what I'm
fence,
saying?
just yard. And the Frankenstein was
You know what I'm
facing
saying? I'm not
directly
doing it
at
because
me,
I care about the creep off.
okay? It was facing directly at our
WATP,
house. It was not facing
second
any
fiddle
other
to me.
direction.
The
And,
creep off, baby, numero
making
uno.
that connection,
I'm here with
saying,
you people.
It's facing our house for no reason. There's zero reason that should be happening. There was no other decorations, nothing. And this significantly impacted the way that I was going to
I do like
be
this shirt.
for
It
the
does
rest of
make
my
me
life.
look thin. Thanks, Carl.
And I'll be honest, I don't have any idea if I've told my parents this. I have no idea. I can't remember. I feel like it's something I would have shared. But at the same time, what the fuck? Because as a child, the impact this had on me was so crucial that from that point forward, I ran
Cut the
down
grass
my
if you
hall
only knew the
in my
Carl
house.
that I know.
During the day,
He's a
middle
sweet,
of the
sweet
night,
boy
it
deep
didn't
down.
matter. If I had to use the bathroom and go down that hallway, I was running to it. And then as soon as I got done, I'm opening the door. keeping
Someone
the light
broke into
on until
Digibro's
my
house
body's
and
all
tried
the
to
way out of the
abduct his
bathroom,
girlfriend? What the
and then I'm
fuck?
running again. And no bullshit, every time I would run
Jack,
out of the bathroom,
That was a
run
very
past my
nice
bedroom,
compliment. It was
I
almost
would
as
look
sweet as the
inside
ones
my
Carl's
bedroom.
texting me.
and many times, you guys, I would see a figure. Now, was it my own mind playing tricks on me? Possibly.
TJ,
But what's the explanation?
you are not
for
wrong, but
Frankenstein in the
this
backyard?
lovely cookie that was provided to me
What's
by
that?
Casey is making this tolerable.
Because
Hey
if I could
guys,
explain it in
11 hours,
any easier than I
59
have,
minutes to go.
I would, obviously. I wish I could somehow sketch a picture of the way that the yard was set up, so that way you would understand why there's
Are we
absolutely
debating
no reason,
Vic's
none whatsoever,
fitness
that
to
there
serve
should
her
be something
country?
back there. Even if it's just a decoration.
What's our country?
there's no
Russia?
reason.
Right?
Zero. But yet there was something there. And like I said, from that moment on, because I remember telling my grandmother as she walked down the hallway, I'm like, what is that? What's going on here? That should
C
be
is for Carl. That idiot spells it wrong. C is for Carl.
I guess I probably should talk to the neighbor. Just go over there and talk to the neighbor. Like, hey, do you guys remember setting up? No, you don't remember? Well, this story ends here. I can go home and live in fear forever. But that truthfully, like I said, that was one of those
If
instances
Nanette
where,
can make it.
you know, your whole life you're
Nanette
already
was the
told,
name of the
don't worry, it's
special.
just the boogeyman, or it's
I forget
there's no
that dude's
monsters,
name.
no such thing as that. Boogeyman's not real, etc., etc. And then you see something like that on your
Oh,
own
you tapping
crop.
out, Carl?
You think you're not going to be affected by it? You think it's not going to ruin the rest of your day? That made Halloween horrendous for me.
We'll figure
From that
something
point
out for
forward.
later. I'll be glad to
Obviously,
check in
I've
with
come to terms with
WATP.
that.
I
I'm
don't know
talking
what
about
the
it
fuck
now
else
with
I'm
you
doing.
guys. But
Yeah,
the fact
Hannah Gadsby.
remains.
That's him.
What's the explanation? What is somebody going to tell me? What would be
Her,
the purpose?
sorry.
What would actually? Why? Okay, say I did go over there and talk to the neighbor, and I'm like, hey, did you guys have a decoration up? And they said yes. What would be their next line as to why it's there? When I say, well, why? The only thing you'd assume they could say is, well, we wanted to freak you kids out. That's it.
It is black coffee.
Well, thank you guys so much for bearing with me as we get through that story of why I wet the bed so often. But no, after that I did feel like there was something certainly lingering. Was it my own head? Who knows?
Black and
But now I wanna talk
strong.
about this actual thing that has been around for centuries, at least to my knowledge, and all of us have heard about it. Our parents' parents heard about the boogeyman. So let's talk. The only thing we don't know is the history. What's the history of the boogeyman?
What is the history of the
How did he
boogeyman? This
come
is going to be
be?
interesting.
Where do you come from? And first, I have to start with this. It looks like it's spelled bogeyman, like BOGEYMAN. I've never heard anybody call him the bogeyman ever. And let's be honest, there's movies based on this character, based on the boogeyman whatever.
I like how
Let's be
he
honest,
said,
the
let's be
pictures
honest here.
aren't very
There
detailed.
are
There's not much to even really
movies
say
about
him as far
the
as his
boogeyman.
physical features, but
Bro,
it's also known as the
like
bogey
it's a secret.
monster. The boogeyman looks like bogeyman, whatever, or boogeyman, and it is a mythical creature used by adults to frighten children into good behavior. So it's not just something to make somebody go to sleep, because they can't go to sleep unless you insist that there is some sort of monster after them, which is horrifying. So it sounds more like you could even be like,
I think
with
his
your kid in a
filler
store,
word is so,
and they or
to
a
be
restaurant,
honest.
and they start acting up, and you can be like, hey, hey, the boogeyman's gonna come get you. That's what's up.
I got some, still
I
got
mean,
some cookie.
we all knew, I should say, about the boogeyman growing up when we were kids.
There's a
100%.
dope song called Black
So
Coffee.
now
I gotta
as
remember who
adults,
does it.
can we honestly say we have an idea what the physical form would be, or what to expect when you see the boogeyman? Because there isn't really one, and there never has been one. At
Casey,
least to my knowledge.
You should have done
It's
this
like, I
bit
don't know, it could be
on
anything. It's large. It's
what's his
oddly
face's
shaped,
show.
and it's scary. That's all.
This
you
should have
to
been
know.
his stand-up.
But the boogeyman has no specific appearance, as I said, and conceptions vary
Tony
drastically
Hinchcliffe
by
show.
household and culture.
Sorry.
It's commonly depicted as masculine.
My brain is going
or
slightly numb.
androgynous monster that has punishing that goes. To
I don't
punish
care,
children
that's
for
fine.
misbehavior. The boogeyman, or a somewhat related creature, can be
Newest
found
whale.
in every culture. That's scary. So they've been using this for a while. Like how bad
It's scary.
were
It's
kids
made up.
where you had to make up some sort of monster.
You know, when my mom would
to-
tell me about the boogeyman,
right?
I'd just say,
It
I don't
doesn't
care.
seem like it makes any sense at all.
So, let's be honest. Did I care? I didn't care.
The kids just so bored back then that they just.
I
had
like
to
how
be in there.
Seamus is talking about
So
the
you're like, hey,
boogeyman,
you better chill
and he
out,
has not
or
acknowledged
this
Carl.
Crazy creature is gonna punish.
Because
you.
I feel like
And there's nothing I can do about it.
the boogeyman should be real to him.
The boogeyman may actually target a specific act or general misbehavior depending on what purpose needs serving. So he's a savant. He's a Renaissance man. He can do everything. It's just whatever you need, baby. I got it. Now, often based on warning from the child's authority figure is where this all kind of starts from, and the term boogeyman is sometimes used as a non-specific personification or metonym for terror, and in some cases, the devil. So much like in my case where I was afraid of, using the bathroom in the middle of the night because I thought that the devil was under my bed, the devil could have just easily been something similar to the boogeyman.
So I'm going to play
to the best
all
of
of
my
the
knowledge,
Dead
what the
Towns. There's
boogeyman
14
was
episodes
as a
of Dead
child.
Town. Right now it's
Because like I
scheduled to
said,
go into
only physical
Stuttering
form that
John
I
right
can
after
sort of
that.
depict in my
So
own
we'll
mind
see.
as to what
I will
thought this
gladly
creature
listen to
would
whatever
look
you
like.
guys want me to listen
It
to.
was simply an
This
ominous
this
mass.
consequence
It was
is for you, the
large, it
fans.
was
I do
oddly
this for
shaped,
you. I
and
don't do it for
wasn't
Carl.
it was not human.
So
at
whatever
all.
you guys want me to watch, just let me
But
know.
like they said,
I'm gonna watch this Banana
every
Docs thing in a little
culture,
bit.
You're gonna find yourself with different depictions of this, whether
Okay.
somebody sketches it or they just
The fans demand
verbalize it
Maddox.
and try to explain
You
it
are
that
going to
way.
get very
Either
soon,
way, it's not gonna
folks.
be-
You are
there's
going to
no
get
two
my
that's gonna
very,
be
very
exactly the
first
same.
opinion
I'm
on
just gonna
Maddox
see
because
how
I've
it would
never
work.
heard him before.
Much like the films.
In a little bit,
in the
I'm going to
films, they try-
watch
it-
whatever the
it's
fuck
like
Banana
PlayStation
Docs
2
clips are.
graphics.
I will
And it's
mute
just like a
podcast
guy.
for you guys,
Like, the
but these
boogeyman
podcasts
wasn't
will be
human.
playing
He
for
was a
12
man.
hours. I will be
But that's not
listening
what I
to
see. It's like
podcasts for
just a
12
monster.
hours
It's not
today.
human looking
Even
at
if I'm
all.
doing other things, I will be listening to
So the word boogie is actually believed
this
to be derived from
these
Middle
fucking
English,
idiots talk.
which is, which is sort of translated to something frightening or a scarecrow type of thing. Theories on its origin include a root meaning goat or cognate of the German whatever. It could be influenced in meaning by Old English, excuse me. Buddha used compounds for beetle, a related word bugbear, from bug meaning goblin or scarecrow, and bear was imagined as a demon in the form of a bear that eats small children, and was also used to mean a general object of dread. So that's weird, because now that I'm thinking about it, the way that I said it wasn't human looking is and now finding out that it's like a bear, sort of like a bear creature, a demon in bear form, like that is almost exactly what I would call it. That's almost what I feel like most people would say it looks like. If you were to be like, does it look like a random shapes, or does it look like a bear possessed by a demon that eats children? Well, the second one is pretty detailed. I'm gonna go with that. That sounds good.
I'm trying to
Just a little bit
understand
more on how the description is
what the
different
fuck
in the
this kid is
cultures.
talking about.
In the cultural level, there are often some shared similarities to the creatures. Many of the boogeyman are depicted as having claws, talons, and sharp teeth. Along with that, the majority of boogeyman are also spirit variety, while the minority are demons, which is another legendary creatures.
Well, the minority.
Some are even described to have certain animal features such as horns, hooves, and bug-like appearances. So everybody
Procreated
has their own
twice.
theory as to what this thing looks like, but a lot of
Casey,
them are sort of similar. It's
You're going to
not
love this. My
human.
wife is very upset
Doesn't look human at
that
all.
I got Panera
When looking at the
because she
personality
loves
traits of
Panera.
boogeyman, they are
and
most easily divided
I'm
into
going to
3
eat it all.
categories. The kind
Sorry,
that
hon.
punishes misbehaved children, the kind that are more prone to violence, and the kind that protect the innocent. They all relate in the same way, being that they all exist to teach young children lessons. So there is a depiction of the boogeyman, which is kind of a good one.
Hey, I like to respond to Sean
Protects the
Connery,
innocent.
94.
The large majority
He's kind of a kid. You are
boogeyman
absolutely
they
right. I totally
just
imagine
threaten
whenever there's a
children
trip to the
with punishments, not
supermarket,
actually inflict much
Carly
damage.
has to buy a treat for
So
the
it's
2
like,
kids and
instead of
him.
him hurting you,
She's got to buy
you
3
instead have
treats.
to roll a rock up a hill over and over. The more vicious boogeyman is said to steal the children at night and even eat them. So you could be pushing a rock up a hill, Johnny, or you could just be in the demon's belly, the demon boogeyman belly. What do you want to do? I mean, what's better? The last category is the boogeyman who protects people and only punishes those guilty.
Casey, get some sleep. You earned
regardless of
it.
age.
Godspeed. Love
So there
ya.
you go,
You're the
Mom and
greatest.
Dad. Ha ha. Joke's on you. If you're bad, boogeyman comes after you as well. Sorry. I know it's unfortunate.
He gets the single
but everything
dip.
comes full circle now, doesn't it?
The kids get the bowls.
Thanks, boogeyman, for really holding this, coming through on that one.
In Burgerland, right now it's about 9:12 a.m. That's what I call my office. I had to send this angry email.
So
I
since
almost forgot.
I associated, I was such a boy growing up that I clearly associated the boogeyman with boogers, and it did ease the fear. But there's another guy we're going to talk about here called Sandman.
Oh, ooh,
And
Sandman.
I wish I could remember the exact saying that would be told to us before sleep. But it definitely involved the Sandman. And I don't know, I guess my own
Casey, what time zone
thoughts
are you in?
about
Where are
him
you? Where are you watching from today?
He's scarier than the boogeyman. And it's
Boom,
only
boom, boom, boom.
because there was more of a visual to him. You have seen him somewhere. Not in real life in a sense, but like a movie or a cartoon, whatever. There's been different depictions of him that way, and that it doesn't help. It made it worse. Because I pictured the Sandman like that fucking giant mummy from the movie Mummy. When it turns into all that sand, like it's a giant face made of sand. That was what I
Hey,
thought the
newest
Sandman
whaler, you're
was.
going to hear
Why would I
Stuttering
wanna hang
John
out with
after
him?
we listen to every
Seems
single
awful.
episode of Dead Town ever.
Seems like a bad guy.
It's going to be a long day, kids. We still have
but
10 hours and
the
45
reality
minutes
is
to go.
The Sandman's more like a fairy. He's more like a wizard type of thing, a mythical creature in the sense.
So
he
I
does
figure
good.
we'll
He
split
feeds
up
you
the end
dreams
of the
while he's sleeping.
after this. We'll put in some Maddox.
It's like really we just have a problematic insomniac, just a guy who can't sleep and infiltrates other people's homes and thoughts and things like that. Not good guy. Not good guy. But the true details of the Sandman is actually it's a mythical creature, mythical character in Western and Northern European folklore. He actually puts people to sleep and encourages and inspires beautiful dreams by sprinkling magical sand onto their eyes. I mean, we all know how terrible sand is in general, but could you imagine somebody putting it on your eyes while you sleep? Like, what a horrible frat guy. The Sandman is a dickhead frat guy. Bad pranks. He's like, what if we just dumped some dirt on his forehead? That'd be funny, right? I mean, I guess, Brian, but why? What do you get? Why? I don't get it. So the Sandman is actually real, and it only exists in Western and Northern European folklore. So not everybody has heard about this, but it had traveled down far enough to where I was exposed to it. And when I say real, I simply mean it exists within stories, books, movies, comic books, television, cartoons, all of it. The Sandman is a traditional character in many children's stories and books. In Scandinavian folklore, he is said to sprinkle sand or dust into the eyes of children at night to bring them sleep and dreams. And the grit or sleep, the stuff that you find in your eyes when you wake up in the morning, is supposedly the result of the Sandman's work the previous night.
The stuff that fucking they find in your eyes when you sleep in Seamus's trailer.
It's so crazy.
I imagine it's like spider eggs
So
and
that
cockroach
nasty,
shit.
gross stuff that you pick out of your eyes as soon as you wake up in the morning, that we all love so much, but it is real gross.
We all love it
That's
so
apparently
much.
from this guy, from our guy here. The Sandman does that for us. He does it.
I'm gonna age.
that's weird
I'm
as
gonna.
shit.
You ever watch like somebody get elected
somebody one
president
day
and like
woke up
2.5
and
years
was
in, you're
like,
like, really? They look completely
Sad,
different.
I have all this
That's
stuff
me,
in my
by the
eyes.
end of the
What is
day.
it? What was it from? That
Oh,
guy-
Seamus's knick-knack shelf.
That is the
What's on it?
sprinkled to you from the Sandman. You don't know
Old
the
beaten up
Sandman?
action figures.
He flies around us and drops things into our faces.
Oh, you'd
as
ask
we
about my
sleep.
knick-knack shelf
That is
back
where that
here?
is from, Jedediah.
I got all
Is
sorts
it
of dumb
good
stuff. If you'd like
Really?
a tour of the dumb
Really
things
doesn't
that are
do it.
behind me, let's see.
Because I feel like if it was useful,
Well,
like they're basically just trying to give us a reason that we sleep and have dreams.
where to start?
And this guy gets all the credit. What an asshole.
So Gilbert Gottfried did the
Now,
Carlson
he is,
cast,
kind of weird looking. He is
and
kinda
I'm a
trollish
weirdo. I really do like
in
a good
some
autograph.
aspects. He's all over the place in literature, like I said, comic books, music,
And,
television. There's so many references to this dude.
I tried to find a copy of his
Sandman.
book,
We all know the song
Rubber
from
Balls and
Metallica,
Liquor,
that crazy great rock band.
and I couldn't find it anywhere. And the only place I could get it from, I had to order
It
it
is what it is.
on fucking Amazon.
it is.
And the only place that had a copy of
So
it
like I said, I
was
wasn't sure if I was gonna find
the Johnson
information
County Library,
or
Shawnee
even the Boogeyman,
Mission,
really, because
Kansas.
Who would have guessed?
This
that
is the copy of it I got.
it's such tradition.
And Gilbert autographed it for me
It's such a
somewhere.
tradition. And it's been
Where
around
did he
for
sign
so
it?
long.
He wrote
And of
something
course,
smart
Before I
ass.
even did this episode, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, why? I really want to know. I
Withdrawn
need
from the
something to talk
Johnson
about
County
this episode.
Library, Rubber Balls and
And
Liquor.
as I was deciding what it was going to be,
I like this little book, so I keep it up here.
it just popped in my head.
The
I'm like,
Muppets
that is really
thing.
good. I want to tell that story of seeing that creepy guy or
It's,
whatever it was off in the distance.
It's little
at the
Statler and
house.
Waldorf.
And then I want to tell them
Little Waldorf fell down.
details
Oh,
about
little
the
fella
boogeyman
fell out of his chair.
and the
Who
Sandman,
cares?
Because
I'm a
even
creep.
if you can't relate to the Halloween story that I told in the beginning.
One of these days, don't be surprised if you just look at her
can
blowing
most
each other in
certainly
here.
relate to either
I don't
the
know.
Boogeyman or the Sandman.
But yeah, I love the Muppets. Fozzie Bear might have been
That's
the
not new. Those are
first
things
thing
you
that
love.
ever like exposed me
But nonetheless, it is the
to
creepiness that you come to
stand up.
the
Really, when you
Downtown
think about it as
Podcast
like a
for.
kid, unless you were
But
staying
never
up like
gets
watching the
nitty-gritty
Tonight
about
Show
weird shit.
and stuff like that when I was coming up,
No
like
matter what
Fozzie
it
Bear,
is.
I kind of thought that's what
And it's
comedy
gonna be
was.
done in exactly this fashion. Laid back.
Vinnie and Carl in
also
30 years will be Statler and Waldorf. If you think I'm going to make it 30 years, God
Spend a
bless you,
lot of
Bob.
time in the editing
God bless you.
and, the idea of what the
There are some dumb
conversation's
shit.
gonna
There's
be
more
about,
dumb shit on this knick-knack
as well
shelf.
as just the
I like
show
this
in
Adam
itself,
West
because
Batman
keep in
riding a
mind,
great
this
white
is
shark.
not
That
the
one's kind
only
of
show.
fun.
It's just one of many. So thank you for checking it out. If you
I got,
haven't already, that's amazing.
One of my favorite things is this
don't let the Sandman
picture that you
bite,
can't see
and,
because that thing is there.
the
But it's the
boogeyman
Dr. Seuss
isn't real.
fish. And Jaws coming to eat
night.
them all. My buddy's an artist, my friend Aaron Humby. I've talked to him about actually making a creep-off t-shirt. We're working on that right now. And, yeah, there's a rock figure over there. I got a rock. There's a wrestling figure. I really do feel like I've been hit by a bomb already, like
Hey
an
guys,
hour
if
and
you
20
enjoyed
minutes
the
into this. I'm just
podcast,
like,
which I know you did,
there's things
don't
on the
forget to
wall.
hit that subscribe button.
There's
You know
some
where it
dope
is. I don't know if it's a
autographs.
button. It might be like a
I'll
little
pop a camera off
heart or
later and
something.
I'll
Don't
show you
like,
guys some
do
stuff
what
if
you gotta
you
do to help support the show,
care.
wherever
I
you
got
listen.
some awesome
And if you feel like leaving a 5-star review, say
comedy
whatever you want.
autographs.
That's amazing
Got
too. It really helps the
some
show
fun
grow.
wrestling
It gets
autographs.
noticed by other people. Bigger audience.
I just
bigger
put dumb
draw,
stuff on the
that is
walls.
key.
It's my studio. I can do what I
Thank you
want.
so much for tuning in. I've been Patrick Michael. This has been Dead Town.
Holy shit, you might be onto something there. Beck W. Holy fuck, you might be onto something. Holy shit. This whole thing's just been going on and I'm like falling asleep, and it's because he's a fucking energy vampire. 12 hours of Hannah Gadsby.
Did you know Geico's now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies? That's
15% on top of what
We'll turn that down. Sorry about that.
So what are you waiting for? Your baby to let you sleep in?
Those are the ads.
Sleep in another half hour? Thanks, sweetheart. And you'll change your
It's blowing on my eardrum.
There's never been a better time to switch to Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th. Limitations apply. Visit geico.com for details.
You know,
Parenting can be hard. While having a new baby can be exciting and rewarding, feelings of sadness, stress, anxiety, or calm.
it does. The energy in here is Seamus levels.
Get help by calling 1-855-631.
Todd's having a good day on Anchor.
That's 1-855.
He's like, 14 listens.
0001. A message from the New York State Health Department.
Don't you hate it when the price advertised isn't the price you end up paying? Like with
Strangely Brown 2003. There is a good chance I have sustenance that I can make it another 4 hours. I'm going to be here till 8 p.m. And what's going to be really good is when the manager gets here and Mark gets here, my boss, because they're opening up as a restaurant tonight. And there will be some... there comes Seamus back. Here we
If
go.
you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free.
Seamus
It's
is
the
ad read.
easiest way to
Good.
make a podcast
Yeah, so
today.
they're going to be open tonight.
There's creation
And
tools that
I'm
allow
just
you
going to be in
record and
here,
edit your
back in the
podcast right
offices
from
in
your
my
phone or your
studio,
computer.
in my
And the convenience
suite,
of editing from your phone
blasting
is unmatched.
podcasts and talking to you
Anchor will
assholes.
also distribute
And
your
by calling you
podcast for
assholes, please no. That's a
You
term
can
of
be heard on
endearment. I love
Spotify,
you guys.
Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast
Well-
with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes.
No,
only
Casey,
10
it's
or 15
Podomatic.
listeners, You still make money.
Podomatic
Anchor
is the
everything you
easiest
need
way to make a podcast.
in one place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's Anchor.
You know, guys,
.fm.
I really appreciate you being here with me today.
.fm. Let's get started.
You can make money with no listenership. The term money is used subjectively
Today's
there.
episode of Dead Town, we will be looking
You can
at
make
the first
a tenth of a
ghost
cent
ever captured on
by
film,
talking for 25 minutes
as
about
well
the
as
boogeyman
ghost television shows.
and making a man lose
Are they
more
real
of his hair.
or are they fake? And if they're fake, how much is faked? We're also going to talk a little bit about Belle Gunnis, who is a serial killer. She killed many husbands, buried them on her farm. And we're also going to talk just a little bit about
I'm going to see if I can
Masonic
go
rituals.
fix
for
my
joining me.
Spotify
I
and
hope
get
you
rid of
enjoyed
the
the
ads.
episode.
I'm going to go into the other room.
Let's get started.
You guys can follow
Be
me.
sure to
Hang
invite
on.
some friends, because you won't want to listen alone. Welcome. We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town.
Word.
cults, urban legends, and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits. This is the Dead Town Podcast. Welcome. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Dead Town. As always, I am your host, Patrick Michael, and
Sorry, guys.
wow, we got a good episode for you today. I'm excited about this one. I'm really excited about this podcast overall. I have a lot of fun doing it. It seems that people are enjoying it. The people that are, those of you that have enjoyed it already, be sure to tell a friend. Share it on social media. Whatever you got to do, help bring more people into this crazy world that features Dead Town.
Send your friends.
Because in these times where we're stuck in sheer boredom because we're inside, it's almost like there's a crazy snowstorm, but there's a pandemic that's just making people crazy. We're stuck. Now, due to that, it's more of a reason to listen to podcasts and enjoy content. And I promise you, I'm bringing you content. Oh,
I can go to Stuttering John's house.
but nonetheless, as said at the top of the episode, we're going to be looking at some really
but at the
weird
moment,
stuff.
I'm just trying
I didn't
to make
think I was
sure
going to
that-
have trouble finding this information, but of course I did. Of course I did. But this is your favorite horror comedy podcast. We have a blasty blast.
Horror
talking
comedy?
about all things from urban legends, cults,
Horror
to
comedy?
ghost stories, and true
I'm
crimes.
offended by
everything.
that.
This encompasses
Fucking idiot.
everything weird
This
and
kid
obscure.
doesn't
And I thank
have
those
a
of you that have
fucking
already
clue.
taken an interest in the show.
How does he listen to comedians
without
so
you guys,
fucking much?
I'd
And
be
then
talking into a
read
void.
fucking Wikipedia people,
Which is still
and
fine.
then say
it's still fine, but it's less productive.
Just
I would
whatever.
feel
Start
I
free
don't know.
trial.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not paying for
this.
this
Isn't about
shit.
me. It kind of okay. Let's put it this way: the last couple things we talk about are certainly involving myself a little bit, but let's just start by saying this. It's not as though I have an interest in the paranormal so much as just afterlife, if that makes more sense. Because that's the general idea of a ghost, of a poltergeist. Those are dead people. Nobody's born a ghost. That'd be weird. So it has to make you wonder, all of these pictures, all of these films, all of these videos and clips and security camera footage, whatever, all of these crazy ways that people have claimed to have captured ghosts outside of the voices that you hear on like an EVP or what. I don't know if that does voices. I don't think it does. Sorry, guys. But the voice recorder thing that some people hear ghosts saying things. Fine. But even all of that, all of it together, you have to sit here and be a skeptic a little bit. Because every time somebody captures a ghost, they're saying old shit. They're wearing old shit. And it's weird. That right there in itself makes me a skeptic. Hey, man, has nobody with a
Hot take,
snapback
Seamus.
died? I feel like there's been quite a few bro deaths. Quite a few bro deaths. Okay? And yet we still see, an old man wearing a top hat and he's got a curly mustache. Yeah, he might be a hipster. He might be a hipster if he didn't look malnourished. If he didn't look gaunt and pale. Okay, that's my whole thing. If the idea of these ghosts and ghosts existing is a real thing and is the phenomenon that it has become, how come we're not seeing ghosts wearing mini skirts and jean jackets or tie-dye shirts? Because hippies have died. Certainly hippies have died. But nobody's capturing a photo of a ghost hippie, so you gotta wonder. And here I am, wondering.
I don't have to wonder, Seamus.
Because that's what we do on this show. Not only do we find things that we think are interesting to talk about, but we also find things that are going to pique our interest, my own interest, to dive deeper into it and give you guys an interesting show. Because truly that's what it's about.
I have to
I'm
fucking
entertaining
go
you,
through a
but I'm also
computer to do
learning
this shit.
myself. I don't
I'm
come in
making sure
here to
you
the show and be
weirdos
like,
don't see my
this
credit
is what
card.
I know and this is how it goes. I'm learning as you guys learn. Because I'm sure you want to know, what is the alleged first captured ghost? Who did it? When did it happen? Because you'd automatically assume it had to be as soon as, I don't know, cameras came into existence. But here's the deal. It wasn't all sweet. Okay? It wasn't all grade A value. And I can still tell you today, the photographs and videos that we see, not great value. Unless we're speaking of great value like the shitty Walmart brand, then yeah. Where it's almost the real thing, but it's not. That's what this was. This was great value. A lot of these photos, a lot of these videos are tampered with, or it has something to do with the technology. Is it all of them? No. Some of them have to be real ghosts. It just has to be. The odds are favored in the fact of it probably not being a ghost, but there's certainly got to be one or two that are slipping through.
Are you fucking
That's
with me?
why we have so many paranormal teams. Just go to Instagram right now and type in paranormal investigation or investigator, and I guarantee you're going to find a massive list of just groups of people that go out ghost hunting. Because
there's a lot of people who go out ghost hunting.
Now, what I call
Are there,
those people
Todd?
are people that are afraid of the afterlife, people that are scared to die. Because in a lot of ways, that's looking for an answer. If you can find literal information.
So it just stopped for a second because I just updated to a premium. Where'd my queue go? What the fuck? You piece of shit.
John Lennon, Selena. It's all very strange. But now we're going to Maryland with thick cypress swamps fringing black water.
I updated this and it...
Pocomoke?
How is that a fucking premium service, Spotify? I update my thing and I just lose my entire queue? Really? That's how fucking premium
Folks
works?
say that a teenage couple drove into the forest but ran out of gas.
Fucking assholes.
The boyfriend went to get help and the girlfriend
This
was
day's
woken in the
not going to
middle
go
of the
well.
night by
Started off so
scratching
nice.
sound on the car's roof. In the morning, she discovered her boyfriend hanging upside down from a tree and his fingernails trailing on the metal. In another tale,
Hi, Doug.
A couple in a car heard a radio report of an escaped murderer.
And let's
with a
talk
hook
about
in the
something.
right hand.
My name is spelled with an
The girl noticed
IE,
a strange sound
not a
outside the car,
Y.
and when she opened
If
the
you guys
door,
accept Carl with
the
the
hook
K,
was hanging from
accept
her hand.
Vinny with an IE for the
Locals also
fucking
talk about
love
fireballs
of
erupting from
Christ.
thickets and a six-fingered sea captain who killed his adulterous wife and bastard child in the forest. The baby's wails still echo through the trees. Now, for some reason, this particular thing reminds me of...
Oh, sorry, there we go.
I Know What You Did Last Summer.
This is where we properly...
Information of a ghost
This is where we
existence,
laid off. There was a
then
weird
for that
little
person,
fucking
they're
thing
gonna
there.
Be
Sorry.
able to believe more in the idea that
It's my fault.
when they die, they can still hang out. That's basically what it is, right? Because I've told stories on this podcast where my great-grandmother happened to show up during Christmas. It's like, bro, I wouldn't be going
Did
to
you
any
guys
family
know
functions if I was
that
a ghost.
Stuttering
Let's
John's
be honest.
podcast is like 2.5 hours
The
long.
things you could do as a ghost and you're choosing to come hang out on a fucking Christmas? Get out of here. Get out of here, dude. You're on like a crazy... You're on a different astral type of plane where you can fade in and out of walls and all this stuff. You can make yourself known and speak into microphones and use energy. If that's the case, why are you coming to Christmas?
9 hours long.
And why are you still wearing a nightgown? Come on, Grandma. Is there no shopping centers over there? Are ghosts not allowed to buy new clothes? Is that what it is? Ghosts only shop in a 1920s fucking Goodwill? Is that what's going on? Is everybody only buying clothes from a Salvation Army? What's happening? Because I've never once seen a photo or evidence of a ghost who looks like a friend of mine. I suppose maybe if your friend is like Woody from Toy Story, then maybe. I've seen cowboy-looking ghosts, but also
There we go.
cowboys are not a real thing. It's not a real thing that we
So,
see that often. We can. Be
I
honest
lie
with
and
that,
say
right?
I'm a
There is places
Vincenzo,
where
but I'm
cowboys
really a
exist.
Vincent.
Fine. But those guys aren't listening to a podcast. Can we agree? And don't try to tell me you're a cowboy just because you wear.
You nailed it,
cowboy
Zarn.
hat
Thank you.
Or cowboy boots. Because
Vienna
I feel like we can
Paulino,
all
that's
do
me.
That and call ourselves a cowboy. There's a difference.
Vinny with an IE
We're
is not a
talking
girl's
about cowboys.
name.
What I'm saying is just that vintage look, an old hat.
Doug,
a
you don't
hat
have
that
to be
nobody
nice,
even
Doug. You
wears
don't have to
today,
be
even
mean, Doug.
ironically.
You're here.
That's
so
the
you're
type,
Doug.
That's what we're
Hi, Doug.
seeing in these photos, in these ghost capturing things, right? The differences that I find is not only do you get sort of the same similar look in the photos, but when you capture their voice or them saying something, a lot of times the voice that's captured says something relevant to the time. And that's weird. That doesn't make any sense for them to look like, H.H. Holmes as a ghost in the ghost photo, but then when they speak, they're talking about, Ariana Grande's new album. Right? You get what I'm saying?
You're right. That
it's
wouldn't
always
make
that
sense.
Case. It's never the opposite. It's a rare occurrence where you hear them capture a ghost voice and they're saying, "Oh, Johnny from,
H.H. Holmes
3 or whatever the fuck
is
right? Just saying
the
something
creep.
that has to do with the past. A lot of times they're talking.
I recently
about
was
something that's
reading
right
something
then.
about that guy.
At least in my case and the things that I've seen. And that brings us because, like I said, I've told the story about my adventures trying to capture
Creepiest
ghosts
detective
within. My
we did Creepiest Cop.
fiance's
And when we did
father's
Creepiest
house.
Cop, I think
We
my
did it
cop
on
was a detective.
Halloween.
He was in charge
We
of the
stayed up
pedophile
past 3 o'clock
unit in New
morning
Orleans.
Looking,
and let's
filming,
just say he was
antagonizing
confiscating the
spirits,
evidence.
and nothing had happened. Even though everybody else that lived there for a period of time said for sure they've had encounters, they've heard things,
I did
it's
not
done
admit
things,
to that. sir.
Okay.
I did not agree to that.
Believe what you want to believe. I'm not here to change your perspective on it. We're simply here to have a perspective, to look into it and talk about it in a fun manner.
Okay, now we're talking.
Because
We're talking some creeps.
Unlike you guys who are listening to this show,
FBI, that's pretty good.
I am actually recording this at 1:15 in the morning. That's how I work, baby. That's what I do. All right? I'm up at the late hours. And I love them. I feel like my creative juices flow more late at night. It's a rare thing for me to sit down and do a podcast in the middle of the day. But at the end of the day, in the middle of the night, early morning, I'm good to go. And that's weird, but I've always found there has to be something to it. That's what I've always thought. I have not found any evidence, but I feel like everybody's that way. It's one or the other. You're either fully functioning during the day or you're fully functioning at night. And I think that really makes the difference in us as people. Thankfully, there's third shift jobs. Not always the greatest job, but a job nonetheless. It works towards
What
it works
the
for
fuck
your
do you know about
your
jobs?
body and your mind. And that's why doing a desk job such as this, where you ultimately sit at a microphone and talk about things that you like,
Asshole.
or find
What you're doing is not a job.
You will get caught up in rambling. And I'm fine with that.
Obviously.
We have fun with it, okay? That's how you know it's real, folks. That's how you know it's real. But
that's how you know it's real.
To get into some real detail here about the roots of spiritual capturing and the claims of such, because much like aliens, and I still have this belief, no matter what anybody
Being a
says,
stay-home
if you believe
mom
there's
is a
aliens, if you
full-time
believe there's
job.
not, it doesn't matter.
Sitting
I'm
at a
not trying
desk
to sway you
rambling
one way or
about
the other. I'm just giving my
nothing is not a job. Unless
and
you're
my opinion here on this is simply
in radio now.
Everything is so grainy, much like ghost photography
You're right.
or filming.
I didn't deserve.
Why
I didn't
does that
deserve
happen?
this. I brought in Colin
because
Winslow
you're
Jr., who was an
encountering a
absolute
spirit-
piece of
a
shit.
spiritual type
I
of
should have
realm?
won.
When that happens,
Why did we do rock,
you're
paper, scissors? I
mashing
should have just
timelines
said,
together or
let him
something,
cheat, Carl.
and the
Let him
the
cheat.
photography or film.
And by the way,
is-
here's a fun
is
update for you
bad.
guys. The poll's
Because
going
even with
back on the
today's
website
technology,
next week.
people aren't
So
capturing
after this
great quality
episode, poll will be
photos
back on the
of
website.
ghosts
No more Twitter.
or aliens. So, there you go. But I guess what I found here is that the roots of spiritual photography can be traced all the way back to the 19th century. So people had been capturing ghosts for a long time, capturing them for so long that us in this generation use that as a reference point to how many ghosts could exist, or the idea that ghosts do exist because of how long people have been capturing any kind of footage of them. So during, like, between the 1850s and 60s, many photographers were actually experimenting with new effects such as
That's a good point too. He is hiding in a closet.
Images and double exposure.
He's not at a desk.
But some unscrupulous photographers soon realized that these techniques could be exploited for profit. Now, there's a lot of big words there, but they're simply saying...
No, there aren't!
That, yeah, sometimes they might capture something that kind of looks like a ghost. And once you realize that people would pay to see that or to have it, you start doctoring it up. You start manufacturing your ghost. And let's think, with all of the random paranormal groups as well as shows that have became successful, you have to wonder how much is fake, how much isn't real. Because one of the more popular shows known as Ghost Adventures, there's a movie spawned off of that called Demon House or something like this, and it's based in Gary, Indiana. It's
I'm not driving there.
The host, Zach Baggins, lost his sight or something, his ability to smell. I don't know. He lost his hair gel. He wouldn't lose that. That would be absurd. His sunglasses, never. Why would I?
Good one, man.
I wish I could do it like a. You know what? When you think about Saturday Night Live and how they parody things, that's certainly some guys they should parody. Why isn't Pete Davidson dressing up like fucking Zach Baggins? They're both idiots.
Oh, leave my man Pete alone.
So, like I said, back way back, right? Before Uber, you know, when people had to walk places, they were making up ghost photos.
To answer your question about how bad Gary, Indiana is,
and that's sad.
If you go on YouTube, there's some really interesting videos. People talk about it,
that's
and they tell you not to stop
say,
at the stop
hey,
signs.
Man, everyone's buying these photos when it looks like there might be a smudge in the back.
It is on the wheel.
I don't know,
Thank God.
What if we just like add the demon and make it look a little more?
I'm worried it's going to make me dumber too.
Well, certainly.
Howdy, Leo.
And then they do it like a bunch of stooges. Stooges that are about to make some coin.
I just looked on my desk and I have like
because back then.
So my co-host for the Carlson cast,
how
Brian,
much was that coin? We don't know. It was a
is
code.
one of the country's leading experts on pocket knives.
That's how you determine the value, because you got that
he has a YouTube
coin
channel called Slicey Dicey.
in the hopes of melting it down into
He's a
something
weird
more
savant
valuable.
kind of a guy, but he gives me all sorts of knives, and I just look down and
Or
there's
to
a
spend
big
it on
one
something else,
just
right?
sitting on my desk.
That is weird.
And man,
There
I might need to
certainly
put
gotta
this
be
in
some
another
sort of a
room.
bit in there
I
where
might
you
need
say
to put this in
something
another
about
room soon.
The value of a
It
coin.
is. It absolutely is.
It wasn't a
how
penny, a
Carl
nickel, or a
functions at
dime.
all.
You know, it
after
was just
doing this to
silver,
himself is amazing.
Bronze, gold sometimes, I'm sure, and the value just ranged. Yeah, dude, there's something there. Weird. Because you don't get gold coins today, but people paid with gold coins back then. Because
they had different money
was eventually
back
I'm
then.
gonna turn this gold circle into a gold ring. This silver circle into a cup. I don't know. Do people drink out of silver cups?
I bet you anything Carl fucking whacks
Maybe
it listening
I'm
to
gonna
this.
turn this silver circle into a spoon. Not because it's gonna be a nickel someday. I don't know. Anyways,
Carl just grins
an
and
enterprising
jerks at
American
listening
amateur
to
photographer
Seamus's
called
voice.
William Mumler. Bad last name. Horrible at Mum.
Me, who
Mumler.
doesn't.
It is one letter away from Mumbler. And he probably was. William Mumbler. I take photos. He's thought to be the first person to actually capture a spirit in a photograph in the early 1860s. So way back when everyone was smoking weed, they had long hair, The Grateful Dead was killing it. Beatles were smashed. Wait, 1860s. Damn it.
Oh.
1860s when Einstein was going.
Shavis, another good one.
I don't know. I don't know what was happening in the 1860s, other than you're getting a gold circle, turning it into a chain for a guy in a music video. That's what it was. It wasn't the Sacagawea coin. Okay, that's not what it was. It was just a gold circle that somebody gave you for a sheep. It doesn't even. When I say sheep, it doesn't even sound like a singular, right? It sounds like it's more than one.
You know what I'm going to do right now?
For a sheep?
You folks are going to get the exclusive right now. You're right. I'm
Is that
fading.
the only animal that's like that?
I'm going to watch
moose?
a clip in here on my
goose?
computer.
Yeah, every
I'm going to
other
watch
animal
without
has a
any
singular,
context.
Right?
And then I will look at the
Besides
context
sheep.
after.
It sounds like more than one sheep.
I'm going to watch Banana Docs right now.
You have a flock of sheep.
I'm watching a video called
It's
Internet
not a flock of sheep.
Floodies.
So maybe a single sheep is like a shope? Well, Jedediah gave me a gold circle. He gave me a gold circle last week for one shope. It's quite a deal. I don't know what this accent is. I don't know. I went in between many things. It was unspecific, and that's how I like it. Back to William Mumler. This momentous image appeared to feature the apparition of his dead cousin. Ghostly visitation or not, it wasn't long before Mumler's knack of capturing dead people on film had become very popular. At the beginning, experts struggled to find anything fake about Mumler's spirit photographs, and so the amateur became a professional. Obviously making a lot of money, fueled by the relatives of those killed in the American Civil War, keen to make some kind of supernatural connection with their loved ones. So this guy's out there making and that's the crazy thing when somebody sees a ghost or they capture him on film and they can stake a claim to, oh, that's Kevin, right? Kevin, he's our cousin from the other side. He's a mumbler, not a mumler, distant relative, but it's him. Look, he's got the same cheeks. Like, they always find one stupid thing that a lot of people have the same of. He's got the tip of his nose exactly the same.
Okay.
Look at the way he arches the eyebrow. That's Kevin, bro. He's got fucking 2 arms. It's Kevin, 100%. We know a lot of guys with 2 arms. But certainly Kevin's arms were dead even. That's Kevin, and you can see it from the photo. Thank you.
Okay, no more Banana Docs.
It's just nice to know Kevin is around. We caught him on film.
You were looking at the first human being.
When Grandma comes over and makes the squash.
To be playing Seamus and watching Banana Docs at the same time.
That's really
who has lived
stupid
to tell the fucking tale.
But that's how far they'll go. There's
here's the tale. Both
Marvin,
awful.
Or Sandra had that hat. And look at this ghost. The ghost. Look at the shape of the hat. That's Sandra's hat.
What the fuck is that?
It's
like It's like one of those fucking animal emojis they have on the iPhone where you can fucking make an animal and make it move whatever, like an avatar kind of a deal.
William Mumler,
but mixed with he
found himself
footage of his lips and his eyes on a banana.
Zach Baggins is certainly one of the newer.
And they were doing
Mumlers.
jokes about mushrooms.
He figured out a way to make it
not even dad
again.
jokes. I don't know if I like the term
selling
dad
a TV
joke.
show.
But just
allegedly
shitty,
capturing
fucking
many ghosts on
ass
film.
jokes. Well, this guy's
voice recorder
doing a banana thing.
How much do we know for sure?
We could go back to this later, but
how real is it?
How is this guy? It's his face, Snapchat face filter, sure.
Real, you'd probably only need one TV show.
Wow.
You wouldn't need multiple because the evidence has to be minuscule.
I love Harlan Williams.
Legit,
he's quite a talent. And let me tell you something about him.
These type
hell
of
of
guys,
a sweet guy.
William
hell of a
Mumlers,
sweet guy.
These first guys, the ones to figure it out in the beginning, they're always interesting people because you have to wonder how they got to that point. What made you think that was a good idea and you would make money?
You're right. I have nothing to look forward to.
And it would ultimately be everlasting. It's weird. Because really nothing has changed. People will still
1,000
claim that
views
the evidence
if I was
that
a
they
banana.
find is more legit than the others. Right? But if you get enough people to say that it's real, what's the chances anybody's going to be able to believe or argue that it's fake?
Maddie Locks.
Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks. Maddie Locks
I want to see Maddie Locks. Email it to me, thecreepoffpod@gmail.com. Where's my Seamus?
So Mumler actually went
Oh,
through
he just had a
this whole
giant
process.
fucking dead spot in his fucking podcast. Good. For a hope for a second. Literally, folks, I was triggered by the silence.
Let's see.
I
So
heard the
Mumler-
silence and I was like, oh, thank God. Silence for a fucking second.
So Mumler
Harlan
actually
is
went through this
fantastic.
pretty
He was supposed to be
strenuous,
here. I
process
believe
of
like
creating these photos.
this month.
He may have
but
achieved this.
obviously, fucking, we
He
can't
may
do
have
comedy
achieved
shows.
this by
so
inserting a previously
no Harlan.
prepared
But we
positive
have
glass plate.
we had Harlan and
featuring
Tom
the image
Green
of the
coming together.
deceased
They're
into his camera
BFFs.
in front of an unused sensitive glass plate, which was then used to photograph his client. This double exposure technique not only captured the image of the client, but also the ghostly image from the prepared glass plate in front. It's much like we do with
Uncle
opacity.
Jerry, I
Or
respectfully
opacity, I don't know
disagree.
how it's said, but what I think it simply is just if you, the way you would make a ghost photo today with a more strenuous process in proper photography. Double exposure is not uncommon. It's still used in
People
photography
thought that all I
classes
had
today.
was
Now, in one of
look forward to
Mumler's
his
more
Matty
famous
Locks
efforts, the ghost of Abraham
and,
Lincoln
Banana
photobombs an
Docs.
image of his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln.
no.
Now that
I have the chat.
has to be iconic.
That's what I look forward to.
And you also have to wonder, like, at that point, you got to be like, okay,
Listen,
that's,
Uncle
I mean,
Jerry, did you know
doesn't
that
Abe
Anchor
have some
FM
other,
is the
like, shouldn't
easiest
he
way to
do
make
other
podcasts?
shit? Like I said, you just come, like, you're photobombing your wife. You don't have other things. I mean, there's not shit to do over there. It's weird. The list of his clients grew, but so did his critics. So thankfully, at this point, when this comes out, where he's like, yeah, fuck,
I'm
look,
not
Abe,
taking a
he's got
fucking
the
quiz.
weird
That
thing.
ain't
You know,
happening.
there he is. He's hanging. Like, I wonder what the conversation was when he's like,
Yes.
he's like, let me just photograph Mary Todd. There's like a couple photographs. I mean, is that cool, guys? I'm like, sure. He takes a few photographs with this in mind. And she's just like sitting there, and he's like, oh wow, look, that's crazy. He comes back 9 months later. He's like, look, photos developed. Here they are. And look at that. Crazy. Like, your husband is right there. There he is. So there's that. Because back then, how much did they even know about apparitions? Were they fighting ghosts daily? Did they know about ghosts? They had to a certain degree. And you gotta wonder, is like that's just how it works. As soon as people die, they're just like hanging out. He's still in bed. It's still warm. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. So thankfully, at this point, people are like, dude, no. Hey, man, no more.
Bye, Timmy. See you
Now,
in 8
one
hours.
of the particular
I'll still be here.
skeptics of Mumler's works was the Showman. You might have heard of. You might have heard of his, I don't know, famous circus things. I think there was just a movie. P.T. Barnum. And he actually claimed that the spirit photos were
No
merely
more.
preying upon families
This
and
is
individuals
not
clouded by
a
grief.
great way to spend a
And
beautiful
we
fall
know
Saturday
that
in
people
upstate
tend to
New
take
York.
advantage of other people
I could be
in
picking
those
apples
moments
with my
of grief.
beautiful wife. Not picking apples.
Spiritual healers, just people that do weird things. Like, I'm speaking. Do you have a friend who wore a red shirt? Oh, yes, I did. Well, he seems to be speaking to me from the other side.
Yeah, tomorrow no one's going to be
like,
able to
those
find
people
me.
exist, and they certainly take advantage because no thing. So P.T. Barnum, crazy showman guy.
I have a
He's
delivered
like,
newest
yeah, man,
whaler.
we know what you're doing. You're preying upon the grief of other people who are obviously
I have a
upset
nice
and
salad
will
to
take
look
anything
forward
to kind
to.
of heal the wound.
Someone sent me in a
So
turkey
the
avocado
following
sandwich.
allegations that Mumler had broken into houses to steal photos of deceased relatives. So that's the other thing too. Not only did he take pictures of Mary Todd, he had to steal a picture of Abraham Lincoln to
That
put
might
it
be what
in the
happens.
picture of Mary Todd. He can't just go online and print it off. He doesn't just have Abe Lincoln photos laying around. That's not a thing, especially back then. Some of the spirits featured in his photos were actually still very much alive. So that's just, it's weird. It's just such a stretch People go through such a stretch to make money. Or
Really?
make,
People
shiny
try hard
coins
to make money.
into
Not you.
other shiny things. Because what it is. I mean, when you think about it, honestly,
No,
you
I
have
do
to
not
say,
feel Vinnie right
who
now.
could dispute it? Back
Even though
then,
I technically
outside
did
of
win.
Seeing that photographs were stolen, because I mean, how many pictures did you have? You had 7 photos on the wall, and one's missing. Well, and then somehow that exact pose that person happened to be in is in my photo now. Well, that's weird. But like I said, who could
Thank you
dispute
for the
it?
email,
Who could sit
Casey.
there
I'm
and
going to
be
look
like,
at
nah,
Maddie
nah,
Locks
it's not real.
now.
I mean, P.T. Barnum can sit there all day and argue, it doesn't
Maddie,
look real.
Casey,
It's fake.
you're
You're
MVP
simply
today.
monetizing people's grief. But overall, you have to say,
Let's see what we got.
how do you know it's not real? How
So
do
this
you
is
know
my
for
first
sure?
time seeing this guy. I saw his
Mr.
lips as a
Circus
banana.
guy. Mr. What are they even called? Ringleaders? Is that what it is? Ringmaster? Ring warrior? I don't know. Who cares? Mumler was actually put on trial for fraud, and Barnum testified against him. You know, because that's what you need. You need a guy who leads a circus testifying against a guy who creates ghost pictures. Then it really is a circus. That's what it was. The courtroom turned into a circus. What is that called? Something court? I don't know. There is certainly a word for it, but I can't think of it. Who gives a shit? The most damning moment in the trial came when a deliberately bogus photograph was presented to demonstrate just how easy it was to make one.
He's a cowboy
It was
too?
Barnum's coup de grace, and featured himself with the ghost of Abraham Lincoln.
He's a cowboy too?
It appeared Mumler was ghost busted. Wow. And that's a bad joke. But also
enforce a lot of different rules that you guys aren't
necessary.
used to maybe on Twitch.
Because I like your
but
style.
I expect
Reach.
respect. Okay, that's the rule of this stream.
As the ownership of cameras actually has grown, there's certainly been way more claimed ghost pictures. So can we say that some of the old ones are more evident of an actual ghost, or some of the more new ones? Because I don't think any. They've been doing it since the
Thanks.
1860s. They've been faking ghost pictures.
I'm out. Dad,
And now everybody has a camera, and you're going to tell me, oh, those are real ghosts, though. Nah. Hey, man. Nah. How about nah?
I think I'd be safer directly under
Okay, so
fucking
in
power
English,
lines
this is interesting.
than
An
having
English
Maddox
priest
coming
and
at me from
medium,
one
William
side and Patrick Michael coming at me
Stanton
from the other.
Moses was one of the early investigators of spirit images.
That's fucking
As
awful.
Alan Murdy, like what?
What?
So the other guy's name is close to Mumbler.
I
This
don't know
guy's
if
name
I
is close
understand
to
the internet.
Murder. It's like what do you call somebody who kills a bunch
I
of
really,
people? I don't know.
I mean,
a
not for
Murdy?
nothing. I like to think that I
But
have
Alan Murdy
an
was
idea
actually
of what
chairman of the
entertainment
Ghost
is. I mean, I work, in whatever level
That
I
sounds
work
like
at
a
in
shitty
entertainment
preteen
and try to be entertaining.
book
Like when we do the
series.
creep off, we try to make an
Are you
entertaining
reading a
show.
new Ghost Club?
Today is like punishment,
know
but
I am.
we try to be entertaining.
Now, what's even crazier about this
But
Ghost Club
it seems to me that
is
live
it's believed to
streaming
be the oldest
is
paranormal
just
investigation and research
people
group in the world. So, a whole bunch
watching
of people that
anything,
are
like just
afraid
fucking
to
anything.
die, or just afraid of ghosts. Like, what do they think? They're going to be able to fight a ghost?
But
What's going to happen? Or the ghost is going to fight them?
But here's the thing, guys.
Like,
if
all
he
the way back
doesn't
then,
understand the
people were
entertainment,
seeing
why do I know
horrible
who he
movies.
is? What the fuck?
It's a joke.
Why do I know who Maddox is?
So, Mr. Moses states by 1875 he had examined over 600 alleged.
My buddy does a
spirit
podcast where he watches
photographs.
Chatterbait and
His
comments
view was
on
that
it.
there were probably no more than
Is
a
his name
dozen that
Carl?
might pass as something supernatural or paranormal.
So he lost his
And
mind
he
and
also
just
said
started
that there
doing.
are people
So he
out
built
there
an audience
who would
doing good
recognize a sheep
things,
and a
and then
broom
went crazy.
as
Is
their
that what people are
dearly
telling
departed.
me?
And that's a fact. People can say
Vintage
anything. I
Seamus.
mean, there's been many times where you've heard stories of somebody talking or spending time with
The
their
term vintage
dearly
Seamus is
departed
going to be used at a therapist's
their own
office
home.
one day. Carly's
It's a
just be like,
thing.
"That's vintage Seamus."
And whether that's just a manifestation of the grief, it could, whatever helps. Whatever helps you get through it, I suppose. But don't let it get too crazy.
Nah, I'm good.
You don't want to just be talking to these people.
I'm listening to every episode of Dead Town today.
Ed's with me. Like, who the fuck
and then
is
I
Ed?
never want to
There's
hear his
nobody
fucking
with you,
voice
Grandma.
again. I'm gonna have PTSD.
You know what I'm saying? You probably know who Grandma was, or who Ed was, as it doesn't matter. I don't want to get off track.
He was the first internet troll. That's what trolling people on the internet turns you into.
Initial
Good to know.
findings that I wanted to when it comes to the first ghost to be captured, or when they started capturing ghosts, because obviously they weren't filming them this far back, but they most certainly were photoshopping them before Photoshop. That shit should be called Mumler. Change the name of Photoshop to Mumler.
Nah,
because that's the
he's
guy.
not. Carl isn't going to a retirement home. Carl is going to go
He's
to
the
like
guy who was
an
really
assisted
doing
living
Photoshop
facility.
back
He's going to
then.
have his own little 1-bedroom apartment.
He'd probably be great at
with
it
like the
today.
kitchen and the living room in the same
He
room.
would probably be the
and he's
best
going to be
at it,
living
let's
in
be
there
honest.
and
Now,
just
we've already
grinning.
mentioned the
People are going to come in and bring him
Paranormal
meals.
Investigation TV show Ghost Adventures, which I will be honest, out of all the ghost investigating shows
this
or
case,
movies or
he
docs that I've
and
seen,
Dick Masterson
I feel
sued
like
each other. I kind of
when
know
that
that. I
first
know there
came
was a big
around,
blow up.
Ghost
I know
Adventures was
he tried to sue
convincing.
him for like an absurd amount of money.
At least to me, and I was younger then. I was a teenager, more susceptible to be confused, and I felt like before I ever saw Ghost Adventures, I was most
that's what
certainly
Carl's going to be
skeptical.
doing.
Then I see
He's
the
gonna
show.
keep.
I'm
They're gonna
like,
have
oh,
to keep
shit,
going in and
they're
repainting
capturing
his little
real stuff.
apartment for him
I'm
because
hearing
he's
it.
drawn.
I'm
Like you
also
said,
seeing
Giano,
it.
just scrawling random podcast memes on walls.
But how far back does it go? I want to dive deeper into that. I wanna
Carl,
talk
one of these
more
days,
about
is going to have all of
paranormal
Seamus's
television
stuff
and how
pressed
long
onto
it's been
vinyl,
happening.
and he's just
Because
gonna
there's been
sit there and
accounts in
listen to
print
it like
media
I'm
and
doing today.
photography all the way back to 1705, such as the article.
What was
or the pamphlet? A
Fill me
true
in. What
relation
was
of the
Maddox
apparition of
alleging
one
his
Miss
damages
Veal
were
by Daniel
caused
Defoe.
by? If he
One
said
of the
this guy
most
owes me $300
prominent
million,
examples.
there had to be a reason. What was
Now,
his
paranormal
rationale
television's
for that?
proper-
Someone please
can probably
explain.
be traced back to local TV news programs and shows in the UK and the USA. So Americans and English and British people are certainly more interested in this than probably anybody else.
Slander, libel,
And technology
defamation,
probably
and
plays a
stealing
big part in it
fans.
as
Okay.
well. Now, this goes all the way back to the 1960s.
It's interesting.
The UK and the USA
And he sued
have
for
been doing
$300
this
million?
ghost story since 1960s. And speaking of just saying ghost stories, it reminds me of that show that I used to sort of watch. It would just kind of come on, but I was so young that I was also like,
Fan
I shouldn't watch it. It's gonna freak
conversion.
me out probably. But it was called "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" I
That's
think it was
funny.
Nickelodeon, and that was one of the few shows that I remember being like, "Oh, okay, it's like a kids version of
Aw,
Ghost,
man.
right? Where you get that weird thing."
This
okay?
awesome
But more
package
importantly, the earliest
I had being
actual
delivered
TV
is
show
showing up
devoted
today
exclusively
to my
paranormal
house, and I can't be
activity,
home.
Paranormal investigating was known as One Step Beyond. And I could truly say, when it comes to a lot of these investigative television shows into ghosts or UFOs or whatever, they
So
always
you're
have
telling
really
me
corny
the
names.
world's first
And I'll
internet
say, One
troll
Step Beyond, pretty good.
got trolled and
Back
got
then,
butthurt and sued?
Probably fucking great. Now you get it. You know what it meant. One Step Beyond. Yeah. What was it? Aliens? Okay, sure. Feed it to me. It was this show was created by Merwin Gerard. So Merwin, what is that? Do you know a Merwin? I certainly don't. Now it ran on ABC. It was 25 minutes long. It was black
Later,
and
Leo.
white,
Come on
and
back
it
when you're
ran
done. When you get your
from
phone worked out, come on back.
1959,
So
January 20th, 1959 to
Carl's tried to
July
explain
4th,
this
1961.
thing to me, and I can never really pay attention to
So
Carl
not
talking
very
too
long, but
as we've
like I said,
established,
this
it's
was
the grinning.
This was the genesis.
Hey guys,
this was
guess
the
what?
beginning of it all.
9 hours.
So it's been
56
a topic
minutes
of
left.
interest for a very, very long time, and still currently is. Like I said, jump on Instagram, type in paranormal anything.
Oh, what a
and you
party
gonna
we're
find
having!
it.
This fucking
There's a lot
Maddie
of
Locks is ridiculous. I'm just looking at this still.
And then you will also certainly find skeptics.
I really don't
people
know
that
this
are
guy,
paranormal
but
investigators because they are.
it just seems to me so
and let's
fucking
be honest, every
stupid
time
and
I've
weird.
ever seen anything that has to do with a ghost, they're always moving a table or a chair or an item of some sort, right? That's the thing. And it's like, hey man, find something else to do.
I would love to.
If you're a ghost, they are skeptics. And let's be honest, every time I've ever seen anything that has to do with a ghost, they're always moving a table or a chair or an item of some sort, right? That's the thing. And it's like, hey man, find something else to do. If you're a ghost and all you're doing is moving a fucking small table, do something else. Hey man, also
If
do
you're a
something else,
podcaster and all you can do is sit in the closet and ramble,
it doesn't make any sense. It
do
feels like,
something
why
else.
are you
It
wasting your
doesn't
time?
make any sense.
Moving a small table. What is that? Oh, it's not real. That's what it is.
More
So
appreciating
after,
Seamus.
Let's see.
Later, Stinky. Have a great day
It was
at
actually
work.
followed 15 years later by In Search Of, which was actually hosted by Leonard Nimoy, and that ran for 6 years from 1976.
You know what I ought to do?
And,
I got
Rod
to see if I
Serling
could get.
was originally slated to host the series, but he died in 1975. Now, In Search Of
Tammy Pescatelli to give me Stuttering
explored
John's
many
self.
paranormal topics, including UFOs, cryptozoological creatures,
Thank you
lost
no more. I'll see you
civilizations,
then.
and other mysteries. Though the subject matter gradually
It's
lost
time for
popularity,
the super
show
chat.
gave way to future TV series and this of the same genre, and unsolved mysteries became a big deal, and so on and so forth. But let's be honest, when it comes to real paranormal investigation, the depths of it didn't really start until like 2004.
Bob, you're fucking killing
when
me.
the
My buddies
technology
are
was
having
really
a golf
prompted.
tournament this
It was
weekend.
out there, it was accessible
There's going to be
to
booze, all
your
sorts of good
average,
shit. And I'm sitting here listening to
ghostly
Seamus.
sleuth.
Thank you very
Is that a
much
thing?
for
Sure.
rubbing it in.
You're a paranormal sleuth. Who cares? I know it's a word that means like detective.
Hey, Zarn, I'll be glad to listen to that for my Maddox show. I told you I would listen to a Maddox show
More
today.
importantly, as
if you
I'm
send
saying,
me a link, I will add it into the playlist.
Genesis and where we are now with these shows, people are still
For my
invested
super
in them.
chat,
People
I
still
just want
enjoy them.
a couple of
Because I feel
Coors
like
Lights.
Everyone's just looking for that answer. Can you remain? Can I come back? Because there's
So
always
it's going to
that
be
joke
great.
of,
It's hopefully
oh, man, if
tonight,
you know, you're driving with
around
somebody
5
who's
or
driving
6
like
when
an
they
asshole,
open
and
up
you're like,
for
hey, man, if
dinner and
we fucking crash this
they
car
open up
and
the
I die,
kitchen
I'm
and all
gonna
that
haunt the
stuff.
shit out of your
There's
grandma,
probably going to be
right,
some
or
food and
whatever.
booze delivered to the
Like
studio.
you have the
but I
ability
got a
to
long
choose to
fucking go
haunt.
before I could sleep.
And
Long
it's
way
weird
to go.
because it seems like that's the case. If you believe in ghosts, you have to believe in that idea that
How many beers
you
would
have a
SJ
choice.
down in a 12-hour
Otherwise,
show?
there'd be way more ghosts, right?
How many?
If
His
everyone that
normal
dies is
show,
a
from what I
ghost,
found
why
out
aren't we
earlier,
capturing way more
when
fucking
I
ghosts?
went to go
How
add
come
some into
whenever
this
somebody captures a ghost,
queue,
it's one ghost?
I
and
heard
it's like
that
half
his
a
show's
body?
like 2.5 to 3
Right,
hours
it's not
long.
even a full specter. It's
How
just
many
like,
beers?
Oh, there's his. That's a right arm.
Do
you
you
can see
think
it's
he
his
does in
right
that
arm.
2.5, 3 hours now, Doug?
That shit's so annoying.
And
that's why we do stuff like this. We have podcasts
Later
like
tonight.
this. We get to enjoy and make fun of stuff like this.
I could probably get some beer delivered. You know
I mean,
what?
let's be clear. If the whole thing with ghosts was
I
real,
could ask my buddies at Three Heads if they'll
we were
deliver me some
capturing as
beer.
much evidence as we have, you can't
But
tell me that you wouldn't have
He does
captured,
30
I don't know,
13.
a guy that died of a drug overdose. Because those people die
13 to 14 to 15 on a
instantaneously.
normal night.
They almost don't
Holy
know they're dying.
shit.
It's a pleasure ride on the way to death.
On a normal night, he does
So you would
15,
automatically
12
have
hour
to
stream.
assume that they'd be stuck wherever they are, because if the idea
That's
is
like a case and a
they're
half
just
of beer,
repeating
easy,
a sequence that
in
they
a
remember
12-hour
doing while they
stream.
were alive, then certainly you would capture Johnny, who OD'd in a Cleveland hood, in a Cleveland basement. You would see his ghost, because he don't know he's dead.
Well, a normal night. Who knows how long a normal night
If that's
is?
the idea behind it, if that's the science or whatever you
Ah,
wanna
good
call
point.
it behind,
Good point, Lo.
paranormal
Good
shit.
point.
you gotta assume you're gonna run
They
into
do like to
Johnny.
downplay
You're
those
gonna
numbers.
see a Karen, a Brandy. You're gonna run into them.
That's a good point.
It's no different than the people that just die of a heart attack, because it's instantaneous and it's quick.
Like,
They're
if I
gone,
start
they don't know
drinking,
they're dead. They're repeating a
I'm gonna
sequence
fall
they remember
asleep.
while they were alive,
And I'm
that's
trying not
exactly
to
what
fall
somebody who
asleep
dies of a
because
drug
it's
overdose
10 in the
usually
morning,
will.
and I'm
chances
also
are they're
not
just
an
repeating a drug
alcoholic. So
overdose. So certainly you'd capture a photo of him on the couch.
If Carl
or in
wants
the
to bring beer
outside
over here
furniture
and
that's
make
on
this
the inside,
interesting,
because
and be a
that's
good
how
guy,
heroin addicts live.
he could do it. Somebody tweet
forget
at
what that furniture's called,
at
like
fucking
lawn
hot
furniture? I don't know, but
Carla
it's usually like
and tell him to bring me some
disgusting
of his White Claws.
outdoor reclining chair, but it's inside the.
Can we
apartment.
talk about that?
And that's
Carl's
the only
drinking
chair.
for a minute.
Let's be honest. You want to sit on the floor?
I go over there to do WATP.
It's just a blanket.
I bring my own coffee.
Because we're gonna do.
And here's
heroin,
why.
So.
Carl lives.
Didn't think.
And I'm not going to dox him. In a gorgeous house, beautiful house, beautiful house.
That'd actually be funnier, dude. That'd be more comedy.
And this basement of his.
Right?
He's
If you're
got a
gonna do
bar.
heroin, he's got
He's got the
mansion.
wood paneling.
There's a butler. He
The man
serves you
has
things.
everything. So he
Yeah,
also has a
dude.
mini fridge down there, full bar. And when you open the fridge, he has White Claws. Just a bunch of White Claws.
But that's never the case. That's never the case when someone's doing heroin.
I got like a ton of coffee in here.
Or even meth, really.
And I'm like,
You're
you
not
have this
going-
wood panel
you're not going
basement,
to
and you're
a-
sitting down here
a
fucking
great
drinking White
neighborhood
Claws.
for those things.
It's
That's
so
not what it is.
goddamn odd.
We know what the scene looks like. You don't even have to explain it. Hey, man, are you doing heroin? Well, I know where you are. I know where you are. I know where you. I know your surroundings.
Correct, Kevin.
There's probably 7 or 8 other people. Some of them look to be dead. Some of them sleeping, but mouth open and lots of drool. And then they wake up every few minutes. They don't say nothing, but they also, at that moment, look
If he
dead.
could have Zima, he would, Casey.
More like a zombie. But wouldn't it be, my point is, what I'm getting to is it's simply, how much better would it be to be a
Holy
ghost
shit, did
who
he just
has
say he's getting to
had
something?
a drug overdose in a mansion? Not happening.
It's tough
But it would be
to
better.
laugh, talk, while
You
drinking
died,
hobby IPA.
taking a grape off the fruit
It's not,
plate,
though. For him, maybe.
using a cloth napkin. Oh, why not? I would think this is a good bit too. I'm writing this shit down, guys.
Jesus Christ.
I love when it comes together on accident. So what's happening? Okay, this is what it is. Just you and your friends, you're like, oh man, never tried heroin before. And you get an invitation to a mansion to do heroin. Now, doesn't that sound better than just going to where we know you'd go, actually, to do heroin?
Gary, Indiana.
I would think, because in
So
a mansion...
did you guys just hear Seamus say, right? I'm going to write this down.
They're not even tying off with belts, okay?
If you, in your mind's
They're not
eye,
tying-
what do
they're-
you
they're
imagine
tying
he's
off with
writing it
silk
down
scarves.
on?
Individual
I can't imagine he has like a
silk
nice,
scarves.
clean notebook.
They might even have a live band in the
I
foyer.
think he's writing it on like
playing something real slow.
a Family Dollar circular.
They have small women coming in, dabbing your forehead as you get the sweats.
He writes it on his child. Let me see your
Dude,
back,
if I could
kid.
do heroin in a cloth
Hey, what are his
robe
kids' names? Do we know his kids'
in
names?
a mansion?
Not doxing them,
I'm
but do you know what
gonna
their
do it.
names are?
Who's turning it down? I'm at least gonna check it out, because I'm sure if there's one place they're not sharing needles, it's a mansion heroin party.
My boy
That's a
Wrigglemania
fact.
might be popping in.
That's a fact. Why? How could they? They probably got a paramedic on site, ready to go. Deborah, be sure not to take your average dose tonight, honey. We don't want you passing out in the kitchen sink again.
He does
Bound to get
voices.
your arms
You'd
stuck
think
in
they
the
were the real
garbage
people.
disposal. And let's be honest, if there's one place in this house you shouldn't go at all, and you don't go at all, it is the kitchen, my dear. I don't know. I don't even know what that was. I was just basically thinking of like a rich guy. And this is a thing for them. This is what they do. They do it all the time. It's almost like The Purge or something. Like a group of
Zero
very
the Euro
diverse
88.
individuals, but also very wealthy individuals all in one place.
Fucking
doing the
fantastic.
H, fucking cloth robes.
Holy
Everyone's got their
shit.
own fucking, initialed robe. It's, it's Versace or, somebody with an Italian name.
That
And
caught me
they're
just
wearing it,
right.
and it's
You caught me
nice.
just right, Zero.
But they're also doing heroin. So it's like the combination to me is what's funny, because you never hear of that. But I'm sure it happens. I mean, look at all the celebrities you lose.
Are those
Famous
fat
rock
jokes,
stars,
Jody Be
etc.
Lucky? Very
They're
original.
doing heroin in a mansion.
Good stuff.
For sure.
Open with it.
But you don't associate it with that. You don't. Because there's no glamour. to the H. All right,
Yeah,
so,
I've always wanted to
last
have my
couple
own
things I
hang
wanted to hit
show.
on here. I told you guys this has been a long
Wrigglemania is
episode
here,
already.
everybody.
I was going to
Hey,
talk about
Steve.
Bel Gunnis a little bit, as well as Masonic rituals. So of course,
buddy,
I
I am
mention
not
it.
holding up, not
Bel
even a
Gunnis
little
is somebody
bit.
that I only
This
found out
is,
about
quite
after I
frankly,
moved to this area.
torture.
Because
If you spend
she
a minute in
certainly
here listening
is
to this
a
fucking idiot babble.
figurehead of some sort
So
out
Steve
here.
doesn't know
It's
what
just
this
a-
is, everybody.
it's
Steve's
an
a really good
iconic
friend of mine.
story.
We're
I've
actually
heard
in
many other
production on
podcasts
a
talk
very
about her,
cool
but
web
I
show
live in the
that
area.
if you
I've
follow my
seen the
Twitter, you'll
farm,
probably see some
and
shit
Bel
about
Gunnis
in the
was
next
a
week or
serial
two.
killer. She was
We're
actually
excited to
born
drop it. But
not in
Steve
America.
is not really
she ends
familiar
up, for some
with the
reason,
creep
she's
off
Norwegian American
world.
serial killer. Honestly, that's
And
what
now
it is.
he's
and she moved from
learning
Norway
about-
to LaPorte, Indiana, of all places. It's
Yeah,
like,
I
hey,
do
you
have the
wanna go
jitters
from
because I drink so much
nothing
coffee.
To more,
I
nothing?
got here at
You did it.
like
You nailed it.
6:30
Good
this
job.
morning. I got here an hour and a half before
She
the live
apparently
thing started.
died
so
April
cut me
28th,
some slack.
1908 at the
But he
age
doesn't
of 48
understand who
in
Seamus is
LaPorte,
and
but
realize that this is a guy
tis
neglecting his kids in a
unverified.
trailer while
Okay?
talking
That
about whatever
means-
the fuck he's talking about.
If you look at her, she certainly looks like a ghost already.
Yeah,
And she's
you're about
alive
right.
in the photo. Okay, so imagine now she's dead.
how do
and
I
that's
enable
the
a
ghost
super
that haunts you,
chat?
Because that's what they all look
I want a
like.
super
And
chat.
They look like Bel Gunnis when she was
With you
alive.
losers.
She had at least 14 victims, you guys. And she's never been caught because we also don't even know if she's
Super
alive. It'd be weird to
chats.
have caught her and then she somehow, it's unverified that she died. That'd be a weird coincidence.
Right now, he's talking about
Let's
Bel
see here.
Gunnis,
Just some quick
the
stats
serial
here.
killer, and his children
Many of the people that she
are
killed
just
were
playing with
like
knives
these
in
guys
the
that found her on
stove.
back pages, basically. Like, oh, this woman wants you to come live at her house.
Oh,
at
yeah,
her
I'm not even
farm,
close
help her
for that
work.
then.
She's gonna pay you money.
I need
and you can
1,000
also bang her. And if
subscribers.
you see her, you're like, why would I sleep in the same bed with this goblin lady?
So
Okay,
what
she looks
really
like
does a
Shrek.
super chat give me? I
And
know
that's
it
a-
gives
that's a reference
Stuttering
people
John
have used
beer
many
money.
times. Well, let's be honest. She
Dabbler.
looks like a middle linebacker. And that's because she could lift way more weight than you would expect. Hundreds of pounds.
Money,
She's Norwegian,
gotcha.
you guys. A monstrous. She's a Goliath. She was probably, if she was alive today, she's entering the strongman competition. And doing well.
So, Steve,
Keg toss? I got it.
so far this morning has been a lot of fun. We have a lot
So
of great
many of these
fans in
people,
here.
like, she
They're
was
not
killing
all
these
sick
guys
and twisted people.
a
They are
lot
a
of
little bit
times
that they like
specifically
this
for their
show.
money,
But,
the reason that
my favorite thing so
things
far is
didn't turn out where
sent
they
me some
caught her
Panera. Casey
or
in Sydney,
she went to
Australia
trial
sent
or
me some
anything like
Panera.
this is because
I got a turkey
they didn't really
avocado
believe that she was
sandwich
doing it. She
for
was
later
a woman,
and a
single
salad.
woman
Ugh.
virtually, and they didn't think that women had the ability
Just
to
put money
not
in
only
Vinnie's
kill a man,
PayPal, everyone.
but dispose of a body.
I'm good with that.
Especially back then. You're supposed to be feeble. You're supposed to be in the kitchen. That's what they say. Back then.
Have Carl do
It's a character
try-on
piece, you
haul
guys. You're
videos.
welcome. Of course, I'm joking. there.
That should have been his
Um,
OnlyFans.
But this woman,
We should have had
certainly
people
showed
send him
that you
things to
can.
try on for
She
his
was Eileen
OnlyFans.
Warnos
That would have
before
been
Eileen Warnos
the fucking
and a better
best.
strategist.
And that would have been Carl being
She
a
didn't
good
have to be a
sport
hooker.
and putting some
Okay?
effort in.
The men came to Bel
the way
Gunnis.
I am today, putting in
Because
the
back
effort
then, if you had a farm, dude,
to pay
if
off
you had
the
a farm
consequence.
back then, you're fucking. It's basically you're saying, oh, we get to eat at will. Well,
Yeah,
I'll move in.
I
there.
would start a
Back
fund
then,
for
they didn't
John's
really,
rehab.
Okay, I guess maybe they did probably know about makeup.
Carl is
but
the
that was the
real
last
cheater.
thing you were worried about. Even though you're wearing a dress, you're not concerned about makeup. You're throwing a 200-pound man over your shoulder and burying him in the backyard. That's what you're doing, and it's fine. It's all good.
I love and
'Cause it doesn't
appreciate you
seem
too,
real.
Leo.
It happened so long
Steve,
ago.
enjoy the toilet
But if we can
installation.
truly be honest, you could probably go to this farm
It will
today
be more fun than
and
I am
find-
having. Because at the end of it,
If you were to dig, of course, you'd probably find
you
some
could
stuff.
say you
As
accomplished
unfortunate
something.
as
At
that
the
is.
end of this, I'm going to walk out of
They do
here
end up,
shaky, a
finding
shell of a man.
5 bodies on the first day as they're searching through.
Steve,
all
I can't
these
wait for
shallow graves
Ippolito
under
to
the
walk in
original hog
here
pen.
in like an hour or
others
two
were near the outhouse
and just be like,
or the lake.
find me,
and the police stopped
shivering.
counting.
It's just going,
Now,
what
with
happened?
these discoveries, the perceptions of Bel Gunnis, as reported in newspaper descriptions of a praiseworthy woman dying
Agreed.
in a fire that consumed her house,
Agreed, newest
in a
whaler.
desperate attempt to save her children, were reassessed. So she ends up trying to burn down her place.
Like Alex in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire.
So Jody, be lucky. Here's
So
the
where is
deal.
Where'd she go?
Carl,
Where
on
has
the
she
last
been?
episode of WATP, I did with him. We did a bonus episode
Despite
for
the
their Patreon
initial
the other night.
success with the
And I asked,
identification
what
of,
does he want me to
Andrew
watch?
Helliglane,
And he requested that I listen to
and
every
despite the
episode
fact
of
that
Dead
widening
Town.
news coverage of
So
the
I'm
mass
getting that
murders
out of the
invited
way, and there's going to be
inquiries from
variety
families
this
with men
afternoon.
had gone missing.
I'm going to listen to
Most
my
of the
very
remains
first
could not
Maddox
be identified.
podcast. And, of course, there's going to be some Stuttering
And
John.
I drove by this farm, you guys. I've seen it. I've smelled the air around it. And I can't
What's
imagine
your request, Saul Slenderman?
reselling it or purchasing it.
What's your
It's got to be
request?
haunting. Because the story is much deeper than what we dove into today. But I wanted to touch on it a little bit so you guys could know. You know, we're already almost an hour into this.
What are
thing,
you
and I wanted
losers?
to touch on Belgunnis because I want you to know how close it was to us. And there's also an area in my town where, in my city, I should say, where they have allegedly had
When
Masonic
he responds to,
rituals.
when he says his town or
They've
his city,
thrown things
he's
off
talking
of
about
a
his trailer
bridge
park.
in sacrifice. And I think
It
it's
has
called
its own
Devil's
government.
Pass or something like this. And as I mentioned earlier in the episode, Zach Baggins has visited the demon house and destroyed it out here near Gary. And that's
I don't even
relatively
know what my
close to where
fucking
I am as
PayPal
well.
is.
So certainly, we're
I'm
not
about to find out.
100% saying that. I mean, at this point of the episode, I'm not sitting here 100% saying ghosts don't exist. It's not possible. But what I am saying is I'm going to need to see more. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that we've touched on here, the arguments that we've tried to sway into you a little bit in the idea of, hey, if you believe that ghosts exist, then you also have to believe in X, Y, and Z. Those things are pretty interesting. I feel like we've had a lot of great bits in this episode. The sheep Shope thing, very funny.
Creep Off
And
Pod
I just had
Patreon.
blast this
When?
episode.
You know
I
when
really
we'll
have,
do it?
I felt like
When
I've been
we
on.
actually feel like
Felt
people
like
might
I've been
subscribe
on.
to
I feel
it.
like this is,
Because we get a
grade A
few
material for
thousand
everybody
subscriptions
And
or
it's been a
downloads
blast.
every week. I'm
This is,
actually really
fun stuff
happy
for me.
with how many people are listening to the Creep Off. We're relatively a new show. We're less than 30 episodes, but I feel like at some point we will do a Patreon when we're over 10,000 weekly.
Thank you for
We'll
listening
maybe
to
look
the
at a
Dead
Patreon,
Town Podcast.
but we're not quite there yet.
If you would like to continue to stay up to date with the show and everything that goes on with the show,
Dark Side
follow
Phils. Who's
Glitch
Dark Side Phils?
Fredberg on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. That's Glitch Fredberg. You can also donate to the show at patreon.com/podculture. I'll be putting up more material over there as well over time. And don't forget to subscribe, share, like, all that stuff. Thank you guys so much. It really means the world that you listen to the podcast. This has been Dead Town. Goodbye.
This legitimately is Dead Time. Got caught whacking it on cam before his stream. So that's really funny.
Hey guys,
So this
just
guy
wanna
does like a
take
video
second
game
to
stream
tell
and
you
he was
about my
like jerking
friends.
off
Anchor.
so he could like
If you haven't heard already,
he was
Anchor
Ben
is
Stiller going on a
absolutely
date and
free.
something about
It's the
Mary. Got to get
easiest way to
the
make a
nerves out.
podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will
Okay,
also
so what you're
distribute
asking
your
me,
podcast
Saul,
for you.
is to listen
You can be
to
heard on Spotify,
Hate Live
Apple
Podcast
Google
Episode
Podcasts,
40
Pocket
Part
Casts,
3,
Overcast,
the part
Podbean,
about the
everywhere that
emergency.
they find podcasts, it's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners, you still make money. Anchor is
Thanks,
everything
Full
you
Swing.
need to make a podcast in
The
one
love
place.
is returned.
So
Love you
simply
back.
go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get
So
started.
listen,
That's
Saul, do this for me,
anchor.fm.
pal. Just make my life a little bit easier because I'm running
Let's get started.
a computer in one room, I'm running a computer in here, and I'm trying to
Today's
do all this.
episode
So
of
could
Dead
you just
Town,
send me
we're
the
gonna tell a
link
story
and
where
a
a cemetery
timestamp,
haunting
and I will definitely check it
place.
out. I have plenty of time
And
to
we're gonna
check it
dive
out.
a
I will
little
do that
deeper
today
into
at some
cemetery
point, but just
hauntings.
send me an email
How
with the
haunted
link
are they?
and the
And how many
timestamp,
people have
thecreepoffpod
actually experienced
@gmail.com.
hauntings after visiting a cemetery. Thank you for tuning in, and don't forget, guys, please stay safe out there. If you are out in the world, wash your hands, do the things necessary to keep this thing from spreading.
So this dude jerked it
And once
on
again, I
cam.
welcome you to another
Let's get
episode
back to that.
of Dead Town.
What's his name? Because I have to do. Because creepiest streamer might be on the poll for this week.
We are all from places.
Oh
with
God,
secrets everywhere.
Casey,
This is
Casey,
Dead Town.
Casey. That's very funny. And if I end up using this guy as my creep, if we do creepiest streamer, I will watch that video. But I don't think I'm gonna turn on this video to watch some fucking video game nerd whack it. I'm cool.
Conspiracies,
Even though it's funny,
cults,
I'm good.
Urban legends and ghost stories.
I'm good.
With Dead Town, nothing is off limits. This
Aw,
is
Zarn, I love you. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy some White Claw.
Welcome. Greetings, listeners, and welcome back to Dead Town. I am Patrick Michael, and this is another new episode we're giving to you guys, and I feel weird right now. I feel weird at the idea that I decided to create this podcast a little before this pandemic took
You guys are the
place.
nicest. Thank you.
And the irony,
There's
of
gonna be
course, is
some
the
White
fact that
Claws
name
at the end of this
podcast is
tonight.
Dead Town. And I do hope that that doesn't take place. I hope
Wait,
there's no
somebody
full
had to.
Dead
I'm just
towns,
kidding. I'm just kidding.
From this whole situation.
So people were very
but
kind. They just sent me a couple bucks.
regardless, I have
We're
no
gonna get
ill
some
intent.
beers at the end of this. I'm gonna
Simply,
walk out to the beautiful bar
we're
here
gonna
at
talk
Comedy
about
at the
weird
Carlson
stuff.
at 8 p.m.
Dead Town is
And
a
I'm gonna
place for
say I'm
all
gonna need some
things
tequila
strange.
and I'm gonna need some
And
ice.
for all those that are strange.
Because that's
So,
how this shit's gonna
if you're
go.
into
What's
those
up,
things,
Kev Bot?
You're here. You found
Glad
the
you can make it,
podcast,
pal.
Because honestly, I don't know how you would have.
Okay, I'll watch the DSP whacking video.
Or decipher in
All
my
right,
mind
if it doesn't
how
show
somebody
this guy
finds a new
fucking
podcast.
actually, I don't want to see this dude's
Because I don't know
dick.
how
Is
you do
basically
it.
my thing.
But somehow you did. Because you're here. You're here, and not just you, but several of you. There's a bunch of you guys out there listening to this show. And
Hold on, I
it's
gotta find the
phenomenal.
email.
I'm very happy that
Sorry,
the
guys.
show is
Okay.
successful to the degree that I expected it to.
Okay,
We're
Saul,
still
I got
working on
your
getting it
email.
to the next level, but hey, you know what? No pressure. Because in these times, people just
Okay,
want content, and if
we'll
they
get
wanna
to
go
it.
find it.
We'll get to it
I'm
today.
bringing it.
When I move into the other
Go
room,
get it.
I'm gonna do some stuff
But
where
truth be
we,
told,
you know
I
what?
really wanted to make this episode
We'll watch
because I forgot about
Banana
this
Maddox
story,
together.
okay?
I'll pop
Forgot
that
about this
stuff
story.
on the
My
screen
first
so we can
episode
see
of
it
this
together. I'll
podcast,
do
I
it in a little
talked
bit.
about the experience.
Why
the
is there a
experiences I have
Chatterbait
had with
podcast
ghosts
clip
or
sent to me?
paranormal activity,
Okay.
Whether it's
DSP
face-to-face
jerking
or just
off.
a noise that you hear in the
Thank you,
distance when
Casey.
there's no way that noise could have been created without some sort of specter, right? And the whole first episode that I did, I specifically was talking about why it's just such a weird. Ghosts are so weird, and evidence of ghosts is even weirder. Now, I don't 100% sit here and say, "Oh, I don't believe there could be ghosts," or
He looks like the
ghosts
dude from
exist or people
Clerks.
still haunt this earth. I'm not saying that I don't.
Oh, what's
believe.
his fucking
That's
name?
not what I'm saying.
I got the
say
DSP action
I'm
figure
skeptic,
right here.
Okay, because I've yet to see enough evidence that hasn't been proven flawed.
Just wanking it.
In my lifetime, I've sat through many documentaries.
Dante. It's
haunting
fucking
television
Dante
shows,
from Clerks jerking
investigative television
off.
shows, and I've yet to see something that I'm like,
Holy
hell yeah,
shit.
that's a ghost. There we go. Here we are. Now I believe. And due to that, it reminded me of the fact
Very
that
anticlimactic, but
I
still fucking sick.
have had a more distinct experience with the paranormal.
He doesn't look like Kevin Smith. He's Dante.
And it
He looks like
wasn't
the
to
fucking
my
guy who was.
doing.
I wasn't even supposed to beat it
But
today.
I also don't-
Yes,
I'm not
Solik.
gonna sit here and
Yes.
say that that's 100% validation to the fact of ghosts existing. But when you think about creepy shit, when you think about where ghosts would be,
Wow. Thank
most
you
of
for
us would
that,
probably
Phil.
assume
That
a
was very
cemetery.
funny. I laughed.
because the concept of a
I
ghost
absolutely
is simply a dead
laughed.
person, and yet none of us will see a ghost that looks like a bro. That's not a
Holy
thing.
shit.
Nobody's ever caught
That.
a dude with Jordans on
Why do people have cameras everywhere?
in a ghostly fashion, in a ghostly picture.
My wife
You've
said
never
to me
seen that. They
yesterday
always
when I
look
told
like
her that I was going to be in
H.H.
here for
Holmes or
12
some shit,
hours.
right? They always look vintage.
She said, Why don't you just do it from
They
home?
look like antiques.
And I was like, because I don't have a setup to do this stuff from home.
So a cemetery being the
Why would
place
I
where
want
you would
that?
think there'd be a lot more paranormal activity than anywhere else.
Why do I need a camera on me all the time?
It's just your presumption that makes you scared of it. Your mind will play the tricks on you. But the story I'm going to reveal to you guys
Wow.
here
That's how we made money for a
is
decade.
something that's hard
Amazing.
to
Amazing.
Okay?
Vinny looks like a more gay
No matter
Tim
what
Dillon.
you think, you have to
So,
experience it yourself.
I'm
to
going to
fully
Google
be pushed
Tim-
more towards I'm
gay
a
Tim
believer
Dillon
type of thing. Okay,
and
that's
see
what
who that
happened.
is.
I'm not a full believer. I sit here in the middle. It's 4:00 in the morning. Right now,
Oh,
and I'm not sitting here worrying about.
yeah.
Ooh, some ghost is gonna push my door open or move a table leg. I'm not worried about that because it doesn't make sense.
Okay. I'm more gay Tim Dillon today.
And there's nothing
Great.
that's
Is it because I wore my shirt with my little
made
stars
me feel
on it?
otherwise. But if I'm in a cemetery, at
Casey,
4
I'm
o'clock
loving
in the
this
morning,
coffee. Thank you.
How you think I'm gonna feel? It's gonna be different. I'm gonna feel a specific way. It's going to affect
Hold
me.
on here.
But is that because ghosts exist, or is that because
Hey,
my mind is
to you
playing the
folks who
trick on me,
just sent me
saying,
cash, God
"This is
bless
the
you
most
both. You're the
active
sweetest.
place because it has to be.
It's not
scientifically,
necessary, but
that's where
thank
the dead
you.
people are,
There's going to be
that's
some
where the
drinks
ghosts
later.
should be.
You're very kind. I'm going to definitely Stuttering John this and go to the bar after.
Someone very
But I
close to
drink
me
the
actually lives
high-end
right across
stuff.
the street from a cemetery. And I'm telling you right now,
We're going top
I
shelf.
wouldn't do that. If you got a choice,
And there's no roaches
why
in
would
here.
that be one of them?
Did you guys,
got a
anybody
choice to live
listen to
anywhere
the
else, why
WATP
choose by a
bonus episode
cemetery?
that we did? Because
At
there,
that point, you're asking to be haunted.
there's this episode,
let's be honest,
one of Seamus's shows
there's
where he's
people that
fighting a bug.
exist
And it's
solely
fucking hysterical.
to
And then
be
he
haunted.
has a Zoom recorder. And I realized
go
that the
out of
kid
their
is like
way
really, in this episode,
to
morphed
create
into
paranormal
a fucking
activity
cross between Opie and Stuttering
possible
John.
possession,
He's just
if you
battling
believe in that
bugs
sort
with a
of
Zoom
thing.
recorder. It was a good one. It really was a
This
good one. So
particular
if you
story,
like, if
this
you do
particular
subscribe to the
event
WATP
was something that I didn't
Patreon,
want to
listen to that one and
experience.
tell him Vinny sent you.
And because of being a skeptic,
It was fucking funny. I had a
and
good
at
time.
that point,
I
having
love
no
Crozier. Did you
prior
guys like Crozier on this
activity or
show?
involvement with
Did you
the
like him on the
ghost
Creep
at all,
Off? I'd love to hear your opinions
I
on
was under
that,
the
on having a
assumption
third
that
person in.
Nothing was going to happen.
Because that was fun, just to, break it up a little bit.
Just like most young people, you can't believe in it.
Stuttering John, top
because it's
shelf.
hard to
Let me
even
get a
believe in the
Milwaukee's
concept of
best.
death, let alone the idea of I could.
No, you're
come
all good,
back
Jody.
and hang out.
Listen, you guys,
No,
we're all good. Say whatever the
because
fuck you want.
You're
It
here
doesn't
now.
bother me. I don't care.
If you've seen a smartphone,
I don't care.
and used one at any point, there's a good chance you'll never be a ghost. Why?
And
I
get
don't
Andy.
know.
Nah, I don't know about that.
But as I said in the beginning, we've yet. to
I've known
see
Croge a while. I
ghost
haven't really.
captured on film
I don't know Andy. Like
or,
Croge, I've known because of the
picture-wise,
isotopes,
right?
and I met him
Just
over the
photograph
years, and we've kind of like had a drink or
looks
two
like a
together.
dude, just a
Him and
guy,
Carl are
one of your
tight.
friends.
I don't know Andy so well,
I've
but
never seen evidence
if
of
Carl
that
wants
thing.
it,
I've never seen anybody
sure.
who's had a picture of a guy who's from the 90s. Never. Is it impossible? No. But if it had happened,
And you know
at
the
some
weird thing
point,
about
I could sit
Croge?
here and be
The
like,
first
yeah,
time I heard him on
there is
Carl's
the opportunity,
podcast,
I guess, when you die
I
to come
immediately
back
knew
as a
who he
ghost to
was
haunt.
because I
People like to
turned
make
it
that
on
joke,
and I heard the voice. I was like,
right?
yep, that's him.
You'd
You
be
cannot miss that dude in public.
a car with somebody, and they're driving reckless.
Ho!
And you're like, dude, if you kill us in this,
What's
if you
wrong with
kill us in
Kevin?
this car, I'm gonna haunt the shit out of you.
Kevin is.
Like, I mean, if it was an option,
Kevin is how I know Carl,
everybody would
actually,
probably
believe
be
it or not.
haunted.
I met Carl the very
think your
first
grandma
time we
doesn't wanna
met
come say hello?
was at a comedy show
If she
that
had
I
the
was on.
option
I
to
was the
do so?
MC.
I mean,
And Carl and
I would feel
his
like
band
most
at the
people
time,
would,
the
but at the same time,
Blastoffs,
I've mentioned
had
this
just recorded
also.
a
There's
punk
good
album.
chance, and it's a little weird.
Creepiest
but I think
Trucker,
it's-
holy shit,
it's
going on the
even
list.
weirder
So
that
they had
when a
recorded an
ghost
album,
does appear or
and
show up or do
Kevin
things, it's
was
always
doing a
just the
guest
most
spot on the show,
benign
so
shit.
they all came out to
It's
see
never
Kevin,
even that
and
exquisitely
Kevin was my
like,
buddy, but they were all in the front. And let me tell you, when I say,
It's more like, well, that's fucking lame.
Carl doesn't
Knocked
behave
over a
himself at a
salt
comedy
shaker,
show.
you dickhead.
This table of like this, these
like
fucking
you're wasting
try
time.
hard
Do
punk hard
something
band,
better.
punk band, in the
Do something
front
better.
were
Like,
trying to
when
fuck
my-
with me,
when my
and I was just like,
cousin
"Oh, you
tried to
guys are in
tell
a
me that my
punk band,"
grandma
and
was
I
coming
just
to
started
Christmas.
mocking them.
Why would
And
you
then
do
we all
that?
became friends
You
after because
experienced
they were
enough
ripe for
Christmas with us
parody.
while you were here.
But yeah, they really sucked and were
And
trying to ruin
also,
my show.
You didn't bring no gifts.
Creepiest makeup
Well,
artist.
anyways, let's get into this story.
It's Anderson
So what had
Cooper's mom,
happened
right?
Was a friend of mine,
Creepiest
one of my
makeup
closest
artist.
friends. I've known him forever since we were in elementary school, kindergarten, really for me. We decided to do late night drives as kids. We were young, 17, 18, 19, you know, driving around the middle of the night because that's what you do when you get your own wheels. You just fuck around.
Kevin, I did
But the
so many
odd thing
shows with
was,
Kevin, with
a
him
friend of
just
mine who I've known
riding in
forever,
cars with Kevin.
he
He
never
is
actually had his own
a joy to be
license.
around, and his
Never.
Don Pardo imitation
Because he had
might
gotten in
be.
trouble for driving before he was of
He fucking
legal
kills
age.
me. I love Kevin, and he is super nice.
Got in
He's
trouble
legitimately
again when he was finally
a
of
sweetheart of a
age
human being.
because he just kept
which
driving.
how he got into comedy, how he
always
became
driving
friends with
somebody's
fucking
car.
Carl and I.
Never his own,
I don't understand.
but he was driving a car nonetheless. And somehow he became friends with this girl that he worked with,
Hold on,
and she had a nicer
Jody B,
car. I think it was like an
you've
04
got
Honda Civic or
an hour of beating on
Yeah, I think it was
Carl's
a
music
Civic.
while I
A
while I
red
watch her
Civic,
today. Fuck yeah, send it on
And
over.
my buddy would
The
drive.
creepoffpod at Gmail.
And I hate being in a car where I'm not the driver. I hate being out of control as to what's happening. Like, I'll get in a car if I know exactly where we're going. We're going from point A to point B. But if I get in a car and we're just doing whatever, I'm liable
Who's
to just find
GE?
myself very
Oh,
heated
Seamus's music.
because I just want to go home. Not only go home, but I want to be in control as
Or
to
Carl's
when we
music.
do go home. What does that say about me? I don't know. But what I do know is every time that I've been in a car with somebody and
Are you mocking? You're mocking.
I
Is this
wasn't in
the
charge,
the
we ended
show
up
from the
doing
other night
stupid
that you
shit.
guys did? Are we talking about where you did
And for way too
shitty
long.
song of the week?
Or not
Is that
long
what we're
enough.
talking about, Jody? Because I would never play the
So, I
shitty
was
song of the
obviously
week
a little
podcast in my consequence of having to listen to the worst
when
stuff.
it came to the idea of getting in this car and driving around with them all night.
So,
But
I
I
forgot
did.
to check. People asked me
And there was
earlier.
only a
This is
few
important.
times that this took place.
Am
There's
I
only a couple
blocked by
times that I did
Seamus?
this. And one of those times, I only went
And his email was at
he
Glitch
made it a
Fredberg.
point
Fucking idiot.
that we were going to run into some sort of a ghost. Something was going to happen that night. It was kind of an experiment, if you will,
Guys,
because he had heard stories about the
I just
cemetery
sent him
when
a
we
follow
grew up
request.
that
We'll see if he
you
lets
park
me
next to this
join
very large headstone
his 50 followers.
on a flat plane.
I don't think I am blocked by
what I'm saying is it
Stuttering
was
John.
not on an
I was
incline
actually
at
was
all.
friends with Stuttering John on
But if you
Facebook
parked
because
your
I
car
through comedy
right in
stuff.
front of that memorial,
I don't think we are anymore though.
put your car in neutral, you would be pushed out of the way of that headstone.
That was for a shitty
And I
song
don't
of the week,
mean,
right,
like,
Jody?
Push down the hill away or what, right? Like there's some sort of an incline, like you could just roll that direction. You can't. It's so
Newest
flat
whaler.
that you're lucky if you move at all.
I've
We've all
actually
been there.
tried
We've sat in
really
at a
hard to
red
get
light,
John
put
on
our
the
car in
creep off.
neutral, and it
I will
never
say
moved.
this here because I don't think Carl's listening, but I was
So,
trying to get
We
Tammy
decided to try it.
to get
We
John
decide,
to come on the
let's go out
creep
to the
off
cemetery, middle of
and
the
do an
night,
episode just with me
park the car in front of the thing, in front of the memorial,
about a certain
and
person
see
that
what
we all
happens.
know. And
Now, like
I don't
said,
think
I'm a
he's
skeptic.
game, but
I didn't believe that
I'm
this
going to
was
keep
gonna work,
trying,
but
and
apparently
maybe
they
one of
have
these
done it
days you'll all be
already.
very surprised.
They had information. They had results already. So I was like, okay.
But I can't play the shitty song
You're
of the
gonna
week
try and convince
podcast
me.
on here because
You're my
it's a good
friend.
show, right?
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah,
So we did.
Newest whaler.
We drove
That
out
is
to
my
Amish
white whale.
country,
I want to make it
where the
happen,
cemetery
and I
was,
think that I could sell him
near
on
my
the
elementary
idea
school.
of bashing
into the
certain
cemetery. Now, the crazy
person
thing about this
and just say,
cemetery
"Come on in and
is
bash
it
him on
was
his own
off
show." It'd be
of the
fucking
railroad
hysterical.
tracks. So like, as
Fucking,
soon as
I'll
you
send
came
him a
over
Coors
this
Light
set of
truck if he
railroad
wants to
tracks,
do it.
You would take a left and go down this hill into the cemetery, and it was massive.
I'll tell you what
you
we should
can't
do.
see it from the road.
We should start a fund
You
today.
go underneath this arch
I'll bribe him.
into the
We'll all
cemetery,
put money and we'll bribe
which
him.
is not visible at all from the road.
John, we will pay you X amount of dollars if you
And
make an appearance.
The memorial is it's like right inside as soon as you get in there. As soon as you get in, it's on the main road. As soon as you get in,
I had 3 of his
he
shirts.
even
I
made
think
it
my
a
wife
point
may have
to
thrown
show
them
us
out.
that
But no, I did not.
he
Him
wasn't
and I
holding the
actually did
brake.
not converse because she gave me the contact
car was in
info,
neutral,
and
it wasn't moving.
I sent it to him.
did this
I sent all the
before-
info to him, and he just didn't respond to
Pulling
me.
in front of the memorial.
So I think
okay?
he saw what I was talking
So
about. I
we're
was just like, I
sitting-
don't want to be involved.
Realizing that this is a highly possible
Ooh,
thing.
that
to
is a
take
good
place.
idea. We should
In
do a
my
fake
mind, I'm
video
thinking, well,
of me beating up Carl.
How long does it
Real
take?
one would work too.
How
Send selfies with
at
you wearing
work
a shirt.
are these
All good
ghosts?
ideas. All
And
solid
also,
ideas.
how many of these ghosts does it take to push a car? Because as I've already said, when most of us have seen evidence of paranormal activity, it's never anything extreme. It's certainly not moving a 2,000-pound vehicle. So I'm thinking it's going to be a while. And we're sitting in the car. Just waiting, being quiet, not moving. And then we start to move. And we start to move slowly.
Rectum at COVID
like
Tits on Twitter.
you're
That's a
rolling
wonderful screen
slow.
cap. Thank you for that.
It was the same consistency. And
I'm
here's
so
where it
sorry
gets
to hear
tricky,
that newest
because you would
whaler.
sit here and argue,
Carl
yeah,
was never
yeah, you're
fat.
probably
He's
on a
just
small
creepy.
incline. Car started to move. Fine.
And you could be
But if
right.
you were on
Here's why the
any
creep
sort of
off
an
camera
incline,
exists.
you would
because of the
proceed
way that the studio
roll.
is built here. It's 2 separate rooms.
Even after you got past
I
the,
have.
the
I'll show you
memorial
right here
stone,
on the screen.
you would continue
This
to roll.
is right next
That
to my
didn't happen.
desk, and then this is the control room, which
We
is the second
literally got
room,
pushed
where
until we were out
everything
of the
was.
way of
Carl
that
needed
stone,
space to work, so I
and
gave
then
him my
we
desk, and I
stopped.
move out into the control room and run everything. But there's a wall
don't mean
between
you hit
us,
the brake.
so there's a
I
big
mean,
monitor
fucking
here where
stop.
he sees me, and then I
Just-
see him on the screens in there. So we
That's it.
basically talk
And
through
when
a
you
wall
looked
when we
outside,
do it.
we
So
were-
we were
we were
filming the
just
show
past the
anyway.
memorial.
There was always cameras since episode 1,
And we weren't
and
continuing
Carl
to
wanted
work.
to try doing the
It's
YouTube
almost as
thing.
if the
So
ghosts were saying, excuse me,
he cucked me. I did it.
I don't care if you block any of these other stones in the cemetery, but not this one. Now, most
He
of you
doesn't
that are
body sit the
listening
sloth.
are probably thinking, well, that would have convinced me. That would have swayed me. But that's not where it ends, you guys.
Oh, this fucking day.
That was just one night. So we decided to go back again the following week. But this time, someone had told us to put flour on the trunk of the car. Because
Creepiest
you could
radio
allegedly
host.
see handprints on the back of the car where it was being pushed.
I actually, for the
Now,
first
if that's
time
not more
ever,
clear evidence than
sent
anything
Carl.
else, I don't know what is. But here's the thing. We go through the same routine.
I do too,
We're
Doug.
already all kind of believing more in this. So we're thinking we're about to capture some crazy evidence, handprints on the car.
If any of
So
you
we do the
guys,
same thing. We
you
sit
guys
in
know
front
who
of the
Kimberly
memorial,
is?
We get pushed. We go back
She's
there,
the
we
lady who
look at
got
the
fired in
flower,
Rochester for saying,
Nothing.
for showing that video when there were
Nothing
riots
at all.
early in the year. She said that
And I feel-
people were acting, quote,
Had there
N-wordy.
been
And
actual
Colin and I both laugh
fingerprints
about it
or
all the time.
handprint or a foot or an
She
ash,
just
any
started a
kind of print
podcast.
in that flower,
And I submitted it to
I would've
Carl
been
for his
swayed.
consideration because,
I would have been a lot more into the
boy,
idea that
would that be
ghosts
entertaining.
exist had
Trust
that
me.
happen.
You all would love me for it.
But it didn't.
When he does that show.
It didn't. So we left. But here's where the problem lies.
How much dead town
How
do I
we
have left?
Explain
Great
the rest of
question.
it, because we still got
We're
pushed.
currently on episode...
We still were moved to no fault of our own.
I can't even tell what episode we're on.
And there's no
We are on
explanation for
4 of 14 total
There's no
episodes. So 10
reasoning
more.
behind it. That's why, like I said, most of you out there that are also skeptical,
Her
like me,
producer,
these
Pat,
things probably would have
is a
convinced
friend
you
of mine. I've known him
100%.
for 10 years. That poor guy that
A
day,
friend of
it was
mine
his
growing
second
up,
day
who was
back in
actually
the
with us when
studio.
we did this, he told me that
And he just
him and his
moved here
sister and
back to
brother used
Rochester
share
from
a room,
Syracuse. His wife
and
was
they had bunk beds,
going to
and
have a
people sleep
baby
on the
any
top
day. The
bunk, I
baby was
believe.
born like 3 days after
And
that.
One night,
But yeah,
they ended up seeing red eyes in the dark. Red eyes. Like 2 eyes lit up, glowing in the middle of the
Carl
night.
probably would.
And this is as a
use
child.
Opie.
This is when they're younger.
You're not wrong.
But this same guy came with us when we were
Everybody
dealing
knows the
with
answer.
this
The creepiest
parking in
radio
front of
host
this
is Jim
memorial.
Norton.
And he wasn't more convinced. He wasn't like, well, I saw red eyes when I was a kid.
With
This
the
is
fucking
something
monster
similar.
rain and whatnot.
Nobody was even freaked out.
If there's some old O&A fans,
Especially after there was no fingerprints.
you know what monster
we got out
rain
of the
is.
car because we had to look to see if they were there. Nothing.
I don't think that Stern is creepy.
But when I think about it,
I think Stern is
outside of that
covetous.
experience, if somebody was to go to a cemetery at 4 o'clock in the morning,
You're right,
and
Kevbot. He's going to be
antagonize
fucking
the
thrilled
dead,
with the 4 cents.
like Zach Baggins, just talk shit. Hey, we know you're here, Ghost. Come on out, man. Hey, Ghost, fuck you. Right? Just nonsensical shit like that. Intimidating
You know what?
the ghosts, I guess.
If Seamus lets me follow
patronizing
him,
them or whatever,
I'm going to invite him on
forcing them
to the
come
creep
out,
off.
there's a good chance you're going to freak yourself out and something's going to happen, or something is really going to happen. But can we be honest and all agree that when it comes to stuff like this, when it comes to aliens and ghosts and urban legends and weird creatures and stuff that people see, most of the people that happen to see those creatures and whatnot
What is a
are
zoomer?
unbelievable.
Am I
You
not
cannot
familiar
believe
with the
those
term? Am I an
people. You look at
idiot?
that person, you're like, that motherfucker hasn't told the truth in 10 years. And he's 12.
You have a power chair?
Okay?
Newest whaler?
Like, these people look like liars. They look like they would be up in the middle of the night drunk as shit and see a fucking cat and think it's the Mothman. Right? That's why I've never watched a movie based on not a true story, but a documentary based on some sort of crazy paranormal activity, or a show where they're investigating.
What is
ghosts
this
and then,
documentary
like,
about Norton? I didn't know about that.
perfect evidence. That's 100% real. That's 100% something that occurred. No matter what
Gotcha.
they capture on screen, via voice recorder, any of that shit.
Boomers,
they
but
capture
Gen
is
Z.
not
Got it.
believable to me, because any of those things can be fabricated until you experience it yourself. So even though Ghost Adventures and Paranormal
Hey,
State,
Jody.
things like this, even though they have a lot of evidence,
Yeah,
they've
email me the
captured
link for that. Jody,
in
question.
quotations, they've
What
captured
is
a
the
lot of
actual
shit.
age group for like boomer and
It means
millennials?
nothing
I'm not sure I
unless
understand
you're there to
how
experience it. So
any of
maybe
that
to
shit
them,
works.
It's 100%,
I don't
yeah,
care.
this happened.
Gen
It
X,
was
Gen
so
Z,
fucking
millennials. I don't give a fuck.
They're gonna be believers.
Boomer,
That's
who
why I said,
cares?
if you go to if you type in paranormal investigation on Google right now, there's probably hundreds.
Boomers
and hundreds
over
of thousands of
60.
pages. Hey, call us. We'll come get the ghost. We'll come give you an exorcism. Whatever the fuck. But that's because it's a big deal, and it just circles back to the idea that there's plenty of people out here that want to be possessed. They want to be haunted. and
Cumia
that's
is more of a
because the
degenerate than
insecurity of
Norton.
Death. They're not okay
Well,
with it. They don't accept the idea of dying.
Norton's more
and
on
that
Front
be
Street
it.
with it, I would say.
At the very least,
I don't know if
most
I'm
of them
wrong
wish
there.
that
I
they
don't
could
know
be
Anthony.
a ghost.
Never met him. No clue.
And at that point, why? If all you're gonna do is pull my chair out from underneath
What's
me,
after millennial?
why
Zennial?
be a
You're just
ghost?
adding Z's to shit?
It doesn't make sense. It seems uneventful. You're repeating a lot of the same shit you did while you were here, allegedly. So why? Why not just be in a blackness, I guess you'd say? Or go to heaven? Why are you still here?
I like this idea.
Why are all the ghosts, like I said, antiques? Is it because those people are fucking bored? They just want to see what's up with Earth? They want to see what's up with the mental hospital? Like, it's such weird locations, too. Like, oh, we found a ghost in this asylum. I'm sure you fucking did. I'm sure you did. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the ghost himself. Why is he hanging out here? He ain't got nothing better to do? You mean to tell me that you're literally invisible unless there's enough energy? And you're hanging out in an asylum, bro? Get a hobby. It's boring. It wouldn't be so bad if the asylum wasn't vacant. It's like, what are you doing? You're pushing a empty wheelchair down a hallway? Please don't. Hey, dude, it's fine. Find something else to do. I guess the connection you'd make here with ghosts seemingly being all vintage is they only had like 11 things they could do when they were alive. So being a ghost, they're like, well, fuck, what's a mental asylum? I'll hang out here. It's a huge building, nobody's here, lots of stuff to kick. Ghosts are fucking lame, dude. That's what it is. Ghosts suck. But they're different, you know. There's poltergeists, there's demonic spirits. These things can be awful. If you think it's a thing. Okay? If you think it's a thing. When you actually think about it, though, is a cemetery haunted? Because the idea of a haunting, the definition of a haunting is dwelling, I don't know the definition, okay? I'm not even going to look it up.
He doesn't know the definition.
What I'm getting at simply is, when it comes to haunting, it feels like a place they're not supposed to be. So haunting a cemetery, it's like, dude, they're just at home. That's just where they live.
Is anybody catching what this idiot
now,
is saying?
I did a little research and I found that obviously cemeteries are very active.
Here we go.
When it comes to paranormal hotspots. But here's the deal. Like I said, is that the perception
That's my hard liquor fund.
Well, that they're giving you.
That's
Because
how you
there's
could give
many,
me
many
money for
tours
hard liquor.
where they're going to take you through a cemetery. In the nighttime. Does that mean that it's haunted? Not really. They're profiting from it because the idea that it's haunted lives in everybody. Everybody assumes that because it is a cemetery, that is where dead people are, it's gonna be haunted. I mean, how many movies have we seen involving a cemetery and dead people? How many times have you seen a morgue being haunted or a funeral home? Wherever there's dead people, they're gonna assume it's gonna get haunted somehow. But I mentioned we were gonna talk about cemetery hauntings in general, and there's this place called Woodlawn Cemetery, and it's one of the largest cemeteries in New York City. It opened during the Civil War.
Hard Vinnie does have a nice ring to it.
The cemetery is more than 400 acres large, which is much, much bigger than the cemetery that I was speaking about, even though it was a big cemetery. But the final resting place, it's the final resting place for over 300,000 people. It was built on a rolling hill, has many tree-lined roads that lead to a bunch of interesting gravestones and some unique memorials. It is also said to be haunted. One of the spirits that seems to haunt the cemetery is that of a man with a flashlight that appears to be crazed and yelling, but those who have seen him say they can't hear what he's saying. Terrifying. It would be even more terrifying if he runs at you. If he runs towards you with a flashlight, freaking out, then there's something going on where he's lost. He needs to be set to rest. He's already laying to rest because he is a dead man, but you get what I mean. Something needs to happen to get this guy to take that flashlight and attitude somewhere else. Like, what is he got? Is he the guy that, the cemetery caretaker or something that died and he just fucking loves his job?
He's
like
right.
I said, he's crazed, which is definitely
How's it
scary
going?
thing. But another legend is that of a young 5-year-old
Nice
Johnny
to see you, Zoo.
Morehouse. He supposedly fell into a canal and froze to death. Awful. My parents
People
weren't watching
say
me
when I
kids.
have all the lights on me, I look less lumpy.
Parents fall into the canal.
Which is good, you know.
It gets even sadder because he froze to death.
I guess
it's not instantaneous, I don't think, because even his dog.
This is
that
what
was
I
with
look like.
him
This
tried
is
to save him.
Carlson cast Vinny. This is fully
The dog
lit
eventually dies of
Carlson
starvation.
cast
though.
Vinny.
He didn't make
Creep
it home.
off Vinny likes to lurk in
He
the
probably
dark.
sat there and just waited. Like, what the fuck, man? I didn't want to read that. I didn't want to bring it into this podcast. That's sad. It's tragic. And I feel it's a tragedy, and I feel so bad for Johnny Morehouse, 5-year-old. Fell into a canal. Had there been a parent there, they probably could have saved him, as well as the dog. Now the two have been
You know
said
what?
to roam the cemetery
Zarn?
at night.
Absolutely
commemorative stone
right.
was even made in the honor between the young child and
Carl,
his dog.
things do too make
And
me
many
look
people
less
who visit
frumpy.
The boy's grave leave toys
Like
and
a
candy
tarp
on the stone.
would make me look less lumpy.
Another one is a blonde girl dressed in
Kobe, I
jeans
actually
and
kind of
white
talked about
tennis
that earlier.
shoes.
I met Carl at a
She has
comedy
also been
show
seen sitting on a
because I was friends
stone
with
in the
Kevin.
cemetery. Sometimes she seems
Your
to radiate
OnlyFans
a light
fucking
blue
sucks.
light. At other times,
Folks,
she looks so solid
you want to
that
make
it
Carl
casual
feel
pass-
bad? Give me
passerby
money. He
would not
could have made money on
realize that she wasn't a
OnlyFans. In
real-life
fact,
person. Freaky.
he could have, but he didn't.
To be in a cemetery visiting a loved one, and you walk by a person sitting on a stone who looks real, but it's a ghost. Freaky.
You know, man,
Not into it. Not into
just
it.
fuck you, Carl.
But like I said, when it
seriously,
comes to the
your
cemetery, it's almost
OnlyFans
like
is garbage,
it
and
asks
you didn't really pay any
to
type of
be
consequence. You
afraid.
lost the game. But I'm gonna shit
It
talk
asks
because I
your
know you're
mind
here,
to
and when you
freak
write
out.
stuff like that, it actually does make me mad because, like, we're
Woodlawn
trying to do this
Cemetery.
fucking game,
Interesting place.
and
Seems
it's
like
you
one of the
gotta
places
pay the
where
fucking
people actually
penalty.
tour
That's the point of the
because they're
fucking game.
expecting to be
You know, you
freaked out.
gotta do the fucking awful thing, and you get
those are
OnlyFans,
weird
and you
people. Those are the
just
same
fucking
people, like I
did
said at the
nothing.
beginning, that
Well, my
like to be
friend,
haunted or
I'm gonna
possessed.
promise you
They
something,
watched The
Carl.
Exorcism
The
too many
next time we
times.
spin the wheel, I am going to.
And
We're
not-
just gonna scrub that wheel
the
and make
reason
sure
that I
that
say that is
everything on it
because
is fucking
they're
horrific.
more
And
in
you know
love
what,
with the
pal?
idea that
When I
could
win
do
this
this
week, it's
and
gonna be
come out
4-1. That means I'm gonna be on game point, and you
I'll
are
just
gonna
win
be
an
spinning.
exorcism.
Maybe in a
I'll be
week or
good.
so. Maybe in a
Dude,
week or so, you're
know
gonna
what it
be in
takes
my
out of
fucking
you?
seat right now, miserable. And I'm sorry, I just went into a wrestling promo,
have
but
another
man, that
spirit
fucking irked me.
living inside. Come on. But honestly, when it comes to this blonde girl and blue
I might be
jeans
the
and
Maddox of this
t-shirt or whatever,
relationship. Yes.
that makes you wonder: is that a more recent person that died? Is that not a colonial?
I just might
person?
be the
But
Maddox
then
of this
again,
relationship.
Jeans and a t-shirt could
Man,
nearly be from any
You should have
era.
done something funny with it.
Unless it was
You,
the
we
80s
should. You
when
should have done
somebody's
something with that
wearing
OnlyFans,
pants.
dude. I don't think Carl and I would survive a long car trip like that. We don't have that much to talk about. That's right. He didn't get his punishment, but he will. It's coming. This round, it's coming. Some good music here. Good stuff, Seamus. I hate you so much, Carl. I just looked at the clock. We are about to hit the 3-hour mark, which means only 9 hours to go. Anyone who donates to my super chat is not a loser. I'm gonna drink so much hard liquor later. It's gonna be great.
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor
I'm gonna drink
is
some hard
absolutely
liquor
free.
today, kids.
It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer, and the convenience of editing from your
Mama
phone
Paulino's
is
calling.
unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners. You
Fuck
still
no.
make money.
Carl isn't getting
Anchor
a penny
is
of
everything
it.
you need to make a podcast.
Carl
in
gets
one
nothing.
place.
Carl gets the
So simply go
knowledge of
download
knowing
the
that
free
he could have
Anchor
made
app
money on
or
his
go
own
to
OnlyFans
anchor.fm
account.
to get started. That's Anchor.
Loser.
.fm.
Loser.
ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started.
Carl is my buddy, and I do love him dearly. But I
Today's
was
episode
disappointed
of Dead
with his
Town,
consequence.
We're going to be looking at
So,
the weird phenomenon known as light as
3
a feather,
hours in,
stiff as
kids.
a board,
9 more to go.
as well as exploring a little bit into Bloody Mary. So turn the lights on.
Yeah, you could tell me how to spend the money, Carl. Same way I
Grab
tell you
a
how to
friend,
spend your Patreon money, which
because
you
you
don't
won't
spend.
wanna
You should
listen
be
alone.
paying Seamus $100 a month.
Welcome.
It should be the experiment.
Good time.
I've said this on your Patreon, on the WATP Patreon shows, where Carl should take $100 a month from his Patreon and give it to fucking Seamus, because Seamus blocked him when he signed up for the bullshit version of it.
This is dead
He
time.
signed up for like the the mid tier, the 10 diet pills. Fuck you. All right, never mind. I'm not mad. I love you, Carl. That was funny.
True crimes, conspiracies.
No, you should pay Seamus $100 a month,
urban
and if you
legends, and ghost
are the
stories.
one person who signs up for that $100 tier, if you're the one person who signs up for it,
off limits.
we have to see how much integrity does Seamus have. Is he going to take your $100 and let you be there?
The Dead Town Podcast.
$100 a month for a full year.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, that's rough.
Greetings,
That's
listeners.
a rough one,
Welcome to
Zarn.
Dead Town. Now, as mentioned at the top of the episode, I should start by saying my name is Patrick Michael. As always, this is Dead Town. At the top of the show, we mentioned light as a feather, stiff as a board, and Bloody
$1,200.
Mary.
Listen.
And the
I'm
reason
not
I
doing
chose
that
these
one.
to talk
I
about
refuse.
today
I'll
is
drop
specifically
$100 on
because
Stuttering John
I
t-shirts.
never actually
Fuck.
took part
If I landed
in
on
either
it,
one
I would have spent
to
$100
a full
on that
extent,
fucking cum
But I do
drink
know
book.
a lot of people that did.
But I'm
And I
not
heard
giving that
many
kid $100 a
stories of
month.
People that did.
I didn't sire those kids.
And having tried it maybe 2 or 3 times on my own, and having
Right,
nothing happen,
exactly. It would be
today's
fun to
gonna
see
be
if he
based
just
a lot
takes the
on
money. That's
other
the
people's
experiment.
experiences.
Even if you put it on there for just one day, it's a
and
$100
stories I've
experiment.
heard through passing, as well as just the general phenomenon that is the light as a feather, stiff as a board. And same thing with Bloody Mary, because when you watch a movie like Beetlejuice,
Oh, Lo, that's brilliant.
Bloody Mary
A
just
half
seems even
month
more
would
like
get
a
you
joke.
would get the bang for your
I
buck,
would be more
and you'd be
terrified of
able to
going for
hear Seamus lose
Beetlejuice
all hope
when I was a
when he
kid.
realizes it's getting cut off.
He was very much like Freddy Krueger. But
I don't
anyways,
think he passes on the $100. I think he
chose
takes
these
the
things because, like I
$100.
said, I have younger siblings, and for some reason,
Jody B.
this light as a feather.
That's the other funny thing about it. If
Because I don't
Carl
even know
does
really what to
subscribe
call
for
it.
the $100 level, now the
It's
guy
almost like
has
a
to do a $100 level
meditation,
podcast.
or I don't know. Magic? I don't know. That's why I called it a phenomenon, because I don't know what it is. But being older than my
Listen,
siblings,
you true
they would
WATP
have
fans
sleepovers,
should be mad
they'd
at
have
Carl
friends
for
come over
not
and they would
doing
talk
this yet.
about this thing, light as a feather, stiff as a board, and the gist of it is simply concentrating in the middle of the dark with a single candlelight or some shit, and you're sitting
God,
there
yeah.
chanting this over and over again. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. And
You should
can
all be
levitate.
pissed at Carl.
And
Listen,
that's not
dude,
something that ever
you
happened
should do
to
what's
me,
right for your
but
fans.
the
Don't get
stories
mad
I
at
would
me,
hear
Carl.
From not only my siblings but also their friends, that they've seen people lift off the ground. Okay, they've seen people become light as a feather, stiff as a board.
God,
But how?
if Gephardt
What's the
hasn't
actual
been
background
burnt down
on
in the
this?
riots, Gephardt's would be a
What
great
makes
place
it
to do a
seem like it's
12-hour
working?
terrible podcast stream.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board is a game played by children at slumber parties. The phrase has also become established in popular culture as a reference to a levitation trick, and it has been referred to in
The idea of
various
having
media
votes,
accounts,
the voting
specifically
is going
Magic.
back onto the
The
Creep Off
effect is
website
known
this
as
week, so maybe we will
abnormal
put an extra voting option in there. Should Carl have to respin
So
the
what
wheel?
actually
I
takes
agree.
place in this,
And should
Light as a
Carl
Feather, Stiff as a
have
Board
to sign
act,
up for the $100
one
Seamus
person
tier?
lies flat on the floor, and then the others space themselves around him or her.
Stan,
Each place.
I like that idea, except people are going to have to give him $5. Whoever just gave me $2.25, God bless you. Thank you for that. Ooh, Leo.
Which is repeated
God bless you,
several
Leo.
times. followed by she's looking worse, which is also repeated.
Man, Stuttering John would make cumsies in his
The
pants
general direction of
if
the
he just
call
saw
and repeat describes
the
how
amount
prone
of
person
the amount
is
of money
looking
coming
worse
in on
and
my
worse,
super
followed by
chat, my
saying
super
she's
hard
dying,
liquor
and
fund.
finally, she's dead. So this sounds way longer than any other version I've ever heard of. I simply would just I laid on a bed and chanted it a lot because what the fuck. Variations of the spoken part are changed, common modern versions.
Yeah, I'm getting like
out there. The dual purpose of freaking out the participants and convincing the participants that it will now be easier to lift this person.
I do
before
dabble in
because they're
comedy.
dead.
Thank you for
That's
bringing
the
that
whole
up, Kevin.
Concept of that
I
chant.
dabble
All the versions of the
semi-professionally.
game end with the phrase "light as a feather, stiff as a board," chanted by the entire group.
So somebody left a voicemail on the Creep Off
They actually all attempt to
voicemail a
lift their
couple
companions'
months ago
body
where they
using
just
only their
said,
fingertips. Some versions
Vinny's
of the
a
story
comedian,
omit
or is he
that
just a guy
this
who works in a
entirely
comedy
only
club?
As light as a feather being the chant that's used.
So
Alleging after these
I'm a little bit
repetitions,
of
the
both.
person begins
I didn't
to-
always work at a
to
comedy
be
club.
lifted, and they
I
seem entirely weightless.
made a deal with the club when they opened.
So
They
essentially it
asked
is
me if
just
I'd
a
be
trick
interested in doing some type of
where
collaboration.
everybody has to lift
So we decided
equally.
to do the Carlson cast, and they
And
gave me the space here.
If they don't, it
and we
doesn't
put
work.
together
But
the
I was
show.
under the assumption when I was
And
growing up
over
that it
time,
could just
they
be
eventually offered
2 or
me a
3
job
people.
here. So I do work here part time.
Because one of the oldest
at the
accounts of
Carlson,
it
I
actually
do some other
happening
stuff for them too.
was only 4
Graphic design
girls,
stuff. I
and,
design video boards that are on
a
the front of the
French
building.
guy saw them
And I
doing
do that
it
kind of stuff.
way,
But
way
yeah,
back
I'm not like a
in
busser
time,
or any of that shit.
you know,
I do help
many
book some
moons
shows.
ago.
I help do some stuff around here. This is
And it
my home
seems-
club. I
it
absolutely
seemed,
love it. So I do
more
dabble in comedy as well.
spiritual, if that makes sense, than what I'm hearing is just a simple trick. The phenomenon has been observed into modern times, often being described as a form of spiritualism or seance. It's widely considered a simple
Exactly
spooky
correct.
party game.
I came in
along
here
the
and they
lines
were
of Bloody
happy with
Mary
what I did,
and the telling
and
of
they
ghost
said, "We'd
stories.
like you to do more. Can we give you some
So
money?"
the game
Something
does
that has
appear in
never
the film
happened to
The
Stuttering
Craft,
John. That is
which follows
correct.
the story of 4 young girls as they familiarize themselves with witchcraft. So that's where I make the connection as like, if you were to lay.
Is it
on the
sagacious?
ground
Am I
in the
saying that
dark
right?
and chant it over and over again by yourself, you could essentially just make yourself believe.
No, I am not
You're able to
recording
float,
this. I
or
don't
you
want
are
to. This
floating.
to live
But if
forever.
there's 8 other people surrounding you and everybody's chanting, that is way creepier. But the idea of them being able to
The
lift
alcohol
you,
fund
that
started
being just the trick,
during
that
this.
makes
I
no
had no
sense.
intention of doing
That seems
that
more
when we
plausible.
started, but
But when
people
you
were
hear
like
that
sending me
it's
money. I was
2
like,
or
"Fuck
3
yeah, let's
people
do
and
it.
they played fucking
I'm going
this
for
game,
it."
You're like, oh, and they actually saw the person levitate, but they weren't touching
Thank
them.
you.
That's when you get spooked out. That's when it seems more demonic
Sagacious,
than spiritual.
my man.
And that's why I said
Beck
today
send
we're
me.
talking
Beck
about
W
Minus
send me
the
another
Feather
email.
Stiff
Let's
as a
check
Board
the
because
old inbox.
the connection to it is very strange in my life.
Hey,
I
Carly
ended up
Poo,
making a Hulu
are you gonna
series
stop by
called
today
Minus the
and
Feather, I
visit?
believe. Probably something to do with witches, but I just remember it was a very popular thing from my younger siblings where
Okay, Beck W.
let's
Question.
wait, let's do it. You want to do it? Like, let's fucking
I
go
can
and-
hit record. I can hit record
you know,
right now.
Let's see if we can float.
But I also
It's like after your third
don't
try,
want to
you're like,
record a
this doesn't
12-hour
make
fucking
any
video.
sense because I'm never floating. I've never lifted off the ground. And then you start to. There is like this weird timing where your legs start to.
Did
get
you
real
say you were
light,
going to come visit
laying
me
on your
today,
back,
Carl? Are you just
chanting
going to leave
over
me
and
here to
over
die?
again, because it is a spooky saying. And that's kind of
So
what brings
you're
us to
you're having a
Bloody
little
Mary.
party with Croge and Andy?
Because I never really had the experience of standing in front of a mirror saying Bloody Mary, because I already had a superstition about it. Like, I'll do it twice.
Carl is
but I'm
laying
not
down
gonna
his
do it 3 times. I'm
parlays
good.
for
I don't
tomorrow.
need to see it. It's fine. And even if there is
Carly
nothing,
Poo
you're
and
hyping
Andy.
yourself up to be afraid. And you're like, should I do it? Should I push myself to be terrified of this or not? It's much like the light as a feather, stiff as a board. You can make yourself believe that you might have lifted or elevated.
You guys are the best.
Same thing with
Oh,
everybody
my
else in
question
the
for
room,
Beck
because
W.
You're ultimately putting everybody into
Beck,
a trance.
Are
chanting
these
the same shit over
documentaries
and
about
over.
Norton favorable
Just like
about
looking
Jim
into a
Norton, or
mirror
are they people who
in
are
a
just pissed at him
bathroom
about
in
the whole
dark
cartoon
with
thing?
the light off? Sometimes your face is gonna distort as you're repeating something like Bloody Mary over and over again. You might actually create.
Ask
just a
Carl.
visual in
Carl,
your
can we
own
have
mind.
Andy as a guest on the Creep Off?
And it's gonna freak you out forever. That's why they're all associated with.
You know, we're having such a nice
parties.
time, and this
You know, a
fucking
lot of people
asshole is
getting
still
together.
going.
Hey, let's all take turns going in there saying Bloody Mary and see what happens. Hey, let's all lay down and one person lay in the middle and we all chant together and see if we can lift you. But it feels like at some point there has to be at least one person in the
That would
group
be a big get for us.
that
You know who I
knows
want to bring in?
It is just a chanting thing.
Do you guys
It's
remember a
just
couple
trick.
weeks ago we did the episode
Nothing
where
actually
in the Navy, and I had a guy call in who was in the
What do the
Navy,
people
and
have to
he
know?
told the story of what
Otherwise,
the
it's
crossing the line
sinister.
ceremony was. I think I'd like to bring him in for a day
Okay,
because
so
that
Bloody
kid's
Mary
just
is
fucking
actually
fascinating.
a folklore legend
Voss. I
consisting
could
of
get
a ghost,
Voss.
phantom, or spirit, which is
I
conjured
could,
to reveal the future.
I could
And
get
I feel
Voss
like
to
that's
wash
something
my
I
car.
did not know. I didn't know that she
Vic,
revealed
no,
the
thank
future.
you.
I thought she like popped up to scare the shit out of you. I didn't know she was gonna be like, your stomach's gonna hurt.
Sorry, Jervis, I'll be quiet.
Tomorrow. Like what? It seems so ridiculous, right? I don't know, but I suppose that is a reason to
Voss.
promote.
I bet you
trying
Voss
to
would do
conjure
more of
her
these
up.
podcasts.
You know, Bloody Mary, and you get her to show up and be like, hey, how long am I going to be alive? Or what does she just pick whatever? Like, your car isn't going to start in an hour. Like, what the fuck?
Got it.
How'd
I'll
you know I was
definitely
gonna
watch that
leave?
back.
But she is an apparition that may be benign or malevolent, depending on historic variations.
Carl, I
of
don't
legend.
understand
Bloody
why
Mary
we're making
appearances
fun
are
of these
mostly
people's
witnessed
work.
in group participation play, which is crazy to think that multiple people see this thing at the same time, because it just feels like you're not going to believe anybody who's like, I was by myself and I said it in a mirror and she showed up and it was scary. But if 13 people are like, yeah dude, I'm not going to pee at their house like anymore ever. But it is sort of explained, being that it is a phenomenon. Staring into a mirror in a dimly lit room for prolonged periods can cause one to hallucinate. And I have some weird stories about that, because for some reason when I was a kid, I would stay the night at my friend Cody's house, and what we would do with that, for some
Let's
reason,
find
in the middle
out.
of
I
the
wonder
night,
what
we would
Rich
play, like,
Voss's
Twisted
Patreon
Metal,
is.
and then we'd stop and we would just take turns going in the bathroom, staring at ourselves and making faces and
That's what
laughing
Google's
until
for.
our faces actually hurt.
My wife hates me.
Now, is this because we were hallucinating?
Oh.
We were forcing ourselves to hallucinate because we just kept looking in the mirror? Pretty wild to think that that's a possibility. Because I know I'm not the only one that has done that. Just looking at yourself in the mirror
So,
for a long time. doing
Sagacious,
stupid
how many
faces and
Patreon
shit.
members
Yeah,
do you have?
You start to trip. And it's because you're going to another dimension. You're going to another reality. No, I don't know. Facial features may appear to melt, distort, disappear, and rotate, while other hallucinatory elements such
Okay,
as animals and
Sagacious,
strange faces
I'm
may
sorry to
appear.
inform you that
Giovanni
Rich and
Caputo
Bonnie
of the University
have
of Urbino
7.
wrote that the phenomenon,
They have
which he
7
called
patrons.
strange face illusion, is believed to be the consequence of
Holy shit. There's 3
Dissociative
tiers.
identity
The Send
effect,
Raina to
which
College
causes the
tier
brain's
is
facial
$20 a
recognition
month.
system
The
to
Dripper
misfire
Goat
in a currently
is
unidentified
$10,
way.
and Dripper
Other possible
Weirdo
explanations for this phenomenon
is
include
$5 per
illusions
month.
attributed at least partially to the perceptual effects of Troxler's fate.
Yeah, I just pulled up. My wife hates me.
and
It has
possibly
7.
self-hypnosis. So kind of like what we were already saying, where
Carl is.
much like
Carl
the
just
chant
made
that you do
cumsies
in Light
at
as a
home.
Feather,
Carl
Stiff
just
as-
lost
Stiff as
his
a Board,
shit.
You can sort of make yourself believe that whatever you want.
You know,
to take
someone
place
asked earlier,
does
are we
take
ever going to do a
place.
creep off Patreon?
Okay.
We'll beat
Same
that.
Thing with this, you're chanting this person's name, this thing's name, not person.
There's also the
spirit,
$100
whatever, you're
I'm about to
chanting
send
over
Rich
and
to
over,
college.
Ultimately throwing
Funny.
yourself into a hypnosis, and also staring at yourself. Right. Now imagine doing that in the
You
Light
know,
as a Feather game,
Rich
where you have
Voss.
9 other people helping you chant.
He
this thing
is a
along,
good
lifting
guy.
you up in the dark.
I will say that about Rich.
Just like Bloody
And
Mary, where you
Rich
have multiple people chanting
helped
the
me
same
out
thing,
at one
all
point
looking into a mirror.
when I was
mean,
just
of
starting
course you're
before
gonna
this
be
club
kind of
opened at the old club
hypnotized.
that our owner
Because
Mark
that's how it
had
works. Think about how
back
you
in Webster
meditate.
when I was first starting up here in
It's
Rochester
constant- that
doing comedy,
constant,
like around 2008, 2009. Voss was in town and I was at the
just
show,
over and over, you're gonna
and I
fall
was
into
kind
it.
of just
That's-
hanging out, and we
that's
started
what it
talking, and he went and hooked me
It
up and
just
got me a
doesn't seem
guest
too hard
spot,
to believe
and
that
guest spot got me into the rotation
This
for
is
comics.
what is happening.
Working
Whenever
here.
these
So
groups are saying that, yes,
for
this
that I'll
person
always love
levitated,
Rich.
yes, this person saw a
I'm not going to
face
subscribe to the Patreon.
in
though.
the mirror, and
I've
it
had him
spoke
on
to them,
the
told them
Carlson
future.
cast 3 times, and I'm out of stuff to talk to him
It
about.
just seems more possible.
The last time he
Seems
was
like it
on, we
would occur
discussed
because the energy of everybody, right?
his fucking
it seems
sound bar
logical.
that his wife got him because he didn't know how to hook it
But
up.
at the
It's
same time, you
great
have to
stuff.
understand that
it's really
you
good
probably didn't see
podcasting. You'll
anything.
really enjoy it.
You're just hypnotized. That's what took place. It seems like you could have seen something or heard something or whatever, but that's because you hypnotized yourself. You doofus. The color of the mirror can also have an effect, where a silver mirror, this is according to the Bloody Mary, where silver-based mirrors portray a more masculine figure, while a glass-based mirror portray a feminine figure like most people see. Because it's probably a way cheaper mirror.
There's a story I will
What's
never
the
tell out
masculine
here.
one look like? It's just weird.
Yeah, you nailed it,
And like
Sagacious.
I had always been under the assumption that it was more likely to occur either one of these
Exhilarating.
things, Bloody Mary
Understatement.
or light as a feather, levitation. It seemed like it was more likely to occur when there was less people.
Guys, I
right?
can't.
Like maybe 4 people.
And it's nothing
Because how
terrible. It
many
was
people
just
can you even fit into a
the
mirror?
last interaction I had was very bizarre.
Now, of course, I haven't played any of these games.
because he's ever going to watch us, and you
I
guys
haven't
aren't going
really
to clip
tried
it,
Bloody Mary.
and someone's going to just
I've
tweet it
only
at
ever
him.
tried light as a feather, and that was on a just by myself. Like, oh, let's see if I can levitate. I hear it's a thing. I just repeat it. All right, and obviously I wasn't doing it right.
Obviously, he wasn't doing it right. Was he talking about his podcasting?
But is it still a thing? I mean, are people still trying to do this? Is it still out there? Have you heard of it? Were you
Hey,
a
Carl.
part of it? Did you see something happen?
Was that good?
I mean, contact the show. YourDeadTown@gmail.com.
Was that good?
Let me know. Tell me your levitation stories. Tell me if you've ever seen magic live. The whole thing is, it's like, obviously a younger group of people would believe these things are very possible. I mean, look how popular Marvel films are. I mean, sure, some of those are grown men, but they're grown men with imagination like a teenager. Okay? That's why you could believe that these things, like when you're a teenager, you're like, yeah, I mean, maybe we can float. Let's just try. And then when something goes down, you're like, holy shit, did you see that? And he's like, hell yeah, dude. Right? That's the ins and outs of it.
This guy sucks so bad.
Well, guys, thank you so much for enjoying this episode of Dead Town. And I just want to
That's
say
a very
thank you to everybody who has
presumptuous way to
enjoyed
end
the
that.
show
Thank you
thus
for
far.
enjoying it. There was nothing
Doing our best to put
enjoyable
together
about
something
that.
kinda
So
special
no need
here.
to thank
So if
me.
you do want to take part, you can send in your questions. You can send in your stories to yourdeadtown@gmail.com and participate. Tell me what it was like. What a ghost story you have. Something that I
He's
said
not
earlier in
exactly
the
Art
show
Bell.
that I can't remember right now. But yeah, you know what? We're here. for
So,
each other, so if you
listen,
do wanna
Pro,
participate,
here's the
feel
thing.
free.
This is the
Nonetheless,
terrible
we
podcast
are
stream.
doing a fun thing
There's
here, and I
nothing
don't wanna let it
entertaining
go
here.
to
This
waste.
is literally
Even during the
what
times
Carl
of
thinks is the worst show to make me
being
listen
locked
to.
down. You know what? A better time to participate in a show and start listening to a new
Of course,
podcast
he
such as
listens to
this.
flat earthers and thinks
But
they
also
have
stay vigilant,
make
guys.
compelling
Stay cautious,
arguments.
stay clean,
As long as
hygienic,
that
all of those
person
things.
has a house that isn't
Be
made out of
wary
aluminum,
of
he
those
probably
that you
listens to
could
them with
be
a lot of intent.
around in any situation. But we do enjoy giving you some sort of entertainment here. And this podcast was started well before this pandemic. And I don't want to let it go to waste. And I want you guys to keep coming back, listening to these stories, listening to these tales. And we'll keep doing our best to give you a proper show. So once again, thank you for tuning in. As always, I am
You'll do
Patrick
your best
Michael,
to give us a
and
proper
this has
show.
been
We're fucking waiting.
Dead Town.
Hey guys, we have successfully listened to 5 episodes of Dead Town in 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh,
Hey,
fuck
everybody.
no. I would
If
not
you
listen to
enjoyed this
Adam Carolla
podcast,
for 12
please
hours. I'm
hit
out.
that subscribe button. Share it with a friend. Tell your family members. Tell your dogs. I mean, all your pets, really. Anybody that's willing to listen. Anybody that can just hit the play button and let it go. You can put it on mute. All of those things. just hit the play button. That's all that matters. If you do want to help the show, hit us up at patreon.com/podculture. Links in the episode
Let's see how
description.
Pod Culture's
Thank you.
doing. He doesn't own the name Pod Culture, does he? There's no way he owns that. Because there's another Pod Culture that comes up that isn't him.
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor
So
is
somehow I
absolutely
just
free.
ended up on a
It's the easiest way to
WATP
make a
Reddit.
podcast today.
Is Chrissy Mayer really
There's
selling
creation
dabbling
tools that allow you
t-shirts?
to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the
'Cause if she
convenience
is,
of
that's
editing
pretty
from
funny.
your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you. So you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15
I hear you dabble in
listeners,
comedy.
You still make money. Anchor is
I-
everything you need to make a podcast.
So
in one
disrespectful.
place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm.
Let's see if we can find it, yeah.
ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started.
Wow, Chrissy Mayer just trying to
Today's
cash right
episode
in.
of Dead Town.
That's wild. That's an ugly
We're going to
shirt
be
too.
traveling to a little place called Avon, Indiana, and we're going to be talking about an urban legend involving a haunted bridge.
A haunted bridge, maybe?
Let's get into this. Welcome to Dead Town. We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town. True crimes, conspiracies, cults.
Would you
urban
guys
legends,
want
and ghost stories?
the t-shirt that I want to design for the
With Dead
creep
Town,
off is basically a scum parade
It's off
shirt of like
limits.
Carl and I leading a band of creeps down a street. Do you guys like a shirt like
This
that,
is-
you think maybe? And an artist
The
working
Dead
on
Town
it.
Podcast. Welcome. Greetings, listeners. Welcome to
Could be fun.
Dead Town. So happy to be back. Happy to be here, in fact. Honestly, I took some time off. I was working. I have a lot of podcasts, you guys. This is just one of them. I host a bunch, and
I'd have them made at a real place,
I
though.
gotta do it. I
Oh no, it
do
would be
episodes for the other shows.
very gaudy.
I gotta
That's the
continue to
goal, as
produce
gaudy
for
as
all the people
possible.
that listen to whatever it may be, whether it's this one or the ones that I do where I talk about movies, or the ones that I talk about, I just lose my mind comically. But anyways, like I said, it had been a while since I'd done an episode, but we're back, and I'm feeling real confident about this episode. I'm excited about it.
You feel
I'm
confident about
excited
every
it because I have
episode.
no idea what we're getting
And I don't even
ourselves
understand
into.
how.
I've never even heard of Avon,
How
Indiana.
How does he
But
feel
we
so?
can already assume can't be great, simply because we've heard of Avon. I'm sure you have. They give you pamphlets. There's some really cheaply made things in there. Whether
Avon
it be
is from
cosmetics or shoes.
Gary,
It's,
Indiana?
is this the origin? Did Avon start in Avon, Indiana? We don't know, but you could certainly imagine that the people in Indiana would be willing to say, hey, this is where it all came from. But anyways, today we're talking about a haunted bridge that is in Indiana. And let's just say, this is only one of many different urban legends that are actually in Indiana. So we're going to talk about this one specifically because I felt like when I went and found it, did the research, I thought maybe this was a haunted bridge in my town, because there is rumors about a haunted bridge around the area that I live, but I have no evidence of it.
We have about 9.5 hours left.
But that is ultimately what an urban legend is, right? That's what it is.
I'm going till 8 o'clock. We have 8.5 hours left. Sorry.
Times. I don't
it's
know
hard to follow
word, but I said
how
it anyways,
time works anymore.
Felt professional. But nonetheless, we're here to explore these towns, right? The show is called Dead Town, and we're living in it. We all do. Every single town, every single city in the world has some really ominous things in its foundation. That's part of the United States.
Funny, Kevin.
So without further ado, let's get into this haunted bridge. Let's see what's going on in Avon, Indiana today. Well, not today, whenever this happened, okay? So first and foremost, the bridge that is claimed to be haunted is a railroad bridge that was constructed across the White Lick Creek in the 1850s by immigrant Irish workers. So the Irish are out there. The Irish are out there.
You know, I might be able to find a countdown clock if I move into the control studio. I might be able to
it started to
make
be,
something
it was
like that.
Irish sort of there in the beginning.
I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to keep the podcast playing.
It's all good.
And the bathroom is right here, so I can totally hear it.
Okay, so
BRB.
White Lick Creek. And I'll also say this. This town might be called Avon, but truth be told, there's many weird town names in Indiana. And they come off even weirder once you find out, once you know more about Indiana itself. You're like, holy shit, we have a place called Whitestown? Okay. So anyways, this bridge that was built in the 1850s was made from cement, and it was mixed in large narrow vats and hardened into the form of a pylon. So they're making these bridges. I would imagine that's how a lot of bridges were constructed back in the day. Now, one afternoon while working on the bridge, a platform collapsed and a worker fell into the cement. Now, I don't know if that's what you were assuming when we started talking about this, but I could tell you that's kind of what I thought. Because you see it in movies, right? You see it in movies where somebody falls into a vat of cement and that's it. That's it. But you have to wonder, like, just the basics of cement, you know for sure it doesn't harden that fast. It doesn't harden immediately as it's mixed with water. So whoever this person was that fell into the vat probably had some time to get out. Unless they just kept mixing them in. Right? My uncle used to drive a cement truck. Alright? It's not quick drying cement. Yeah, there is some. It's faster than others, but it's not like instant. You're not falling into cement and just becoming fucking Han Solo. Alright? That's not what happens. It's just not. Although that would be probably, that might have been how, like, cement first started. It was instant.
What'd I miss?
Because they didn't work the kinks out to make it a little less threatening, in a sense, to be used. And maybe that's how they came up with rubber cement.
I did hear that.
Rubber cement fucking dries like that. It's so fast.
A long lineage
so
of cement
and
truck
it turns
drivers.
Into like this little fucking booger. This little, I don't even know. It's just like a rubber ball.
Judging
it's awesome. It's fantastic.
From listening to
There's
this
nothing
kid,
better than a booger
he's actually a
when it's
cement
not
brick
actually
human
a booger,
hybrid.
right? When it's just kind of like a booger, the texture, it's fascinating. How can you not like it? Especially as a guy. And there's probably women listening to this like, gross.
There's no women listening to
this. You can't
this.
deny it. Just like we know you fart and you shit once a month, it's fine. So anyways, the guy falls into this vat. As he slowly sank down into the vat, his fellow workers could not reach him in time, and they had no way to save him.
What do you think this
And
Carly
I feel like
is
that's
like?
just lack of effort. That's lack of
Because
effort.
I'm listening to this guy
As soon as the guy
talk,
falls into the cement,
and
it's
like I'm
hey,
no prize.
everybody, we gotta
but
save a guy. Because this is gonna look
this
real bad
fucking
real
guy-
soon if he doesn't get out. For sure. And what's even more ominous about this is they could actually hear him knocking from the inside of the vat. Dear God, that is horrific. The accident itself is absurd, but to think that, you know, he's now trapped like a goldfish, hearing him banging on the walls has to be just mind altering. You're like, yeah, you go home from work and you're like, honey, I am not going back to that job. I saw a guy fall into a vat of cement, not be saved, and continue to pound on the inside. Like, that tells you that it's still liquid. It's not hard yet. If he's able to fucking move his fist in
It was
a
probably
point
one
of
of
knocking or
Seamus's
feet or
uncles,
whatever,
and they were just like, leave him.
definitely not going back to work tomorrow. Sorry, we're gonna have to move. Now, the company decided to continue building rather than tear down
No,
the
I
pylon
choose to believe this was a real
extract
story. Like I
his
said,
body.
I choose to believe it was one of Seamus's relatives that just fucking fell into
that
the
had
cement
to,
vat, and
adjust
everyone was like, "He's more useful
your
as
thinkings
concrete
right now
than as a
because,
human being
holy
walking
shit,
around bothering people."
This is something from like a fucking
Oh man,
a
I'm getting
legitimate
grumpy
horror
again.
movie. It doesn't seem
I can
real.
feel it.
It's almost like the mafia was involved. You know, this is something you'd hear from like The Sopranos. Like, hey Bobby, they're building a new studio downtown. As they're building the foundation, you just push the body right over there. They fall into the cement and
The
never heard
medicine
from
cabinet
again.
incident. He tried to
Just getting
podcast
away with
into
murder
it.
101. I don't even know what kind of accent that is. I'm trying to do voices, and you guys have to bear with me. I'm sorry.
I wish I brought some
Now,
joints or
the
something.
men actually finished the work on the bridge, and for years afterwards, many claim to hear knocks and screams from inside the pylon. Like, that's not a bridge any of us should be willing. Like, hey, I don't fucking, let's go use this bridge, and hopefully we can hear somebody knocking and screaming from the inside. I mean, that. How do you even explain that? How do you comprehend it in your own mind?
I
and be
like to think.
Yeah, I mean,
I like to think that Todd's
course,
medicine cabinet
you're gonna
incident
hear
had
a guy
nothing to do with him
knocking and
stealing
screaming
people's pills.
that's
It was
trapped
just
inside the pylon.
he saw a person's reflection and thought that he could
I mean,
talk at it.
You could easily say that it's just your own mind playing tricks on you. If you're involved in this, right? You happen to visit the bridge.
I need
in the hopes of hearing
speed
the guy
weed
knock.
to come
You're
and
gonna hear him
deliver.
knock. That's just what's gonna happen, for sure.
I should change
Your
that to
mind's gonna
weed and
allow
liquor
it.
fund.
Your mind's gonna make it happen.
That's
and
funny.
that's the scary part. Your
This-
mind playing tricks
this-
on you, and then you hear.
like
a guy
I'm looking at the
knocking from
clock and
inside
it's
of a pillar.
11:32,
Like, that's
and I'm
nuts.
realizing there's 8.5
Decades later, when the bridge
more
was torn
hours.
down, there were numbers of sightings of a man wandering along the tracks trying to flag down
Jesus.
trains. The haunted bridge is on the official seal to Avon, Indiana. So there's a random fact for you.
Fact.
Not only is it a haunted bridge, but it's part of the town's crest. I mean, they got to be known for something. Instead of, 40-year-old women pushing bad nail polish on younger women. Avon, Indiana. I mean, that would be to see.
Oh
anybody
no,
try
I'm
to
gonna get
flag
hammered
down a
later.
train,
Once
you
the
know
place
he's gotta
opens
be out
and the
of his mind.
bartenders get here and we could open
Like,
some
what
stuff up.
Normal person tries to flag.
Listen,
down
that's
a
what
train.
the liquor
I can
fund is
understand a
for. I'm
car,
gonna need some drinks, and I'm
school
thinking
bus,
they're gonna start
right?
flowing my
But a
way
fucking train?
around
When does
5
that ever
o'clock.
happen? Like a guy
And thanks to
runs the
Governor
train, he waves his
Cuomo,
hands in front,
I
the
have to
conductor
order a
sees it, and
sandwich,
he's
and then
like,
I'm
"Oh,
allowed to drink in
hit
this
the
building.
brakes, Ralph. We got what? We got a guy. He needs a ride or something. The Big Four Railroad, lifeblood of the connecting arteries in central Indiana and
I
beyond,
just texted my
required a
wife,
bridge spanning
"You're
County
gonna have
Road
to pick me up."
65 and White Lake
Probably off the
Creek.
ground, 'cause
So
I'm
the
gonna
bridge
get
was built
fucking
in 1906
drunk.
through 1906, 1907, and double tracked in 1908. It's about 300 feet long and 70 feet high. It's an imposing structure whose images grace the Avon seal today. So these people are really into it. They're like, hey, man,
Yeah,
you know,
if
we
there was
got
like some
this
nice
bridge
trees starting to
has
change,
really put us on the map, and
maybe
we're
a
gonna-
nice breeze.
We're gonna make sure that everybody knows.
I'm sitting in here
We're
and I
just
look
gonna make
well
sure that
lit,
they know.
but
all right,
it's literally
You can
just
hear a
two
guy knocking
little
in the
studio
bridge. It's
lights. The
fine.
rest of the room is pretty dark.
It is
and
scary.
I'm
It's
just
terrifying. It's horrible. But I mean, it's something to do.
fucking wanting
Go to the bridge. Go to the fucking
I already
bridge.
told
You're
you
gonna
guys
enjoy
I had to
yourself.
hide the
promise.
weapon I had in here.
I mean, imagine the town historian being like, well, here's the bridge where Stephen fell into a pylon and became one with
You know
the
what,
bridge.
Chapter House? You're right. At least I'm not in California. You know what? At least I'm not in a
wasn't even
trailer
talking
in
to you,
fucking
lady. What's going
Indiana
on?
too.
This is a McDonald's.
I will not pull a Rod
So the
Paul.
legend of this bridge has spanned on for
it's
decades.
so mean.
Many different people have said many different things about scary things that have
Keep
taken place.
going.
Now, whether they saw somebody flagging down a train or they happen to hear a guy banging cements on the pylon,
Seamus.
it's
It's my stroke face. How'd I
don't
do?
know. There's a word.
I could do.
The people
I'd rather
of
do
Avon
JR.
have agreed that if you go near the
By
old bridge at
God.
night, you will hear a moaning, discontented. Yeah, a discontent ghost, or maybe 2 or 3 of them. And if you cross the bridge on a hot summer day, you may see the ghost tears on it. Oh, a crying ghost? No, thank you. No, thank you. I think I'd rather have a regular ghost.
That's what he
And
says
the worst
all the
part about
time
having
when his
a
kids are
ghost,
just
you know?
crying. He's like, the
Most
crying
people probably
ghost.
say,
No,
you know, I
thank
don't want a
you.
kid.
And then he just
Ghost.
continues the
That's just-
podcast.
It's sad. It's terrifying. It's way worse than just a cowboy, right? And then you got the fucking bridge crying in the summertime. What are we doing? What are we doing? And you know, there's some freaky ass people out there that are like, wait, you said a bridge cries? And we can see this in the summer, right? Yeah? Well, I'm going to Avon. I need to see a sad bridge today. Like, what the hell?
I want to thank my friend
I mean,
Carl
it's free.
for
It is just a bridge.
sending over
It's
some money to the Hard
a thing
Liquor
that
Fund.
leads from
Thanks,
one thing to
pal.
another,
I appreciate
simply
you for that at least.
connecting
I'm going to assume that's
places.
my share of
And
the
people are
KevBot
like, yeah,
OnlyFans money.
I'm gonna hang out under the bridge. Now imagine it being like Los Angeles.
Would I rather
where
listen to
people-
Seamus or
everybody
Michael
lives
Cole
underneath
for
the
hours
bridges
on end?
and bypasses and shit like that? But people are living underneath this haunted bridge.
That's tough.
Oh, those are zombies.
Ooh.
Run for your life. It's no good. No good. And the fact that they're like,
Considering that I've
hey,
listened to Seamus for literally hours on end
wanna see a bridge
already
cry?
today.
Well, this is the
Michael
only
Cole might be
place
a nice
ever.
change up.
There are various explanations for the hauntings. No one, of
Thank you,
course,
who are
knows
these pods? You're
whether
the
they are
best.
being
Love you,
carried
pal.
out by a single ghost or many. Over the years, some theories have come to come to be popular regarding who the ghost might be. A few of the
This
most
liquor
widely
fund.
accepted versions
Hey,
are
guys.
summarized right here.
I'm loving you
on
right
this
now.
episode,
Shit.
such as Henry Johnson, who's an
I
alcoholic
might have to
construction worker,
fuck.
slipped one night during the building of the bridge.
This
and
might
fell
be a
into some wet
bender.
Cement. He died there in a lonely night. Like, what the fuck? The people just continued working, dudes inside banging on the thing, and they finish up the bridge. Like, that's what you would assume would create a ghost, would make a spirit discontent, where they can't pass over, they can't go to the light, if you will, because they're trapped in this continuous cycle of the same shit. The guy's constantly falling into a vat.
Pay
of
me,
cement,
pal. Vince McMahon
and
voice.
No one's saving him.
Pay me, pal.
That's gonna mess with him in the afterlife, whatever you believe. Right?
This
That's
is the
gonna be
dumbest
fucked up.
story I've
That's
ever
gonna
heard.
mess
So
you
they
up.
put a
Like,
guy
I
into a
died
bridge.
and had a chance to survive, didn't work out. Like my coworkers were a bunch of fucking dicks. They're a bunch
Co-workers.
of jerk offs, you know? Like you gotta having a good job isn't simply just, oh, I make a lot of money. It's, hey,
Never.
if I work
Never
with these people
doxing
and I happen
anybody.
to fall into a vat of
Ooh,
cement
pizza.
one day, will
Pizza's
they help me?
coming.
I mean, that should be a stipulation on most fucking
I love you guys.
applications
You're all
these
the
days.
best.
Would you save somebody if they fell into a vat of cement and you had all the opportunities in the world to save said person? Or would you leave them in the vat to haunt this bridge forever? Like, check yes or no.
This isn't the episode that I listened to for the
If
bonus
no,
episode.
Say why. Like, that should be a part of all applications in Avon.
Fair
There is
enough.
a similar report that an
I'm-
Irish or black
I am made of
construction
pizza,
worker
though.
fell to his death during the making of the bridge. He landed inside the framework of one of the
I
bridge's
ate one
supports.
cookie today.
The railroad
I have eaten
decided
one
that
cookie
since the
so
unfortunate
far.
laborer was already
I have a
dead,
salad and
they
a
would simply
sandwich
enter his body
ready to
in
go.
the bridge when they sealed the support with cement.
When I
Some
really,
say the
when I
poor
start,
man's arm
I don't
hung
want to
out and
eat
they
in front of
cut
you
it
people.
off.
I am quietly
cut
self-conscious
it
about
off.
that.
God, no.
I'm a very clean eater. Like,
My
I'm not a
God.
sloppy eater.
Like I said,
and I don't like
didn't
to eat in
know,
front
guys.
of people. It's
I
a
didn't
weird
know
fucking
what we were
thing.
getting ourselves into.
Carl doesn't like to shit at work. I don't
didn't know.
necessarily like to eat in front of people.
Couldn't have guessed even, because now we're finding out that there's at least
Maybe that's my shade. Like, I don't
two
want to be the
different
guy with
guys
like shit out his face. I just
that
don't
fell
like
into
it.
the cement
I'll have
and was
lunch with you,
just
but I eat
left in the
very
cement.
like
what the fuck was
methodically.
happening?
Put a lot of
Were
thought
all
and
these
effort into
dudes
how I
working on
do
this
it. Somebody
bridge
sent me a
super
salad,
hammered
and that looks
couldn't
really,
walk
really
at all?
good. A few drinks
How
could
is everybody
fix that.
slipping?
You're
Was
right.
slipping way more common back then? I don't know. I mean, did they not create very
will
good
eat for you,
work
daddy.
shoes or boots back then? Come on. What's the excuse for everybody falling into the
Eat for
damn
me.
cement?
Hysterical.
Also, how many large vats of cement or large gaps in between things are people falling into where they're just, well, we can't afford to go get more cement. We might as well leave him in it.
You guys are the best.
Now honestly, Henry would have loved it. He would be delighted to be in the bridge that he helped create.
I explained who
To be
Nick
one
Bates
with
was
it.
to someone the other
Who
day.
wouldn't enjoy that? Right?
And,
It's like Dale Earnhardt.
the
when
thing
he
about
crashed.
that kid's
he
music
died doing what he
is
loved.
it stays in your head forever.
Maybe
and
that's how Henry
it's-
felt. Maybe
the
Henry
guy
was like,
wrote some fucking earworms.
this is fine.
And we
And
were
also,
setting up.
you
I'm
don't want
working
my
on a
arm
new
hanging
show.
out
It's not a
of the
podcast.
cement
It's a
because,
it's a
children are
game
gonna come on
show.
it. It's just a whole
I'm
thing.
producing
I
it.
wasn't
I'm
even
not
upset when they
on
took
it.
the arm.
I'm just
I was
running
glad.
a
Hated
lot
that
of
arm.
technology to
Couldn't
make it
write
happen.
a
And
single sentence. It was my
we
left
used
hand.
the computer.
Horrible.
We pulled this computer out of the
What
studio
the
that
fuck-
we record
what's
the
going
creep
on?
off on, and there was a file that said creep off
maybe
music,
it
and a
has
dude
to do
just
with
thought
the
it was
final
like regular
story
music
here.
to put on, and
Some of the
anally
Avon
raping
residents say
children
the ghost on Haunted Bridge
and
belonged to a
disemboweling them,
young
force
woman
feeding them their
and her
own
baby.
intestines. Came on when
The
this
story
kid thought he
goes
was
that she was
playing just like
walking to the
music,
doctor's house late
and I had
one
to
night
explain
to the
that.
doctor's house.
And it was
Remember when
awkward.
we used
But
to do that?
after
Remember when you went
we
to
were
the
both
doctor's
just singing
home?
anally raping
That was
children.
convenient.
Yeah, fucking Nick Bates.
So she's walking to her doctor's house
R.I.P.
with her sick baby when she had a bad
for
luck
vile,
and got her foot caught
disgusting,
among the railroad ties on the
terrible
bridge.
songs. He might be the GOAT.
Of course, disaster struck in the
I
form
feel
of a
like
huge locomotive
he took
barreling down
the
on
foundation
them.
that G.G. Allen
It's not
built
a small locomotive because that would make a difference.
and just kept building until he ascended to the fucking
She struggled
heavens.
mightily, finally getting free of the railroad ties, but had no time to run across the bridge to escape the train. So clutching her sick child, she jumped off the bridge. Now that is a way. That's a way. I mean, when you see a train coming down the fucking tracks at you, what are you gonna... I mean, your option is to jump, and that is it. If you're going to survive. Now, she's clutching
Musical
her sick child,
genius and
jumps off the
scat map
bridge.
pioneer.
She survived,
Agreed.
but the baby falling from her arms did not.
Sagacious,
Within a
I'm not
few weeks,
familiar
the
with
mother
Jonathan
died of grief
Nyhouse.
and a broken heart.
Is
The
that his
story
real name?
concludes that if you drive under the bridge at night, you might very well hear her screaming for her baby. Now, that's not as bad as hearing the baby crying, but also you can't really make that argument. You could hear like maybe a cooing or something, but hearing the woman screaming under the bridge, it doesn't make any sense because there's no connection. I mean, the only connection to her and the bridge is that she jumped off, but she survived. She didn't die on the bridge. Why would her spirit, right? If logically that's what we're thinking is how ghosts work, what would push her to go, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. She's like, oh yeah, well, I jumped off this bridge. My kid died, but I lived for however long. And then once I finally did die of my broken heart, I decided, hey, let's go back to the bridge. Because if the idea, I mean, wouldn't you see her if, heaven is supposed to be all of our family members and shit? Wouldn't the kid be there? It just, doesn't make any sense. Now, the haunted bridge in Avon
Thanks,
is
Harry.
still a
I'm
very
trying,
functional
man.
railroad crossing today. It services the CSX Railroad.
Almost to the 8
and
hour
is
mark.
regularly visited
Or, well,
by
almost
residents
8
and
hours
guests
left.
for a spine-tingling adrenaline rush. So like I said, a bunch of psychopaths. Like, hey, Let's go see if we can see the dude's face in the cement. Yay! Not very exciting for me.
Hunter, I did not
Because
cheat.
I grew up around railroad tracks.
This is
I
me
lived
not
many
cheating.
years around
This is me
railroad
doing
tracks.
the
I crossed them
job.
every single day. I jumped onto them multiple times, not because I was
Pink,
trying
we're
to
working
escape.
on it,
My
baby.
life was not that
We're
bad.
working on it.
But I did jump on them, and we would only do it when they were really slow. And of course,
We're hoping that today
thinking about it now, as
we
an
remain
adult,
creep off strong.
I can only imagine, like, oh, something
We're gonna make
tragic
it.
happened. How am I going to explain this to my mother? Because, of course, they would have been like, you shouldn't have been jumping on the fucking train anyways. Because for the most part, every time I would jump onto one of these trains, it was going the same direction. So I got used to jumping off and continuing to run in that direction. Well, one day, I decided, I'm going to jump on this train. But I didn't realize it's going the other way. And going pretty fast. But I ended up jumping on. We're on it for a few seconds, and we stay on it. My buddy had already jumped back off, because you just jump onto the side of it, hold on for a few feet, and then jump off. It wasn't like you'd ride it to the next city. It was nothing like that, 'cause
Jesse,
that'd be
just
weird.
to reiterate for those of you who just
So
came
we would
in,
hang on it
no,
for a
this is
while,
not
and
going to
this
be
time
12
I was
hours of
hanging on,
Seamus.
And I didn't realize I had to jump off and run.
It's
the
probably going to
opposite
end up being
direction that I
about 7
was
hours
used
of
to
them
running.
because Carl specifically
So as I jump off, I
requested and
fall,
made it part of this
and I roll,
consequence that
and
I
as I
listen
roll,
to every
my
single
legs are
episode of
directly
Dead
underneath
Town.
the train
There
car.
are 14 episodes, and
And
currently,
I just
as
see
you
the
can see on
wheels
the
coming,
screen,
and instinctively I
believe we are
whip my
still
whole
in
body
episode
around
6.
and put my legs
So we
towards
are almost
the
halfway through the
opposite
entire Dead
direction of where
Town
the train
catalog.
was, and I avoided ever losing my legs for something so stupid. Because is there anything more embarrassing than seeing somebody who's in a wheelchair permanently for something stupid? Like, it's not a disease or anything, they just happen to jump off of a roof into the shallow end of a pool and break their fucking neck? That sucks, dude. I don't feel bad for you. I feel bad for your ignorance, but I don't feel bad for the fact that you'd hurt yourself. That's your fault. And that's how people would feel if I lost my legs by jumping on a train.
Right one, this is hell. Jesse,
And I only know the story of a guy
I'm going to try my
jumping off
best
of
to
a
survive
pool
this.
into the shallow end, or jumping off of a... He jumped off of a fence into the shallow end of a pool and broke his neck. And he used to sell my mom weed. So, good guy.
Of course
And
his
he's gotta
mom
do
smoked
something,
weed.
right? I wonder if he's even still alive. His name was Ted. Like,
They probably
just the
fucking
worst
blew it
name.
into her
the most
pussy while
common
she was
name
pregnant
probably
with this
for a drug
idiot.
dealer back in fucking 95. Hey, I'm gonna go see Ted. Yeah.
That's
yes,
how
you
Seamus
are.
was.
Of course you are. I mean, what else
Fucking
is
kid.
Ted doing? I mean, he's just rolling around. Literally. But I will say, when it comes to the trains themselves that I grew up around, I never had any ominous feelings about them. Of course, it's one of the creepier things about trains, of course, is when they're on bridges, and the bridges they go over are being underneath a bridge. as the
bridges
train
I
goes
grew
over.
up
That's
by.
terrifying. And I spent a
Wow.
lot of time in a specific area of a bridge where trains would pass. And I never felt anything creepy, didn't feel anything odd. But I can say that that's the place you'd find it for sure, because it's so much history. When you think about a train in itself, that's fucking one of the first forms of transportation, folks. A lot of history. And when you think about spirits or hauntings, they're all very historical. That's why you never see a ghost wearing fucking Jordan 1s, You just don't see it. Like, has anybody ever seen a Mexican ghost? I don't know.
What
Never,
did
I mean,
he
Ghost
just
Adventures
say?
has not given me that information.
What
Does it
did
exist?
he just
Probably.
say?
Should it? Of course.
You never see a
But
Mexican
nonetheless,
ghost? Did they
the
just?
trains.
You never
the
see a
scariest
ghost
thing
with
for
Air
me about
Force
the
Ones. You
trains
never
is
see a
always
Mexican ghost.
The way that you could, because you can go and stand in the middle of the
Seamus,
street.
they
and
didn't
look
just
down the
invent
street, but there's always
Mexicans.
an
You
end to
fucking
that street.
idiot.
At some point, it ends. There's a turn. There's trees. There's just an end, or there's life, right? But when you're standing on a train track, looking either direction, it looks like it goes on forever. It feels like a connection to the entire world in a lot of ways. You're like, where does this train begin, and where does it end?
Ole
I gotta
boo!
know.
Thank you, ignorance. That's very funny. He is
But
an
other than
idiot.
that, I've had no real.
Good question, right one. Is Carl
I would
as smelly
say
as he looks?
Ominous things happen.
No,
by living
Carl
near the train
smells
tracks.
fine.
I mean, I had one friend whose dad died by getting hit by a train because he decided to cross the tracks.
He's been
It's like,
workshopping
at
the
that
joke
point,
for
you
about a
have to
year,
say,
probably so.
You're bad,
Sun
man.
Hippo.
That's your bad.
No,
I can't
I will
feel
not
sorry
be doing
for
that.
you. That's a choice you instinctively made.
Yes,
for
Hunter,
no
it
reason
will.
other than you had to get to the store a little faster. And that's the sad truth about
Hunter,
life in general.
why would you
people
ever wanna
make
watch
bad
this again?
choices in an instant, and they don't ever live to regret it because they're dead. So there is no living to regret it. It's just over with. They can't be like,
You know
"Fuck,
the
that was a
funniest
dumb
thing
decision."
producer Chris ever did? If you
I
go
mean,
into
unless, like, coming
the
back to the ghost, like, well, that
WATP
sucks. I have to keep
studio,
reliving that again and
he
again.
made this little picture collage. It has
But very
Tom
interesting, guys. We're gonna be
Myers,
doing this quite a bit.
Seamus,
I'm gonna
Opie,
probably
Stuttering
go
John,
around
and that
the
lady
United
from The
States in
Vanished.
my
And
area,
it's
so we'll
quite
hit
a
up,
nice little collage.
Illinois. We'll go to Ohio, Michigan,
Hangover cure tips?
Kentucky,
I don't know.
and, find
I
some
never
urban
really get
legends in those
hangovers. I'm not a
areas and
big
get you guys
drinker.
Some more episodes.
I will be
and
today
at
later,
a faster
though.
rate, because that's key. Especially now we're all locked down. Got
When I
nothing
do
to
drink, though,
might
it's
as well
either
come
straight
listen to
whiskey
Dead
or
Town and
straight
get freaked
tequila
out even more.
with ice.
'Cause
Nothing
that's what
in
I
it.
did.
My hangover
Because
tips.
I'm not one of these people that
act
records these
right.
podcasts and think, well, I shouldn't talk about ghosts or creepy things at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, Carl,
But
show the picture
here I
that
am.
producer
Here I
Chris
am
made you.
at 5:30 in the morning.
Next time I'm
recording an
there, I'll take a
episode
picture of it and I'll
about
tweet it.
people being trapped
I
in
always
cement,
like to dox
okay?
Carl in some way whenever I'm over there.
That's
I like to
you
take
know, it's
pictures
like
of the
I'm
inside
asking
of his
for it.
house.
And I will say, just to keep you guys updated with my paranormal activity, because that's what I started this show with.
Next time I'm there, I'm gonna start taking pictures of his
I can't
bathroom.
say for sure. I've never seen a ghost, but I did. I
Hey,
will
Tampon
say,
Tom, how are you?
Anytime something that seems
Why
like it
would you
could
want to
be
watch this again? Oh, it's
a
Tampon
spirit
Tom
or whatever.
Never mind. I know why you
Every
want to
time
watch this.
something
again. I got it.
happens that's like, oh, that's probably a ghost. I feel nothing. I absolutely feel nothing.
Tampon Tom doxed
In my
himself
adult
today,
years,
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not afraid of some ghost. I'm not afraid of a poltergeist, a demon, any of this weird shit that people try to push on you to make you fucking live a specific way. Okay? I just don't feel it because I've seen real evil. I've been around real evil, and none of this, like, what is a ghost gonna kick my ass?
Yeah,
Like,
I bet a ghost
this
would
isn't
kick
a
your
scary
ass.
movie. Okay? I don't
Thanks,
think,
Heather
what,
and
does the ghost
Kev,
have hands or
Kevbot
something? Like,
for
he's
the
gonna fucking-
for
that's
the
their goal,
round.
is to beat your
Appreciate
ass.
it.
If their goal is not to beat my ass,
It's coming up later.
or kill me, well, fuck them. What difference does it make? If all you, if
I will
you
make
came
sure to take a
to this
picture of my
astral
drunken
plane of
state
reality
later. Keep an
just
eye
to
out for
open my
that because it's
door,
gonna happen.
Get a hobby, bro. Find something else to do. Find something else to do because it ain't working. Like, is that because that's what people try to make it seem as like Ghost's main thing is to just scare people. But if you're not scared, what you doing? Go do something else, man. Go do something else. Because the other night, 2 different times, I thought that my kid
Jesse, no
was
argument. He
opening my
absolutely
bedroom door.
deserves it.
And it's because he does it really slow. I don't know why. That's his style. But he opens it slow. And that happened. And I happened to be getting up as it was happening. So I pulled the door open and I was going to be like, hey, man, you're supposed to be in bed. But, of course, nobody there. So I ended up coming back in, sitting down. And that's when I was like, wonder what time it is. And that's when I found out it was 3 o'clock in the morning as my door proceeded to open again. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, it's probably just the wind, some sort of weird airflow pushing the door
Sam,
open.
who's Marissa?
And then that was all thrown
I don't
away
think-
because and I live in
the
an
lady from The
apartment, so
Vanished?
it's I can't be freaked out by that. I would be more freaked out if I was in like a giant house. Because it's like they could be hiding anywhere, but when I'm in this apartment and I can see every inch, with, like just by turning in a circle, where are you gonna go? Like you had an opportunity to come get me if that was your goal, but you just pushed the door open. Find a hobby, do something else. So, anyways, after I check the time, you know, a few minutes go by, and then my door opens again, but this time, and this is where I was like, well, it could be a spirit. The door opened all the way. Like, all the fucking way. Meaning, if it was just some sort of weird airflow, the door would only open until the airflow stopped. Right? That's how it works. That's fucking science. But instead, the door opened all the way. And I watched it. Like, this door is opening slow as shit, man. Who could this be? Why? But then I didn't move even. I didn't even close the door. I was like, well, if he's coming in, I mean, we might as well hang out. Whatever. But it definitely happened. And I'm just like, okay, well, whatever. And my fiance said the other night that she thought she saw somebody run across in front of the hallway in our room. And it was a short person.
Your child.
Children. And I've made constant jokes about having a ghost boy that runs around the apartment. But
your kids make jokes about having a ghost dad?
Is this something I really believe? Only time will tell.
So much.
Because, you know, like, what's he doing? Does he only come to my apartment? Does he hang out in the entire building? I have questions. Maybe we'll get him on the podcast. But either way, this has been Dead Town. Thank you guys so much for listening. I am Patrick Michael. Be sure to subscribe, share, and follow me on social media at Glitch Fredberg. I'll put a link.
Yeah, follow him on social media as long as he allows it. I wonder if you approve me yet.
Also on YouTube, I do a bunch of other podcasting. Check us out at youtube.com/c/badbrainstudios. That's where all the video versions of any shows I do go.
He's got video versions of this?
I had many channels, and that's just too much. That's too much work. So if you're interested in video versions of any of the shows I do, that's where to find it. Link will be in the episode description. But until next time, good night.
Nighty night. Aren't you guys glad I got rid of the commercials? There's a link to his YouTube. All right. I'm going to look at... He doesn't have himself on his video. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's got a green screen. What a cool guy. Best part of the show right here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 4 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. How do you feel out there? You enjoying this as much as I am?
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is
the best way
It's the
to make
easiest
podcasts.
way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing.
Nobody looks for podcasts at any of those places.
With no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners, you still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's Anchor.
Hey, Boomer Doomer. Glad you can make it. We're 4 hours into this shit.
Let's get started.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun, pro.
Today's episode of Dead Town, we will be taking
I could be
a look at Diana of the Dunes.
Literally enjoying a beautiful day.
Midwest lore. This
I'm
is
going
Dead
to enjoy a
Town.
beautiful
We're
night,
looking at a
thanks to
siren
you
who would
folks
entice
who've donated to
many
the Hard Liquor
fishermen,
Fund.
or things
You all,
like that.
God bless you.
Let's dive into Diana of the Dunes. Welcome to Dead Town.
Some fun later. It's really all I'm thinking about right now is just like when I actually, like, this may turn me into an alcoholic. I'm not really much of a drinker at all, but this might be the start of something.
This is Dead Town. legends, and ghost stories.
Yeah, I am sounding like Stuttering John. Absolutely.
It's off limits.
I'm not buying into the experience. Oh, I'll try to lighten up then.
This is...
It is noon. I'll eat this bag of chips that was sent to me from our friend Casey. Little snackerino.
Welcome to
because you guys are going to love listening to me
once
eat chips.
again. Happy to be here. My name is Patrick Michael. We're doing it again. We've got some more content for you. We're going to keep you guys occupied with
Now I'm being
something
opie.
during
Now I'm
this
just trolling.
quarantine. We got to keep you entertained to a certain degree, and I'm all about it. Okay, I'm all about it. I'm all about giving you something to entertain yourself with, and I'll be honest. Because of the last episode, because
LOL,
of the episode
thank you.
involving the haunted
You really...
bridge, I only felt that it was right. Felt that it was right that we go ahead and
I'm going to get Royce's job.
get some more Indiana lore out of the way. And this story in particular, we're going to be visiting some more northern
All right,
Indiana,
now I'm creeped out. I'm not
Lake
eating any more
Michigan
chips.
type of scary shit, okay? We're in for a ride, and I hope you're going to enjoy it and join me because it should be interesting. Should be interesting. Nobody knows about these things. I would imagine the people that live around here have heard stories. I've talked to a couple lifetime Michigan Cityans or whatever you want to call it, and they certainly
top
remember
off
the
my
story.
coffee.
They've heard of this lore. They've heard of good old Diana of the Dunes, and we're gonna dive into that right now on Dead Town. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you to everybody who's checked out the show. By far, one of the funnest shows that I do, and I'm just glad that you guys have taken an interest to it because the reality is there's not much promotion. You know, it takes a lot of work to really get these shows out there and bring in a huge audience. But I'm not one for that. I'd rather just take it, come up with the show, put out the episodes, and hope that people find it. And so far, so good. You guys have paid attention to it. You've listened to it. And it seems like you've enjoyed it. So without further ado, Diane of the Dunes. This is Dead Town. I'm Patrick Michael. Let's begin. Now, the story I actually heard recently about Diana of the Dunes came from my fiance's dad, and he actually said something along the lines of she was a real lady that lived out there by the water, like Lake Michigan, and proceeded to swim around in the middle of the night.
I spilled coffee
And
everywhere.
As far as online lore,
just laughed
is
my ass
concerned
off.
when it comes to this urban legend. She was like a siren, right, from mythological stuff.
Oh my God!
One of the most well-known and most
Worked so
celebrated ghost
hard.
legends in Indiana is that
I spilled
of Diana of
coffee
the Dunes.
all over the place just now.
Now near Chesterton,
laughing
Indiana,
at
in
this
the-
fucking
in the
idiot.
Indiana Dunes, there's a legend that fishermen around Lake Michigan would occasionally sight a naked woman swimming in the lake. Now, let's just back up here and say this. Knowing what a siren is and knowing how that works, you could imagine that this would easily be that
He
thing,
knows the
because if it's
sound
only
of
fishermen
sirens
that are
coming to
seeing
take the
her,
children.
there might be a chance that you're just not doing well. That's the same way that like mermaids came about. You would see a fish that might have sort of looked like a woman, and then you see people noodling online, and you're like, whoa, that is something, right? So anyways, fishermen would see her, and they would be the ones to say, yeah, there's a naked lady swimming. So you'd imagine that most of the stories were intertwined in that lifestyle. The lifestyle of being a fisherman, being on the water. Those guys talked about it. So to understand how it grew to where everybody else in the city knew about this, and it's even an urban legend that is available online, you would think that it certainly grew for some reason. Now, the legend dates back to at least 1915. And it goes on to say that a beautiful woman was living as a hermit near the lake. Because no one knew her name, they began to refer to her as Diana because of her beauty.
So
they're saying
hot
that this
women
is a beautiful
usually just
woman
live
who had
alone in
nowhere to go
isolation.
and just lived
They
by
don't
the
just go
lake.
out into society and
Now,
help people
if she
look
had
at
a
them.
house, fine.
Okay.
But truth be told, living near a lake in the Midwest is no good for anybody. You can hear about people living on the beach in California and such things like that. Florida even. But the middle of the United States, it's going to get really cold. It's going to be unbearable. You're not going to be able to do it. And then to also think that it's an attractive lady who somehow doesn't have the ability to take care of herself outside of living next to a lake as a hermit, you're going to be confused. You got to believe that there's no way that she's that attractive if she is living near the lake. You know, if she's got nobody to help take care of her.
Little sanitizerino.
And truth be told, when you think about the lake and how most lakes are, one thing is for certain.
They're
wet. Usually surrounded by great real estate. Okay, so when you're actually, I mean, outside of being near the lighthouse, which is also a very beautiful architectural
People like to live by
design,
lakes, do they?
the houses that are built next to a lake, near a lake, are usually some of the nicest and best anything as far as a home is concerned. I mean, they're very strangely built because they have to be also protected by the idea that maybe the tide comes in too high and the basement might get soaked and things like this. So, for instance, you could be on one side, you could be on the side of the street looking at one of these houses, and it looks small. But then you look at it from the beach and it looks insane. It's absolutely massive. So to think that only fishermen were the people that were the only ones seeing this beautiful woman is a little unreasonable. If she was real, you have to think that some of these rich folks that were just hanging out on their, $300,000 balcony, they're going to see this lady as well. They're going to wonder what she's doing. They're going to be suspicious of her because they're rich people. They got nothing else going on. They're just
with their
out on the beach,
$3,000 balconies and their $100 chairs.
Now, nobody knew her name. They called her Diane,
mean?
Which translated to Diana in reference to the god, the goddess of beauty, which is very interesting. So they must have really, really thought that she was this goddess, right? Just this amazing. I can't even think of what I'm saying here. Yeah, she must have been so beautiful that they thought that she was godlike, which is, that's unreasonable for sure. In actuality, she was Alice Mabel Gray.
You know who has a $3,000 balcony? Stuttering John.
On the dunes.
He's got a $3,000 balcony.
So that's real. That's the actual story. She's a real lady named Alice Mabel Gray, and maybe she was attractive. But do you think that she was swimming in Lake Michigan in the middle of the night?
His is worth $3,000 because of
also,
him. All the neighbors.
And also, how is she going to swim
Theirs are
in
worth
the middle of
about
the night
$2
if
now.
She can't see.
Property values are declining.
Weird, right? I can't see.
Somebody
but
send
also,
me a
I can
thing.
still swim
Is
good.
Stuttering John a property
You don't know
manager?
which way's up. You're floating in
He
water.
works for an
There's all
apartment
the-
complex.
What?
He's
I
like
don't
the
know. I don't see how
super.
that makes any sense. But being the daughter also of a wealthy Chicago family, as it says,
I
that
feel
she
like
is,
that's a
you could
bad
just assume,
decision.
why is she living on the water then? They can't take care of their dog. You know what I mean? Like, that's weird. You can't
He's the
bring
super.
your daughter inside, keep her in the basement, something like this. What's happening? Is she bumping into things? Too many things? They'd rather put her outside like some sort of cat or dog. Why did I say cat? Put her outside like some sort of a dog, like on one of those lines where she can run back and forth in the backyard, but she doesn't get away. Like, Jesus, why? I don't understand how that makes any sense. And then, like I said, to also equate it to the idea that fishermen were seeing this lady somehow swimming in the water. What would be the purpose of that? What would be the purpose? Hey, I can't see, but
I would
like to
not
go for
trust
a
that
swim.
man to
Somebody
fix a
turn me in the
marriage.
right
I would not
direction,
trust
please.
that man to fix a
Somebody
career.
turn me towards the
And I
water?
certainly
Oh,
would
never
not
mind. I
allow
hear
him
the
to
seagulls.
fix anything in
What
my
the
home.
fuck?
Thank you.
What? Why? How does that make sense at all? Like, I feel like the last thing I would want to do if I couldn't see anymore is be left alone on a beach with a vast lake. Seems like it's just going to work against you. Not going to benefit at all. But Alice Mabel Gray actually grew up near
Jesse,
the dunes
elaborate,
and sought to
please.
enjoy the remainder
What
of her
would
life
you allow him to
on the
fix on your
dunes.
sink?
So she actually was like, you know what? I can't see. Eventually, I will walk out into the lake. Might as well be closer than, might as well be closer than further away. Let's just make it easy for you guys. Like, what is she going to be shipped out to sea afterwards? Like, I don't understand what's going on here. In 1920, a man named Paul Wilson moved into the cabin with her. So a guy saw this hermit lady living on the beach and was like, well, I'm in. I could do that. I could live that lifestyle. Also, I know I'm not that handsome of a guy. And it's clear that she can't see because she continues to bump into everything that is on the beach as she tries to boogie board. It's just so dumb. Paul Wilson was an unemployed boatwright.
He's still going, folks.
And a suspected murderer. So, of course, Paul Wilson sees this lady who's out here living on the beach all alone and thinks, well, yeah, hello, I get a lady who can't even see what I look like.
You would trust him with the chain
I could literally
on
tell
that
her
little
anything
plug
and
for
she
your
has
sink,
to believe
really?
me.
You know he'd probably
But a
try to
boatwright
pawn
is
it.
Another term for simply somebody who builds boats. So, not a bad place to live, right next to the ocean, right next to the lake. I'd imagine most of the people that are listening to
Thank
this
you, Tap on
podcast are
Tom.
probably thinking, well,
Carl would
didn't
never do
expect
this for you
term.
guys. I hope you
I
realize
didn't
that.
expect to
Carl
hear,
wouldn't.
about somebody called Diana of the Dunes and find out it was
Carl
an actual
would lie to
lady
you and said
who
he
was
did it.
living on her own near the water. She was a daughter of a wealthy family.
youngest senior
and then she
citizen
invites
that ever
a
lived.
murderer to be her roommate. I wasn't expecting that. Certainly
lost
wasn't
a game of fucking rock,
who
paper,
would've thought?
scissors, Uncle Jerry.
I mean, if there's anywhere for a convicted,
I lost a game of rock, paper, scissors. I
suspected
definitely
murderer,
worked
excuse me, suspected
harder
murderer
than
to
him
go,
on the creep off.
It is to
I
live
work harder
off the
on my
grid.
creeps every week than
And
Carl.
he got the best of two worlds. He gets to live with some lady who has money, and like I said, he could tell her anything.
I
he
just
wanted,
put
and she's
in
going
the
to
same
believe him.
amount of effort
I'm sure she's probably quite
when I do
lonely as it
WATP
is.
that he does when we do the
To
creep
find
off.
out that there's a guy who's even interested in the lifestyle that she has is probably pretty good. He can help. He's probably the one that turns her towards the water. She's like, honey, I want to
I'm going crazy.
Turn me.
Oh,
Turn me
he should have been
towards-
tarred and feathered for bringing
Which
in
way?
Carol
Turn me
Baskins.
towards the ocean. The lake. It's a lake. The two eventually got married, as one would assume. That's what happens when there's all that love in one place. You got to get married. He began to treat her badly, and he was abusive as, hey, surprise, second good surprise of this story. He was a bad guy. The suspected murderer, also bad guy. Of course he was. You knew he was. I didn't even really have to tell you. And I've been like, hey, they got married. And you could have been like, did he beat her up? He did. Oh, that makes sense. Why did I even ask? What's even sadder about all of this is he was abusive. He treated her like shit. And she died shortly after the birth of their second child from being poisoned. So what was his intention? Did
How
he just
dare
want
you,
to kill her?
cowman?
Or did Paul Wilson simply just want to have the house to himself? Was that the main goal? He's like, well, here's this
I
lady
try
who
not
has
to
this,
ramble,
this little
sir.
place or whatever near the ocean. Better to get rid of her than pretend like this is going to last for very long. And so he does.
I'm lucky Vic's going to the Navy, or I would have been kicked off the podcast ages
he already
ago.
had one kid with her, so that's his baby mama, and he's still like, well, she's got to go. I need to live in
Maybe
a
I'll
shack by the
fucking
ocean
enlist.
all alone with my
Maybe
kid.
that's how I'll leave the podcast.
Like, what in the fuck?
I'll fucking join the
That doesn't
Canadian
make any
Mounties.
sense at all. That doesn't make sense at all. I mean, of course, that makes sense to a demonic mind. Not even a
Jerry.
demonic mind, but just a criminal.
Uncle Jerry's a troll.
He is a criminal. They are
He's
gonna
a
do things
troll.
like that. And he found it. Suspected murderer, I would think, could be changed to definitely a murderer, especially after, Alice. He certainly had to have killed her. She was poisoned, and she was living just fine on the. I mean, maybe not just fine. Probably had a lot of bruises on her thighs from running into things, but living nonetheless. And having such
Our national
great
security
of a
is being
family
boosted.
where she had the option to live out the rest of her life on the ocean or on the lake. Why do I keep saying ocean?
Hold
I
on,
want it to be
Sam.
ocean because that seems more reasonable.
Are you telling me that Carl was getting his creeps from another show?
But also, here's where you have to believe and acknowledge the fact that this is probably why fishermen were seeing some random lady swimming in the dunes. You know, because she died. She had to have been killed.
I just looked this up. He
because,
might
like
be.
I said before on this podcast, if the theory of a ghost is that they're repeating actions that they should have or did take while they were alive, she had to have been swimming in the lake as a blind lady if she's constantly out there and fishermen are seeing her after she's been dead. Right?
Carl,
So
do you
she's
listen to
repeating that.
Sword and
She's repeating her
Scale?
laps
Tell the truth.
as a ghost, if you will. Now, I've been to the dunes, and I'll say it is a very vast place, and I would imagine it's probably pretty quiet near the
Carl,
water. So any of these fishermen,
I'm looking
any
at
of
this
these people
website
really
of this
were out
Sword and
there
Scale.
in the middle of the night, certainly.
I want to see how many of Carl's
could stir
creeps
up
I could
something
find in
their
their
own
show
mind,
descriptions.
especially with the stories of this lady, where something actually does occur, whether truly occurring
God,
or
these
simply
suck.
your mind playing the tricks on you. It's not illogical at this point. And throughout these these podcast episodes, I'm
I'm not
finding
going through this.
so many great tales of things like this happening. I mean, the Haunted Bridge episode, which is the last episode, was phenomenal. I had no idea about a bridge
No, KevBot
where
sends them
guys
to me,
were falling in the
Sanctus.
cement at an ungodly rate. So when you hear about this, you're just like, oh, geez, there's got to be so much more. And here we are talking about a lady who happened to lose her eyesight. She decided that she not only decided, but she had the option because her parents were wealthy enough to say, hey, I want to live the rest of my years near the beach. Now, does that mean that she was living right on the ocean in the sand? I would say probably not. But any house near the beach has to be ridiculous.
I just
unless
caught
she's
that
simply
too. It was a
living on the
phenomenal
beach
episode,
in
Kevin.
Some property that her parents might have had. Just her parents live in the large house. She built a shed on the sand. I don't understand how else this Paul Wilson could have even found her. How could he have seen her? Right? Other than maybe she was doing laps. But then he would have had to pay more attention to her to think, oh, well, I could talk to this lady. I could convince her into letting me move into her house and then go from there. But he waited until he had two kids with her to say, well, I'm going to poison her now. So can we really suspect him? Probably. But also what murder is he suspected of before they get together? How drastic is that? But I still sit here and I wonder, how many people were actually seeing this lady either in some small space on the lake or just walking up and down the beach? Because people had to have seen her, right? You would just assume. And then she has no eyes. So her eyes aren't good. And she wants to just be next to the ocean, which is fine. And having the option to do so is even better. Having the parents that are like, yeah, we can afford that. It's not a problem. But also the idea that she's swimming with failing
Sam,
eyes doesn't make sense to
fans
me.
send us
The local legend did claim that
creeps
Alice's
in all the
ghost still
time.
returns to the beach
So it
at
wouldn't
the dunes
surprise
to
me like
relive
if
her happier
somebody did
days. So her happier days
listen to Sword
were
and
consistent
Scales and
of
send them to him. But I
swimming in the
also
lake, doing her laps.
definitely assume that Carl
So are
is
fishermen
lazy
seeing her?
and spends
What does
all
she
of his
do when
time on
they see her? Why is she
WATP.
naked?
And then he
Is
looks
she
in his
naked
email
because
to
she
see
couldn't
what
see, to
creep
put her
somebody
clothes on
sent him
anyways,
that he
so
could
it
use
didn't
for our
matter?
show.
For
I'm
decades,
assuming
there
that's
have
what
been
happened.
Sightings of a naked, ghostly-looking woman running along the beach and disappearing into the lake. Okay, so you hear this and you think, well, she's not even swimming? She's just running naked. Well, now the story is way different. Now it's different because she's not swimming. So any of these lonely fishermen could certainly have said, yeah, dude, I saw this naked lady running down the beach, and simply be too drunk. You know, like that's why they're seeing this lady. Certain things, obviously. The story of Diana of the Dunes could certainly add to people being like, yeah, I saw something. I certainly saw something. But are we seeing multiple times where the same people are saying that they saw a naked lady? Because that's where you run into trouble. that's when it gets suspicious. Whenever multiple people say that they see the same thing in the same fashion, you have to start believing it, or those people are all hanging out together and the story is being cultivated between their group. But the ghostly woman has been said to have been seen running near the lake, so she's not swimming. The legend is commonly referred to as Diana of the Dunes. The story is commemorated in an annual Diana of the Dunes festival and pageant. Oh, gross. So, yeah, she's pretty well known, I guess, around here, to the point where they're even doing a pageant. They're doing a pageant, they're doing a festival, and that's just lame. That's awful. Sounds dumb. Like, what's the pageant? Is everybody coming out dressed up like, Ursula? Right? Just like some weird, tattered, flowing dress. Are they all dressed up like Samara from The Ring, coming out of the well? What's the appeal? What's the appeal? What's the appeal of a ghost pageant? It'd be different if it wasn't Diana of the Dunes and they just said, Alice Mabel Gray pageant, because then you could just do it in commemoration of this blind lady. But then also, what's to commemorate them? They dress themselves, the pageanteers or whatever, they dress themselves with their eyes closed. What is it, a naked thing? Because that's, if we're really gonna
all right, so just so everybody knows, little
what
interrupt
Seamus.
Seamus. Sorry to do that to you.
What
I know
better way
Patrick
is
Michael's
there
really
than to
riveting.
have a pageant
The new
and a
poll for
festival
episode
where everybody
30
has
is
to
out on
run
Twitter
naked?
now. I just posted it.
Because that is what
Wow,
Alice
you guys are
would
voting
have
already.
preferred,
The options are
Or at least
creepiest
swim.
preacher,
Everybody take a
creepiest
swimming
streamer,
dip,
or creepiest
nobody
trucker.
pee,
All submitted
and,
by you
we'll
guys in
commemorate
this
Alice
12-hour
that way.
feed with me. So if you
It'll
want to
just be
vote,
better. It's
go
better
for it.
than a weird pageant and festival where you're not really commemorating her in any fashion, because she was certainly a hermit. So going to a festival or a pageant which consists of a lot of people doesn't make much sense, huh? All right, guys. So this has been a wonderful Dead Town episode.
I know a lot of people want creepiest streamer, but boy, creepiest preacher,
Wonderful.
that would be fun.
Episode. And I've had a blast. I've had a lot of fun. I enjoy this podcast a lot, and I'm realizing that you guys are enjoying it as well.
Glad someone
And if you'd
enjoys
like
it,
to
and no, we're
continue
not.
to do so, please support the show at
No.
patreon.com/podculture. That's PODCULTURE. Easy find, and you can
Preacher,
become
you think
dollar
that's a
donor
softball?
and just help support what's happening here. If you enjoy the product, support it. It'll keep getting better.
That's
You can
right,
also
folks. If
follow
you
me
enjoy
at
the
Glitch
product,
Fredbird on all major social media
support
platforms,
it.
including YouTube. You can find video versions of a lot of the podcasts that I do.
Carl should support it.
YouTube.com
Carl should be paying this kid $100 a month for the amount of fucking
And, contact this show,
content
send in your
that he
ghost stories.
gives Carl.
Your dead
He should
town
give
at
him $100
have it
a
right on the
month.
show.
He should be
Anything you
subscribed
got.
to the Pod
Anything
Culture
you got.
Patreon.
You got a story, and you send it in.
Hi,
and
Eric.
read it,
Yes.
and get a shout out.
This is
and
what
it'll be
despair
fun,
looks like.
and we'll be friends. But yeah, seriously, if you have any kind of crazy paranormal activity that's happened in your life, it doesn't have to
You
be a
tried to give
long
him $10. You didn't try to
story.
give him 100,
Doesn't have to be
asshole.
very well
I'm looking
written.
at you,
don't have to-
Carl.
You could do it like a text message on T9, okay? Just give me part of the word. Spell words with numbers.
That should
Change
go
it-
on the
change
wheel. Give
form
Seamus
to the number
$100.
4, right? Shorten it up. It'll be like shorthand, and it'll get read on the show. It'll be a fun thing that we can do together. Me as the host, you as the audience. But I
Carl, what
suppose,
time are you
until
doing
next
WATP
episode,
today,
I'll
bud?
see you guys later. And be sure if you're out there fishing in the boat and you're in Lake Michigan, you just watch out for the naked lady running on the street. But running on the beach. Obviously, that would be a little bit flabbergasting. It's gonna spark some surprise in your face. But also, you might just keep it to yourself. Like, holy shit! I saw a naked lady running on the
God,
beach. Because
it's
there-
only
chances are in your mind, you're gonna
12:23.
Think, well, that was just a real lady.
Four
And I
and
guess people just do that around
hours
here,
and
and it's
23
fine.
minutes so far, Carl.
It's good. It's good. I don't know how to end this.
If we had
so
just done a
I'm just gonna
6-hour
tell you
stream,
guys one
I'd be
final
almost
thing,
done.
and we'll leave it at
and
that.
I can enjoy
call
my
it a day,
Saturday.
and continue to be champions that we are. And that final
At
thing is
2
simply
o'clock,
that we
I technically will be halfway finished with my consequence. Another great, thrilling episode of Dead Town completed. Let's hear another ad read for fucking Anchor. What's the point of this music on this show? What is the point of outro music on a podcast? At least when we do ours, we fucking throw jokes in there and try to make it funny. This is just fucking music for the sake of music, which in a show about fucking ghosts really doesn't bring a lot to the fucking proceedings. What kind of music do I listen to? I'm a very eclectic person. My favorite bands that you could currently go see if they were touring be like Low Cut Connie, or I love Drive By Truckers. I'm a big Drive By Truckers fan. My favorite band of all time.
Hey guys,
it's gonna sound lame, but number one in my heart is probably the Ramones.
If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free. It's the
They're
easiest
just
way to
fun.
make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the
Yeah, I
convenience
would
of
love
editing
to
from
pop
your
in during the
phone
episode, but
is
Carl's got to
unmatched.
figure out
Anchor will
how to
also
get me in,
distribute your podcast
because like I don't want to deal with all of his
so you
bullshit.
can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts.
I got a
Overcast,
salad, Wendell.
Podbean,
Somebody sent me one
everywhere that they
already.
find
Somebody did that
podcasts.
gag
It's amazing.
already.
You can also now make money from your podcast with
Sorry,
no
Tampon Tom, I didn't mean to
minimum
interrupt.
listenership. That
So
means
listen,
only
folks.
2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners.
If
you
you're
still
tempted
make
to
money.
send me
Anchor
salads,
is
please
everything you
don't.
need to make a
Just
podcast in
contribute
one
to the
place.
Hard Liquor Fund.
So simply
because
go
I'm
download
gonna
the free
need a
Anchor
drink.
app or go to anchor.fm
Holy
to get
flying
started.
fuck!
That's
I'm not even halfway
anchor.fm.
done yet.
ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started.
Did you guys know that Anchor
Today's
FM
episode, we continue
is the
our
best
journey
place today to
discussing
make a podcast?
Indiana, Midwest, urban legends, and today's episode, we're talking about a haunted house, more like a haunted mansion. It is the Culberson Mansion in New Albany.
No comment. I am not drinking yet. I am stone fucking sober.
The Dead Town.
I'm a trooper. So it's playing on speakers into this room, and I'm trying to. I go in and out. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm trying really hard, but when it's just the same monotone stuff all fucking day, I have to speak or I would go crazy. If you guys want me just to sit here and listen to this without commenting or saying anything, fucking fine. It's all the same to me at this point.
Conspiracies, cults,
Nothing fucking matters
urban
anymore.
legends, and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits. This is the Dead Town Podcast.
He's hard to concentrate on because he's just fucking an
This
idiot
episode,
and
like
he's
I
not
was
saying
We're
anything.
going to be diving into some very, very dark stuff. Something that I've actually seen in person. I haven't been inside this venue, but I've drove past it many times, and I couldn't help but to. It intrigues you as you drive by. Something makes you look at it because the placement of this mansion is so strange. There's no reason behind why it is located where it is located. And as you drive by, you're like, wow, that's a giant house.
That's what
I
I'm
wonder if
saying. So I'm
some
trying to do the best
super
of both
rich
words.
person
We're old
happened to own
Severus,
it or owned it
84. I'm
previously,
trying.
Or what's going on there.
Trying to
at
make
all,
the
because
best
it
of
is a
this.
museum. And that is crazy. And this is not our first
So here's the
time
deal,
or
Leo. I would
first
love to do that,
rodeo.
but I was
Speaking on
specifically charged
creepy
with
houses,
listening to every single
because
episode of Dead
not just
Town,
from our own
and right now
personal
I am
experiences,
trucking
specifically myself,
fucking
I'm not
through
saying
it.
that I was like, oh yeah,
I'm trucking through
I've
it.
had some crazy haunted house experience. But we can be honest and say,
You know what I really hope happens today,
most
Kevin?
of our
I
evidence or said
sent
evidence
Seamus a Twitter follow
or
request.
possibility, an inkling
So far, nothing.
of ghosts being real. It seems to start
It'd be
out
nice to have it
in one
accepted.
place and
You
one
can't
place
just follow
only,
him on Twitter.
and
You have to
those
have
are
it
haunted
accepted
houses. It's been
because he's a
economic.
marketing fucking
Now,
genius.
what is the reasoning behind it? That's hard to decipher. Why is it the house? Now, as I said, it is a museum. This place allows visitors. You know, you can go inside, you can hang out.
Hey, Cowman.
Make friends with
Yes, I
spirits
did.
and
I got a
everything.
lot of them. I've been asked to. I've never really watched Maddox before. You may have seen earlier in the stream. I saw Banana Docs for the very first time in my life, so I'm going to listen to some Stuttering John and some Maddox, and then I'm going to get into the emails. So at some point tonight, I'm gonna be doing it. But today, this morning, I am gonna fucking just bust through Dead Town, and I just am so thankful for you guys being here with me. You are making this slightly bearable because
bring a camera in to
it's like I'm not talking to a wall, so it's pretty good.
Experience, right? Because chances are the best thing that you're gonna
wine
get
drunk?
anyways
Fuck yeah, I'll get
is a
wine
ghost
drunk.
moving a
Maybe
table.
we'll see.
But we're here, you know. This is
I love getting wine drunk. You know, wine drunk
I'm Patrick Michael,
really
and like I
is the
said, today we're
superior
looking at this
drunk.
haunted mansion, and I've seen this place. I've seen it probably 100 times.
If God is
150
merciful, He
times.
will take your hearing
And
before this
never
is
once
over.
would I have guessed that
The old
there
Rush
is
Limbaugh. I
paranormal
appreciate you,
activity,
Cowman. Thank you, buddy.
right? I wouldn't have guessed that. It was an intriguing
For those
place,
50 people
where-
that are
where
being
it
tortured
is
with me,
and the
Sanctus,
landscape around
those
the
50
house,
people,
everything about it is very ominous.
they're Vinnie strong.
And you can, by looking at it, you'd be like, yeah, that place probably has ghosts, just because it's an old style house. And then you come to find out, oh, it does have some sort of activity. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I'll be honest, after I found this information out, I was talking with my family.
What a
and there's
day.
a good chance we might be taking a visit to this mansion once everything gets back in order. Because I'll tell you what, guys,
Do you hear this
there's
idiot?
this
That was exactly why this kid's fucking
investigation into
stupid.
whether or not
I'm gonna do this episode,
we,
then I'll
we
go check
believe
it out.
or can
Why
find
don't you, if you want to
evidence
make
that
it
ghosts are
interesting,
real,
kind of go
right?
look
How
at
crazy
it,
would be to do a
then
live
tell us
podcast
about it.
from the museum? I'm sure I can pull it off.
Thank you,
I don't
Wendell.
think this is the
God
type of
bless you. I
museum
love you.
Where the curators are
You're not a
there
loser.
following you around. I'm pretty sure you have free reign of the territory.
Seamus and his logic is not
It'd be weird
is
otherwise.
great.
It doesn't seem like it's that kind of
Sure,
establishment.
it is.
We're gonna
There
dive
should be a
into this
team of
crazy-
fucking doctors
crazy tale
studying
about
him.
this
It shouldn't
Culver
just be
Street
Carl
mansion.
and me and you guys.
Right now.
He should be somewhere.
only hope that
They
it
should
lives
put
up
him in
to
a
our
room with a
expectations. I'll tell you
microphone,
what,
and
I
doctors
didn't
should be
know
sitting
New
behind glass
Albany,
doing
Indiana was
exactly
so
what I'm
close.
doing right now.
I didn't know that I was
For the
driving
sake
through
of the
it on a daily
fucking
basis
children,
a few years
for the
back.
sake of
Crazy,
Carly,
right? When you make these connections, it's a beautiful
maybe
thing
there's a
at the same
pill
time.
that
Like,
would
oh, wow.
work.
So let's put this into some sort of a real perspective where it's like,
Wendell, I love you.
experiences
Thank you,
in
buddy. That's
paranormal
very cool of
activity
you.
that I might have had
We'll have a little
at any
vino for
point
Vino.
have never been in a mansion, okay? And I think about that because
You want a Vinnie Strong
imagine-
bracelet? What color should it be?
if we're chalking this up to
Yellow's
the idea that the
taken.
mind does play
What color
tricks
should
on
the
a person and you can
Vinnie
conjure
Strong
up
bracelet be?
the possibility of a ghost or something paranormal to have
And that's right,
especially if
Severus.
you're alone
Like, people
in
don't
any
realize
place.
WATP is
alone in the house, you can be
fantastic
alone in
because
a
of the
bigger
amount of
box.
effort that goes
You
into
could
pulling
still
clips and shit like
let
this.
your mind
But being a
wander
co-host on
and
that
eventually
show,
feel like, oh, something snuck up on you or
and it's
something
hard
moved
not
this
to
or
be
that.
cliched. And I think like
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
what we're
co-hosts get
assuming
shit on because they walk in like
is
their first time, like,
happening
wow, this was really
in place
hard.
of the idea that ghosts
It is
exist.
hard.
Well,
Hot pink. The Vinnie Strong
we have
bracelet
to-
should be
we have
hot
to
pink.
admit that being in a mansion would be that
Creep
much more
off green.
terrifying.
Vinnie Strong. I
Because
wonder if I get
there's
those
so
made.
many more places. There's so much more space.
I'll see if I get those made
so
right
many
now.
Rooms you
Fuck,
rarely go
if you
into.
stayed in
The
here, I
basement
would
that is
fucking
this,
mail
you
you
know,
one for
5,000
free.
square
I love
feet.
you guys.
Just, I mean, when we were kids, Home Alone was a big deal. Home Alone was one of those movies that was like, oh yeah, this is something we're watching all the time, always. And one of the main protagonists or antagonists, I don't know which one's the bad guy, but it was the furnace in the basement, right? That scary furnace. And we remember this thing. It was, and let's be honest, that's just one of the movies that's had an effect on us as far as paranormal activity is concerned and our mind willing to play tricks on us. I was thinking about it
Interesting.
recently, and I believe the very first scary movie that I watched.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I
willingly
get those made. I
and
think
was
I just
allowed
found a
to watch
website.
by my parents was called Hollow Man.
We could get them done in shit
And
brown
let's be
too. That'd
honest,
be interesting.
Weird movie to say was a scary movie.
Green, though,
today,
does make
when You
sense.
think about who was in the movie, what the movie was about. But I'll be honest, the
Sanctus.
movie itself wasn't scary, but the beginning, the intro.
Fuck yeah, man.
Just some random like cells.
You're
or
my
whatever
hero.
moving around, and names.
I appreciate you
showing
being here.
up
Are
on
you
the screen.
planning on? Do you think you can make
That
it through
was
the
more
whole
scary
thing with
than
me,
the entire movie
Sanctus?
itself. It was one of those terrifying intros, so scary that you're like, oh well, I can just not watch this and I'll be fine. I'd prefer not to watch it. But the
Vinnie
idea
Strong.
that media doesn't have an effect on you and can help
Oh,
put
I
these
still have
certain
coffee
thoughts
here.
or things in your mind is ridiculous. That's why people that enjoy horror movies and enjoy the horror genre, they're most likely not indulging in that genre in the middle of the night.
Nothing is off
No matter
limits.
how big of a fan. It's just
I must have tuned
untapped
out. Did he just
because
say,
they know that, oh, well, this is
follow
meant
him
to
on
scare
social
you.
media and email
Just
him?
Watch it during the day. It's just easier to get through, and
Dumb.
it helps keep your mind
Let me see these wristbands.
from wanting to play those tricks on you, like, oh, I think I heard something in the bathroom. Oh no. And that's the kind of stuff that I think about. But you know, you're a product of your environment, and the things around you can ultimately make an impression and affect you later. So living in any kind of environment has to be horrible when there's some sort of a haunting or, you know, alleged haunting going on. And when it comes to being in a mansion, that just has to be that much more. It's got to be worse. It just has to be worse. In my mind, that is 100 times worse. Because there's so many, just the space itself. Like, I think about the experiences I've had in the small places and confined locations that I've had my experiences in, and I'm like, well, thank God for that, because the idea of a ghost.
Hey, all of you do me a favor.
was
If you're on Twitter or whatever,
Right,
just
you
start
could find
blasting
yourself,
Carl
like,
at Who Are These Pods with
when it
hashtag
starts
Vinnie
getting
Strong.
away.
Just start fucking with him.
If something was to go down, because I always circle back.
So how many
to,
hours of
what
listening to
is the ghost
Seamus
gonna
before
do,
you either
kick
go
my
insane or
ass?
reach some kind of godlike
Like, if the thing
understanding
doesn't
of the
have the
world?
ability to actually
That's what
touch
I'm
me, what am I
hoping
worried
for.
about?
That's what
The
I think the
strongest
silver
thing this
lining
thing
to
is
all
able
of
to
this
do
would be
is
is that
move a table
Nirvana
chair, a
is
table
attainable
chair.
if you just
What's
listen
that?
to
I don't
enough
know.
fucking
behind a
Patrick
table and a
Michael.
chair.
I'm pretty
Fine,
sure
yes,
that that's
well,
not
it
the
is.
case though, because
It's a
if it
table chair.
was,
So
Carl would have
yes,
gotten there
I
already, and
guess.
he's a fucking
Isn't that what, like, a
wine
table
claw
chair is
drunk or a
legitimately the
white claw
exact thing
drunk
that we all
who
sat
hangs
in
out in a wood
during
panel
high
basement.
school.
So
It's just a chair connected to a small table, and it's connected. It's all one piece. You almost feel like that doesn't exist anymore. Like that's straight out of an '80s movie.
wouldn't that be
Even though I
something
feel like 80s movies
if he's
show
the one
you
who's
that
got it
they're
all
cool
right
with the
and we're
possibility
fucking
of
all
turning
just
their chair
wrong?
around backwards?
We should just look at the world like complete fucking
Hey,
idiots.
Cool guy, relax. But honestly, I believe
It might be.
a table chair. You know, that's a big deal. We were talking about.
See right
the
there,
concept
brilliant
of
idea, a
ghosts
table
being able to
chair.
Use any of their energy to do things, and they choose
Vinnie
to do
Strong,
those
send him
mundane
hashtag.
things. Outside of horror movies, maybe books, there's no fucking there's no real legitimate strength to what it might have done, whether it be a ghost, a demon, a poltergeist, whatever.
A table and a chair.
Whatever. My point is,
It's
we're
called a
talking about this
bench at
Culberson
that point.
Mansion. I don't
A
know the
fucking
history of this
lunch
place, but
bench.
We're gonna dive into it a little bit here on this episode, and I just want to give a shout out to Unbeliever Russ. I think his name is Unbeliever Russ. It's a guy on Twitter. He's done a lot for the show. He helps repost it. I think he's a listener. Either way, big shout out to that dude. Check out his podcast and wherever he's at. Follow him on Twitter, Unbeliever Russ. I believe I don't know how to spell it. I couldn't even begin to guess, but you know, you got to give shout outs where shout outs are due for those that support you. Because sometimes you take it, you're like, oh, is this guy really into what I do? All right. I mean, I guess. I'm glad. I mean, yeah.
Kevin,
I'm glad you
exactly
are.
right.
But also, why? Nonetheless, we're here. We're using the AK.
God walks up, he's like,
phone. We got it back in business,
"What's up, my man?"
Folks, we're back on it in the sense that, you know,
What's
I've
up,
had
bro?
this microphone for probably, I don't know, 4 years. And I was like, well, let's see. I honestly, in my head, I was pretty sure that I threw it away. Come to find out, it is still in existence, and we're using it today for today's episode about the new Albany establishment in Indiana known as the Culberson Mansion. It's a large mansion that the town. That
My
actually
wife
was
wanted me
built
to
during
tell you
the
all
town's golden
hello,
days
and thank you all
as
for
a
keeping me company.
shipbuilding center. The Culberson Mansion is open to public tours and visitors, and the curators have claimed to have seen a ghostly figure in the building. Now, what does that mean? What's the ghostly figure? Was it a man? Was it a woman? Was it a child? Was it somebody that recently lived there? They do say that they believe it to be the ghost of the owner's second wife, who returned to protect her children from her husband's third wife. So to me, it sounds like this house has a lot of history with
yes, I do own a wife. I have
around
paperwork and
monogamy
everything.
and protection of the children. So, like we said, we've had this theory of ghosts returning and constantly.
Thank you,
continuing
Tampon
to do
Tom. I'll
things
tell
they
her.
Didn't get to finish while they were here.
Hey,
on the
no,
Earth.
it won't.
So-
Kadzo, it will not, because
If that's the
technically I
case,
have to
this
be here
woman,
the same amount of
however
time.
She died. She just remained in this building and continued to come back to protect her children that were obviously no longer there. The mansion's carriage barn was turned into a haunted house.
Next
during
picks, take me
Halloween,
with you.
And many toured the building in the hopes
I'm
of
trying, buddy.
sighting the ghost.
I'm trying.
Now that's where I would not be.
Enjoy the funeral.
Okay. Going to the mansion in the
You know what
hopes
you
of
ought to
seeing a
do
ghost is one
when you
thing,
go to this funeral
but
today,
going
Next
to a
Picks? I want you
random
to
shed
just
on
pull
the
out your
property
phone and say,
to see fake ghosts and
walk up to the
teenagers
widow
praying
and just say,
ghosts,
hey,
I'm not
listen,
into it. Not interested in the
look at
slightest.
this. It could be worse, honey.
Just the idea of going to this place because it is a museum.
Yeah, we got about 50
and hoping that you
people
might see
watching with
something
us today.
while you're on the
We've
tour
had about
of
50
the
people the
mansion
whole time.
is pretty entertaining.
The silent
I mean,
majority.
that's
They're all
better than
Creep Off
any
fans. Thank you so
random
much for those of
Halloween,
you who have been tuning in.
haunted
I
house
really do
setup ever. You know, like,
legitimately
that's just weak.
appreciate you guys
It's
hanging out with me.
nothing to be
I also,
excited
you know,
about.
not to sound corny or be one of those guys, but thank
Cheap
you for
scares,
liking the
guys.
Creep Off.
Cheap
We have fun
scares.
doing the
We're-
show. I have a lot of fun doing it,
Okay.
so
It's a
I really
vaudeville act.
I'm just happy you guys like
The
it.
other thing I wonder about
It's a labor of
since
love.
It does say that there is curators. I just wonder, like, what the freedom is. Do they take you on the tour?
No one
they're
asked you,
walking with
Carl.
the entire time, or are you kind of free to wander?
Time for some Opie
Because that would
shout
be the
outs.
best way to incite a possible.
I don't do Opie. I'm gonna
sighting,
do my
if
new
you will.
my character,
Because whether or not
Opie.
somebody actually is affected or touched or whatever by a ghost in these moments.
Carl is a negative
they might
Nancy because
conjure
when he
it
was
up in their
born,
own
his
head,
parents
which is
spelled
only
his
going to
fucking
increase your
name
sales,
wrong.
because let me be honest, where this
And
place is
now all he
located
does is
isn't
smile
exactly
talk
a
like a
touristy
creep.
location. Oh, all right. It's in the middle of the woods. There's virtually nothing else around. It's a highway connected to a
Shame
highway.
is strong is
It's a
when you
giant
stay in the
house.
closet
It's
when your
very
kids are
old-looking.
crying.
It's almost like a pink color. It has a
This
longer
fucking kid.
driveway
It blows my
going
mind.
out to the
We're
road.
4 hours and
tell you what,
40 minutes into
long
this
before I
thing,
had
and
any
I've just
idea that
listened to
mansion
this
had
fucking
any
guy
real
babble
reason
nonstop,
for being
and I cannot
prosperous.
imagine him
noticed
being
it.
my
You know, as if there's
father.
some sort of energy that does.
When you fucking
hold
you
your
sit around and
attention
you
to it
think
as you go
about
by.
being
Now, is
raised
it
by
negative
this.
attention because there's spirits that are there to save children, or spirits that
Does
are there
anyone
to
know what his
hurt
like his
children?
kid's actual
It's
names
very
are? We don't even know his
interesting.
fucking name, but I'm just
And that's
wondering what
probably
he and
makes me a little
Carly
bit more invested in the idea of actually visiting a place like this in
named
the
their
hopes of
children.
seeing a ghost
I'm fascinated by
to a
that.
certain
I
degree.
really would
Or
like to
being,
know if anybody
you
has
know,
an idea.
Let's see him move a table leg at the very least. Now, nearby the mansion is the carriage house.
And by the way,
That's
creepiest streamer is running away with it
storyline
for
the
our
film,
choices for
literally
this
a
week.
haunted house fundraiser, which actually raises a majority of the funds for interior restoration of the mansion. So people are
Cowan,
still willing to
Santiago
go to the carriage
and
house
Dunbar,
in the hopes
Braden
of seeing
and Gary,
ghosts. And I don't know
Spider-Man
if they're
and
saying that they do a Halloween thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna dress up like ghosts to make sure we get scares, instead of literally trying to have people just go through on a tour. And
It's a dumb joke, but
scaring
it's Walker and
themselves.
Texas Ranger.
And a
It's
lot
got to
of
be
it.
something fucking stupid. It's got to
Now,
be
some
the
basic
dumbest
history outside of
trailer
just
park
that,
fucking names.
The family situation with the ex-wife and the main wife.
Alexander and
In
Superfly.
1933, it was sold to Dr. Harold Webb, who moved in with his family. He set up a practice in the home and began to gain a number of patients. So this is really weird. Now, think about this, guys. Back
Don't
in the
forget,
day, you went
tweet
to see
at
a
Carl
doctor at his house,
if you're part of
you
the
know?
Vinnie Strong
He
Revolution.
just came to his house. Or better yet, he came to your house.
Fuck that guy.
How crazy is that? And then that means that somebody monopolized the idea of a location where everybody can see a doctor. Oh. How much better would it be to go to your doctor's house these days? Because then you're like, oh, if there's something weird going on in his house, I'm never coming back. Can't trust a guy with some weird shit going on in his home. But you don't get to see that these days. You don't get the luxury of seeing, your doctor, your physician's home. It was so much better back then. Now, over time, several patients went missing, and his family began to notice strange noises and smells coming from the basement. Now, are we saying that this Harold Webb was killing people, saving the bodies in the basement somehow? In 1934,
You guys
after
are the
a patient
best.
found the home locked at the time of their appointment, he called the police. That's when an investigation took place.
Dennis,
Upon entering the home,
you're not.
the police found the entire
Dennis, you are
family
not
dead,
wrong. I've
each by
actually,
torturous means of death.
at times,
After further search
been
of the
fast.
home,
Like
the
I,
police
when I do
found out
WATP, like
passageways where the
I will
doctor
listen
had
to the
kept
show
missing
that we're
patients
supposed to
and
listen
performed
to,
gruesome
but then I
experiments on them.
know that there's like the regulars. There's the Opies, the
Things just got
Seamuses.
way,
Now there's
way
the
more
fucking
intense
Tom
when it comes to
Myers,
the
who,
police guys.
who honestly, the funny
We're
thing
not-
about Tom Myers
we're
is
not
I
just
know
going to
10 of
see
them.
ghosts if you
I
go to
know
this place.
10 people who are
The history in
exactly like
itself is
his
going to
level
easily
of the
make you
comedy
jump
world. They're my
fearful
peers.
thoughts of the
Just
idea.
nobodies.
Let's
They
really
do
get
nothing.
those
So I get
that's
that.
fucking
But Stuttering John has become my
going through
favorite
the secret
part of
passageways, could
WATP.
you imagine?
I'm
To go
fascinated
through
by
the
that
secret-
guy. I
secret
can't.
passageways of
There's
obvious
times where
serial
someone will
killers
just send me a
is
link to
crazy.
something he did, or it'll be on the
Because the
Reddit,
whole
and I
family
will
would
just
drop
go
on
into
on
a
the
loophole
random-
just
they
watching
probably
that,
would have
man.
no
It's
idea
fucking
that that was this
fascinating.
random person who came for an appointment.
Hashtag
How
Vinnie
much
in a
longer could this have
thong.
went on? And
Hot.
how many people could be found in this place? You know, like how many bodies? After the cleanup, the building was locked up, but finally sold to the.
And what does
American Legion,
Gagia
who sold
even
the building.
fucking mean?
When it was finally reopened, visitors noted unusual electrical problems, missing items, and other unexplained occurrences.
The reason we had to creep off with it was literally just out of fucking joke.
During Halloween, and the proceeds benefit the restoration.
No, yes, he is. Tom Myers is a
of the
hero.
estate. And this comes from literally a haunted house.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesse,
That's
I'm going to
crazy.
explain
So
something to you
Dr.
about comedy.
Harold
There is a
Webb
reason I
He's
don't.
not a good guy. Not a great doctor. How
I
come
work a lot.
when we hear
I
these
work
stories
for.
about
I've worked at a
these
lot of
doctors that are
clubs.
doing these
I can't really work right
home
now. The global pandemic. I work for.
doctorings,
I have 4 or 5
they're
bookers
not good men.
that book me for shows.
They're not
I do pretty well. A big chunk of my
sons of the
income
law,
comes
if you
from
will.
performing stand up. But it's
Bizarre,
not my
but it's not
full-time
uncommon.
income.
That's, I think,
I'm
what's
very
bizarre
honest
about
about
it.
that, and
They
that's
really
why
say,
I
"Oh,
don't
this
call
guy's
go around
dead.
calling myself a
Why put him in
comedian.
the car and
I'm
drive
just
him
a
to
guy who does comedy. Because the
place that he
fact of the
probably
matter
wouldn't even
is,
tell his family
until you're
what
at a
he's
certain
doing.
level, I think you have to respect the title
like fine.
of comic. Okay,
Ridiculous.
that's my belief. So people who go and do an open mic then call themselves a comic,
the
to me,
parents
they're
have
the
such
people that I
authority
want to
over
punch in the
children
head because they
where
just
they
don't
can
have
keep
that
them out
fucking
of
respect
parts
for the
of the house.
business. So guys
Even when
like
I was a kid,
Seamus calling
I was
himself a
not allowed to
comic or
go in
fucking
my
Tom Myers
mom's
calling himself a
bedroom. Are you
comic,
out of your mind?
it really
Go in
gets
my
under my
parents'
skin.
bedroom? Holy shit. The Holy Grail, folks.
They're all over the
Literally.
place. They're like cockroaches
going
in
there
John's apartment. You're exactly right,
insane.
Slime Knight.
You felt weird even being in there.
You're an asshole, Carl. You are not.
Because you knew you weren't. You really weren't supposed to be in there. But imagine.
Is
going
that
to
what
this mansion,
Gigi is? We'll see
today,
it. He changes it to that
2020,
because we
2021,
use it on our
back
show
outside,
to make fun
and
of John,
visiting this place,
obviously.
going through these secret
But
passageways, knowing now what we know about this new Albany establishment in the middle of
yes,
the woods,
Jody,
carriage house that is
you missed a lot of good
haunted
stuff, buddy.
house,
Welcome
a
back.
Real haunted house on Halloween. Here we are.
Tom Myers.
It is crazy to think
Fucking
that the
Tom
American
Myers.
Legion turned it into a museum. Like, what are we looking at? What's the museum part? What are they going to talk about other than the fact that people
Yeah,
are
I guess that
killed
makes
there?
Seamus a
When
comic.
go
You nailed it,
visit this
Boomer.
place, what is the main reason for visiting? Are they like, hey guys, this place is just a real nice large house? Crazy, right? They used to people worked here and they said that there was a ghost. Ooh, ghost, right? Crazy. And then like
You guys
ships
are
were
way
involved,
too
so
kind to me.
like
Thank you for
ships
throwing
and
cash in
shipping
the
yards and what have you, and it's
in the
just
hard liquor
strangely
fund.
Located.
Whoever Rob is, I don't know what your name is on here. Thank you. Appreciate
I'm not
you.
really even sure about
Thank
any
you so
ghosts
much.
outside
Gonna
of,
have one on good
the
old
ghostly
Rob
evidence.
later.
You're sure that
Yeah,
that's-
Ignorance 585. We're
Okay,
going
so yeah,
full
there was
Dead
a
Town.
lot of murders here.
Like you can see this little thing over here, this little player right next to me. This guy. This has got the list of Dead Town episodes we still have to listen to yet. They're
Okay,
just gonna
well,
click out,
let's
and I'm gonna
go.
replace them with some other
feel
stuff.
like,
So,
the janitor
did
hasn't
somebody
been
send me
down there
links to
once.
Maddox's podcast? Because I need to be able to hit it and Spotify. What's like the official name of it? Send it to the Creep Off Pod, and then maybe an episode or two that you would recommend that I listen to.
Ridiculous. And then
I
to
got
think that
plenty of
people are going to this
time.
place to see a haunted house with the knowledge in mind that the actual interior
Chatterbait.
of this house and further into the house
Podcast.
is a fucking grave
I don't know
site.
what that is.
It's crazy. Like, oh yeah, let's go hang out on the property and watch this guy who dressed up like Ghostface instead of going inside the actual mansion and being walked around by a guy named Henry and told the actual history of the murders that took place in this location. Because I'm telling you, where this place is actually located on the map, from me, from anyone, is
Just stream
in
clips.
itself
I wish,
enough
bro.
to scare you.
I'm doing this the hard way. Chapter House,
oh my God.
you
Is there
thank you for
lights
introducing me
at
to
all
Banana
in the
Docs
middle of the
earlier.
I couldn't imagine
never
driving
gonna
by that
forget you
place
for
in the
that.
middle of the night
But
and
I'm not
seeing any lights
gonna
on.
do just clips
Seeing
because that would
one light
involve
on,
me
dude,
looking for
I'm
things to
freaking the
entertain
fuck
me.
out.
This is the
I'm freaking out.
consequence, and I have to do the consequence the correct way, which is listening to. Listen, when an artist puts out an album, they want you to listen to track 1 through the end, and that's what they want because that was their vision. That's what I'm trying to respect, I guess, with this. We are listening from the start to finish on what people do.
Like one of the main characters, as soon as they get out of the car, like, phone doesn't work. It's bullshit. I thought you said this.
Oh, my bad, Chapter House. I misunderstood you. Casey, no, I did not eat the salad yet, but I'm about to go hit that sandwich.
A very
good call.
Interestingly scary place where I thought I was getting into the idea of, yeah, there might be a ghost. There might be something creepy going on. I didn't know that there was an actual murderer living in the vicinity, living in this house, taking lives, using secret passageways. Like, is there anything more creepy than a secret passageway? I mean, maybe one of those, like, bookshelves that has the fake book in it that you pull down.
Casey's
and
my
it
hero.
slides open and there's, you know, some sort of a cave. Probably a pet dragon or something under there.
I am too listening. This is, just so you know, guys, I'm not wearing headphones because the audio is coming in. It is being blasted into my studio. Cowman, that is the difference between me and Carl. I will go the distance for you, the viewers. And you, the viewers, I got to tell you, I have an awesome sandwich I'm about to eat because of Casey. Someone in Sydney, Australia sent me a sandwich today because I'm having to deal with this injustice of being here and having to spin the wheel. For that, for you guys throwing cash in the liquor fund, I adore you all. Thank you. You really are the best fans in the world. I don't even want to say fans. We're not fans of each other. We're friends. I'm a fan of you guys. Time for chewing noises, but check this out. I have an awesome mic here. This is a Shure 555 H Series 2. This is a really nice mic. It's a couple $100. I'm just gonna. Holy shit, is that good?
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free.
Yes, I can,
it's
not
the
with my
easiest
mouth
way
full.
To make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer, and the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes.
I'm moving the show to
10,
Anchor
15
FM.
listeners, you still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm. ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started. Today's episode of Dead Town, we're bringing you the first official video version of the show. Find it at youtube.com/badbrainstudios. And today we're just going to give you a simple, creepy story. It comes from the author Ronnie Slash. It is called Cowskin. Let's get into this.
Cowskin.
Welcome to Dead Town. We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town.
Who did the levels on this show? Me? Bad episode, Seamus.
True crimes, conspiracies, cults, urban legends.
I am going to do my own version of the pea pod. It's going to be called Vinnie Paulino's
Dead
pea
town?
pod.
Nothing.
That way there's no trademarks being broken. Kind of like Jeff Lynne did with ELO. It's Jeff Lynne's ELO.
This is
Jeff Lynne's Electric Light Orchestra.
the Dead Town Podcast.
Vinnie Paulino's pea pod.
Welcome. Okay, guys, welcome to Dead Town. Happy to be here. My name is Patrick Michael. If you want to subscribe to the show, feel free to do so at all the many places it is available, but this is a trial run of the video version. I just want to try and put some things together, get a video out there, see what you guys think, and we'll move forward from there. But as I said, this is a ghost story called Cowskin, and it is from the author, Ronnie Slash. Let's dive into this right now. Cowskin by Ronnie Slash. This happened a long time ago in the mountains when I used to live by myself in a cabin, taking care of the property during the summer of June 16th, 1994. It's been 7 years. I've never been back there after that summer night. The cabin sits at the edge of the tree line.
94 was a
Maybe
haunting year.
Something trying to imitate a cow? After 10 minutes, I got so mad and annoyed at the sound that I got up and stormed to the front door. The moonlight lit up the valley pretty nice. I scanned the valley and my eyes fell on a black mass about 30 to 50 feet from my cabin. It was a cow. Although it looked odd, it was laying down low with its head up. I would let it sleep there, but I figured once I go back inside it would continue its mooing, so I decided to chase it away. Not only because it was annoying, but also because the moos gave me the creeps. I walked up to scare it off. I raised my hands and yelled as I walked. I got within 20 feet of it, and it hadn't moved. It just stared at me. I yelled again, picked up a rock and threw it, and the cow still didn't move. This was giving me the creeps. The cow didn't look right at me, it just stared. It looked a bit flat to the ground rather than a fat, regular cow. It looked like the mouth was hanging open, but I couldn't tell for sure since the moonlight only did so much for my eyes. That's when I realized something. I don't have a gun or a flashlight. I picked up another rock and started to circle the cow. Its head followed me, and just its head following my movement as it circled. I made a 180-degree turn around it, and its head twisted that far with ease. That's when I knew this was no damn cow. It was an evil-sounding and creepy crackle, like chuckle. And to make it worse, I heard it running behind me, and I saw my truck. And I knew the keys were still in it. It was either my cabin or the truck. In a split-second decision,
That was my mom.
I ran to the truck, and the thing was behind me. It kept making weird, strange, cackling sounds, and it tapped my shoulder, which scared me so bad, I put on an extra burst of energy and ran so hard my chest was tingling.
It wasn't Carl. I'm going to supposedly do an
I got to my
appearance on
truck
Who
in
Are
time,
These podcasts
jumped
later.
in, started it,
Don't know how we're
and
going to
got
do
the
it
hell
yet.
out of there. I looked into my rearview mirror.
Can I call the Discord from my phone?
Right
Is that a
before
thing that I
took
can
off,
do?
And I used
I
the
don't
back
fucking
truck
know.
lights to look at the cabin for the very last time.
I'm a
ever.
Zoomer, apparently. I don't know what the fuck I am.
With the cow skin standing right there in front of the cabin, I wish I never looked back. Because the cow's skin was hollow. Its fur seemed to be covered in some dry blood. Its mouth hanging open, and eyes that gave a blank stare. No bones or organs, just skin. And it turned and scrambled sloppily into the dark forest. Okay, guys, thank you so much for tuning in to Dead Town. I appreciate you so much. This is just a fun show for me to do. I just like the range of being able to talk about true crimes, cults, tell ghost stories, all of these things. And of course, we're continuing to expand. And by expand, I mean, hey, we're here doing video versions.
I do have the
Sometimes
Discord app.
We're just really trying
I
to
just
make
don't
this
know
thing,
how to use it,
a
kids.
thing that you can enjoy.
Okay, what if you
on
call me and
multiple
walk me
levels,
through it over
multiple
the phone?
platforms. But thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time.
Casey.
This has been Dead Town.
Holy shit, that sandwich. I usually am not a big Panera guy. Fucking unreal. I had half and I'm going to have some salad in a little bit. Keep the energy up for the next 7 hours. That's right, folks. It's 1 o'clock. That means we have completed 5 fucking hours. I think it's like turkey and some bacon and avocado. It's fucking delicious. I got half of it left. I'm definitely staying hydrated. I'm going to drink a lot of water. I got like a case of it in the fridge in the next room because I'm going to need it when I get to the bar tonight. When I walk out of this studio and I walk right up to the bar, that's probably, I don't know, a showroom and a half away from me. Yes, the music really is part of Dead Town. Am I allowed a dump break? I honestly don't know, but here's the great thing. I am sorry, Sarah Jane, that I've distracted your boyfriend with this stream.
Take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor.
Lettuce, guacamole, bacon, turkey.
Anchor
Fuck
is
yeah.
Absolutely free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's
So we do not have bars in New York, but
podcasts
Comedy at the
right from your phone
Carlson
or your
is
computer.
opening up tonight
And
as
the
a
convenience
restaurant
of
where I
editing
am
from
right
your
now.
phone is
The
unmatched.
greatest comedy club in the country.
Anchor will also
We are
distribute your
technically not
podcast
open for
you.
shows, but we are open
You can be
as
heard
a
on
restaurant.
Spotify, Apple Podcasts,
So the
Google
bar
Podcasts, Pocket Casts,
is there.
Overcast, Podbean,
I would have to
everywhere
order
that you
food.
find
This is
podcasts.
according to
It's
the New York
amazing.
State rules. I will
You can
order
also now
food,
make money
and
from
then
your
they will
podcast
serve me all
with
of the
no
hard liquor that I
minimum
desire.
listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes.
Guac on a
only
sandwich
10 or
is not
15
usually where I
listeners, you
go,
still make
but
money.
it's like
Anchor is
avocado.
everything
It's
you
delicious.
Need to make a podcast in one place.
How much more dead time
So
do I
simply
have to
go
listen
download
to?
the free Anchor
Hey,
app
shitty song
or
of the
go to
week.
anchor.fm
Apparently,
to
I
get
have looks
started.
about.
That's Anchor.
This one's just started. 4 episodes left.
FM.
So probably another hour and a half to 2 hours. Shitty song of the week.
Today's episode will be journeying to
I'm
3
so
different
sorry.
locations within the Midwest.
I hope you know that I didn't just like skip out on you guys to be a dick. It's just been a fucking misery of a couple of months.
First up, we have the Angola Theater. Then we have the Fowler.
We cannot have a comedian telling jokes while people
And ending
eat
it all
because
with
apparently,
This is
if we do, everyone will die of coronavirus. Gotcha, Jody B.
places with secrets.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy. The rules right now in New York, there's a big thing where the comedy clubs are kind of rallying together to try to get them reopened. I don't know what's going to happen. We cannot have the waiters tell jokes. That would be the equivalent of listening to Seamus.
Urban legends and ghost stories.
Listen, I'll try to be entertaining, but you know what we can have? Here's what's so fucking amazing in New York State. Right now, we can have incidental music, okay? And not to try to be too technical or go off on a rant about it. Incidental music means that you cannot advertise or sell tickets to a band that is performing in your venue. People could come there for dinner, and if there is music, it's allowed. But comedy is specifically not allowed. In fact, the New York State Liquor Authority will take your license if you have a comedy show.
I'm impressed. I'm happy with it. I'm excited about it.
Will we
And,
guys?
big
Will we be
shout out to those of
hiring
you
Tom
out
for
there
our
that
restaurant?
supported
No.
And retweeted and posted or shared or subscribed.
Waiters
All of you
telling
guys make
jokes.
this show worth
Move to
it,
LA.
and
There's a
makes
bunch
it,
of them.
Continuation. You know, we continue to do this because you enjoy it. All right. There's no sense in stopping because even though there are critics out there, there are people that don't.
For gratuity? Got it.
At least this isn't a podcast about wrestling. because that's
Kevin, to
unoriginal,
answer your
guys.
question, I am
That's
not sure.
unoriginal. That's something we've seen before. And it's absurd to think that those that critique you are making a podcast about kayfabe. Oh, sorry.
I
guys.
believe that that can be
Sorry, guys,
performed in
can't
its
beat me.
entirety.
And then to also say this one person had left a comment and said something like, spend this energy.
Kevin,
doing
that was very
something else
funny.
because it's so bad.
What if
And
they
it's
are
like,
banning
hey,
comedy because they saw
guy,
Tom Myers?
hey, man.
Different state. He's down in Maryland.
Hey.
They could deal with him.
You know, the last episode was like 7 minutes.
What about incidental comedy with a music bed? I don't know. Like, can I go up and like William Shatner it and just talk in front of a band? I don't believe so.
It's nice to have people that actually acknowledge how good the show is.
The scary thing about it, legitimately the scary thing, is if a comedy club loses its liquor license, it's fucking over, Charlie, because that's where the money is for most club owners. So it's a really fucked up restriction if you do lose it. So not being able to do comedy shows,
I believe that's how you say it,
when you're a comedy club sucks, but what sucks worse, doing comedy shows and losing your liquor license? It's
the guy obviously knows
shitty.
what's good for him, and this is that.
Yeah, in a lot of states, that's the way it is.
Today we're going to be talking about 3 different locations within Indiana where there are sightings of ghosts or just weird
Whoopi Goldberg or
backstories.
Monique?
It's ghost lore, guys. It's Midwest ghost lore. And,
I have no
we're
comment.
having a
I don't
fun
know.
time going through
I've
these.
never
It's
seen
just
Monique's
an
act.
interesting thing that I came across, and I was like, hey, I do a podcast that could certainly use this information.
Thanks for
Because,
everybody
you know,
who just tuned in.
Wrestling's not real. Ghosts
Wrestling
aren't real,
is
so we're really in the same boat. I think.
not real.
Right?
He's right. Sheamus was right about something.
I don't know, guys. It's just funny. I didn't even want to bring it up because, of course, this person, whoever this person is, if they're going to continue to listen to the podcast, they're certainly going to, at some point, hear me say these things.
It's
And
real
that's
to me,
fine.
damn it!
But they also,
It's real to
an
me!
entire hour talking about these people, and it's available at Patreon.
A couple wrestlers that I know do comedy. Rob Van Dam does comedy. Rob Van Dam is probably the funniest.
Come on over there, join one of the
Dolph
tiers,
Ziggler
guys, and get
is
some
probably
exclusive
second
contests,
on that list.
behind-the-scenes, inside
Raven
look
is
type of
incidentally
deals, as
funny.
well as
And I'm pals with Raven. I love that guy a lot. He's really a funny dude. He's an
videos, just all
odd
kinds of
duck.
fun stuff over
His
there at
stand-up
Patreon
is
that I'm putting
very,
together
very
for the
weird.
Patreon subscribers. So, if you want to get more exclusive
Good luck,
content that is
Tampon
involving
Tom.
myself and I, please do so.
Mick Foley.
Don't
Mick
forget to
Foley's a
subscribe,
storyteller.
Tell people about Dead Town and how fun it is and how ridiculous it is, and I'll be forever grateful. But without further ado, let's truly get into this. Let's truly get into these weird theaters. And knowing that a lot of people weren't able to go outside for such a long time, you have
Thank you,
to
Will. I
recognize
thought
the
it was
fact
funny too.
that
Jake
these theaters
Roberts
ever open
does.
back up again
Jake the
anyways?
Snake doesn't really do stand up. He's a storyteller
know.
too.
And it is
And
weird to say that there's at least 2 theaters. in
I've
Indiana,
booked a lot of
yet
like
we
pro
never have
wrestling
good
entertainment shows
musicians.
here at the club.
We rarely
Those are
ever
some
have
things that
good
they do let me book.
comedians. It's just
So we've
a-
built up a pretty cool
corruption of
clientele.
existence, okay? So let's first talk about
But
this
we had talked
Angola
about having Jake here, and it just didn't work out.
Okay,
Bring
so
back
let's
Benoit.
quickly talk about
Yeah.
Angola as a city.
He's
as a
fucking
township
fascinating,
first.
and he's a hell of
It
a
is
nice
Pleasant
guy
Township
when
in
you just
Steuben
talk to
County,
him.
And I'll be honest,
I would
big at
too.
all.
I
The
think Jake
population was only
Roberts is
8,612
fascinating.
at the
He did. I'm trying to remember who I heard him do. He did Jericho's podcast, and he told stories about playing cards with Andre the Giant, and Andre being the only one who fucking liked him.
Because I think
Yeah, really nuts
had
stuff.
a,
The fucking the keeping the cobra in a bag and traveling around with the fucking thing in the
mayor is
trunk.
Richard Hickman.
Jake the
He
Snake
prefers
son
to go by Dick,
lived a fucking
as
life
one
and a
would
half.
assume. Dick Hickman. Mayor Dick Hickman. Sounds like a good guy. Sounds swell.
You're not far off, Mr.
So the
Ed.
population is
I've been to like some events where
and it actually
you fucking
dropped
walk
off
in.
between the
I'll tell you the
1960s
truth,
and
Mr. Ed.
60s,
If
almost
you go back
6%, almost 7%.
and you look at most
And
of
then there's another
the
drop-off
wrestlers,
between 1990
they're all
and
just
another expansion
like
scheme
even guys from the
in
Attitude Era now. They're all
1990.
just like at these cons and they're
26% increase.
give you
where
20
from
bucks.
1990 they went from 5,000
Give me
to
20 bucks. I'll take a
824
picture with you.
people
There's
to
very few
in the
that are like
2000s,
transcendent.
7,000
That can make real money off of that
844,
celebrity.
And it has slowly
But the
increased
ones who
since
have,
then. The estimated
shit.
2018
I mean, The Rock, obviously,
population
Stone
of
Cold
Angola
is doing pretty well. The Undertaker's never going to have to worry in his life.
So increasing steadily. And this Angola, Indiana is
I did
a
not
place
try to
where
get Sid
several
Vicious. Oh, did you try to get
residents
Sid
have made
Vicious?
mention of some sort of
He tell you
spiritual
some
things going on
softball stories. He
in
loves his
this
baseball.
theater. And if we can be honest, when you think of creepy places outside of just a weird,
I'll tell you though,
theaters
we
have to be
had
terrifying.
we might technically still
It's a
have,
little
I don't
theater
know, Mick
in
Foley
Angola
booked to
that
do a
sits in
Christmas
a
show
closed circle.
here at the
Many
Carlson
residents have
this
claimed
year. I
that
don't
at
think it's going to
midnight,
happen,
A man with a long red beard
but
appears on the roof
who knows
building,
what they'll
pacing
open
back
up and what
forth.
they won't. At the club here, though, we've had Dolph Ziggler, Bruce Pritchard, and Conrad Thompson have been here. Eric Bischoff's been here with Conrad. We had Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone booked to come together.
Wouldn't you just, if people have said that this happened, wouldn't there be more people just sitting there waiting, recording, looking for the guy? And
I like doing those shows. They're fun. And I like wrestling. I always have. I don't make any excuses for it. It's just something fun I like.
Why didn't you record it? We all have the means to record audio and video all day long, every day, all the time. And you decided...
Hey, Slime Night, I have no idea when restrictions in New York might loosen a bit. We actually have a petition right now. The Carlson started one to try to reopen, and we have like 9,000 signatures on it, and no one gave a shit. But whatever. I mean, our numbers in New York State are pretty good. New York State, downstate's going to hell.
Just be like, well, that's probably just a guy.
Who's my favorite promo guy?
He's a ghost guy.
Oh, God. Gotta be Nature Boy. His promos are the best, but to go the top two of all time that I have the most fun watching, like, if I'm just want to be entertained, I go back and watch old Dusty Rhodes yelling about Ric Flair is pretty good. Because Dusty Rhodes had a fucking speech impediment, and that's always fun to watch. I also like watching videos. Jody, I might... Jody, I'll give you a better answer. My favorite promo guy is the Great Khali, because he is a giant Neanderthal who could barely speak.
It's one thing to see a ghost. It's another thing for it to talk.
And when they would give him a microphone, it was always hysterical. So yeah, the Great Khali is my favorite wrestling promo of all time.
It happening to appear in my peripheral, but if it also appeared in my peripheral and was like,
"Where's your country,
hey,
Jesse?"
I'd be like, "Fuck that! I'm out of here. Can't do it. Not into it. You're gonna speak, dude. We're not friends." And then what makes it even more horrifying is the fact that he probably just repeats the same thing over and over. And that's annoying because any person, whether it be a ghost or not,
never doing a wrestling podcast. What the fuck does the world need another wrestling podcast for?
Right? Like some guy's out there, he's like, Maria.
So the numbers must be going up in Finland then. I'm sorry to hear that, Jesse.
Who's Maria?
But yeah, I'll never do a wrestling podcast. I don't want to do a podcast about that stuff. If I do a podcast, like I do the Carlson cast because I love stand-up and I love getting to talk to great comics. I do the Creep Off because it's a lot of fun. Like, what do I need?
They also say sometimes during
nobody needs the Vinnie wrestling podcast, but thank you for asking.
In the back part of the theater, but of course, when you look, he's gone. So is there anything more?
You know what? It would be okay-ish. And I've talked wrestling with Dan. Dan's a really funny guy. We both like AEW, maybe a little too much.
Crying for the screaming for the lady. He's inside crying. What? That's what you're wasting your energy on?
I'd fucking backyard wrestle Carl right now.
On tears and crying for some lady? I don't get it. It goes hand in hand with the idea of ghosts.
Will I ever try to book Stuttering John? Yes. I want to. I'm gonna have a conversation. I'm going to will it into existence, where there will be the day where I will have a conversation with Stuttering John.
He's saying
that will be recorded. Hopefully, it'll be a podcast. It'll be something. But I will get that guy. If I have to get him here and put him on the Carlson cast, it's gonna happen.
Conjured up and thought about this shit. Because most people wouldn't imagine.
That's not bad, Jesse. We're getting like 1,000 people dead every year.
Speaking, right? I mean, even though we assume to see Ghost Adventure.
Oh God, Cyberganic! I would have a conversation, man, and I wouldn't even.
From the other side, or that where
no, when I do an interview with somebody, whether I like them or not. I just want to hear what they have to say, and my whole thing, even like if you listen to old Carlson cast episodes, I like to ask people how they got into comedy and listen to the story and just try to keep it interesting for the listeners. But I very much let people talk, and I would love to fucking just hear him go, and I would listen and I would shake my head politely, and that would be that. But I would not sandbag Stuttering John in an interview, absolutely not.
How did he get to the roof? Did he jump off the roof? Maybe this is some sort of a suicide thing.
Beck, I wish.
Ghost, the guy who killed himself is the ghost on the roof. He was super
I
impressed
asked
because
him
he's crying
on the
in
Carlson
theater.
cast,
Maybe that's
Tampon
the
Tom.
whole
I
set
said,
of
do you
events.
care if Bonnie does WATP? And he
He loses
goes,
his woman. He goes to the theater.
and
to
he
try and
goes,
make himself feel better by watching a movie and not
he
thinking about
goes,
it. Instead,
I don't
it
care
goes
what
into
she
our
does.
minds and
I don't
he
care what
climbs
she
in the back,
does.
Where he gets so upset he eventually climbs to the roof.
And that's exactly
Throws
right,
himself
Will
off.
Run. He would fucking bail. He absolutely would bail.
Seems like it's
One of the
entirely
funniest
possible.
stories, and I'll tell this story on here, I don't
That's the
care.
Angola
Maybe
theater,
Carl's
and now
alluded
we're
to
gonna
it.
head to
But
Fowler,
Carl's shit on
Indiana, which I've never
WATP
even heard of
has
this
gotten me in
place.
trouble
Never
with
heard of it at
comics
all.
before.
Once
And
again,
like
there's
local
another
radio
theater,
people here,
this
like
one's a
Brother
historic
Weeze.
theater, and it's known to be
I didn't
briefly
get in
restored
trouble with him,
in
but
Art Deco.
Weeze and I are friendly.
beyond
I've known
that,
him for a
the
long
outward
time,
appearance-
and he's been very
appearance of
supportive of me.
this
He's had me
place,
on his show.
it's super spectacular, but
Whether I think
there's
his
so
show
much
is
history of
the
people
best show in the
hearing
world,
noises, seeing
we've had our
shadows,
conversations
and
about it.
indulging in
But
strange activity.
that's right. She's a grown woman. She could
Wanted.
do what she wants. That's what he
And it's
said.
crazy because,
Um,
like I said, I've never heard of this
Weeze
place, but this is the second
calls
theater.
me one day.
This is just the second theater we've mentioned, okay? And this isn't the first time we've seen.
Sorry,
literal
Casey, I'll
TV
do better.
shows where people have went
He's
to
had
haunted
Carl on
theaters
too.
and
Absolutely. He didn't know it was Carl. But one day I was gonna head out of town and I had to buy a suitcase because I just wanted a new one. I'm in the store and I'm looking at suitcases and I'm like opening them up and wheeling around. My phone rings. It's fucking Weeze, and he starts off with, "Brah, what do you know about this? What do you know about this? Who are these podcasts?" And I go, "You mean my buddy Carl's show?"
historic ones, it makes more sense.
And folks, if
Because
I had
the history
recorded
has
it,
been around for a long time, it could have been around
you people
in the
would be
early 1900s
crying
where people-
because his response was,
theater was definitely run
"Your buddy?
different
What do you mean, your buddy?"
More
And
people
he
could
just
fly.
waited to cut a
How many
promo on Carl
events could have occurred
that was
when it's a historic
25
theater?
minutes
This one has
long.
been remodeled.
I stood there
People are going
with
to
a
the Fowler
suitcase
Theater,
listening
and
to
they're
him
going,
just
"They're gonna have a
scream
swell
about
time.
Carl
Watch
and how
a
dare
Judd
he
Apatow hit
and the shit he gives
and
Opie and
enjoy
this, that, and the
themselves
other."
upstairs
And I
and
just
over
was
and
like,
sit and go.
wow.
Then
And
you only find out that
I didn't know what to
there's
say to that. But
ghosts
since
of
then,
some kind
I just said,
somewhere.
"Hey, he does a
What do
podcast,
these
Weeze."
ghosts
My
do?
response was,
Who knows? But think
he
about
does a
this.
podcast. It's just a
Do they-
podcast.
Is it because
Who
it's
cares?
dark? It's predominantly dark at the theater.
The thing
That a ghost
ended,
is willing to
if
hang
I
out
recall, it
there?
ended
Is that
because he
why?
had to
Is it
take
because
another
it's
call.
dark? I don't
If
know.
that
It
other
seems to
call
make
didn't come
sense.
in, he'd probably
Then,
still
like
be
I've
screaming at me.
always said, why are ghosts afraid of light if they're transparent?
So, what that told me
Like, if
was
we're
that
already
someone
not expected to see
obviously,
it,
because
shouldn't
I
you be
don't
able to
think
do
that
stuff
70-year-old
when the lights
Weeze
are
is just
on,
looking for new
knock things
podcasts. It's
down,
either
move
someone who listened to
pictures, clothes,
WATV
whatever,
sent them
right?
to him, or
You
somebody who
rarely
listens
see
to
that. It's
WATP
almost as
sent
if
them
they have
to
an affinity to
Opie,
light
and then
itself.
Opie told Weeze about it.
Maybe
I
that's
don't
just
know.
My movie experience where
But man,
movies, you see
he
that where it's like,
fucking
oh,
let me have
turn
it
the
just
light on,
screaming
it
about
just
Carl,
hit me
and I just
like a
stood
force
there
field.
and listened.
But if there is a
Oh,
some
fucking
reality
Terry
to it,
Clifford.
some science to it,
Oh,
you would
fucking
assume that they
Terry
wouldn't have
Clifford.
any problem. In
Kevin,
fact, they would probably
do you
benefit
know?
from
Do
the
you
light
folks know that
source
I am not
during the
allowed
day. Maybe that's how they
in
show up at night because
the
they just
the
energy all
Entercom
day.
radio building in
What I'm
Rochester,
saying,
New York? I
Pokemon, are
am
they
barred
ghosts? I don't
from
know.
the building because of Jim Florentine, Opie and Anthony,
Still,
and Terry
Fowler
Clifford and
Theater,
Twitter.
as well as Angola Theater, as well as the hundreds.
My
of
buddies
other
work
theaters
there. I'm
that
not even allowed to go
throughout
do their
history that
show
have
or
been
go
struck.
visit
Some sort of
because
paranormal
I
activity
tweeted a
on
picture of the
consistent
bench
basis,
that they
and some of
had
these
painted
theaters
that
are
had Terry
visited
Clifford on it,
strictly for
and I tweeted it to
hauntings,
O&A.
rather than,
And
I mean, I would
this,
imagine that would be
just
more
because
fun
I
to
tweeted it, they were like, "You're banned
you
for
know, to
life."
anticipate some sort of
I'm on a fucking
paranormal
list.
activity, rather than just walking into a theater only to find out,
So Weeze is all I got left.
right? I mean, to be watching the screen and then to see some
This guy's still talking.
shadow
Holy shit.
cross the screen, or something touch you but nobody's there. I remember
So,
one time I
what
went to
is
this
the
Tower
name
theater. I don't even remember what I was
of
watching.
Maddox's show?
John Carter or something.
Where can I
movie.
find it? Because I'm gonna
Chronicles
start
of
loading
Riddick,
up this
actually, one
queue.
of those Riddick movies. I'm at the
Because I'm
theater,
already looking forward to
and
getting through the next 4 episodes of Dead
it's a
Town
rare occurrence
and
that I
on to
ever
something
went to the
new.
theater and went into it and it's dark, because usually I'll get there when the previews are still on, so they still have the sides lit up so you can see as you go in where you're gonna sit. Well, at this point,
I'm
we
about
have
a
to
third
switch
as
theaters
funny
where
in
we
my
go
stand-up
watch
as I
one
am on
movie, finish that,
WATP.
and go somewhere else, watch the other one, and that's because they were $1. So you're like, fuck, I'll just do it. So that's what we did. We paid
Godzilla
for
versus
4 movies.
Podcast Zero.
And
Okay.
we end up going into this second theater, and I went to sit sit down. I just touched this guy's arm. Like, I just touched him on his arm because you can't see nothing. It's pitch black. And I'm trying to find a seat without getting in too many people's ways. And sure enough. But I'm also, tell me if you're this way. Are you one of those people that when you go to a theater or you go to any kind of event?
Which would you guys rather me listen to? Godzilla versus whatever, or Best Debate in the Universe?
Do you watch the end credits? Or do you get up and leave right when you feel like the movie's just about over? Because that's what I do. As soon as I can feel it ending, I'm like, well, let's get out of here. Like, I've been to sporting events, and sporting events are easier because you can leave, especially football, when it's just so far out of reach, the score. You know what I mean? Like, the one team is so far down where you're like, oh, there's no coming back. It's the third quarter. They're fucked.
Carl's giving me instructions to check in on WATP later.
Managed to stay, holy shit.
Yes, I am going to, Will.
It is a rough journey trying to get out of anywhere. Trying to get out of anywhere where there's a lot of people and you stay till the very last
Best Debate is him. Godzilla's him trying to hit on a girl. Ooh, that could be fun to listen to, though.
Maybe the idea, back on the theater thing, maybe the idea of going to a theater where you have the
Best Debate, you got it.
Some sort of an apparition. Or
I've never heard an episode of it. Never in my life listened to it. So, would you guys recommend I start with like the newest?
Maybe more people are like, oh, I would actually like that. That'd be intense. That'd be more fun to actually go to a haunted theater and watch.
Is there an episode? Should I start with the newest? You think?
That sounds like good marketing. If there's no theater that has done that yet, that's certainly an idea I'd like to share.
Okay, I have no idea how that works.
I mean,
I have no idea that he ended it. I don't know.
Like it's closed down.
I'm just trying to make you guys
season.
happy.
It's
I just want to
Halloween,
make you all
but
smile.
you still show horror movies there. Imagine watching a horror movie like, a Jason movie or a Halloween or whatever, right? And partway through the movie, I don't know. Maybe
Must
bring back too many weird.
Okay, Taco King. I'm looking this person up.
Aurora shootings. But you could be in a but then again, you would expect it going to.
Let's see who
it's a haunted house
Muskerm
theater,
is. I don't know
right?
what this is.
So you go in, you buy your tickets from some creepy zombie-looking kid, and then you have to walk through this corn maze.
Yeah, I don't look like him.
Theater. The seats are different. It's
He's
just
way
got a
better
more
looking.
creepy vibe. And then whatever movie you happen to be watching, someone on the staff will dress up like them and make it a more immersive feel. Like you're watching Halloween, and in the theater you see Mike Myers walking down the aisle.
Will Run. This is the Creep Off channel. We don't care about WATP.
Who's not going to lose their mind?
Thanks, Jody B. I have been told that I look like fat James Corden many times.
Right? You know it's not real. But in that moment, you're like, holy shit. And I don't think in the moment you're going to be like, oh, Aurora.
I started at 8 a.m. this morning, Taco King. So the answer to that is 5 hours and 21 minutes.
I mean, how else are you going to hear about it? You're going to hear word of mouth. Somebody's going to tell you how fun it was when they went. You're going to go. And ahead
I know.
of time already know what
I know what I said, Jody B.
This is a great idea.
I know what I said.
Smart idea. Just the idea of being in a theater watching a Freddy Krueger movie only to have
Kiefer Sutherland. I've never heard that before.
Oh man. Because if there's one thing
for today,
hated,
possibly we'll see who stops it. Carl threatened that he was going to come in, but it sounds like he's just sitting around fucking jerking off again listening to Seamus. I'm going to be on WATP in a little while, I guess. I'm supposed to do some type of call-in thing.
Right? It's like the character on the film is
but who fucking cares about that show? This is the Creep Off channel, like I said. Let's see how the poll is going. Oh, fuck you, Jody V. I do not look like Otis. How dare you?
And once the first few times that happened to me,
and you know what? I don't even watch WWE, Jody B.
I started doing it. And that's life for you, folks. That's life. But like I said, maybe that is the idea. Maybe that's the idea no one has really
I need a ham.
To actually putting new movies, strictly horror movies.
Let's see what we're working with here. In terms of our poll for the week,
on purpose.
I put out the poll just a little while ago. It appeared that Streamer was running away with it.
Well, you're bound to run into, shadows, strange activity, and mysterious noises. And those are real. That's legit. But it also looks exactly like it's terrifying. Everyone's in costumes. Maybe I should have thought it through before I put it on a podcast, but it's a fucking smart idea.
Maybe he should have thought it through.
Being a horror fan that I would like, because you get both elements, right? It's the
Creepiest
same thing
streamers
where
winning
people say
58% of the vote,
they
but
like
I will
to make up
also
these
say this.
curses on films,
On the
like
actual
Poltergeist,
episode poll from
The
episode
Exorcist,
29,
The
here's a
Crow.
little
They like
update.
to come up with
Carl
these-
and the
these,
French Tickler with 30% of the vote. Vinnie and
they like to
Jeepers Creepers with 70% of the
random
vote.
events on the film
Ha!
and make the film seem like it is causing these events. That's the same thing with.
Oh, I know who Otis
going to
is.
A theater.
I mean,
the difference is,
if you watch wrestling at all, you have, like, if you watch
fanatic
any of the recap shows or anything like that, like Blood Culture, you know who people are. I'm more of an AEW guy, but they're making it really hard these
but
days.
going to the Fowler Theater, which has
So
been
listen,
historically
Michael, Darkside Phil is on my radar. I watched him jerk off earlier, apparently.
you already have this
Someone sent me a video of him
run into something real,
rubbing one out
something
before he
real
did his live
in my
stream.
peripheral.
So that guy's definitely on the
Decorate the place.
definitely on my
Decorate the place
short
like
list.
A haunted house on Halloween, all season, where the
I already,
lady who's giving you popcorn.
You know what I'm gonna do? I have
dressed up
notes
like
here
a
because I
witch or
put a.
whatever, right?
I want to make sure I have
Because
that
then
written
you
down.
get both elements. You get
I'm
the
not gonna
genuine
go
element of
listen
going in
to
there to have a good time,
Sword and Scale though to
watching a
get my
horror
creep.
movie because you know it's fake. But then also scaring the shit out of yourself even more because now you have this feeling of dread because you could see a ghost. You could hear a voice that is of a person that isn't there. And then you get the third element where the theater staff tries to make the movie you're watching that much more real by having somebody on the staff dress up like the main character. That'd be crazy. I mean, imagine somebody bursting out of like you know how there's always a lone survivor in horror movies. Have somebody on the staff dressed similar to that lone survivor and burst through the back door of the theater. People are
He
gonna
told
lose
his
their
chat that
shit.
he woke his sickly girlfriend
I'll tell
up
you
to
what,
make
this
him
theater
dinner
is one of those
so
that
he could
would
eat
definitely
before
need
he
a metal
streamed.
detector and some sort of a security check before you get in, because you definitely don't want to have.
Oh, he needs mommy to make him dinner.
Those are the people that don't have any idea that somebody is a part of the show. It's like this is like so many levels of entertainment, folks. That's
So
what we
listen,
got.
guys.
There's 3 levels of entertainment here. The movie
At 2
haunted house,
o'clock.
and then the real possibility. Well, 4 actually.
I'm
the
taking
real
5
possibility
minutes
of
to run
running
to the
into
bathroom, and then I'm going to come back
noises
and do the
or
rest of the
shadows.
6 hours, and I'll tap the 5 minutes onto the end if it'll make you all
also get,
happy.
Hey, here's the guy. Hey, you remember that guy that everybody was scared of while you were watching this movie? Well, there he is.
Fucking Panera.
And it's actually Randall, who usually tears the tickets. It's his day. It is his day. And then you get this whole cult following with this whole theater idea because of the people that really do enjoy dressing.
He had a raffle for his fans doing video games. He ended up only giving away the boxes after selling the discs.
But speaking of medieval times, this next place, known as
Listen, Taco King, if I just rub one out on stream, it's not really a parody.
Called Ashbury University.
It's not what a parody is.
University. And I actually went to high school with a kid who.
I'd have to put on a
at DePaul.
fucking dumb goatee and a
which I think is
wig
Chicago maybe.
and talk about video
Anyways,
games. Then it's a
Indiana
parody.
Governor James Whitcomb, who passed away in 1852. He was an avid reader. He had a massive collection of books. He kept almost every single book that he read. And when he passed, in his will, he said, hey, this library can have all of my books. Now, during the years that his books were actually in this library, and the public was able to use these books and get into them, there was many sightings of Whitcomb's ghost trying to protect the books. I mean, what kind of nerd? What kind of nerd? Not only reads so much during life, but he dies and still says,
Fucking Seamus is still
"Hey,
going.
Please don't touch
Jesus
my
Christ.
books. Please don't touch my books. Please don't touch them. Please, you're going to wrinkle the pages. You don't know how. You're going to break the spine. You're going to break the spine of the book, and I can't have that." Like, what kind of nerd? What kind of nerd gets to the power of governor? I'm just kidding, of course. But how funny is that to think that this guy is such a geek that he's reading so much while he's alive that even after he dies, he's upset when anybody else touches his books. Because I know who this kid is. I know this kid in the sense of like, we've all had a kid who is that particular about certain things, whether it's his pencils, You know, the dude's ears from something about.
Will Run. I found out on that extra bonus Patreon episode, he does a show called something like After PM. And dude, it's a fucking ambient and podcast form. I tried to listen to that thing. I fell asleep. I legitimately fell asleep in like 10 minutes in.
Anything old has paranormal activity inside of it. It just travels. It comes together. You know, you buy an old item, it is going to have ghosts, okay? And also, how is this ghost supposed to handle a book? This ghost can't turn a page of a book. They can't carry a book.
He is with the music beds. When I do the music beds on the Creep Off, they're for fun and to be whimsical. This guy's doing it to hide neglect.
Ossian, I believe it is. Ossian. Never heard of it. But he borrows this book, The Poems of Ossian, from the library. And apparently that night, the ghost can travel. And he came to the kid's house saying, Ossian, who stole the Ossian? And I'm sure he didn't sound like that.
Ossian, who stole the Ossian? Who's got my book?
I believe that's
it absolutely works well. Old thing equals ghosts. We learned a lot today.
Just like how people who are super fat back in the day used to be considered wealthy because they were clearly eating more than anybody else. It's just like maybe Whitcomb's voice, that nerdy, Simpsons character voice, that scientist character, maybe that voice was a sign of intelligence back then, where as a guy who sounds like me or anybody else who kind of talks normal,
the guy who's like, well, listen, we could stay up all night. I just need to be caffeinated, properly caffeinated all night. If we could stay up all night, I could.
That's right, Jody B.
Maybe Martha, maybe I run for governor this year. What do you think?
Like, that's what I pictured. Maybe that is a sign of intelligence.
Tyler,
oh my God.
Fantastic question.
Sounds like a cartoon,
today, just this morning, roughly, I don't know, 4 hours ago, as I was sitting here, sent Seamus a Twitter follow request so I could try to make contact with him because I love to just catfish him onto the creep.
I would just throw the book at him, like, here you go.
I don't know. How could you get that kid to do anything? I've heard him yell on his shows about how, nah, brah. If you want to hear me, you got to listen to my show, brah.
Oh, that's right.
Behind the paywall. He put that 9-minute podcast or whatever the fuck it is behind the paywall.
You can't touch the book.
This kid doesn't want to be found. Tyler, the fact that he does this is a mental issue, okay? It's not because this guy wants to entertain or be famous. He's legitimately,
what are you worried about?
I don't think wants to be heard from or seen. I don't know why he does all this stuff, maybe to keep up appearances to his family, which I can't imagine is working. But this kid, he has the absolute wrong approach. If he should be doing as many other podcasts as possible. He should be on as many people's shows as possible. And
are people afraid of ghosts?
I honestly think that if you were just to sit down and talk with him, he'd probably be
a ghost outside of when I'm dead.
Relatively normal. Yeah, he went on Kill Tony.
There it is.
That's true. He did. So maybe I'm completely wrong. But I've heard him clips that Carl's played me where people have invited him to be a guest host on this. I think he got burned.
If a good size Harry Potter book is too much for you, I'm not worried about you.
Yeah, maybe Taco King. I don't know. I just feel like he got burnt. He was doing like have him on the Carlson kit. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, today I know you. Not all of you know him yet, but this guy, you may have seen his appearance on Kill Tony. Would you please put your heads together, Brian, for Patrick Michael over there on the couch? That'll be a great episode. Yeah, next week we're having Marlon Wayans back on. But we got fucking Patrick Michael on this week. Sorry, everyone who listens. It'd be a great episode.
That's what made it.
Yes, it's this kid in the background.
I don't know. It's weird.
Full-time comedian. We learned that.
He told the librarian about the experience. Of course you would. You'd be like, hey.
Well, Wilson.
I checked this book out yesterday.
I don't have a lot of energy. I've been sitting here for hours.
I love poems. I'm a huge fan of poetry. And, as I'm reading this beautiful limerick, I hear this guy yelling, screaming. And I'm thinking, well, Dad's drunk again. Mom's.
I'm up for trying.
So
I'm all about trying.
The poems, and then the guy keeps yelling, and I'm like, he's not saying anything that's in relation to my family. He's screaming over and over, Othean.
So let me tell you.
Like just some weaselly guy
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Will. You would think that this is like some 22-year-old with no life experience just talking.
You'll get your book back. Like maybe that's how the kid felt. He was so.
Hey Wilson, I get it, pal. I get it. Thank you for that. I love how when this is okay. This is what's
So I'll be returning it tomorrow.
being a hack is. Let me tell you what being a hack is. Doing the same joke as everybody else. And when you are new into joining us for this stream and you want to make a fat joke at me, go ahead. But at this point, it is hack.
Explain.
So,
I would just like to be there.
thank Next Picks. I appreciate that. Enjoy the funeral. The email is creep. Well, what is the fucking email? I don't even know. I suck. Why are you even asking me? It's thecreepoffpod@gmail.com.
In their life that they saw a ghost or experienced a ghost. That is true comedy. Because I wonder what they sound like. Is it sheer panic? Are they afraid?
I look like Nick Frost.
Jeremy.
Yeah, maybe.
Jeremy.
All fat white guys look alike. It's something that's happening.
You know what I mean? Like, are they just out of breath? They're winded. They're just panicky. Because I feel like I would just be like, man, I saw a ghost last night, and I'm
What
upset.
the fuck is keto?
Because
I even know what it is, and I say fuck that.
he's taking up time, and he's not.
Here's a fun wrestling story. Do any of you guys know who
Right?
Austin Aries
He's
is?
always knocking him off the table.
Anybody in the chat know who Austin Aries
I'll
is?
take the 5 steps and put him in the sink like a good man, a good ghost man. I don't know, guys. We're just riffing here. We're having a good time. This is the Dead Town Podcast.
I'll take that as a no, so we're going to scratch that story.
We checked out the Angola Theater, Fowler Theater, and Whitney.
He talked to me for an hour and a half because I told him that I gave up eating meat. And I did for like 2 years. And he, man, he just talked to me for forever. He just was like so happy, man. You got to stay out of the system. Keto, man. Keto.
You know, like your squirrel in your backyard who doesn't really come inside. He doesn't have a name, but you do hang out with him. You can tell him. Truth be told, we're
Someone just sent me something interesting. I'm checking out an email. Yeah, Austin Aries, the wrestler. He's all 5'2" of them. He was like, man, it's so cool you gave up eating meat. And he was just like, the cows, man, they murder those cows. And let me tell you how the system works, man. Just talk to me for like an hour and a half about keto.
Not the subject matter, but
He's nuts, and he's very into like health stuff. And he heard that I made one healthy choice in my life, and the fat guy tried to like over life coach me for an hour.
Terrifying. This is the Dead Town Podcast. I'm Patrick Michael.
What's up, Smoke?
Good day.
I have no idea. Do I look like I know what it is? I know it exists. I know it's a diet. But if you're looking for the details,
hey everybody, if you enjoyed that podcast,
wrong stream,
please be
buddy.
Sure to subscribe wherever you listen, share with a friend,
What
share
a
on
fucking
social
day.
media, and feel free to contact the show at yourdeadtown@gmail.com. Find exclusive content at patreon.com/podculture. And find our video version.
You're watching this instead of talking to your family?
At youtube.com/badboystudio.
Now, that I'm interested in. Like the no bread, no sugars. Isn't that just the fucking,
Stay safe.
I don't know. Yeah, and who really cares? A little bit. He's really tiny too, Timmy. He's really a very short guy. He was at a thing I was at last year in Chicago, and we were shooting the shit. He tried to set up a merch. Funniest fucking thing. They had like a wrestling convention thing, and they had like official stuff, and he decided to set up like a fringe festival outside of the area where the actual thing was going on and set up his own tent. He's fucking hysterical.
It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right.
And he was just standing there with his own table, kind of like Lonely Virgil.
Phone.
It was like Lonely Austin Aries.
Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing.
Next Picks, thank you again.
From your podcast.
Very kind, very generous, sir. Appreciate it.
That means
I will be having a
2 or 3
drink on you
episodes,
tonight.
only
Thank
10
you.
or 15 listeners, you still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast.
Did you guys know that Anchor
in one
FM is the
place.
best place to make a podcast today?
So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm. ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started. Today's episode will be journeying to 3 different locations within the Midwest, all in Indiana, all featuring terrifying
We're traveling to 3 locations all around the Midwest, all in Indiana. How about you just say 3 locations in Indiana?
Then we have the Fowler Theater, and ending it all with Whitcomb's Library. This is Dead Town.
Hell yeah, I would. I would wear a mask, no shirt, and tights. Absolutely. I would do a singlet like Andre the Giant, and I would let one titty hang out. That would be my wrestling costume.
True crimes, conspiracies, cults, urban legends, and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits.
I'm loving you guys giving Carl shit in the Discord. Thank you.
This is the Dead Town
Absolutely.
Podcast.
Drop it just like Jerry.
Welcome.
All right,
What's going on,
next pick.
everybody?
Sorry for your
Welcome
loss,
back
pal.
to Dead Town. My name is
Good luck with your
Michael. Thank you
family.
so much for joining me. I just want to give a big shout out to everybody who has been listening to these episodes and saying that it is putting them to sleep.
Please, someone do.
I love it. That's a good
Please,
thing, in
someone
fact,
needs to
because
do
you
the
know
art
what?
of
I
Vinnie
am a person who
hitting
listens to
Carl with the
podcasts as well
WATP
as well.
trash can.
So,
I need that. I'll
to
frame
know
it.
that
I'll
this
hang it in
show
the
has that
studio.
ability on you, well, I'm impressed. I'm happy with it. I'm excited about it. And big shout out to those of you that have supported and retweeted and posted or shared or subscribed. All of you guys make this show worth it, and it makes it a continuation. You know, we continue to do this because
Carl's
you enjoy
at
it,
some
right?
point going to try to
There's
get
no
me on
sense
this
in
thing, and I
stopping
still don't
because
know how it fucking
even
works.
though there are critics out there, there are people that do. You have to understand that, hey, at least this isn't a podcast about wrestling. because that's unoriginal,
Seamus
my
is still
guys.
talking. Holy
That's
shit.
unoriginal. That's something we've seen before, and it's absurd to think that those that critique you are making a podcast about kayfabe. Oh,
Okay,
sorry, guy.
so
Sorry, guy. Can't beat
thank
me.
you
And then to also say
for the
this one
tip
person
on
had left a
Only
comment
Use
that
Me
said something
Blade.
like,
I know
you
quite a
spend
bit
this
about that
energy
guy.
doing
He was living up
something
in
else
Buffalo
because it's
for a
so
while.
bad.
Completely
And it's
crazy.
Like, hey, guy. Hey, man. Hey. You know the last episode was like 7 minutes? That you saying that just proves to me that you didn't listen. And that's fine. It's all good. It's just nice to have so many fans. It's nice to have people that actually acknowledge how good the show is, how worthy it is of listening to, and how often you're coming back for more. Because I refuse to give you anything less, and I thank you so much for tuning into it regardless. Because I do put a lot of time in this. This is hard work. It is a journey, and we're on this
Smoke.
road together.
Here's the deal.
Right? Big
Part
shout out
of
to
the
Unbeliever
punishment
Russ.
was that I
That's how you
listened
say
to
it.
every
He's one
single
of these,
episode
Twitter
of Dead
supporters who
Town.
likes the content, and hey, you can't blame him for it. You can't.
Seen
blame
the
him
holes
for
in
it.
whose legs?
The guy obviously knows what's good for him, and this is that. But today we're gonna be talking about
Uncle
3 different
Jerry's
locations
trolling
within
me
Indiana where
again.
there are sightings
my
of
Opie.
ghosts or just weird backstories. It's ghost lore, guys. It's Midwest ghost lore, and we're having a fun time going through these. It was just an
Gonna
interesting
eat
thing
all
that
the
I
pie.
came across. And I was like, hey, I do a podcast that could certainly use this information. Because, you know, wrestling's not real, ghosts aren't real, so we're really in the same boat, I think, right? I don't know, guys. It's just funny. I didn't even want to bring it up because, of course, this person, whoever this person is, if they're going to continue to listen to the podcast, they're certainly going to at some point hear me say these things, and that's fine. But they also, I did an entire hour talking about these people, and it's available at patreon.com/pod.
All the losers,
CUL.
the haters.
And come on over there, join one of the tiers, guys, and get some exclusive content, some behind-the-scenes, inside look type of deals, as well as watch-alongs, exclusive 9-minute podcast videos, just all kinds of fun stuff over there at Patreon that I'm putting together for the Patreon subscribers.
Thank you again.
If you want to get more exclusive content that is involving me, myself, and I.
Thanks,
please do so.
Cheryl. You're the
Don't
sweetest.
forget to
Appreciate
subscribe, share
you.
with a friend. Tell people about Dead
Alan,
Town, how fun it is.
thank
and how ridiculous
you.
It is, and I'll be forever grateful. But without further ado, let's.
Thank
truly
you,
get into this.
everyone.
Let's
You
truly
are
get
all
into these
so
weird,
kind. Appreciate it.
weird theaters. And knowing that a lot of people
I'm doing a live stream in my mom's basement in a comedy club that would never allow Stuttering John in if it wasn't for my permission.
I don't know. And it is weird to say that
what a
there's
fucking
at least
day.
2 theaters in Indiana. And
Comedy
yet
at the
we never have
Carlson.
good
It is so.
musicians.
It
We
sucks
rarely
so
ever
much
have
that
good
we are closed
comedians.
right now.
It's just
You guys do not
this is a
understand what a
corruption of
fucking
existence,
awesome
okay?
venue this is.
So let's first talk about
We have
this
2
Angola
showrooms,
theater.
an awesome bar.
Okay, so let's
right now
talk about Angola.
It's hard. Today's really hard for me, and I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but I really have legitimately nothing else to fucking do. I'm working on a game show with my friend Steve from New Zealand. He's a great funny comic. You could look him up if you want to check out some of his stuff, Steve Wrigley. And we're producing a game show out of our second showroom. And we have put months of work into developing the technology.
The mayor is Richard Hickman.
And I'm so excited to get it going, but it's going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard to get this thing over without a live studio audience. We feel like we've got the formula, but missing the audience. It's so hard. Hey Luke, listen, I'm not playing on 2 times speed just because I'm going to be here for the same amount of time anyway. I'm just letting it go as intended. I want to hear what Seamus released to the world. I said this earlier. It's like when you buy an album. They want you to listen to it from track 1 all the way to the end. That's what I'm doing. We're going through the whole catalog that is Dead Town. So we're working on this game show, and we've done a couple of test recordings. We've done it all, but I just miss live audiences so much. Like, I really hope that streaming to no one is not the new normal. I hope that this is just a fucking thing and we can get back to live crowds as soon as possible. Yes, Taco King, I'll be glad to. I said this earlier. I'll let you guys know. I do have an instrument for suicide if I so choose today. Quite on accident. My co-host. It is not the new normal. Yeah, we were trying to get him Stavin to come down and play the Rickles room. We'll just have him in there laughing at everybody. It'll be perfect. But my co-host from the Creep Off, you may check out his YouTube channel, Slicey Dicey. He reviews pocket knives, and he gave me this big one, and it's been sitting on my desk. I got this big-ass fucking knife.
Wouldn't there be more people just sitting there waiting, recording?
So, this might end up going really bad.
In a sense, trying to get real evidence instead of being like, "Hey, I saw."
Timmy, you wouldn't go wrong, man. It's a great club.
Prove it. Why didn't you record it? You all have the means to record.
Yeah, it's just it sucks that it's not open. It sucks that there aren't shows tonight. Like before this thing was booked, I had a weekend here I was supposed to be featuring with Michael Rappaport. Like, we're maybe in Rochester, but we get all of the big names from New York and people flying in from LA because we are one of the, tired of saying it, best clubs in the country. So if you ever are up this way and we're open for business, come in and check out a show. I think you'll be very impressed.
People would just be like, well, it's probably just a guy.
Giorno, I hope not. It is this for now, but I hope it's not for now on. We got to get back to live audiences.
That they don't make anymore.
No one wants to spend the rest of their lives watching screens. Well, maybe some people do. I don't even fucking know. I don't understand the internet. We've already established that today.
Less than 10,000. He walks back and forth in front of this theater screaming, "Maria, come back to me, please." So that's where you would have to be like a little.
No, not every show is sold out. But, we run Thursdays through Saturdays. So Friday, Saturday nights usually are. But Thursdays, there's a day of. You could probably get a ticket. Smoke, I appreciate it. That dollar is going to a bartender later.
Happening to appear in my peripheral. But
yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being able to do this kind of stuff. It's just this is not what everybody wants. At some point, people want to leave their house and go do something.
You're gonna speak, dude? We're not friends. And then what makes it even more horrifying is the fact that he probably just repeats the same thing.
Yeah, it is. But not everything is going to go back to normal. I don't think.
That can't be.
A lot of things just might.
Annoying.
A lot of things might,
Right, like some
but
guys out
comedy
there
has
just
been
like,
one of those things where
Maria, please come back to me.
we're
please."
second
And the guy's
best.
Like, hey man, hey.
Yeah, I say one of the
Where's
best.
Maria?
But there's some comedy clubs with a lot of
He's like,
history that
"Oh,
might be
tell me."
better than
He's
us.
like,
That's
"Well,
probably true.
I love Maria, and he just keeps repeating himself. Honestly, he just keeps saying.
If you're ever around, or you know you're going to be around, just check out the website carlsoncomedy.com, and you might get lucky.
Enter this damn theater.
You might get lucky, Taco King. But like for our big name shows, those sell out pretty quickly. A lot of shows we put them online, and then they're gone by the end of the day.
But of course,
You
when
know,
you look,
I can never say. It all depends on who's performing.
So is there anything more depressing?
There are
than a
plenty of
guy
tickets
who's standing
available
outside
for
the
my
theater,
one-man show.
screaming for some Marie lady, and then if he's not outside crying for the screaming for the lady, he's inside crying.
Just drinking water like a loser.
What? That's what you're wasting your
3
energy
years.
on, Ghost Man? You'd rather waste
3
your energy
years.
on tears and crying for some lady?
And the reason we got
I
the edge
don't
that we
get
got,
it goes hand in hand with the idea of Ghost that just
the reason we got the edge we got is because we built
Bro,
the space
get out.
properly.
Do something
Mark,
else.
my boss,
I mean, at least this guy is, being
our
emotional,
booker,
showing,
he's a brilliant guy
still got a human
in
side
terms
to
of the
him, though
comedy
he's a ghost.
business. Over the
He's
last
saying, I still
25
have a
years,
heart,
he's
I
been
still
working in
mourn,
clubs
I
and
still
booking and making connections
miss
and stuff like
people.
that. And when we opened this place, he designed it to be ideal for comedy. It was built specifically to be a comedy club. And a lot of people open up a comedy club here, they open it there, and like there's chain clubs like the Funny Bones, Wise Guys. This is a unique venue that was built for what it is, and that makes it very different. It's built for entertainment.
Or that weird thing where
Yeah, Bob, I'm still going, baby.
creates it digitally creates the word.
It does help smaller markets, Dennis. Absolutely.
You get to actually see the word
So,
show up on the screen.
We
Right, so you'd be like,
were closed in was it
dark
March?
closet
We
somewhere,
closed by order of the governor. Then this club, Comedy at the Carlson, we got permission with the reopening of Phase 4 in the Finger Lakes region of New York to reopen. And we did for 5 weeks, or 4 weeks in the month of June. We reopened. We did everything unbelievable. Like, this place is so well built. The air filters, we have 6 massive air filtration units that blow in fresh air and blow out recycled air. So, like, we don't do recycled air in the showroom. The air keeps moving. We have a massive showroom, so we set all of our tables, up, so that they were 12 feet apart. We set them away from the stage. Everything was served in plastic. The menus were disposable. The staff had this. We did all the shit we had to do, and we had zero problems. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, Governor Cuomo put out an edict through the Liquor Authority, and they specifically said no comedy shows. You could look it up right now if you want to go to the New York State Department of Liquor website. It just says no comedy shows. So we had to close again, and it sucks. Taco King, I have half a sandwich here, and because I like you and I like sandwiches,
indulging in strange activity,
I'll take a bite.
Unwarranted. And it's crazy because, like I said, I've never heard of this place, but this is the second theater. This is just the second theater we've mentioned, okay? And this isn't the first time. We've seen literal TV shows where people have went to haunted theaters all over the place. And that's not new. This is not new. But to think of like why the theater is there like so much energy there because of people? But it's like if that's the case, then what about the mall? What about a mall?
Did I just give you the brain tingles?
Or are they using the energy from the films?
Boomer Doomer?
No. There's got to be a reason for the theater. I mean, especially the historic ones, it makes more sense.
Great question, Luke.
Because the history there,
you don't want to. There's nothing that's worth losing your liquor license over when you're in this business. So the answer was close down. And we do incidental music, which is allowed. I was saying that earlier. So tonight there's going to be incidental music in our main room. I'm not sure who the band is going to be, but there's going to be entertainment here. It's just not stand-up. And it sucks. So hopefully one of these days we'll have some awesome comics back.
Then you only find out that there's a ghost.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Somewhere. What do these ghosts do? Who knows?
Well, I assume you voted for me every time and you sent me nothing, or
it's predominantly dark at the theater. that a ghost is willing
Oh,
to
thank you, Robert.
Is it because
Bob,
it's
you're the
dark? I don't know.
nicest.
It seems to make sense.
Hey, Winnie, we did the isotopes. The isotopes
ghosts
played
afraid of light
2 weeks ago.
if they're transparent. Like if we're already
So
not
Jody
expecting
B,
to see you,
legitimately, the phrasing on the webpage says no exotic dancing or comedy shows of any
but
kind.
you rarely see that. It's almost as if they have an affinity to light itself. And maybe that's just my movie experience.
There's
where
not a lot of...
movies,
I can't do
you know,
either of my acts
you know,
now.
if I turn the light on, the ghost can't get me. It's like a force field.
Fucking sucks.
But if there is some
I can't
reality
wait for
to
Nicole
it,
Byer to come back
science to
either.
it, you would assume that
If
they
you ever
would
wonder
have
what Nicole Byer looks like without her wig, check out the Carlson
benefit
Cast
from
episode.
the light sources
During
during the
lockdown,
day.
was on
Maybe
vacation in
that's
Key
how
West,
they
Florida, and
show
had
at night,
bar
because they're just collecting
just
light
selling
all
liquor
day.
in carts. That's
Like,
awesome.
what am I saying? Are they Pokemon or are they ghosts? I don't know. But still,
It's the world we live in. Hopefully not the new normal, baby. Hopefully not the new normal.
Hundreds of theaters we've heard of throughout history that have been struck with some sort of paranormal activity on a consistent basis. You know, some of these theaters are visited strictly for hauntings, rather than. I mean, I would imagine that would be more fun to anticipate it. You know, to anticipate some sort of paranormal activity rather than just walking into a theater.
It's nothing to
only
write home
find
about.
out There's a ghost.
Yeah, I'm on.
I mean, to be watching
This
the
is my
screen and
set.
to see some shadow cross the screen or something touch you, but nobody's there. I remember one time I went to this dollar theater.
You know-
I don't even remember what I was watching. John Carter or something. Goofy.
Mike, the answer to that question is really
One of those
simple.
Riddick movies.
It's
I'm at the
because
theater,
I'm still listening to Seamus because
it's
I'm a
rare
trooper.
occurrence that I've ever been to the theater and went into it and it's dark. Because usually I'll get there when the previews are still on, so they still have the side.
I have
tables
one,
you can
Will.
see as you go in, where you're gonna sit. Well, at this point,
It's
we
in the
have
other
been
room.
switching theaters,
In
so
fact,
we
here,
go watch one
here's a
movie,
peek. You
finish
guys
that,
can
go
see the
somewhere
control
else,
room.
watch
That's
the
what it
other.
looks like with the lights on. There's a
And,
cool Nicole
that's because
Byer
they were
poster
$1. So I
next
fucking
to my
did.
autographed
So
Gary
that's what we
Goldman
did. We paid
poster.
for like 4 movies, and we end up going into this second theater.
Sorry. There we are.
And I went to sit down. And I just touched this guy's arm. Like I just touched him on his arm because you can't see nothing. It's pitch black, and I'm trying to find a seat. Without
Damn
getting
right,
into
Jody
these
B.
ways, and sure enough. But I'm also one. I mean, tell me if you're this way.
Mike,
are you one of those people that when you go to a
At
theater
this
or you
point,
go to
Stuttering
an event where
John
there's a lot of
would be
people,
a relief.
do you wait till the very end to leave? Do you
I'm going to
watch
listen
the
to,
end
I guarantee you folks, I'm going to listen to
get up
one
and leave right when you
full
feel like
Stuttering
everything's just
John
about
podcast. Whatever the newest
That's
one
fine.
is,
As soon as
when
I
I
can
put
feel
that
it
on, it's going to be a
ending,
breath
oh,
of
let's get out
fucking
here.
shitty air.
Like I've been to sporting
It's
events.
just going to be
Sporting events are easier.
sweet to my ears to hear a
Especially
different voice.
football,
Like,
when
at
it's
this
just so
point,
far
this
out
is
of
white
reach,
noise to
the
me.
score.
I have
You
this
know what I mean? Like, one
loud
team is so
going
far
in
down,
speakers in this
you're
room.
like, oh, there's no contact.
So
This
no
is
matter
good.
where I
They're
go,
fun.
between this room or the control room or to the restroom over there, I am going to hear
If you manage to
Seamus.
stay, holy shit. It is a rough journey trying to get out of anywhere. Trying to get out of anywhere where there's a lot of people and you stay till the very
I'm
last
going to
second.
enjoy
Oh, you're going to be ruined.
fucking Stuttering John when I get to hear him. That's how.
But hey, who knows?
Hopefully that's what I'll listen to.
Back on the theater thing. Maybe that the
Later,
idea
Chapter
of
House. Love you, bud.
theater Where
You're the best.
you have
Appreciate
the
you
chance
sending me
to
banana
witness some
docs.
Sort of an apparition, or see some sort of a shadow, or hear a noise, or whatever. Maybe that's more intriguing, and maybe that's more of a reason to go.
Yeah, if I booked Stuttering
Maybe
John,
more
they'd
people
have
are
to
like,
let
"Oh,
him
I
drink.
would actually like that. That'd be intense. That'd be more fun to actually go to.
Comedy
a
at the
theater and
Carlson
watch a
Cast, Winnie.
horror movie? Oh, that sounds like good marketing. If
What's
if
up,
there's a
Joel?
theater that has
Thanks
done
for
that,
tuning
yeah,
in.
That's certainly an idea I'd like to share. Like, dude, imagine. I mean, think about like a closed down haunted house. Like it's closed down.
I
for
really
season
am.
in the sense, like, it's
I
not
said this
Halloween,
earlier. Again,
but
seriously,
still
thank you
show
for everybody
horror
coming in and
movies.
hanging out and watching this and
Imagine watching a
fucking
horror
hanging out with
movie
me
like,
during this shit.
you know, a Jason movie or
This would be
Halloween
really
movie,
bad
right?
if there was no one hanging out watching this
Partway
with me,
through the
but
movie,
I feel like we're all
there's
kind of
a-
hanging out
we're
together,
making too
and
many weird connections
I
with,
appreciate it because this really was
shootings.
when I saw this was going to
But
be
you
my
could do it on-
consequence.
I mean, but then again, you would expect it
Whew.
going to this theater. It's a haunted house theater, right? So you go in, you buy your tickets from some.
Yeah,
creepy
Carl
company
told me
in
that
the
story,
theater,
Mike.
and then you
That
have to walk
Nicole
through
Byer
this
tried to blow Dick
maze into the
Masterson
theater.
forcefully.
The seats are different. It's just got a more creepy vibe.
Yeah, I agree,
And
Joel. I did get
whatever
robbed.
reason you have
I am hanging in there, Boomer Doomer. I got
someone
this.
on the staff
I got this.
will
It is
dress up like
1:58. That means I am 2 minutes
make it a more
away.
immersive feel.
I am 2 minutes away from being halfway through this shit, guys.
In the theater,
2 minutes away, and I did
my
6
mom was
hours.
walking down the aisle.
And you know what? I'm going to get all tough like Seamus. I'm going to do some Seamus tough talk for all you guys now. 6 hours what?
Lose their mind.
What? 6 hours? I did it, man. I got it.
And I know it's not real, right?
I know you can't stop me.
No, it's not
6
real.
hours. I got it.
But in that moment,
I got
you're like,
this.
holy shit. And I don't think in the moment you're going to be like, oh, Aurora, this guy's probably really here to kill, because you go
Jody
into the
B,
theater knowing.
that is
I mean, how else you
not
gonna
my
hear it?
kind of
Through word
comedy.
mouth. Somebody's going to tell you how fun it was when they went. You're going to go.
Okay, I will do
ahead
that.
of
Do
time
you
already know what to expect? So this is a great idea. I love it. Smart idea.
you think I'm going to break around 9 hours and 30 minutes? Maybe. But all I know is that I'm running to the bathroom at 2 o'clock, so in 1 minute, I'm going to give myself a 5-minute bathroom break because I'm halfway through, and then I'm coming back to just fucking pile through another 6 hours. I got it!
Watching scary movies growing up is when I'd be watching with a
I'd
friend,
rather die than be a prop comic.
all of a sudden found
I'd rather
the
do
urge
this again
to poke
than be a
them in the
fucking prop
side
comic.
and scream during a real deep part of the film, right? It's like the character on the film is creeping through a house, looking through doors really slow.
I'm guessing that when Carl starts his show, everyone's gonna. I will run, Winnie. I'm gonna run.
So they scare the fucking living shit out of you. And once
I think when Carl starts live, my numbers will probably go down because all of you guys will leave me.
But then
I think you guys will all leave me.
and that's life for you, folks. That's life. But like I said, maybe that is the idea. Maybe that's the idea. No one has.
What's worse, prop comics or LA-based comedians?
Putting new movies, strictly horror movies, in a theater that is haunted on purpose, right?
Prop comics, but that's very funny.
Come to Fowler Theater, where you're bound to run into.
Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna go. By that point, the booze will be here. Like the bar will be open, and I could start drinking.
And those are real. That's legit. But it
Thanks,
also looks exactly
Tampon
like
Tom.
a haunted house when you come inside. It's terrifying.
Oh no, I'm gonna listen while I'm in the bathroom. The podcast is still gonna
Maybe I
be
should have thought
playing.
it through before I put it on a
The
podcast.
podcast is. I will still be able to hear all of it. And if you want me to turn my YouTube on, I'll still talk to you guys. But I'm turning off this mic now. I am now going to go to the restroom, and I will be back very soon. Thank you.
On films like Poltergeist, The Exorcist, The Crow, they like to come up with these random. They like to put these random events on the film and make the film seem like it is causing these events. That's the same thing with going to a theater, but the difference is the horror fanatic is obsessed with something that is for sure not real at all. Not real at all. But going to the Fowler Theater, which has been historically noted to be haunted, to go there, you already have this notion like, oh shit, I could run into something real. Something real could pop into my peripheral. But then, decorate the place like a haunted house on Halloween all season, where the lady who's giving you popcorn is dressed up like a witch or whatever, right? Because then you get both elements. You get the general element of going in there to have a good time, watching a horror movie because you know it's fake. But then also scaring the shit out of yourself even more because now you have this feeling of dread because you could see a ghost. You could hear a voice that is of a person that isn't there. And then you get the third element where the theater staff tries to make the movie you're watching that much more real by having somebody on the staff dress up like the main character. That'd be crazy. I mean, imagine somebody bursting out of like you know how there's always a lone survivor in horror movies. Have somebody on the staff dressed similar to that lone survivor and burst through the back door of the theater. People are gonna lose their shit. But I'll tell you what, this theater is one of those that would definitely need a metal detector and some sort of a security check before you get in, because you definitely don't want people coming in there armed, and those are the people that don't have any idea that somebody is a part of the show. It's like this is like so many levels of entertainment, folks. That's what I'm getting at. There's 3 levels of entertainment here: the movie, the haunted house, and then the real possibility, well, 4 actually, the real possibility of running into hearing noises or shadows or activity. And then you also get, hey, here's a guy. Hey, you remember that guy that everybody was scared of while you were watching this movie? Well, there he is. And it's actually Randall, who usually tears the tickets. It's his day. It is his day. And then you get this whole cult following with this whole theater idea because of the people that really do enjoy dressing up and also movies, their job, right? It's like medieval times for the horror fanatic. But speaking of medieval times, this next place, known as Whitcomb's Library, is literally a library in what used to be called Ashbury University, which is now DePaul University. And I actually went to high school with a kid who played basketball at DePaul. I always thought it was DePaul, which I think is Chicago maybe? I don't know. But anyways, Indiana Governor James Whitcomb, who passed away in 1852, he was an avid reader. He had a massive collection of books. He kept almost every single book that he read. And when he passed, in his will, he said, hey, this library can have all of my books. Now, during the years that his books were actually in this library, and the public was able to use these books and get into them, there was many sightings of Whitcomb's ghost trying to protect the books. I mean, what kind of nerd? What kind of nerd not only reads so much during life, but he dies and still says, hey, please don't touch my books. Please don't touch my books. Please don't touch them. You're going to wrinkle the pages. You don't know how. You're going to break the spine. You're going to break the spine of the book, and I can't have that. Like, what kind of nerd? What kind of nerd gets to the power of governor? Ugh. I'm just kidding, of course, but how funny is that to think that this guy is such a geek that he's reading so much while he's alive that even after he dies, he's upset when anybody else touches his books. Because I know who this kid is. I know this kid in the sense of like we have all had a kid who is that particular about certain things, whether it's his pencils, the dude's ears from Something About Mary, right? They have this thing, this OCD thing. Like, don't touch it. When I think about it, I believe it actually just boils down to the fact that most old things, most antiques consist of ghosts. Anything old has paranormal activity inside of it. It just travels. It comes together. You buy an old item, it is going to have ghosts, okay? And also, how is this ghost supposed to handle a book? This ghost can't turn a page of a book. They can't carry a book. So when you hear this little thing about this guy who took out, he borrowed this book from the library called The Poems of Ossian, I believe it is, Ossian. Never heard of it. But he borrows this book, The Poems of Ossian, from the library, and apparently that night the ghost can travel, and he came to the kid's house saying, Ossian, who stole the Ossian? And I'm sure he didn't sound like that.
Hey guys, I'm just trying to find a good episode of Stuttering John's show to throw onto the stream for next. Sorry about that.
And he was a governor. So maybe back then that voice was like a voice. It's just like how people who are super fat back in the day used to be considered wealthy because they were clearly eating more than anybody else. It's just like maybe Whitcomb's voice, that nerdy, Simpsons character voice, that scientist character, maybe that voice was a sign of intelligence back then, where as a guy who sounds like me or anybody else who kind of talks normal,
the guy who's like, well, listen, we could stay up all night. I just need to be caffeinated, properly caffeinated all night. If we could stay up all night, I could really get to work here. Maybe, Martha, maybe I run for governor this year. What do you think? Like, that's what I picture. Maybe that is a sign of intelligence. You're just like, oh my God.
Sunday, September
this guy
10th.
who sounds like a cartoon is intelligent. That voice is a sign of smarts, okay?
And like I said, imagine.
All right,
this
it's
ghost
added to
coming
the
your
queue.
house after you checked out a book, and he wants the book back. And then, being the kid who's so afraid, he does take the book back. I mean, what are you afraid of? It's a ghost, man. What is he gonna do? Kick your ass? I would just throw the book at him. Like, here you go. I would just throw the book at him. Here, take the book, ghost. You want it? Here you go. Here you go. Can you catch? Oh, that's right. You're a ghost. You're a phantom. You can't hold this book. You can't touch the book. Stop being such an asshole and let me read it, okay? Haven't you read it already? Haven't you? I would assume you've read it already. You gave it away, okay? What are you worried about? It's just such a dumb thing. Like, we can assume that ghosts can move tables or whatever, and then this ghost is like, I'm saving my energy for anybody who tries to fuck with my books. Okay? Please don't touch my books, guys. I'm going to be the governor. I mean, I would, like I said, just be like, here you go. Just give it back to him. Like, I've always said this. Is a ghost meant, like, are people afraid of ghosts because they're going to hurt them? I don't understand that. Like, dude, if I ever see a ghost outside of when I'm dead, I promise you, I'm just going to be like, oh, there it is. Like, what? Unless he's picking up over 10 pounds, I don't give a shit. I don't care, dude. If you can't lift 10 pounds, I'm good. I'm fine. If a good size Harry Potter book is too much for you, I'm not worried about you. All right? I mean, imagine being the kid who's like, oh, like I said, this kid does go back and return the book immediately. And it's not really,
Hey, everybody, missed you.
It's the next day, guy. If it's the next day, you see this ghost and he wants his book back and you wait till the next day, you're not that afraid. You're not that afraid. And also, whoever's saying this is a liar. Because immediately and then the next day doesn't fit together. It's like an oxymoron, I think. Says the next day the boy immediately returned the book. It's like he waited till the next day, and then when the next day came, he ran.
Thanks, Crunk Daddy.
I don't know. It's weird. But he does return the book, and he told the librarian about the experience. Of course, he would.
I'm glad Dr. Paul is okay.
I checked this book out yesterday. And, you know, I got about, like 4 pages into it, you know, because I love poems. I'm a huge fan of poetry. And, you know, as I'm reading this beautiful limerick, I hear this guy yelling, screaming. And I'm thinking, well, Dad's drunk again. Mom's in for it tonight. So then I start to get back to the poems, and then the guy keeps yelling. And I'm like, he's not saying anything that's in relation to my family. He's screaming over and over, Othean, Othean, who stole my Othean? Like just some, I don't know, some weaselly guy asking for this book back. And I was like, you know what, guy? Get out of my room. I'll take it back tomorrow. You'll get your book back. Like maybe that's how the kid felt. He was so lethargic about it. He's just like, look. I see you're upset about the book. But truth be told, you can't really do anything. So I'll be returning it tomorrow. I don't know. That's just what I picture. Like, how else could he?
Oh, is today's Vic's last day?
What does he come out of the book like a genie? Explain. I would just like to be there, just a fly on the wall during any time.
Something to be happy about today.
Explains a ghost sighting. I think it would be hilarious. That's got to be some of the best comedy in the world. Being a fly on the wall as somebody explains when a time in their life that they saw a ghost or experienced a ghost. That is true comedy. Because I wonder what they sound like. Is it sheer panic? Are they afraid? Jeremy, I just saw. Hold on. You know what I mean? Like, are they just?
We're getting closer, slime.
They're just panicking.
We're getting closer.
I feel like I would just be like, man, I saw a ghost last night, and I'm upset because he's taking up space, he's taking up time, and he's not contributing. You know, he could do the dishes or something, right? He's always knocking them off the table anyways. Might as well take the 5
She's off to live in a tub full of semen. Shit, she's practically covered in semen already. She should be a battleship.
This is the Dead Town Podcast. Thank you so much for tuning in. We checked out the Angola Theater, Fowler Theater, and Whitcomb's Library. Feel free to subscribe, share, like with a friend, share with a friend, subscribe with a friend. Tell your grandparents, your pets, your non-related animal pets, you know, like your squirrel in your backyard who doesn't really come inside. He doesn't have a name, but you do hang out with him. You can tell him. Truth be told, we're growing this thing. I just put out a video version of the podcast the other day. It's doing pretty well. The editing is always the fun part. And nowadays, because of the new advancements in technology that we have received today, the recording of the show will happen more often, more consistent, and more random as to the stuff that I'm talking about. Not the subject matter.
Yeah, this is a really bad
So
episode.
we just stick with it, and you know, it's Grandma's bath time, so I gotta go run the water, and I will see you, and you will hear me in the next.
He's got to go run the water.
That is terrifying.
His kids probably already ran the
Dead Town
bath and
Podcast.
drowned on him in it before he fucking noticed.
Good day. Hey everybody, if you enjoyed that podcast, please be sure to subscribe wherever you listen, share with a friend, share on social media, and feel free to contact the show at yourdeadtown@gmail.com.
Back W's, right? Oh, he sucks. Because I have to listen to every episode of Deadtown.
And find our video versions of this podcast and more at youtube.com/badbrainstudios. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Let me see if I can get in on this.
Until
Let me
next
peek.
time, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe.
Live show chat. So I got the app up. Open voice channel. The audio's super low on this.
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone
I figured
or
it
your
out.
computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts,
Okay.
Overcast, Podbean.
Tampon Tom, the other day, the guy who has the Seamus's kid Twitter account tweeted the idiot's dead.
That means
and I was like,
2 or 3 episodes,
oh fuck,
only 10
finally!
or
And I
15
tried to
listeners,
tune
you still
into
make money. Anchor is
I tried to
everything you
tune
need to
into
make a
the
podcast in one place.
what do you fucking call it? To
So
the
simply go download
Reddit.
the
Yeah,
free
I'm totally
Anchor
losing
app
my
and
brain.
go to anchor.fm
This day's fucking
to get
killing me
started.
already.
That's Anchor.
But I tried to tune in just to see, like, did
.fm.
Seamus fucking finally off himself?
.fm.
Did he finally
Let's get
do a little
started.
shopping spree at the old rope and wobbly stool store? I was hoping.
Today's episode, we're going to be looking at haunted stories from different states in the USA. This is
Man.
only part 1, where we're going to look at the first 4 or 5 different stories. And I'm sure it's going to get strange as we go along, but that's what we do here. Welcome to Dead Town.
You know what I'm gonna do real quick while I'm here? I got nothing else. I'm gonna check in on the Creep Off Discord. Let's see what's happening in there.
From places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town.
Fucking funny. You guys rule.
True crimes.
Who's Patreon?
Conspiracies, cults,
Carl's? No.
Urban legends and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits.
Mr. Ed, where are you from?
This is
No, we're on WATP's. But we have our own like channel.
greetings, listeners, and welcome to Dead
No,
Town.
I do not
Thank you so
subscribe
much
to
for tuning
Seamus's
in.
Patreon.
So happy to be back. So happy to be doing this episode.
Either just Carl.
I kind of was weary as to what
Carl
was going
should
to
be,
the
though. We
next,
already discussed that earlier.
Several episodes.
That motherfucker has just been robbing this kid's intellectual property for years.
I found something that I thought was
And making money on
darn
Carl's Patreon
And
about
we're
it.
Keeping it PG. We're riding that PG wave right now. And what I'm saying by PG is paranormals and
Right on,
paranormal
Mr. Ed.
ghosts. And of
Thank
course,
you for checking
that
out
was
the
supposed to be
show.
a joke, and it was really bad. But yeah,
Glad to have you here.
We have been sticking with the ghosts. We've been sticking with the paranormal because why not? You know, I figure, hey, let's stick with what we know. And
Is
let's
there or
look at
will
some
there
more
be a
of these
Creep Off
hauntings because,
Patreon?
of
I
course,
kind of
I'm
answered
still
that
pretty
earlier.
skeptical. right? I mean, the evidence that we've
Craig
seen
lives in a
and
pyramid.
we
Take that,
dug
Mr. Ed.
into in the last few
Yeah, maybe
episodes
one of
of
these
the
days there'll be a
podcast,
creep
we
off
haven't really seen
Patreon,
anything
but
that's super,
we want to make sure that we're getting at least.
legit.
There's a number of downloads
stories
we'd
for
like to
me
get
that
to
actually seem to
per
have
month,
the
and I'm
most,
thinking we're talking like 10,000 or
legitimacy,
10,000 an
creepy,
episode. Once we
and
get to
ones
around
that have this
10,000
crazy
downloads per
backstory.
episode,
You know,
then we
you
might
hear the
do a
story of
Patreon,
guy
because then,
who's fallen
like, here's the
into
thing.
a
You guys are
pit
very
of
cool
cement
today.
and
You
he
guys
ends
were
up
throwing
on the
cash in
bridge.
the liquor fund. That's awesome, but that's a fucking fun one-time thing, and I'm definitely really going to need a drink after this. So for those of you guys who did that, there's a bottle of top shelf liquor with my fucking name on it later, and I love you for that.
And your mind is willing to do that as well, just because
If
you know
Dead
the
Town
story.
was on Podomatic, do you think it would overtake the Creep Off for the #1 in true crime podcast? Well, with the amount of plays it's getting today, maybe, Tyler. But unless we get to a certain number, I don't know if a Patreon's worth doing, and we don't feel like we want to charge you guys for stuff. I don't. I've never been of that mindset. Like, it's weird to me that Patreon exists, and I know it's like the new thing.
But that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of places.
Yeah, I can't either,
besides the
Joel.
ones
Still
that
not
I've
there
seen.
yet.
And honestly, I was trying to think, like, what would be
But
pretty prominent.
yeah, if that's the answer. So yeah, maybe there will be a Patreon, and I've already had some ideas for some cool like Patreon style shows, because I feel like those of you who like the Creep Off like the format of the Creep Off, and I would be kind of a dick like if one week you tuned in and it was just a completely different style episode. I wouldn't do. I don't think I would do that unless it was like part of the Patreon. And it was like, hey, you'll get this special style episode one every other week or something like that. But I have some ideas of what I would do with a Patreon. But whatever.
We're gonna learn about this.
We're talking about the ages of people.
So in February,
will the Creep Off start the 8-minute podcast?
Named Eliza Battle.
Yeah, that's the new name of the Creep Off. We're the 8-minute podcast now. The other one's on Patreon or whatever the fuck it is, the 9-minute podcast. We're the 8-minute
Columbus,
podcast.
Mississippi, down to Mobile, Alabama, and this is obviously starting in Alabama. Sorry, I
Well,
didn't preface
thank you for
that.
telling me that, Joel. Maybe we'll do that at some point.
33 passengers and crew
I appreciate
were
it.
Eventually, found
We loved it.
dead
I mean,
because
I really, really
led to
enjoy
the cotton
the people who
catching
listen to
fire
this show.
and quickly
You guys all have a
engulfing the
sick sense of
entire ship,
humor.
as you would think it would.
I have a
because it
sick
is
sense of
cotton,
humor.
and it is
You don't
highly
necessarily
flammable.
meet a lot of people
Like I
who
said,
share
33
that when you're just
passengers
walking
and
down the
crew
street or
dead.
going through everyday life.
Some of these
So for
cold
me, it's
nights,
really
people
fun
that
to be
live
able to
around
go
the
do a
state
show
of
like this and find
Alabama
out people actually
said that
really
they could
like it.
see,
So
sometimes see the
thank
burning
you
Eliza
for that
Battle
compliment.
rising from the misty
I'm glad that
waters
you
where
like it.
sank. It is in constant journey to complete.
I guess what I'm saying
it's in
is, I
constant-
love you
yeah,
guys.
journey.
Give me money
Fuck
for
it.
liquor now.
It's in constant journey to continue the journey to Mobile.
Hey guys, you know
And
what's
that's
exciting?
that's the general
This
basis, I
next
feel, that
episode.
ghosts are
Oh,
supposed to have, is like
shit.
they're
I'm not even
constantly
looking at my
doing
own
the
description
same
on the
thing
screen.
over and over,
Paranormal
the same
States. We finally did it. We're going to go around the
Number 2
country
here
and
in
hear
Alaska.
ghost stories.
At the height of the Klondike Gold Rush, a woman named Mary moved into the Golden
Tampon
Gate
Tom, did it
Hotel
really?
in, Skagway with her fiance, who was a prospector known as Klondike Ike. Rough nickname.
Oh, thanks, Slime
Before
Knight.
they got married, Ike set off to the goldfields to make his money. Ike never returned.
Yeah, there aren't.
Mary
And
locked herself
the
in a
fact of the
room
matter
with
is,
her anxious anticipation
just
of
because
Ike's
there aren't
arrival, turning to dread
that's
and
what
despair.
sucks about culture.
Innkeepers eventually
Just
broke
because
down the
there
door.
aren't a lot of people that have that sense of humor,
Other guests at the
just because there aren't a lot of shows that have that type of sense of humor, I'm sorry. I've been sitting here for a long time. There's a lot of shows that don't have this sense of humor anymore. There aren't a lot of them, but it doesn't mean that people who enjoy it,
So that's,
that there's fewer of them. They're still out there. They want to be entertained.
just be sleeping in a hotel. Like that's, I don't know. I guess it's not.
My girlfriend's dad
That is
my
scarier
girlfriend's
to
dad's
me
best buddy in London was the guy getting
than
body parts out of the drain. No
anticipating.
fucking
Like,
way.
if you,
So
to
like
stay in a hotel and
your
have no
girlfriend's
idea
dad's best buddy
that it's
like was a
haunted or
plumber
somebody
or
got
was like
ghosts or apparitions
fishing
that
Dennis
possibly
Nielsen's
take place.
fucking people's
If you have
parts
no
out of a
idea,
drain, really?
That's bad. But if you go
That's
in
fucking crazy.
anticipating, it's not as bad. So if you're going into
Could
this
you
hotel
imagine being the
knowing
plumber who's got to go
you
into
might run
that
into a
fucking
ghost,
house? Like
it can't be that
Carl
easy.
really did. I will
You're
give him
waiting for
that
it to happen.
Dennis Nielsen is an absolute
So
fucking
moving on
home
to
run creep.
Arizona,
fucking tea parties with the corpses.
Hotel Monte Vista in Flagstaff opened along Route 66 in 1927.
Yeah, that's a good question. Was he the plumber that reported him? But that whole situation there, if you have to go, like that was an apartment building, and if you have to go in and clean that apartment for the next renter, how do you get the fucking smell out of there?
Ever since then, guests
like even if you have to go in there just to go paint the fucking walls.
Ugh. Phantom bellboy who knocks on doors and disappears.
Yeah, I'd be fascinated to find that out. Because, like, that's the kind of bonus content I'd love to have. I'd like to get that guy on the phone. So, you were pulling body parts out of Dennis Nielsen's drains? Tell me about that day, would you? What'd you have for breakfast?
Did the influence of John Wayne make these...
Luke, they probably had to burn that place fucking down. Nobody would rent there.
Because if a famous person...
Nobody would fucking rent there. They knocked down John Wayne Gacy's house. Like, nobody's going to buy that and just move back in unless they're like a fucking sickos like us that want to turn it into a museum or something.
And he's like, yeah, I fucking saw a ghost last night. And then whoever's working
fucking
at the hotel
Seamus is still going.
tell the next guest, like, hey guys, you're not going to believe this. Not only...
But yeah, Dennis Nielsen, that was a solid creep. That was a solid creep.
McClintock? I don't know.
So yeah, if it looks like Creepy Streamers is running away with it. So I have Dark Side.
But it gets weirder.
Dark Side Phil on my list. Anybody else I should check out? Use my blade or whatever it was. I remember that dude.
An older lady, and she was brushing her hair in a nightgown.
Usually on Sundays, I spend my time getting ready for the creep off.
And even if that person that they're telling
today, if you guys help me out a little bit,
they're going to tell
make my life a little bit easier.
And then
only use me blade. That's right.
Until somebody's like, "Hey man, I saw a ghost as well. I was taking a shower."
Spoony one.
I'm taking a shower, and I swear I feel somebody touch me on the back of my head. I turn around.
Mafia cow. Do not attack DSP. God will ruin your life.
He's like, call me Devin.
I'm not attacking him.
Okay. I don't really, I don't like to speak to the ghost. That's very strange. Not one of my favorite things in the world. But like I said, these are all very specific. And even today, if somebody who had clout or enough clout, if they wanted to, they could pretty much go anywhere.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Pilgrim.
Right?
All right, Greg.
There,
Banana Docs. Like, very good, Jesse.
I gotta believe him.
My question is this.
I like him.
What?
He seems trustworthy.
You know, when we do the show, I always at least try to find somebody who did the creepiest acts. Like, they may be a creepy person, but they got to do something really, really creepy.
What do we got in Arkansas that's so creepy?
So who's done something really, really creepy? Like this Dark Side Phil created a fucking wrestling game and tried to scam people with it or whatever. Jerked off on his live stream, makes his girlfriend make him food.
During the Battle of Poison Spring,
who's done something really fucking horrific?
Actually been accused of espionage for turning over
like anybody eat a child during a live stream that you know
there's several bullet holes that remain in the Chichester house where Union soldiers fired at random trying to kill the spy.
Albert Fish. I didn't know he could stream.
Closet. Who knows what
Kitty Styles screwed his sister while he was streaming?
But as far as the ghostly things that are taking place, paranormal investigators say that a spirit comes out and screams, "Get out," many different times. The home, which now still stands as a museum.
Yeah, that's actually a
so you can go and check it out for yourself.
A pretty good.
Are you interested in hearing somebody get on the thing and say,
a pretty good rule of thumb is if even the creep is like, yeah, I did it. Yeah.
I can't help but to be annoyed with when it comes to paranormal.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to look up a lot of people.
Like, hey guys, get better evidence. If you're like, hey, we got this guy screaming, "Get out," and it's like, and it's nothing, you know what I mean? Like, it's
doesn't it drive you crazy when Seamus tries to sound like he's smarter than other people?
What's going on here?
His voice always changes. Hey, buddy, get some more evidence. Like, you're the idiot. Oh, I hate him.
Okay, give me something more. But continuing on, we go to California now, where it is the site of Alcatraz, you might have heard of, and it is definitely I would say a home for many different hauntings. Many Native American spirits reportedly roam within the walls of this place, but today one of the most famous stories is of the prisoner from cell 14D. The story goes that the prisoner spent the night in solitary confinement screaming that a creature with glowing eyes was trying to kill him, and he was pleading for help. And let's be honest, this isn't the first time we've heard of a prisoner screaming for help because a monster was going to get him. Like, hey guy, we understand this is your first time. Relax!
Wow, man. Keep giving Carl shit, please, today. Hashtag Vinnie Strong. I'm really enjoying the shit out of that.
And the wounds were so
That's getting me through this.
The doctor said
that and the thought of alcohol.
Now, is this
we're almost to 7 hours in, guys.
Did a monster get
we're past the halfway point.
I don't know if
but Carl still needs to know
if there was a monster,
that he is the inferior creep-off host.
Prison killing people. I mean, at least the story alleges so. On to Colorado. The Buffalo Rose Saloon in Golden, Colorado
fuck.
doesn't have much choice but to admit one
Stuttering John's doing a special live show today at noon Pacific time. Man, he's going to interfere. He's going to just ruin my numbers.
And that's unfortunate because the worst thing for me is
Greg, exactly. The kid is such a fucking condescending idiot.
Because you can anticipate seeing a ghost that might be an adult. And that's, to me, that's way less scary than running into a child. You know, that's terrifying. But you could say the same for an adult because
one of these days, I think Carl's just going to come in and just bring himself in.
And they know some things about this world. But maybe not. Maybe it's just some sort of repetitive thing that they're stuck
doing. Like I'm interested.
It feels like they're stuck in this loop.
And finding out
case,
what other podcasts do you folks listen to?
They got to be kind of stupid. Just be stuck.
It's not on till later. It's not on till like 5 o'clock. We got a couple hours because I'm on Eastern time.
Noticing, there's something wrong. If you're not noticing that, then there's certainly something not.
Holy shit! I probably could put on Stuttering John's live stream. That counts as terrible podcast, right?
But before we go on, I want to say, because I don't want to burn through all of these in one episode, but I do just want to give a shout out to
people covered on WATP.
Thank you guys so
Who's
much.
right? Okay.
I'm trying to put out all my content through.
I'm not familiar with Super Cattle Beast. I'll check that out.
For free, if that's fair to say. And if you feel like getting it before anybody else, please, patreon.com/podculture. It's really good, guys. I promise. I put out exclusive stuff over there as well. And I do so much content that it's kind of unbearable. So if you want to be annoyed with strictly just my stuff, that's the place. And also, if you would like to share your own
Vinnie Strong. Well, my name is first off Tampon Tom. It's VINNIE.
@gmail.com, and I'll read it right on the show.
Stuttering John's going to be live on YouTube in 30 minutes.
Have experienced ghost or paranormal
okay.
activity.
Let me know. Remind me in 20, and I'll see if we can. Oh fuck!
Share it.
I gotta finish
and
Dead
that's
Town.
What I want to offer you. I want you guys to know that this is.
I have to finish Dead Town.
To talk about these things.
Tell him, Steve, Dave. Okay.
What's the point in doing the podcast if not to learn? So if you do have any crazy tales, please, yourdeadtown@gmail.com.
You're all good. You're all good, Tampon.
Things, even questions, comments, statements, whatever, get read on the show. This is your show just as much as it is my show. I also want to say thank you to all the new subscribers over there.
I'm not asking Carl for shit.
If you want to watch video versions of this,
you know what, Aquamentus? I'm not asking Carl for shit because I'm going to do what I have to do. I spun the fucking wheel. I want when Carl spins the wheel to not have a way out. This is what I am setting right now, ladies and gentlemen. Not like I didn't do it already with the t-shirts and wearing them on stage. I am setting a precedent that motherfucker cannot weasel his way out of another bullshit spin.
Where this one is specifically surrounding the people that are involved in what you.
I've never heard of best case, worst case, so I'll have to check that out.
A great series of movies.
Yeah, there's no virtue signaling here, Slime Knight.
What is it? Annabelle. There you go. But in the 1970s, famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren were called to combat the spirit of Annabelle. So there you go. And this is in, like I said, Connecticut.
Where can we find pics of you in the shirt? You know what? I think there's one on my There's one on the
I'll tell you
Creep
what,
Off Twitter, I'm pretty
seen
sure.
Raggedy Ann, I had a Raggedy Andy,
And there might be
growing up,
one.
And that is a creepy
I want to see if I could
doll
find it real
anyways.
quick, and I'll retweet it
Thinking that it comes
for you, just because I'm a
to
good
life at
guy
any
today.
point. No thanks. But then I also think about like.
And
other
you're
things
all
that-
here on my super
I'll just
chat.
say this. One of my
Okay,
one of my
so if
favorite
you're
movies
following
growing up
me
was called, Indian
on
in the
Twitter, or if you're following
As
at
weird as
Creep
it
Off
is, it's a
Pod,
Disney movie. I think it is available somewhere. And what it is the whole
I'm sending it.
premise is
It's going to be on
this
at
kid
Vinnie
gets this,
Paulino. I'm just retweeting it now.
Dollhouse or something. It's like an
Pick from
antique
the last
dollhouse.
time.
You need a key to get in or out of it, and he sticks a
Had
toy
to
in it,
spin the wheel
and the toy comes to life. Literally.
and wear this
Like
fucking stupid
a
shirt.
tiny little plastic cowboy. A plastic
And this really
Indian,
was the stupidest of the shirts that I wore. The one with
all this stuff.
the fucking dick on it
So
was
for
kind of
me,
like
there are certain toys where you're
entertaining, I
like,
guess.
hey guys, how about you just come to life
Rock
and
Flair.
watch you play? Because I believe in. I just have this weird idea of like how interesting. it
There
would
we
be
go.
To be very small.
So I just tweeted it to my
Because the world
Twitter,
is huge.
and the T-shirt that I
It's an
wore, it's a
average-sized
picture
person.
of
But imagine how much space you would have if you're
fucking Stuttering
7
John.
inches tall,
I'm guessing
12
this was
inches tall,
probably one of his headshots. Just from like the look of it, it looks like something the professor like. Just one of those stupid photographers like, now show me disinterested, because that's what he's going
It's weird
for.
that I got onto that, but hey guys, it is late. This is what we do.
Mr. Ed,
Ed and Lorraine
that's hysterical.
Go to tackle Annabelle. They go to stop.
That's
killing
the
people and
best
save the day,
idea.
As we know them to. And the doll had thoroughly freaked out. At the
Thanks,
owner.
ignorance. Love you.
The owner's name was Don. There were handwritten notes.
I should sell T-shirts of me wearing the Stuttering John
Get
T-shirt.
rid of the doll. They choked him in his
That's
suit, and finally a
fucking
priest exorcised
funny.
The doll, and the Warrens locked it
Ha
away.
ha
A special
ha.
person trying to check its malevolent,
Okay.
influence.
The T-shirt of
But
John
even
though
that
says
wasn't
"Hero
enough to
of
save
the
one
Stupid."
brash visitor to the
So,
Warrens Museum
yeah,
who reportedly
I guess
thought of
that's
the
that.
doll and died in a motorcycle crash on his way home.
You know what I'll do? There you go. I like you guys.
That's just. I feel like that's sheer luck.
I'll hold up the picture to the camera for those of you watching
Because
the live
what
stream.
how do you have
It's
the
not going to
evidence,
help
first of
much,
all,
but
that he taunted the doll? Did the doll tell you? Were you videotaping him, or did they watch him? I guess that would be the only way. But that's still just word.
and you
of
got to
mouth.
know something about me too. I would never wear a T-shirt on stage for a professional show. You would never see Vinnie Paulino wear a
Didn't he
T-shirt
talk shit to that doll, which is so strange.
on a pro show. It just doesn't happen.
Like,
And
what an
yeah,
angry guy. This is the same
exactly.
type of guy- the guy who does
It
the guy who
fucking
goes and talks shit to a giant
made
Raggedy
me
Ann doll
just
certainly is the one that ripped
cringe
the
wearing
heads
that
off-
shirt.
the heads off
Like
the Barbies. Okay?
people saw me wearing that shirt, like,
Good
oh,
guy.
are you
That's
gonna
the
get
same guy that
changed
pees
for
at
the
a
show?
urinal with his
It's
pants
like
all the way
fucking
down
no.
and doesn't think it's weird.
But I wore it
Okay?
on stage
Can we be upset that he died in a car
because
crash
I
for
did
taunting the doll?
what I said I would do. I'm a man of me word.
Anyways, we knew that he was gonna taunt.
I
the doll.
lost. I did what I had to do
Okay,
the
so
same
next up,
way.
in
I'm
Delaware,
doing what I have to do
in
today.
1965,
Someone's messaging me. Let's see.
The official residence of the governor has been called Woodburn. More than a century before that, it became known as a home to more than one apparition. Around 1815, the home's owners.
You guys are the
entertained
greatest. Thank you for the
well-known Methodist
all the money in the liquor pot.
The
You
group
guys
sat
are
down to
just
breakfast
the
one
fucking
morning.
best
Now
fans
had
in the
asked if
world.
other guests would be
I
joining
really
them,
am going to need a
but there
drink
was
after this. I
no
think you
other
all
guest.
understand that.
When
At
Dowd
some
described the
point,
man he had seen the
hopefully
other
some
evening,
alcohol will show up
it
in the
was clear that it was
studio.
Charles Hilliard III,
I didn't
which is
bring
the late
booze
father
because
of
I'm
the
just not
Holmes
that kind of
family.
guy. I don't like wake up in the morning and go, oh, I got to
Rumors
get some
spread
booze.
that if you leave
But
out
now
a
that I've been
glass of
listening
good
to
wine at
Seamus,
night,
I
it might
feel
be
like a
gone in the
fucking
morning.
idiot. I should have
That's
thought
unfortunate
ahead.
because he's taking the wine. It's very much like a Santa Claus situation, but this man, this ghost, is bringing.
What am
no
I looking
gifts.
for?
You just drink the wine, guy. You're just gonna drink the wine.
Yeah, guy. Just didn't drink the wine.
Hilliard was a bona fide oniophile, so it sounds like this kind of ghost we could hang with. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I feel like saying anything with file in it these days, or at the end of it, is no good. I'm a cinephile. Are you? What kind of sins you like, guy? Like Rush Hour.
Guy. That
Back to the
fucking phony
Future.
tough talk.
Oh,
Yeah, guy. What's
Back
up, guy?
Okay.
Hate him.
All right. Okay, so we'll do a couple.
Somebody
more
shot
here
themselves in the face.
just to see how crazy they get. Because for me, it just seems like people are saying, "Oh, yep, there was a ghost," and that's it.
Should have
So
thought of
therefore,
that.
it's
Should have wore
almost
the
like
collared shirt under it.
A way to get people to come to your place,
Good call.
right? Hey, John Wayne, just tell everybody you saw a ghost, dude. Easy way for you to get people to come to our place without really helping. You know? You just lie. All right, so next up, in Florida, the Don Caesar Hotel in St. Pete Beach in Florida was built by Thomas Rowe and named for a character in the opera Maritana. Rowe attended the opera during his time as a student in London.
No, I don't do
Led
that.
rules for its star.
I don't wake up in the
He was a
morning like
Spanish
I'm fucking
aristocrat
Don
named Lucinda.
Draper.
They met at the fountain regularly in the city and made plans to sail to America and get married. Lucinda's parents didn't approve of this romance, but he wrote her faithfully. His letters were returned
What fucking
unopened.
state are we in now?
Only one letter of Lucinda's ever reached Rowe. Time is infinite, she wrote. I wait for you by our fountain to share our timeless love.
What?
Our destiny is time.
Some guy beat his. Some guy who plays Fortnite had a wife.
Which seems, I don't know what that even means.
What are you
is
talking
that?
about, Slime
Heart
Knight? Get
literally
out of
broke,
here.
Like they could see it. This heart is a broken one.
Get out of here.
I don't know. People say this all the time.
With that.
It's not that I don't believe in it, but what do they
Crazy.
mean? Literally? Because that's how I take it. Rowe, who said that he would never love anyone else, would go on to build his hotel. It was completed in 1928. The features are an exact replica of the fountain where the lovebirds spent all of their great times. Rowe's ghost has been said to be spotted on the beach on the hotel's 5th floor and in the lobby, as well as the garden, where he is sometimes seen holding the hand of a woman believed to be Lucinda. How pissed would she be if she found out that it was somebody else? Everyone's just like, it was Lucinda, I swear. But everyone's like, it was really Barbara. Lucinda's gotta be mad. Even in the afterlife, this asshole can't stay faithful. You said you're gonna love me forever. Now they gotta fight every day, like that's their loop. They get stuck in that loop where, oh, she's pissed because everyone's saying that I'm holding hands with some other lady in the garden. Am I not also in the lobby and the 5th floor? Okay? I'm mostly with you, Lucinda. Just because I hold hands with Barbara in the garden sometimes. Alright? I'm a free spirit. Understand that. Alright, so number 10 here with Georgia.
Good point.
The Army Corps of Engineers flooded the foothills of North Georgia mountains to create Lake Lanier in the 1950s.
Beat his wife.
It's a
That's
59
crazy.
square mile, of farmland,
Loser criminals
homes,
are
and
the
businesses
Ultra Chads.
disappeared beneath the water.
I
In the process,
find to
the
fail
government
any problem with
relocated
that
more than
logic.
250
I'm not
families, along with 20
gonna
cemeteries
disagree
and all
with
their
you, Mafia
corpses.
Cow.
Ugh, that sounds terrible. To move a corpse that's been flooded with water? Oh, dude. This is a horrible freak accident with mysterious drowning deaths that had convinced locals that the lake had been cursed ever since. Some people who had survived near drownings at the lake had reported feeling hands dragging them down beneath the surface. Dude, no. No. No, thank you. If there's anything that I can't stand, it's being in legit water.
Over
And
6
legit
hours.
Water, I mean, like, not a pool, not a bathtub.
Working our way towards
but being in
7.
legit water and feeling something touch my feet.
I'm feeling.
Especially if it's something grabbing
I'm feeling
my feet,
fine, Casey.
holding me down.
I'm holding in
Oh,
there.
yeah. I'm gonna scream.
I think once Stuttering John's nonsense
good at all.
starts,
I almost
it'll
drowned
be
one
like a
time.
second wind.
And it'll never happen again. And what's so crazy is I don't know how most people react to drowning, but for somebody that knows how
Yes,
to swim,
actually they
when
did,
put
Casey.
myself in that
I
position, I tried to make myself not
I
drown.
got a lovely
In fact, I was the only reason that I
breakfast
didn't
sent to me,
drown.
breakfast and lunch technically sent to me
Because in my mind, I'm
in
like,
memory
dude,
of Vic from
I just push
Panera
myself under,
by Casey in Australia.
and push myself forward,
Casey sent me
I
some
get
stuff
closer
this
to
morning,
shore.
but I'm down to accept
doing
pizza.
that,
If anyone
and I
wants to
saved
send a
myself.
pizza,
And the worst part
absolutely
is I
send it
went
to
date
Comedy
this
at the
girl
Carlson in
who
Rochester, New York.
I basically almost drowned.
And also, if
I
anybody
went
wants
off
to
on
help me drink really hard tonight when this is all over,
swing
the
in
Hard
a
Liquor
tree
Fund is
out into
open.
the lake, and I apparently went way too far to where even when I came up out of the water,
So,
my
you
head-
guys are
it wasn't
all
enough for me
top
to
notch.
swing
Thanks for being
above.
here.
And what's crazy is I landed almost directly next to her. Embarrassing. But you live and you learn. Experiences for another time, right?
Guys,
Anyways,
we just
guys,
did
Thank
it.
you so much for tuning in.
Episode 11 of Dead Town. 11 episodes in a row we have listened to.
Onward.
There's only
Another
3 more.
10 in the next episode. So this is part 1. That means if there's 50 states, we get 5
Casey,
parts,
we've
okay?
got
Unless
3 more to go.
Puerto Rico,
We got 3 more Dead
whatever,
Towns.
I don't know.
And we
We'll
can
see
say
what
we did it.
happens as we continue on from Georgia. But this has been Dead Town. I've been Patrick Michael. Good night.
All right, I'm listening, Will. Which one? What life lesson have I learned so far? Today from Seamus, I learned I don't know how people react to drowning. The joke's been made a couple hundred times today, Cool Hand James, but fucking Patrick Michael is raking in the Anchor FM money today.
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends.
Anchor
If you
FM.
haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast today.
Oh,
There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you. So you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean.
What life
everywhere
lessons have
that
I
they
learned
find
today?
podcasts. It's
What a
amazing.
good question.
You can also now make money.
I
from
learned the
your podcast
importance
with no
of
minimum
honesty and
listenership.
fair dealing.
That means only 2 or 3 episodes.
Not
only
cheating
10
when
or
you
15
lose.
Listeners, you still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast. in
What's
one
the date
place.
on it? Just give me the date,
So simply
Will.
go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm. ANCHOR.
Thank you for tuning in,
Let's
Casey.
get started.
I've learned today
Today's
how
episode,
to ignore children
we're continuing
and have
our journey
300 podcasts.
Through
Thank
the
you,
haunted
Sunlight.
stories, state by state.
Oh, I'm turning this
We
down.
finished last episode with Florida, and we'll continue with Georgia. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to Dead
July 12th, 2020. Will, is there a reason why you want me to listen to that
Town.
one?
We are all
Is it particularly
places
heinous? Are you trying to
with secrets everywhere.
ruin me?
This is Dead Town.
More Dead Town.
True crimes, conspiracies, cults, urban legends, and ghost stories.
Did Carl do anything with the OnlyFans?
With Dead
Great
Town?
question.
Nothing.
Carl posted pictures
off
of me on it. Not even my tits. Just pictures of me.
This is
All Stuttering
The
John's
Dead
eps
Town
are bad, but
Podcast.
this one has no politics.
Welcome.
All right, July 12th,
Hello again,
2020.
and welcome to the Dead Town Podcast. As always, I am your host. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Do you think Carl
It
will
does
feel bad when
mean the
Seamus
world.
finally
Thank you so
kills
much for
himself?
participating.
You know what? He might
Also,
will
you
never
can
know
contact the
because
show
he'll
at
still just be standing there
yourdeadtown@gmail.com. Send
grinning
in your
like a
ghost stories. Send in
sociopath.
anything that you find
Taco,
interesting
that's the
or
answer.
obscure or strange, and we'll try to, make it a part of the show. But I do realize that I got a lot of people that listen to this show that like to say that,
No,
it
you
puts them
don't
to
have a
sleep,
lot of people that
whether
listen to
for
the show.
good or the bad.
Right
I
now, there are
accept that. I
56
like
people
that. I like the
watching me
idea that I
listen
can
to your
talk for an
show,
hour
but none
about
of them are
ghost
tuned in to
stories,
listen
and
to your
you
show,
will
Patrick
be
Michael.
nodding off. That's a sign of quality entertainment, folks. Okay.
John is
Maybe not
live
so
in
much, maybe not
15
so much,
minutes.
right? Maybe it's more like
I'll go
a
to
beautiful
John
sounding
live
voice,
later, but
a
I
smooth-sounding voice,
I got
a
this
great
set up so everything's
storyteller.
running
Maybe
through the
that's what I'm
system,
feeling.
and if I
And I
just
think
pull out and go
That's
into
probably more
YouTube,
likely than the fact
I don't
that
know
the
what'll
entertainment
happen.
is huge. But I will say
Love you
I
back,
enjoy
Will.
this podcast, so it doesn't really matter how you feel about it at all, because I enjoy it. So, who are you?
Giorno, you've been
Who are
you've
you?
been
What guy are
a
you?
soldier today. Thank you for being here.
Because I'm sure I'm sure I know who your friends are. We'll just say that. But either way, Dead Town brings you the
God.
creepiest and strangest shit.
You know how
in the
easy it would
world
be
that I can
to fucking
find,
burgle
and strictly what I
back.
find
You know how
interesting.
easy it would be
So, like
to
I said,
burgle
if
his
you don't
trailer.
find it interesting,
This
if you
idiot's in a
don't like
closet
it, if it's
talking to
putting you
himself
sleep,
and has learned to
there
tune
are
out
podcasts
children
on NPR.
screaming.
You can go listen to the Legion of Skanks, okay?
He wouldn't.
You can
You
listen
could
to
steal
Joe Rogan
anything
talk
out of
to a
that
doctor.
place.
All right, you don't have to be here. And that's the one thing I find so absurd about the people that listen to podcasts.
We need
or
some more banana
review
talks.
podcasts or whatever they consider it. Leaving a comment on somebody's creation and telling them how they should kill themselves.
Nobody needs
is
more
just a bit
banana
much,
docs. Shut up.
You know?
That's crazy
it's like, what are
talk.
we in high school? Grow
but maybe
up,
I'll
dude.
get a little bit more.
Grow up. Nobody
Maybe
does
I'm
that
in the
shit.
mood for some banana
You look
docs
like a
now.
child.
Bum,
But
bum,
I'm obviously in a
bum,
particular
banana,
mood
banana
today.
docs.
Not
Da,
a happy
da,
guy
da.
today, and that's fine. We all have those days, and it happens for me because it's fucking hot, man. It's hot. It's way too hot for me to just let it happen. And the fact that it's hot could have been fixed, could have been avoided. But the issue starts with other people and keeping their word. All right? And I'm a man of my word most of the time. I don't feel like I've ever let my word fail me or give somebody my word.
Nobody
and
wants
not
his kids.
show up.
Aquamentus. No one wants his kids.
But when I have to deal with men, grown men who run a business, and they
Never mind. Banana docs
can't
is a
hold
terrible
up to their
idea. The
word,
worst.
well, we got a problem. We got a problem. How'd you make it this far in society?
No,
with that
he
kind
does
of
have his
attitude, my
Will.
guy?
If you listen to the
Don't
new
call me
Patreon
and
episode
say
of
you're on the
WATP,
way,
you will
only
learn
to not show
that
up
Seamus did buy himself
and not call me
a
back
Zoom
to
recorder,
let
but
me
he
know
did
why.
not buy a good one.
That's annoying.
He bought one that cost
That's a lack of
$15,
effort on your part.
and he recorded the
And you're
episode
supposed
on
to
it.
be a professional. Well,
What
much like
food
me
would
as
I
a
like to be eating to my
professional
honor?
podcaster,
Pizza.
I'm here. I'm here doing the episode. As unfortunate as it is, I'm here. Okay?
So what is like? I'm
And
not
that's the way I
listening to
look
what
at
Carl's
it.
doing.
I'm
Is
I'm
there anybody
committed to doing this. I'm gonna
listening to
continue to do this
WATP
regardless
right
of
now? What is Carl up
you
to?
or him or her or they.
Later,
It doesn't
Tampon
matter.
Tom. You can
It
always
really,
plug your
really
phone
doesn't
in,
matter,
buddy.
'cause This is for me. If you like what
What
I'm talking
is
about, then you'll
going on
fucking
over
subscribe.
there?
If
I'm
you
not
don't,
really
you can move on.
paying
It's that
attention.
easy. We don't have to talk.
On account of not caring much.
And also, for the love of God, stop asking me to be on your show. I don't want to do an interview. I don't want to do a phone interview. I don't want to email with you. Go away. All right? It is that simple, that obvious. I want nothing to do with you, and you should feel the same. Can't you tell? I'm not into you. I'm not into you.
Here's the thing,
All right?
Taco.
Opposites don't attract in this scenario, folks.
Thank you for not listening to
could say a
Carl.
million
I'm just
things,
wondering
just
if there's
keep
anybody who
ranting
has been.
You know, just life in general. But
I
we're
do
here
have
to
a favorite
accomplish something. It is
pizza.
my
I really like
responsibility to bring you guys
and this is
Deadtown
gonna sound
episodes,
corny,
and I
but
refuse
just a
to let you
classic
down.
pepperoni is my
So I
go-to.
suppose let's get into
But
this episode of Deadtown.
if
beginning
I
with
want
the
people
haunted
to just
story
enjoy
in
pizza and
Georgia.
think of me fondly,
now.
so whatever you want, and
And now that you know, we're almost 6
in
minutes into the
occasion of my
episode, if you
demise,
came this far,
get whatever
and
you
you're
want
not
to,
a
just
fan
eat a
in
lot
general,
of it.
You just come to listen so that way you can tell your buddies. Go away now.
Andy and Crozier
All right?
over there
Go
too.
away now.
That's
Go play in
fun.
traffic. Go lick door
That's
handles.
fun.
Go do something productive. You know? Start a podcast and talk about me.
The Pizza
Make
Boy.
that your main thing.
Isn't
All right?
that Sal Governale's
Perfect.
boy band's name? The
You
Pizza
get to
Boys?
mention how I've never been to Gary or any of the other bullshit jokes you try to make.
Boy, he's all worked up at the start of his podcast, this one. He came in with some passion. I don't want to be on your show, guy. Don't email me, guy. That's why I don't think I could catfish him in it, because I don't think
Okay, it was
he's
my
going to
mistake.
listen
I
to
said
anybody.
We were going to be in Georgia, but that was the last place that I mentioned. So we're in Hawaii, and according to legend, the fire goddess Pele and a hog-faced demigod named Kamapuaa had a star.
I call that
love
Slime Night. I
affair.
call that the pepperoni
That's
plunge.
so crazy. So a fire goddess and a man with
That's
the
my
face
finishing
of a pig.
move when I jump off the top rope.
Weird
We'll eat a whole
relationship, huh?
pepperoni pizza.
Pele's lava flows brought flame and destruction.
No, I can't imagine downloading this. Here's why, Cool Hand James.
restored
The
rain,
reason why I can't
vegetation,
imagine
and animal
downloading
life.
this is because the
Ultimately,
algorithms
they
in fucking
decided to part
iTunes,
forever,
if I looked up
with Pele claiming
paranormal
one side of
podcasts, would
Oahu
never find
for
this.
Fire and Kamapuaa, whatever I'm tired of saying his name. Retreating to the other side. Where
I mean,
all is
you're going to
wet
have
and
some
lush.
deep
Today,
fucking
Hawaiian
game
motorists are
to convince
careful
this kid to be on your
never to
show.
drive
You're probably
with
going to have
pork
to
in their
know him for
car
2
along the
years.
Old Pali Highway,
Like,
which
he's going to have to have
crosses
shown you his fucking
According to
closet.
legends, carrying pork,
You really have to
representing
know this
Hogface,
guy to get his
whatever name
trust
is,
before
over
I
to
think
Pele's
you go
side
on
of the island
anybody's
will
show.
enrage her spirit, and she will get her revenge by making the car stall until the driver throws the pork out the window.
Right out the window.
I mean, who's just driving around carrying pork anyways? That's so bizarre.
Me. Mind your business. Pork's got to get places.
So you're telling me that whoever this person is, whoever these people are that happen to be driving, whether you're Hawaiian or not, traveling through this this midway point, this split, I guess you'd say, between Oahu and wherever that hog-faced man is supposed to live. It's just weird, guys. All right, this shit is weird. This doesn't sound very much like a haunting at all. It sounds like some sort of weird urban legend.
Oh yeah, I want this hidden.
If you carry pork, if you
I
have
want
pork
this
in your
hidden,
car,
Aquamentus.
if for some reason you have pork in your car when you're traveling this way, well,
you know, to be honest with
car
you,
just might stall.
I've never met Tony.
What?
And Tony came to
Yeah,
the old
no, your
club,
car
but
might
I was
stall.
out of town the weekend he was there,
might stop
and I
working
didn't
for
get
a
to meet
second.
him. So I do not technically. I know people who know him, but I do not
What
know
if I
him
eat
personally.
the pork? Is that bad? And because now it's inside of me? I don't have that information yet. Okay, so next up, Idaho.
He's a reverse SEO wizard. Yeah, absolutely.
When it comes to
if you want to
abandoned
hire an
buildings,
expert to make sure
penitentiaries
no
might
one
rank
ever
only
hears
slightly
anything
behind
you have to
psychiatric
say,
hospitals
fucking
in
you call
creep
Patrick Michael.
factor. The old Idaho penitentiary with its built-in gallows and death row may be one of the country's creepiest.
Now, cool
Between
hand.
1872 and 1973,
That is
101
cruel
years, the
and
Boise
unusual
prison served as a
punishment.
temporary home
But
for
as
more than
someone who is
13,000
currently
prisoners,
being cruelly
including Raymond
and
Allen
unusually
Snowden,
punished, I'm fine
aka
with it.
Idaho's
Everyone,
Jack the Ripper.
here's what
Some
we're going to
believe he
do.
still haunts what is known as Five House, where the prison gallows were located.
At some point,
October
just
18,
subscribe
1957,
during the
Snowden
month
was
of
brought here
October.
to be
Starting
executed,
October
but the
1st,
news
subscribe
should've
to
broke his neck,
Seamus's
didn't.
$5
It
thing.
took
Give him
15 minutes for him to
$5.
suffocate.
And then
In the years since,
on
visitors say
on Halloween night,
they
all
have
of you
seen
cancel
strange
your
happenings in
subscriptions.
Five House and
That's all
other
you got to
areas of the
do.
former prison,
Fucking, it'll
such as
be
hearing
a
odd sounds and
literally
voices.
the most
Being
terrifying
overcome
night of his life.
Huge feelings of sadness. The prison's open to the public year-round for paranormal enthusiasts who want to test their mettle.
The old
There
Halloween
you go.
massacre,
You
we'll
guys
call
can go
it.
there. You can hang out there. How fun would that be? But like they said, when it comes to creep factor, well,
What do you know
prisons
about
have
creep
to be
factor,
up
kid?
there. Especially when nobody's in those prisons anymore. They
You know,
just
he-
are. They exist.
For the entire month,
Wait,
he would be like,
what?
"We're gonna have a good Christmas
Because
this year,
I'll tell you,
kids."
Alcatraz
He would be all
for me
fucking top bragging
seems like a
about
pinnacle.
how many subscriptions he
Seems
got,
like the place where
and
if
then
you want action,
boom.
you're gonna get action. And then I also just had
They
that
would. They
theory
would
of,
absolutely go nuts.
due to the fact that it's so secluded. Alcatraz being
So listen,
it's so secluded. You have to imagine
I got
there was
60
certainly
folks in here
nefarious things
watching this
going
with
on
me.
behind closed doors.
I can't
mean,
even
they're still
believe
going
that.
on
You guys
today,
rule.
and that has nothing to do with Alcatraz. Okay, now we're going to Illinois.
Well, here's the thing,
where in the
Calman.
depths of the
You get
Great
charged for
Depression,
Patreon every month.
the O.
So what you
Henry
do is you
Ballroom
sign up on the
southwest of
1st,
Chicago drew
and then
young
you
people
cancel on
hoping
the
to dance away
31st, and
their
on the
troubles.
entire month,
And
he's going to be
believe me, when I
thinking
have troubles,
payday
the first thing I
is
think about
November
getting rid of them,
1st,
and the best way
and then
to
on
do so
October
is
31st, and everybody pulls it,
One
and he
night,
gets
a teenage
nothing the
girl
next
named
day.
Mary had a fight
His
with her
it
boyfriend,
fucking
as you do at the dance.
flips him out.
They decided to walk.
Haven't
decided
those
to walk
kids been
home
through
along
enough?
Archer Avenue.
Yeah, you're
She was
probably
killed by
right.
a
This is
hit-and-run
terrible.
driver and buried nearby in Resurrection Cemetery. Since then, residents have described a girl in a white party
And
dress hitchhiking
listen,
along the
Cowman,
avenue.
if you believe him saying he
Terrifying.
doesn't care,
A cab driver even picked her
Come on.
up, and she asked to be taken to the cemetery. But by the time they
I don't
arrived
care
at
if
the
people don't
gates,
subscribe.
Resurrection Mary
Please.
had vanished.
Please. It is mean just for no reason, you're right. But I was just expounding on the
that
idea
is weird.
that someone
That
else
is very
had
weird
there.
Because, of course, you have to think like some random cab driver picked her up. And let's be honest, the cab drivers in Chicago,
See,
or really
listen,
anywhere, I'd imagine, but my experience
I am
in
C
Chicago,
Figs.
they
I
don't
just
give
want
a
you to
fuck
understand
if you're
something.
alive
I'm
or
not saying
dead.
do it.
If you're standing on the side of the road,
I'm glad
and
to be
you
your
look
only
like you
friend,
might want to
Wilson.
go somewhere,
Wilson
they're gonna
Fist,
stop
the
and pick you
Kingpin's
up.
here.
And then when they pick you up, they're gonna drive as if they're the only.
I don't want to be
people on the
mean for
road.
just no reason. I don't
They're
really
very
want you
good
to
at
do
it. I'll
that.
give them that.
I'm just
But
an
it
evil
is
mastermind
terrifying.
at times, and this is just the
story, though,
easiest
that
way
they did
to be
tell
evil.
About Illinois, you have to wonder because they said that she was buried. She was killed in a hit and run, and then buried.
Yeah,
at
if
a
someone makes
cemetery.
60 podcasts a day about
But
how
is
much they
that-
don't care, they probably care a bit.
Did the person who hit her with the car
no flaw
also
with that
bury
reasoning.
her? That's where I'm confused.
No flaws there.
I'm confused about that. But next up, we're in Indiana.
Ooh, Indiana. The ghost story, the scary story from Indiana. One time I drove through Gary, Indiana.
For the number of railroad tunnels constructed around it beginning in the 1850s. One of them, known as the Big Tunnel or the Tunnelton Tunnel, is one of the Hoosier State's most feared landmarks. Reportedly, there are a few ghosts who refuse to leave the area, including a man who was beheaded in an accident during the tunnel's construction and still roams the grounds with his head in one hand.
I'm just peeking in
and
to
a
see what they're doing
lantern
at WATP.
in the other, and a lantern in the other. But the most famous of the tunnel's tenants is Henry Dixon. In 1908, the body of Dixon, who worked as a night watchman for the railroad, was found just inside the tunnel with a gash to the back of his head, his lantern still lit beside him. Dixon's murder was never solved.
Oh,
and locals
hi,
claim
a black
he
guy
still
from
haunts the area,
Connecticut.
seeking justice for his death.
I am running on amazing internet, so I don't think we should have any stream interruptions.
So what are you telling me? What are you telling me with that? That there's a
Slime
ghost
Night.
that's looking to kick somebody's ass?
I'll tell you what, pal. Certainly
weird
we could be friends.
and seems
We're all friends,
uncommon.
except for me and a black guy from
But now I
Connecticut,
wanna go
because
to the
that was
tunnels,
just not
man. I
nice,
want to
sir.
see what it is.
That was just not
You can't
nice.
intrigue somebody with that.
How
There's
am
a
I
man
still
walking around
alive?
holding his own head?
Because my wife feeds and clothes me.
I gotta see it. I want a photo. But when you think about most of the cases where a ghost is said to consistently haunt a place, it is because of something tragic that took place in the area.
Oh, if you want to donate a pizza, it's
Now,
very simple.
that
You can
brings
go
up
to your Grubhub or wherever
the
of choice,
Midwest lore.
or DoorDash
Ghost
or whatever, and
lore
have it
of
sent
the
to Comedy
Midwest.
at the
It's simply
Carlson
one person
in
who happened
Rochester,
to
New
be
York.
working
That's
with
where I
this
am
guy,
right now.
saw whatever
Or
happened to him
you could
happened to
just
him,
throw a couple
and then
bucks in the
proceed to
hard
tell
liquor
story
fund, and maybe I'll just
as
order me
in
a
a
pizza.
bad version of telephone to everybody else in the city, and generations continue to tell those stories as well. I mean, what's the movie?
Thank you for asking, Tyler. You're so kind. Hey, listen.
It's got the kid from
Casey,
Bates Motel.
you live in the woods?
Not the star, but his brother.
I don't know how
I
fucking
can't think of
people
his
live
name,
out in the
but he's
woods.
in this he was in the
I rented
Pacifier
a
with
cabin
Vin Diesel.
for like my in-laws and my wife.
whatever
We
this
had like this
movie
vacation.
is,
They all came up
it's
from.
basically
My wife's
that
family's from
thing
Alabama. They all
where
came up. We
every
had this
year,
cabin. I go
once a year,
outside
the
for 5
students
seconds a
gather
night to sit out and
pay
watch the
tribute
stars.
to
I heard
whoever
something
the fuck
crash in the
bad
woods.
guy, which
I was
happened to
fucking
be the
back
one kid's
inside.
dad,
I couldn't
and he's
handle
actually
living
the
out there. I'd be
father of
shitting my
6 different
pants just thinking
kids.
hillbillies are coming to kill
I
me.
can't think of what it is, but it's a badass movie, and definitely reminds me of the possibility of urban legends being created by your own family.
North Florida.
You know, go ask your parents tonight. Go text your mom or your grandma
right.
and be like, "Hey, tell me a scary story that you were
I've spent
told
some time down that way.
that was real."
You're probably
And chances are it's going to connect to one of these things. Okay, but we are on to the final 2, beginning with Iowa. Coe College in Cedar Rapids
What
is
a
said to
day
be
this
haunted
is.
by the ghost of a freshman named Helen Esther Roberts.
every one of
She
these
died after
fucking
becoming ill
stories. He's reading from like
1918,
one of those
from the
goddamn
flu pandemic.
clickbait articles.
Coincidental
The
we're talking
top
about this
hauntings
now.
in 50 states that he fucking bookmarked.
As
And
legend
each
has
one of
it,
them
the
is
ghost of
worse
Roberts set
than
up
the
residence
worst.
in an old
Then the
grandfather
last one, it's like,
clock
at this place
in
they saw a
Voorhees
ghost.
Hall. Now those two things right there.
In this place they saw a
Voorhees
ghost.
Hall,
This
and
place
she's
is
gonna live
haunted
in
with a
grandfather
ghost.
clock?
Shut up, dude.
So strange.
And it's 4 fucking podcasts worth.
Her
Holy
parents
shit.
donated to the school in her memory that grandfather clock. While the clock was being installed, students claimed they saw an apparition hovering over their beds at night, pulling the covers off and even playing the piano in
Garrett.
the lobby. Some even claim that the clock
Thanks for
backed up
tuning in.
or stopped working altogether at 2:53, the time of Robert's death. When the clock was removed in the 70s, the sightings promptly ended at
I did
Voorhees
not
Hall.
take a gun with the to the cabin.
But then they manifested in Stewart.
I don't
Hall,
own a gun.
the grandfather clock's new location.
Well, Garrett, I am 7 hours in to my 12-hour punishment. I am over halfway through.
So how scary
And
is that?
that's how it's going.
A
We're
grandfather
still listening to
clock
fucking Dead Town. I'm going to
hosting an
listen to
apparition?
every episode
Oh,
of fucking
man.
Dead Town.
Those things are already scary as
There
it
are
is.
2 more
They have
after
this
this.
ominous feel.
And
then to know or have the
yeah,
assumption
that's
that
pretty
there's
much
a
it.
ghost living inside.
I live in Rochester now. I just might.
If she was in a cuckoo clock, that's the only other thing outside of the grandfather clock that would be as creepy, and it's just a household item that really shouldn't have any ominous vibes.
Gonna be a hard
Here we
liquor
are.
night tonight,
We're
folks.
talking about some ridiculous thing, you know, a clock that's being put in a school in memoriam of a young girl. Instead, she's fucking with all the students. Like, that's just rude. It's rude.
Is it interesting?
You know it is.
No.
Our final state today,
You know
Kansas.
what? A lot of people have
Hutchinson,
said to me that the
Kansas
creep off
is
live stream
known
is a mistake.
to harbor
But
something
for
called
all of
the
you to know what
Hamburger
Carl
Man.
really looks like is
And that in
important
itself
to
is
me.
already terrifying. Some say
I
the
want
monster
you all to
horribly
know
mutilated by a
what a
fiery
gritty
car
little
crash or
fucking weirdo
something
he
in the
is.
1950s abducts victims by brandishing
Yeah.
a long knife or meat hook and
No,
then
I don't
carries
own a
them
gun.
back to his lair where he grinds them up for dinner. The locals are not sure whether the half
I'm glad you like
ghost
it.
was ever a real
You know,
person
we try to tighten
or
up
why
when we
he
actually
seems
put
to
out the
crave so
actual
many
audio
burgers.
episode. So we try to, tighten it up, but just doing the live stream's fun. We're having fun with it, and it's not a big deal.
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
Sounds like a
Carl
bunch of
never
bullshit.
looks like what
Sounds like
anyone
something,
thinks he looks like.
Somebody made up.
And that
Whether or not there
is
was a car
frightening in
crash or a
itself.
fire, it wouldn't be hard for somebody to be like, yeah, you know the guy that died in that fire? He still hangs out up there.
Carl,
So
the
stop
marketing
sneaking
guy.
out of my house. You know what I mean? Like you're telling your kid, stop sneaking out of
What
my
did
house.
you all
There's a
think
hamburger
crows
man
looked like?
Who will eat you in the hills you like to hang out in. Okay? It's like Wrinkles the Clown. You know, the parents were using Wrinkles the Clown as like a scare tactic to keep kids in line, to make them behave. The only difference is, Wrinkles would show up. He'd be outside your house.
I do look like the uncle in a 90s sitcom.
So these made up stories, I'd imagine.
Carl looks
they're not gonna have the same
simultaneously
effect
13 and
as
43.
A clown you can call. Right? You can call this guy and he'll just come over, stand
He
in
does.
the yard for a
He
few
he
minutes
dresses
until one
like
of
a
the kids
child,
notices
and he gives me shit
ruins
because I
their
just wear
lives.
t-shirts. I wear t-shirts because I don't have to fucking do real work. I wear whatever fucking t-shirt I feel like. Carl wears like little shirts. Oh, is he?
Well, there it is, everybody. Part 2 of the scariest stories, state by state, from Dead Town. Thank you so much
he's talking
for
about
tuning
Patrick
in.
Michael.
We will be back
I've
with
got
another
the
episode
Discord
very
supposedly
soon.
there.
Please be sure to subscribe,
So I
tell a
can
friend,
kinda
share
hear.
on social media, and all those amazing things. If you
Me
want
with
more
a beard.
content like this, or even similar to this, or nothing like this, visit patreon.com/podculture.
Yeah, man, he'll
Now,
bite ya.
That is patreon.com/podculture. There's all kinds of stuff over there, guys.
Man.
$3 membership, $10
You
membership.
folks don't even
and
understand.
Of course, the $100 membership.
I cannot
if you're
wait
interested, and if you'd like to simply support the podcast,
till we get
that's
some
where you
booze
go.
up in here
That's how you
tonight.
do it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time.
One more down. So here's something interesting. Here's a Dead Town fact. This episode just hit music, and there's still like a minute or two left of it. How does that work? No, Steve, I'm not broken yet. What's stopping me is the fact that I can't get to the booze in here. 2 more, baby. 2 more episodes of fucking
I
Dead
hope you
Town.
enjoyed that 20-minute episode. I hope it gave you plenty of content for your podcast. I hope you found some great laughs in there that you can use for your content. I'm doing all of this to continue to help grow your shows and your podcast. So just know that we know you're here. You're doing the shit, and that's where we'll leave it. So hopefully, in this 20-minute episode, you get quite a bit of content for your cool podcast. And you know,
is he fucking talking to me?
Love you. Last summer, there's some things that are similar to that. Bastard child in the forest.
What the fuck was that?
Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends Anchor.
That was
If you
so
haven't heard
wild.
already,
He just
Anchor
fucking
is
broke and was
absolutely
like,
free.
I don't
It's
know.
the
I just
easiest
heard
way
he's
to
like,
make
I
a
hope you're,
podcast today.
I hope you're enjoying
There's
this
creation
content
tools
for your
that allow you to
podcast. And I'm like,
record
no,
and
I'm
edit your
not
podcast
enjoying
right
it.
from
But
your phone or
holy
your
fuck.
computer. And the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you.
Seamus exists outside of time. He knows. He very well might. That really just, I don't know if I've been sitting here too long. I'm over 7 hours of just sitting here listening to this shit.
With no minimum listenership.
Yeah, he's definitely talking to Carl,
only
but
2 or 3
fuck.
episodes, only 10 or 15
For a second
listeners,
there,
you
for a
still
second
make
though,
money.
I felt
Anchor is everything you
a
need
little
to make a
uncomfortable.
podcast in one place.
I got some more water.
So simply go
awesome.
download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm.
Kevbot, I
to
might
get
be
started.
cracking.
That's Anchor.
I might just be cracking.
ANCHOR.FM. Let's get started.
We need some booze. We got to make that happen.
Today's episode, we continue our journey through the paranormal states. We ended with Kansas in our
Seamus
last episode, and we're going to continue on.
Is way more boring than Stuttering
is
John.
simply the haunted
Stuttering
stories
John
of
is
state
unintentionally hilarious every couple of seconds.
So welcome.
Seamus is just, he's a monotone idiot, yes. But at least Stuttering John has some inflection.
We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Dead Town.
I don't drink that swill. Bud Light, get out of here.
True crimes, conspiracies.
He just might have.
Cults, urban legends, and
You know,
ghost
we've been listening to this all morning.
stories. With Dead Town,
It's the same opening,
it's off limits.
and he hasn't done cults.
This is
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Casey. Stuttering John is sadder than fucking Seamus because Stuttering John is just beaten and Seamus is just oblivious.
Hello again, and welcome to the Dead Town podcast. I'm Patrick Michael, and
Like,
of course,
Seamus doesn't know there's anything wrong. And Stuttering John knows where his career used to be and where he is now.
That's exciting.
And
I'm excited about this
he's
as we
trying
continue
not
on
to
because
acknowledge it. But he is definitely sadder because you know he knows. Seamus is just a fucking guy talking. Seamus is just talking. He has no context of what success could be.
A haunted, a meerkat that was possessed.
Stuttering John just accused Chrissy
running through
Mayer
the
of
forest.
tweeting a pic of his kids.
But that's not the plan, okay? We want to hear the actual tales. We want to find out what
Absolutely
the
not. I
internet
cannot
considers
do it by heart.
the scariest tales within each state. And I feel like we've covered a lot. I feel like we've definitely covered a lot.
I'm not a
I feel
light.
like
Do
you
I look
enjoyed
like a
yourself.
light beer
I've certainly
person?
enjoyed myself, and we continue this journey.
Bro, come on.
Who knows
Come on,
what we'll
guy.
find out.
Do I look like a light beer
One thing that I
person?
have
It's my
been curious
Seamus.
about as we do this is what is considered the most haunted state.
Seamus's
Where is
kids,
Where can
who
we
knows what
expect-
they're going to become? That's going to be
No
interesting.
matter
I
what
imagine
location
they're
you
going to
decide
join
go
a
to in
circus
this state, there's
early.
a good chance that you
Like
could
they're
go
going to
to a
try to
haunted one.
escape.
It might be haunted. Now, what state could that be? For some reason, I have this weird inkling in my mind that it's like, I don't know, New York or Montana.
Call me Vinnie
Now,
Light
those
Beer.
are
I'll fucking
vastly
fight you,
different
Wrigley.
places, but they're probably haunted for the same reason. But I don't know what reason that could be.
Maybe
And I
meth.
don't have that
Yeah,
information.
maybe they
We'll
get
look
involved in
back
like
to
the
find out
drug
the
trade
same,
early.
Of this,
I
these
mean,
paranormal state
they start selling to
episodes.
their dad.
We'll close out one of the episodes with the most
I mean,
haunted state, according to the internet.
If you're kidding, you sell weed. You'd want to live near Seamus, right?
But without further ado, we're continuing this.
If a
main
40
journey.
ouncer shows
I
up
say
here
journey
magically,
because who knows?
I'd chug it right fucking
It
now.
doesn't seem great. I mean, we're not discovering great things. We're not discovering heroes.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going
Right?
to sit back for a little bit.
We're discovering ghosts, haunted places, usually some death and sorrow
Fucking Seamus, still
surrounding
going.
these locations. And as we've made a current consistent theme
Is that Zick Kelly?
on the show, it's that I'm kind of skeptical.
I've not cracked yet, but
I
it's
wholeheartedly
coming.
believe that the mind
I just
is
leaned back
going
and I'm starting to
say,
feel like
if somebody tells you before you go to a
shit.
place,
So
That it might be
312. That
haunted,
means we've been doing this for
or they might have seen
7
something.
hours.
They've had an experience.
I've been listening
There's
to
a good chance if you go to that same location, that's going to come across your mind.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the chat. I feel like I'm just slowly slipping into a coma.
Ghost. And then what happens?
Would Seamus be more or less more than... I bet you that kid's
conjures up
fucking
that
high
ghost
all
that
the
you were
time.
worried
I call him a
about.
kid. He's probably the same
Puts him
age
in
as
the
I
room.
am.
It happens a lot, guys. We hear about this all the time.
Oh, I'm going to
The
be all
journals,
right.
we've
I'm going to
seen
be
about
all right.
historical
At some
writings of
point,
this.
we're going to get some alcohol going up in this
It's a tricky
motherfucker.
thing.
For those of you who are just tuning in,
Either way, like I said,
thank
we finished
you.
with Kansas.
Thank you for helping
And
me
I
get
just have
through
a feeling
this.
that this is going to be some
I mean
haunted
it.
activity.
Big
some
hugs.
Paranormal activity.
Love you guys.
This is Dead Town.
Big, fat, sweaty Italian hugs to all of you. It's fucking weird that he's the age that he is. I mean,
So in Kentucky in 1891, just
he mentioned that he had
thousands
coworkers
of
at something
spectators
earlier. Does he
converged
have
on
any
Pike
type of
there to
job?
see the last hanging
I mean, what do you think he's qualified
in the
for? Like,
trail
if
of the
you,
Hatfields
like,
and the
what
McCoys.
job do you think that they would go, all right, you're hired?
Octavia
Like one of those
Hatcher
Amazon warehouses
had
where they
fallen into
just
a
hire
depression
everybody?
Shortly after her only child had died in infancy.
Like, where they're just
And then
like,
she slipped
your
into a
only
field.
requirement is to just fucking put shit in
Since
boxes?
it was a hot spring, her husband wasted no time in burying her. But
Child
soon, doctors began to notice a strange but not lethal sleeping sickness spreading through the town.
That's a no.
And found its inner
Suicide
lining
hotline
shredded with
assistant.
claw marks.
Look, hot topic. All right, I can see what a hot topic. McDonald's. I don't know. He looks greasy.
Racked with guilt, he reburied Octavia.
Sounds like a perfect
and had a
child
tall
care
stone
manager.
statue of her placed above her grave. Locals say they can still hear Octavia crying. And once a year, on the anniversary of her death, the statue
I love they're reading the shit ahead of time. Beck W, that's hysterical.
interesting and also very sad. What a
He does
tragic
see like a
story.
perpetual mall rat type.
sort of
Yeah, I can see
sleeping thing
that.
going around.
Security guard?
his
Nah, I
wife
wouldn't
is
put him in
buried?
fucking charge of shit. He looks like maybe he could work at a
Imagine
Starbucks. They
exhuming
hire
anybody
kind of
and
weird,
finding
fugly
claw
people.
marks on the inside
I
of
could
the
work at a
casket.
Starbucks.
Oh man, that would haunt your dreams. That'd haunt you forever.
Hysterical.
How could you not be?
Beck W's
horrified?
preempting Todd's next sentence from the original
Okay,
articles.
so on to Louisiana. Louisiana's Cajun communities have an explanation for
Works
sleep
at a
paralysis.
5 Below.
It's Cauchemire. Cauchemire?
Hey, I'm gonna start working here at 5 Below. Can I get a
Species of
discount?
a nighttime witch that immobilizes
kid.
sleepers and rides
You know
them
what?
like horses.
Casey sent me this sandwich earlier, and I have
Some
not eaten
say
the whole thing yet. Can you believe it? We've been here 7 hours, and I've
those
eaten
who
half
forget
a
to say their
sandwich and a
prayers before
cookie
going to
and a
bed.
couple of
Its
chips.
unfortunate victims
What a
lie
fat
awake,
fuck I am.
unable to move as the cashmere presses down on their chests.
So I'm gonna
No matter
listen to
how much they
this.
try to call out,
Ta-
their screams
fuck.
catch in their throats.
Tampon Tom. We wouldn't let him in the
Some have even
door.
reported waking up with marks on their bodies from the brittles and whips that the cashmere uses to mount and ride sleepers. Beware, talking about cashmere increases the likelihood it'll visit you tonight. Okay, that's terrible. That's scary because also I don't know what that is. And I don't
Cavbot,
think I'm
fucking
saying it right, so the
hysterical.
fact that I'm saying it wrong might actually, in fact, help me. You know, maybe the cashmere or whatever. Maybe I am saying it right, and now I'm screwed because I have said it a lot. I don't know, but one can hope that it's not going to come visit you. But imagine, I mean, people have said things like, "Oh, I was abducted in my sleep."
Beck W, what did
Aliens
you
took
do
me
to
their
find the
house
article? Did you just
and
Google
did things to me?
haunted
And
50
is
states?
that maybe this cashmere thing just riding you like a horse through the town? And you confuse it for alien abduction? It's highly plausible, at least in Louisiana. Okay, so now we're on to Maine. In the mid 19th century, a lighthouse
I'm here
keeper
for
and
you,
his wife
King.
moved into the lighthouse in Seguin Island, a 64-acre speck of land 2 miles out to sea. To stave off their loneliness and boredom, the man ordered a piano and some sheet music from the mainland so that his wife could learn to play. Dutifully, she learned her first song, then she played it again and again and again. The same song, every day. Eventually, it drove the lighthouse keeper mad. He took an axe to the piano first, then to his wife, and then finally took his own life when he realized what he had done. Visitors to the island say they sometimes hear phantom piano music and occasionally catch a glimpse
Drop some
of the
acid.
lighthouse keeper walking by, still carrying his
What the
axe.
fuck's a mukbang?
Well, and I think this is our first example of like how one can hear the same song over and over and over again, and it can be a song that they actually enjoy at first, but it will eventually drive you mad.
So listen,
it could drive you to the point of
normally
hating the
I would
song,
never eat on camera. This would never be
Hopefully
something I
not
would
to the
do.
point of
But I have to be here for 12 hours.
taking an axe
Fucking
to
hungry.
the person that made the song.
It's 3:30.
And their instruments, but this
Leave
isn't
me
out of
alone.
this
Stop
seems like a
picking
thing.
on me.
I mean, there's examples of somebody who seems to be infatuated with the artist, killing them. You know, John Lennon, Selena. It's all very strange. But now we're going to Maryland
No shit, that's a real thing, huh?
with thick cypress
Like, what
swamps
kind of shit
drinking
do they
black
eat?
Water, the Pocomoke forest. It's in Maryland. It's on the eastern shore. It had birthed several ghostly legends. Folks say that a teenage couple drove into the forest but ran out of gas. The boyfriend went to get help, and the girlfriend was woken in the middle of the night by scratching sounds on the car's roof.
Corrigan, it should be,
In
yes.
the morning, she discovered her boyfriend hanging upside
As far
down
as
from
I
a
know.
tree, and his fingernails trailing on the metal. In another tale, a couple in a
Beck
car
W
heard
is
a
nailing
radio
it.
report of an escaped murderer with a hook for a right hand. The girl noticed a strange sound outside the car, and when she opened the door, a hook was hanging from the handle. Locals also talk about fireballs erupting from thickets and a six-fingered sea captain who killed his adulterous wife and bastard child in the forest. The baby's wails still echo through the trees. Now, for some reason, this particular thing reminds me of I Know What You Did Last Summer. There's some things that are similar to that. But like I said, when it comes to creepy places, some people just conjure up the stories.
Got a nice salad for dinner.
This is probably
awesome.
The exact same tale told by two different people. You know, it's like bad
The exact
word of
same
mouth, bad
tale told by two
telephone,
different
somebody
people.
didn't get some of the information
Mentalfloss.com and Patrick
and you
Michael.
get- like who drives through a forest? Seems pretty difficult to do.
Kobe.
Especially in a car.
Exactly right.
I mean, maybe like a
You did it all.
motorcycle
Shavis
or
did it all for the
a
Nookie
moped or something.
guy. I did it all for the Nookie guy.
Yeah, that's believable. But to think that somebody's just driving a car through the forest
That's awesome.
and to run out of
I don't know if
gas,
he sent me a
that's
pizza.
the start of
Nobody's told me there's a
many
pizza here, but I'm also the only one in the building.
just traveling
There might
through
be
a
one
forest
just sitting at the
somehow
front entrance.
running out of gas or
But if you
person
are
gets
sending a
lost.
pizza over here, you're more than welcome
it's not
to.
an uncommon theme in the horror genre.
Just let me know it's coming.
But now we're on to Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm getting really hard. His voice is making me hard.
Minot's Ledge. I guess is what
Hey,
it is.
listen, guys, don't forget.
Tiny
Keep
outcropping
tweeting.
Of rock rising
Oh,
from the
Tyler.
sea a mile from the coast where Cohasset was a ruthless
Tyler,
ships and
Tyler,
between
Tyler.
1695 and
Just let me know when he gets here. I'll go meet him, so I can
They
run. I'll run out and
sunk
go
80
meet
ships and
him.
drowned 400 men. But no
I'm
one
definitely
knew how
gonna.
to build a lighthouse
I'm gonna
in
make a
such
mukbang
perilous
video
sliver
just
of
for you,
rock in the
Tyler.
middle of the sea.
$3
Finally, in
bill
1850,
was a great album.
Massachusetts erected a
I don't
small
remember that
granite
one.
beacon tower on 9 cement
Tyler,
pylons ground
Tyler, absolutely.
1 year later, a furious nor'easter
So we
hit
got
and set the
a
tower
delicious
aflame.
sandwich.
During a lull
Todd's
in the
script.
storm,
Thank you for
lighthouse
the email
keeper rowed
back.
to the mainland, leaving his two assistants behind to man the beacon. All night, townspeople on the shore heard the lighthouse bell ringing furiously, perhaps as a final goodbye from the assistants.
I don't even know what state this asshole is
the
in. What
morning, the
state is
tower
this
was
asshole
gone,
in?
Toppled into the sea. The assistants' bodies.
What's
washed up
wrong,
days
Burzum?
later. Passing fishermen say they
What
can
kind of
still
help
hear
do
the
you
ghosts
need?
crying for help. Now that's wow. I mean, to hear the bell in the lighthouse still going off furiously
Indiana.
as the two assistants are just stuck inside. I mean, what a tragedy.
Burzum, I'll
But
tell
this
you what
is
I
another-
want you
this
to
is a
do.
perfect example of
Here's how I will help you.
something that happened
Because
in a
you were kind and
location
tuned into this
that
today.
helps
Here's what I need you to
people's
do.
lore.
Email your
You know,
case to
maybe on
me,
a grander
and I will
scale.
forward it to Carl and see if
where
we get
it's more
you
believable, where
unblocked.
You could be like, yeah, this is a real story. This really happened.
I have no idea, buddy.
These
Just
lives
just
were
send me a
actually
thing,
lost.
explain what happened. I'll forward it to Carl and
When
see
you
what we
go
can
there,
work out,
there's-
okay?
there's remnants of that. They might come out and say hello. So if you go there knowing that story,
Glad to help. If it was a mistake, we'll get it worked out for
It is
you.
a true story, whether or not you believe ghosts are real or not. Your mind just has a better chance of saying
The creepoffpod at
we heard that
gmail.com.
story. We might as well assume that there's going to be some sort of action, some sort of activity. Something's going to creep up on me, touch me, freak me out. I'm going to scream and weep like a small child. But on to Michigan. Now be careful where you roam in western Michigan. The metalheads
Thank you
might
guys
come
very
after
much, by the way, for
They
the
said to haunt
hard
the
liquor fund
woods
money.
near Saugatuck.
Appreciate that very much.
These childlike figures have oversized heads.
Burzum, I could probably
mostly
get it
white
done a lot
eyes,
quicker.
with
So money
irises
makes it
barely
into the
visible
pit. I'm just
above
fucking
the
with you.
lower
We'll take care of it.
might knock
But
on
yeah,
your door
thank
window.
you,
They might stalk you as you walk.
Jacob. Thanks, Alan.
Some
I don't know whose
speculate
names
the
are for real.
Melonheads
Steve.
in the late 19th
All you
century
guys,
with
fucking
hydrocele
rule.
phones,
Appreciate it.
And they escaped a local
Aw,
hospital
thanks,
where a
Slime.
doctor
I'm just trying to be
terrible experiments on them.
as upbeat as I possibly can while dealing with this
Especially weird
fucking
if
shit.
you're a young couple making out in a parked car.
You guys have actually made this a bit of a
Melonheads like
pleasure.
tap
I'm
on
not
the
going to lie. There are times today where I've had downright fun with you.
I mean, we can all certainly agree that anybody tapping on your window,
Gary,
during a
that's
session
horrible.
Like that, where you're trying to have some alone time.
I'm so sorry to hear that you
Anybody
were
tapping on
bullied
your window is
because your
terrifying.
name was Gary.
But to see these melon-headed looking children, anything with a name, is horrifying because anybody can say anything. They could be like, "Yeah, the melon-heads do this."
Holy
Well,
shit.
they also do that.
This queue's getting empty.
And the lore.
So here's what we're
going to
do.
Grandiose. You're like, yeah. No, for sure,
Here's
they do
what we
all
are
of those
going to
things.
do.
They're horrifying. And then
I'm going to change
whatever
out
that
that
disease
Stuttering
is,
John episode. Somebody
I mean,
said
what is that,
July
like water on the
12th.
brain, maybe?
We're going to change that out. But if you have a podcast that
But if
you
they
want me
had
to
something
listen
that
to
enlarged
today,
their head,
I need you to send me a link
then
to it,
somehow
preferably from Spotify. Email to thecreepoffpod@gmail.com. I'm going to go
Couldn't
over
have
there.
they couldn't have
You know,
survived
once
very
pizza
long
gets
in the
here,
woods.
I'm going to run out there and go grab that, and I'm going to switch over to the control
And how
room
many of 'em were there?
and start throwing some more podcasts into the
Two?
feed. That way we
7?
have, I mean, honestly, we've
That
got
makes
like
it even
5 more
scarier.
hours to go.
Like one melon head is fine.
Well,
I mean, imagine somebody
4.5
tapping
more
on that
hours to go.
yeah, man.
You know,
melon heads are out
holy
here.
shit.
Big deal. I happen to be walking through the
4.5
woods
hours left to go. It feels doable at this point.
with an enlarged
Like,
head,
I feel like,
some
I
sort of
got
like a
that.
Scarecrow, or like, Sleepy Hollow character. I don't really know what was going on. But then it started to speak to me, and it was also wearing 19th century clothing. So horrifying sight. It wasn't Halloween or nothing like that.
Maybe you could. That might be a good idea.
But I just went home, and I'm fine. I didn't have any windows to be tapped, so we talked for a second, and I went about my
So,
day, and they
Mafia
went about
Cow,
theirs.
that's a great question. I thought Carl did the editing for the
probably somebody that's
podcast. Where does
telling-
producer
telling
Chris
a
do?
similar story,
Carl
but
does
yeah,
do
yeah.
all the editing for the
Driving down the
podcast.
street, and I
Producer
saw
Chris sits in the
55
side of the room like a
melonheads in a
cuck
cornfield.
and stares
What
at
were
the
they doing?
host and makes them
You'd think they were
uncomfortable,
just
where he
eating
runs
corn.
his hands through his
Probably a
greasy
good harvest,
fucking
it's time to eat.
Italian hair.
And how else could they eat? We've heard
Thanks,
the stories
Taco.
about
I like you
melonheads.
too.
No way that they're eating well.
He does
Living
all the
in
stuff
the woods
Carl
and living
can't
off the
handle.
land,
Like
are
what?
hunters,
Feel emotions?
gatherers? I don't know. But they're in this cornfield. I'm driving by. There's
Feel like a
55 of
human?
them. And like I said, I'm thinking, okay, might not want to look directly at him.
Producer Chris gets his naked oiled
I
up in
was
the corner
hoping
for
they were just
Carl.
munching on the
Could
corn.
very well happen. It hasn't happened while I was there.
As my headlights
True story. A couple,
across the
not
sea,
the last time I did
there was
WATV, but the time
melonheads
before
in
that,
the
Chris
cornfield.
sent me a
Well, we were all
text.
just staring.
And I just got a text from a
didn't-
random number that wasn't in my phone, and I'm like, yeah,
I
he
said,
is in the
I have
band.
no
He said,
history
I think he's the
with
bass player.
whatsoever. I
He
don't
sent me a
think I've ever
message, and it was
heard
just
of
like,
him.
hey, do you want anything
You see how
today?
easy it is to just
And I was like, who
read
the
this
fuck is
fake
this? I didn't have his number.
story
And then I was like, who is this? He goes, oh, it's producer Chris. He's like, do you want me to bring you a drink? I know you usually get like coffee or something. I said, no, I'll bring it myself.
Corn. That's what you learned today.
I don't want your hair grease dripping on my
Now
fucking
we're gonna
thing.
go to Minnesota.
Carl does coke and throws firecrackers at Chris. God damn it, I would pay to watch that.
Center in the hopes of glimpsing a permanent guest, Lucy. She's a ghost who hasn't.
The only
given
thing
a
I
real
want
gender
today
to her tragic life, and even more
is
tragic
for the
demise.
rest of our time together to go
Lucy was a
quickly
prostitute
in
who
the
worked in a
most
brothel
fun
erected on the
possible
future
way.
site of the hotel. It burned down, taking Lucy and other escorts with it. When men passed by,
I mean,
she
he's
said to
halfway
slam
to
doors
fluff
and
her.
drop the temperature. Guests can
He's
ask room
halfway to
17
fluff her. The reason he's halfway to fluff her is because he'll still
only
suck
if
your
you're
dick, but it won't get hard.
adventurous.
Mafia cow.
So this could easily be one of those.
He's the worst
one of
fluffer
those,
ever.
I guess you'd say schemes in a way to
Ugh.
bring people into their hotel. Like, oh yeah, you could see this ghost. Her name's Lucy. It's like, how do you know?
Are
her
you
name?
a Star Trek fan? I
You're
just
making
emailed
an
you a
assumption
horrible
because of a
podcast ago.
story
So, ignorance, here's the
happened in
deal.
history,
When it comes to
some
me and
random
Star Trek, I have a
acts like
love-hate relationship
dropping a
because
temperature
for the same
or
reason why I
closing a
find
door.
Seamus to be so
Like, those seem like
Seamus
such
and Stuttering John, the
mundane acts
terribleness of them, I find to be so
somebody that
interesting. I
is
love the campiness of the
celestial in that
60s
sense.
version.
They can
So
move
there was a
around.
time in my
Like,
life that
that's
there
just
might
so
have been,
weird.
some illicit
never
substances and
understood
watch old 60s Star Trek and laugh my ass off. Yeah, I'm a fan of that, but the rest of it, I'm out.
on
Hey,
a
Sean Connery,
table
welcome back.
as a massive sign that a ghost. is
Maybe the
present.
real dead Todd
Dude,
was the
that's so
friends we
ridiculous.
made along
Why
the way.
Would they give a shit about
Garrett,
moving that
welcome
thing?
to the service.
It makes no sense. But onward to Mississippi.
Just a second here.
At the center of the historic section of Glenwood Cemetery, Yazoo City's public burial grounds, there's a grave surrounded by a chain link fence. Local lore claims that the
Sorry.
grave belonged to a witch.
Just trying to
who
take a
lived
picture of
along
a
the
funny
Yazoo River.
screenshot. Forgive me.
She used to lure
That's not how you do a
fishermen to the
normal
shore.
screenshot, but I wanted to send something somebody said to some. Yeah, don't worry
When the
about it.
Yazoo County Sheriff came to arrest her, she fled into the swamp and fell into quicksand. The sheriff found her half sunk.
Kobe, that's hysterical. Do you know how much I would rather die than rewatch this?
Of her threat, but they
Thank you,
fenced in her
Taco
grave
King. Glad
just
to have
in
you on
case.
board.
Then, on May 25th, 1904,
The
a fire
sheriff found her
nearly
half
wiped out
sunk.
The entire city, spreading quickly on unusually fierce winds. After the fire, Yazoo City residents found the chain link around the witch's grave cut open.
Holy shit. You know how funny that would be if Carl ends
No,
up
that's
having
the
to
worst
watch
one.
this?
That's the worst one. I
We
don't
should
like
make
anything that
him
involves
sit there on a
the possibility
fucking
of an
live stream
actual
and watch
witch.
this.
You know, it's no different than somebody having legit evidence of Dracula or something in their town.
That's
Like,
the
that
fucking
is
best
worth it.
idea. That's as good of an idea as me selling a t-shirt of me wearing the Stuttering John t-shirt is. That is like some...
Witches are not good.
That would be very funny. I
Hocus
really
Pocus
like that
certainly
idea.
shows us the witches aren't good.
That's
there are
very
many
fucking
other
funny.
ones
I
where
like
they
that
show witches
idea.
being
Kobe,
Great.
I'm actually
Here
going
we
to
are
write that down.
in a
I'm going to
city
be like
that
Seamus
eventually
Michael.
goes
I'm going to write
fire
that
and
down.
burned to the ground. After this, I mean, what is the actual evidence that this woman said that she?
Except,
she
as
swore to
another
take down the
viewer
city
pointed out, I'm not going to be
after she
scribbling it
was-
on the back
after
of
she
my
ran
summons for
and
family
tortured
court.
them. What was the torture? What was that? What evidence do they have of that? So again, it's like there's a story, this possible idea of a inkling of a story, and also how come all these damn places have the hardest?
Oh, we got to get Vinnie Strong bracelets
Yazoo
too.
City
Let me write
is
that
the
down.
Easiest one I've said probably this entire episode.
By the way,
Everyone-
please, I'm
every
begging
other one
you.
is like,
I'm begging you guys, if you have a Twitter or you're in the Discord or even if you're on the Reddit, go in and please,
it's not a city.
please
Also,
use the
how
hashtag
terrifying
Vinnie
is it to
Strong
go-
to irk
I mean,
Carl.
cemeteries are already
Thank
pretty
you.
frightening as it is. But imagine going to your cemetery to visit grandma. You know, leave
I
some
actually
flowers,
have the Discord going so I could
only
kind of
to
check
see
in on
one of the
WATP.
graves- One of the grave sites has a chain link fence around it, as if that would stop a witch. Okay?
Never stop a
If
witch.
you're meant to believe witches are real, you should obviously know.
Cowman,
Chain link
I'm
fence
going to
will
have a
do
beer
nothing.
on you tonight. Thank you,
Absolutely
brother.
nothing.
Appreciate you.
So these people, we can assure ourselves,
That
not bright.
Holy shit.
Not bright at all. But imagine
Holy
going to the
shit.
damn cemetery to see grandma,
He's got to do it
and
without
there's a chain link
booze.
fence around any grave. That sounds. I mean, I would be asking
good
a lot of
idea.
questions. I couldn't focus on the sorrow I had.
Do
from
you
my
guys
Grammy
think
not
that
being around
Carl
anymore.
would be entertaining during a 12-hour live stream, do you think he would
I'd be in
care
sheer
as much about
confusion,
talking to you guys as I do?
asking the family, hey, what's going on with this
He
grave
wouldn't.
with a
Hashtag
chain-link fence
Vinnie wrong,
around
Carls.
it?
Why do I need to check the
Is this
Discord?
somebody that worked outdoors? Were they really into fencing? Is that what they did?
What's in the Discord?
Is that how they honor them? On to Missouri. An old couple in Overton who made a trickle of income lodging travelers in their home decided one night to murder a wealthy boarder and make their fortune.
All right, I'm going to the Discord. I will
They hid
check
his
the
body,
Creep Off
took his
channel.
money and used it to build a grand new
Bum,
house.
bum, ba-da-da.
Years later, as the woman lay on her deathbed, made
Vinnie
her husband
Strong.
promise to keep their secret and never to remarry. But he took
Just
a new
waiting
bride
till he was
within a
finished so
year.
he could go twist a cat's head
People
off
of Overton,
with that
disapproving
dumb
of the
smiling
widower's
grin.
impropriety,
I mean,
asked the couple on their
Carl
wedding night
looks like a victim of
catcalls,
Joker gas.
drums and rifle shots. But when the man went outside to shush the crowd, he was startled to see a black carriage pull up to his house. Inside sat a woman, pale as death and dressed in black.
You know what? I'm going to check in on
Without
our
a word,
Reddit.
the man got into
For
the
those of you who
carriage.
haven't checked it out,
It
there is a
drove off
Creep
and
Off
was never seen again.
Reddit.
Ever since, townspeople have spotted a black carriage.
I don't really check
and
it
took
that
to
much,
be
but there's been a lot of fun.
an omen
Imbecile Wilhelm
of danger.
is hysterical on there. He
Okay,
does a
so
lot of
what
really good
is
photoshops.
An omen of danger.
No,
I expected it to say
No one
death.
cares.
An omen of death. A random black carriage. I mean, who's riding around in a carriage, anyways? Are we in?
Make
a
it so
city
he can't
looking at
drink
the
after
beautiful
as
lights?
well.
Well, then what the hell is a carriage
Carl,
doing?
your consequence
You know, what's
is
the
having to
carriage
give
doing
up
in
alcohol
Missouri? Just riding around
and live your life like an adult.
with some death lady inside. And guys,
No, Carl,
and some
you can't drink
people
with your
just
surf
getting
rock
in.
band.
You just get into a ride like that? I mean, obviously people have seen
Anybody
this-
here big surf rock
this
fans?
black carriage riding around to think that it's a sign of danger. If that's the case and you've seen this thing, why didn't you get in? Why weren't you allowed to get in? You just ran from it? I would honestly just be like, why the hell?
It's a
is
simple
this thing in the
no.
middle of the street. I'd be honking my horn. I'd be getting upset. What's going on here?
Yeah, Carl's band is surfer music,
Right,
like surfer rock.
Where are we? What
Hold on,
time?
I have
Did
some isotopes right here.
hit
We'll listen
88
to a
miles
little
per hour on
Carl's
accident?
fucking
And
garbage.
go back in time? Why is there a carriage on the road?
Let's see if I can find them on the iTunes.
Move, lady. I don't even see a horse on that thing. You looking for a nice steep hill to catch some speed? What's going on? I'm confused. And that's why we're going to go to Montana. Taking a drive along Highway 87 by Black Horse Lake in Montana. If the legends are true, you'll want to think twice before agreeing to pick up just any hitchhiker. Locals claim that a man
Back
known as the
W
Phantom
rules.
Hitchhiker of Black Horse Lake was
He's
a
still
Native
going
American
on.
man wearing a jean jacket. He appears on the road, then violently smashes against your windshield as if struck by your car.
Ion,
It's said that the man was
Ion
involved in a
Force.
fatal car crash many years
Bingo!
ago and has
Nailed it.
reenacted ever since.
Mr.
So when I
Ed,
read
I'm going to
that
need
one, it immediately
the
reminded me
contact
of
for the person
this
who
movie with Billy Crudup
pulled out Dennis Nielsen's
and,
victims from the
Jack
sewer.
Black. It's called
I want to talk to
Jesus'
that person.
Son.
Very
There's,
much
I
so.
think the beginning scene even is Billy Crudup being a hitchhiker, and it's a very weird thing. They get in a car accident. He survived. I don't know.
You're right,
It's
Beck
strange,
W.
strange movie.
Why can't he just stick to the script? We don't want any of his fancy showboating.
also,
Stick to the
The
script,
little short
Seamus.
films that Jim Morrison was able to make when he was alive, obviously.
You guys are the greatest.
Something similar to a hitchhiker that is, it's a significant thing. Hitchhikers have been used quite often, and
Thank you very much,
imagine
Steve.
driving at all, and something
That's
appearing
very
in the
nice of
middle
you.
the
I
street.
appreciate it.
I bet there's people that live
Heather
every
Curley,
single
thank
day
you.
worrying about that when they're driving their car. At any moment, day or night, they're like, "Well, at any
Wow,
moment, somebody
what a
could
day
pop
this
out,
is going to be.
and I have to
There's
veer
going to be
off-
some
veer off
good
into the
drinking
woods,
today.
only to be never heard from again." Like some creepy, ridiculous stuff like that. But either way, this has been part
Hey,
3.
Vinny, why aren't you wearing a wrestling
Paranormal
shirt?
States brought to you
Because
by
today,
Deadtown.
I just wanted to,
Thank
you
you
know,
guys so much. Please subscribe. Please
the
share on
club's going to
social
be
media.
open later. There's
Tell
going to
a
be people
friend.
here. So when I
And
get
if you
out of
want
here and I hang out at the bar, I
content,
didn't want to be a
you want
bum.
to get early access, you want behind the scenes, get over to patreon.com/pod.
Jeffrey the Pizza Man is pulling up in the next 3 minutes. Okay, Tyler, let me know, like, when he gets here. So,
big shout out to all the Patreon members that
oh, I'm going to. It's going to fucking kill him. I'm going to send him a picture of a bunch of empty White Claws. So here's what I'm about to do. I'm about to put on the YouTube channel. I am going to, because apparently pizza's being delivered, I'm going to put it right here onto my phone. So I am still, I can hear Seamus. I'm going to still be in touch with you guys. You're just not going to be able to see me. But I'm going to go get this pizza, and I'm coming right back in. The podcast, I'm going to do that after I pick up the pizza. Once I get to the door, I'll be right back. Just hang on.
Hey guys, once again, thank you so much for tuning into the podcast. Please don't forget, hit the subscribe button wherever you listen, and prepare for new episodes as they come. And if you'd also like to participate in the show, you got a scary urban legend or conspiracy, whatever you want to talk about, shoot an email to yourdeadtown@gmail.com, and we'll get it on the show. And as I priorly said, exclusive content available at patreon.com. Follow me at Glitch Fredberg on all major social media platforms, and youtube.com/badbrainstudios. Hey guys, just want to take a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If you haven't heard already, Anchor is absolutely free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast today. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer, and the convenience of editing from your phone is unmatched. Anchor will also distribute your podcast for you, so you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Podbean, everywhere that they find podcasts. It's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. That means only 2 or 3 episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners, you still make money. Anchor is everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So simply go download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. That's anchor.fm, ANCHOR.fm. Let's get started. Today, we continue our journey through the 50 states looking at their paranormal activity. I believe last episode we ended with Montana. So today we begin with Nebraska. Thank you for joining me as always. Welcome to Deadtown. We are all from places with secrets everywhere. This is Deadtown. True crimes, conspiracies, cults, urban legends, and ghost stories.
Okay.
Deadtown?
We're going to have to talk about this pizza guy, Tyler. Fucking amazing. And now, see, look, all my people show up. Here's some pizza. Everybody have a slice. There's good old Mark. They can't see you. It's over there.
Thank you.
Have a slice, Mark. Jake, have a slice. Tyler, thank you. So here's what the pizza guy just said to me, ladies and gentlemen. As I was waiting for the pizza, he comes up and he goes, because he delivered it to the club, he goes, hey, are you guys open yet? And I said, no, we're just open as a restaurant. But
I can't seem to find the
thank you, though. They're like, yeah, I love coming here. The place is really great. And then he looked at me and said, I'm here for Nicole. I came here for Nicole Byer, and that was just the most fun I've ever had. So there you go. That's who the pizza guy was, a big Nicole Byer fan.
Paranormal activity story from each state. And here we are. We have it. We have some information in front of us. The only thing is I don't feel like it's the same information that I had before. So what we're gonna do?
Thank you guys.
We're actually gonna do
have some pizza.
Again, just because I feel like this is a different Montana, and a different story that happened in Montana. That ultimately
Perry's too. Holy shit, Tyler.
If you will.
Not bad.
But either way, if you enjoy this podcast, and I know you
little
do,
hot,
please
nice.
subscribe
Oh, fucking
wherever
fresh.
you
I love it.
Don't forget. Exclusive
It's gonna take a
access
minute.
and early access
You gotta let that
available
cool
for
down.
you. Patreon.com/podculture, and you can also just help support the show. You can get the early access, you can get exclusive behind the scenes inside looks, but you can also simply support the podcast that you guys already enjoy and get for free. So $3 a month over there, $10 a month, whatever you want.
He literally said,
if you want,
I am.
It is an option.
Oh, I am a
Let's
tease,
dive
Taco
into this.
King.
We're here today. We got to do Montana real quick before we really get rolling. I don't know where we're gonna end, but we are gonna
Fucking
begin
hysterical.
with Montana. So let's go once again. This is Dead
Have I
Time.
told you guys you're the best yet? You really are the best. Are we on our last episode of Dead Town? Holy shit. Mark Ippolito. If you want to have a slice of pizza, you can sit over there. And we can
Okay, so as
half
I said, we're
chat. Nobody's really going to be able to hear you. But you could sit and eat. Absolutely.
Thank whoever, you know.
I did. Sit over there on that chair. Sit in Brian's seat.
Right here?
Yeah, right over there. You're going to...
What are we watching?
We're not really watching anything. We're listening to... There's Mark.
Hi, everybody.
We're just listening to a terrible podcast called Dead Town.
Oh, this is your punishment.
This is my punishment. That is correct.
You've been here since 8 o'clock.
I have been live streaming since 8 o'clock. I've been here longer than that.
Wow.
Start with Montana here, and it says Montana's Moss.
This podcast, Mark, is one of the worst things you will ever hear in your life.
Hey
So
guys,
here's what
just
you're
wanna
missing,
take
Mark.
a second to tell you about my friends, Anchor. If
First
haven't
off,
heard
you need to know about
already,
Anchor FM. It's a
is
good
absolutely
program.
Free. It's the easiest way to make a podcast.
But basically,
today.
this kid is telling
There's
us
creation
ghost
tools that
stories that
allow
he's
you to
reading
record
off of
and
the
edit your
internet,
podcast right
off
from
of a
your phone or
clickbait
your
website.
computer. And the convenience
He's
of
just
editing
reading
from
them
your
to
phone
us and
is
acting like it's
unmatched.
his own intellectual
Anchor
material.
will also distribute
And
your
he's a bit of
podcast
a
for you.
dullard.
You can be
He
heard on
contradicts
Spotify,
himself every couple
Apple
of
Podcasts,
minutes.
Google Podcasts,
And
Pocket
he
Casts,
hates
Overcast,
Carl.
Podbean,
So
everywhere that they find podcasts, it's amazing. You can also now make money from your podcast with no minimum
weekly.
listenership.
Weekly
That means
Lambase's
only 2 or 3
podcast, yes.
episodes, only 10 or 15 listeners.
Someone
you still
just
make
said that
money.
you look like a mix
Anchor is
between
everything
Alex
you need to
Jones
make
and
a
Joe
podcast
Rogan.
in one place. So simply go
He kinda
download
looks
the
like what
free
I thought
Anchor app
crows would
or
look
go
like,
to
hysterical.
Anchor.fm to get started.
Another one
That's
for the
Anchor.
Seamus Slaughter.
.fm.
Anchor FM does have some
ANCHOR
quality esteemed podcasts such
.fm.
as the Peapod Mark.
Let's
They
get
do have a
started.
couple of good ones on there. I'm getting a slice of this pizza.
Today we continue our journey through the
Fucking
50
Perry's.
states, looking at their
It looks like
paranormal
it.
activity.
It's fucking
I
fantastic.
believe last episode we ended with
Yeah, man.
Montana.
Have as much as you want with me, dude.
So
I
today
still have
we
a
begin
salad somebody
with
sent me.
Nebraska. Thank you for joining me as always. Welcome.
Oh, Tampon Tom says you're sexy.
Thanks, Tampon.
We are all from places
Oh, baby.
with secrets
Yep.
This creepy
everywhere.
This is the music.
This is Dead Town.
I've listened to. This is the last episode. This is the 14th in a row.
After this episode, are you out?
No, I've got till 8 o'clock. I'm going to be in here all evening. When does the bar open?
True crimes.
In a half hour, really?
conspiracies, Cults.
Sweet.
Urban legends and ghost stories. With Dead Town, nothing is off limits.
This is just one idiot kid talking. And what you don't see is we have about
This is
50-something people watching right now.
The Dead Town podcast.
So we're just kind of hanging out. We're having a hang podcast.
There again and welcome.
They're
to
hearing the
Dead
feed.
Town As always,
They're
I am
talking to
your
me,
host, Patrick,
talking,
and today we're
and we're
continuing
all
that
just
journey,
chatting
guys.
and going
Like I
through
said
this
at the top of the
punishment
show,
together.
we're continuing
And this punishment got a
going
lot
through these
better.
stories,
Thank you
and
for
I
the
tell you
pizza,
what,
Tyler. I'm not kidding you.
probably
It's
should have
unbelievable.
recorded all of these at one time. I should have sat here and just did all the states. And
Well,
broke them down.
Carl's a cheater.
But here's the thing.
And Carl
the only reason that I say
did not
that
have
is
any.
because
Eat next to the mic,
I
Vinnie.
seem
You
to
got
find
it.
Information every time I go to do these episodes, because there are a lot of different websites online that
Fucking
have
good.
done similar stories.
So is Tyler from
where they
Rochester?
have
How does he know about this piece of
Tyler, where are you
the
from?
craziest paranormal activity
We wanna know.
story from each.
We want to
state.
know how you knew to get Perry's.
And here we are. We have it. We have some information in front of us. The only thing is I don't feel like it's the same information that I had before.
So
What we're
this
gonna
idiot
do
kid is basically
actually
reading a
gonna do
website to
Montana
us right
again,
now
just because I feel
about
like
the
this is a
haunted things that
different
happen in each
Montana.
state. And I'm not going to give you a
And a different
spoiler, but
story
I've
that
listened to
happened
fucking
in
13 of these fucking things
ultimately
today.
created
And basically what he's going to do is say, hey,
But either way, if
so
you enjoy this
these people who
podcast,
live in
then you do,
Montana
please
saw a
subscribe
ghost.
wherever you listen, and
These
don't
people
forget,
who live in
exclusive
Michigan
access,
saw a
early
ghost.
access available through
He's Tyler's from Buffalo. Right on, Tyler.
culture, and
You
can
must be
also
happy
help
about the
support
Bills.
show. You can
Fuck
get
'em.
early access. You can get exclusive behind-the-scenes, inside looks, but you can also simply support the podcast that you guys already enjoy and get for free. So $3 a month over there, $10
Hi,
a
Rico.
month, whatever you want to do. If you want to do it, it is an option.
Mr. Ed just said Seamus sent you pizza. You're all about to go all Ron Paul.
Montana real quick before
Tuning in from Ohio. Hey, Garrett. Yeah, let's find out. Where's everybody watching from? I got Panera sent to me this morning from someone who was watching in Sydney, Australia. Yeah. Carl's just on to Opie now. He's been doing the show for an hour and 50 minutes. Holy shit. That show's got to feel longer than this live stream. We're having competing shows right now. Carl's live. He's on WATP. He's doing his show live. But I'm doing this live. Okay, what do we got here? California, Florida, Yorkshire, England, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Arkansas, Jersey, Folsom, California, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Dallas, Texas, Melbourne, Australia,
They're still there.
Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Maine, Europop,
diphtheria in the home.
Atlanta, Georgia,
And now her ghost continues
Denmark,
to roam the hallways, making
North
mischief,
Carolina,
slamming
Florida.
doors, flickering
Hashtag
lights
Vinnie
off,
Strong. Fuck yeah, we're going to
making
do
her
this today,
footsteps heard.
people. Tucson, Arizona.
How many fans would be watching if Carl was sitting there?
How many fans do you... Hey, would you guys be... Mark just asked me a question. He said, how many
so,
fans would be
yeah, I mean,
watching if Carl was
You
sitting
gotta
here right
figure
now?
A place where anybody young, or really anybody at any point, has
New
died.
Jersey, shout out. Vinnie
There's
Strong,
gonna be
love
this
ya.
General, oh, well, they're probably still here type of vibe. I mean,
It's hysterical.
If your
We're just
grandfather
all
passes
chatting over
away
here.
in his home,
This is my last one, bro.
do you
Yeah, go
to
for
that
it.
home
I don't
and still
care.
think Grandpa's
Go to
still
town,
walking
man.
around?
You got a hard life these days.
For sure. So why wouldn't that still be the case in this mansion? And also, large houses are always the general place of mischief.
I lost
ghosts.
this and
Am I
had to do
wrong?
this podcast stream because
large
I lost
buildings
a
of
game of
energy.
rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, it's a rare occurrence that you hear about a shack.
I said
having,
nothing. I lost. I had to
infestation,
spin the wheel,
right?
and my
They're
wheel
always
punishment
picking
was a
most illustrious
12-hour
places,
terrible
the largest
podcast
buildings,
live stream.
and
So
making sure that they do have a
today,
place to
I'm
stay,
doing every fucking
and
minute
you
of
won't
it.
see them until they choose. So,
Yeah,
right?
he's checked in on me.
Is that the idea?
I expected him to show up
Because it
and
certainly seems
like
like
hang out a little bit and come and be
It's like,
on
I mean,
it,
if I
but
was a ghost, for
he's
sure,
doing
I would like to die in a
WATP.
mansion. That'd be great. That'd be great because then I can haunt the mansion. But it
Kobe,
also
are you
seems like
no
these
shit?
ghosts are just picking and
Kobe, are you
choosing
telling me the
locations
truth?
where they
Mark, you
will
ready for this?
haunt.
Kobe
You know,
is
where they're
watching
like,
from the
"Oh, you know,
Guantanamo Bay
I
detention
died
camp.
on the streets.
I hope
living
you're
in
a
poverty
soldier.
in this shithole town.
But
What are you doing there?
You know where I haunt?
what did you do to
Oh,
get
man.
sent there?
Right.
It's a ballroom.
What is actually
That's right.
happening
I
there?
haunt a ballroom.
Mr. Ed,
Have you ever
Mr.
seen
Ed, what are you
like,
admitting? What are you admitting to?
Picture a ghost going and telling.
Were
other
you
ghosts,
really? Were you one of the people
"I got a
voting with the
ballroom, it's
VPN?
mine." I mean, I know you guys don't even know what a ballroom is.
I hope it was
That is
for
what
me.
it's haunting, and let's just say it is fancy.
Notice how much. Do you see the energy
I guess you're saying
and
that
life
just
that pizza
how I picture ghosts.
gives me, folks?
They're
I'm like a
friends
brand
to
new
each
man.
other. It's a community.
I got a split. Thank you for the pie.
Okay, so
Later.
Nebraska,
Take one slice.
Thank you to all your fans.
the ghost
Bro, that
of
pie is
Clara
slamming.
Mills.
Have a slice. Berries.
Oh, thanks. I'm good. Thank you. Slamming, dude.
I can't condone this behavior.
The ghost of Clara Mills haunts Nebraska's Wesleyan University.
You voted with the
She is
VPN for
apparently a
Crows.
former music professor
No one
who
else
was
voted
sunlight
for him.
And much too young.
Get the fuck out of here.
And she's also buried nearby. Her
Why are you
apparition
guys-
has been seen
hold
in various
on.
buildings around campus, always wearing the same white blouse and dark skirt, and recognizable by her tall, slender figure.
You guys are
long
just
dark
admitting.
hair.
It's
Though
all
she's
right.
said to be
I still love
accompanied
you
by
guys,
stale,
but
musky air,
I'm just
she
saying
doesn't
that because
seem
I'm
to
pizza
intend
drunk.
Any harm. She just doesn't want to leave. Even scarier, NWU isn't even among America's most haunted colleges. Okay, so the details here.
Well,
where
Stan,
they say what
you
she
very
looks
may,
like, her
may
height,
well be
her
right.
hair, her
But if pizza
profession
is the
before
food for
passing away,
failure,
and the fact that she was too young and all these things,
who the
and
fuck
fact
needs
that
to
she
know what
doesn't
success is?
intend
Am I
any
wrong?
harm, it's like, yeah, man, because for the most part, what we have heard of ghosts is they're just gonna slam a door, or like move a chair, or turn on some lights.
All right, you got me.
So yeah, I would say most ghosts don't really intend harm, if you believe that they're even there. But the description of this lady is haunting. Okay, that in itself is
Holy
scary.
shit.
A tall,
I love
skinny
all of
lady
you.
with long dark hair. I mean, just floating through the hallways of a college. Yeah, that's gonna be creepy. But it also makes fun for the. It's fun for the allure of the
Fancy toast
schoolers.
with ketchup, huh?
Be like, yeah, man, we got. You know,
All right.
This is a haunted campus. It is pretty cool. I mean, it's a cool ghost. Like she'll high five.
Beck.
You know, she'll roast you.
You followed this
Cool.
this
She gets
closely
down.
that you can
I've seen her
pick
do a
out that it was a
kickstand.
Reader's Digest article. You are incredible.
To Nevada.
Color me impressed. So, guys, 3:54. We're coming up on the hour. 2/3 of the way done.
Nevada's Goldfield Hotel is home of
Later, Garrett.
numerous reported hauntings. But the spookiest one
2
involves a
seconds
woman
more than I would have
who
spent.
was murdered, named Elizabeth. Her lover became upset after she became pregnant. And Elizabeth
He really is
was
reading
murdered,
it. Wow.
and she's never left the hotel.
Wow.
She chooses to roam the halls.
Stan,
bemoaning
you're
her
all right,
tragic
buddy.
fate and searching
As long as
for
you're a creep,
her
you're
own
welcome here. All right? No one cares that you don't like pizza. That's fine. Not everybody has to like everything. You don't like pizza, more pizza for the rest of us. Live your fucking life, buddy.
Okay, so like I said, anything that has deep description.
I'm not mad
like
at
this, where
ya.
It's like, oh, you can, pinpoint this real person.
Stuttering John's coming up
definitely adds
next.
to the depth of a ghost. Because think about this. Okay, say you go to this hotel, you go to stay there, and they make mention of it as soon as you get there. They say, "Hey, we got a ghost. It's friendly. She is looking for."
He's
her
incredible.
kid." So
He is a
I
real
also
talent.
see,
He can
a
make
child
anything
ghost.
worse.
But they're both friendly. They're nice. It's gonna it'll scare you. It's gonna sneak up.
Slime
on you,
Knight
for sure.
nailed it. We're
Okay?
not mad at you.
don't
We're
gotta
just
worry.
slightly
You don't gotta
disappointed.
scream.
I,
You don't gotta scream,
whew.
and it's annoying.
Fucking
But
pizza.
She's gonna be there, and it's gonna be fine. Her name's Elizabeth. Just wave to Elizabeth. And go about
So,
your business, okay? Because she's only roaming the halls.
I'm going to go and start loading in
She might moan
some other
from
episodes. I'm going to
from
be
time
just
to
switching
time,
cameras.
Okay, but
And
it's not a problem. Now, if somebody
I
told
love
you this,
pizza too.
as you're checking into
But
a
sometimes
hotel,
when you love something, you just have to love
are
it.
you telling me that if there's a point where
But
you're
when you
going
can
out of
have
your
it,
room
Mr.
into the
Ed,
hallways in the middle of the night
it's
to get
magical.
some ice, you're not gonna see a ghost? Your mind's not gonna tell you that there's a ghost? I think it will.
Barbecue is the ultimate
I think
food.
it will. I think your brain's gonna be
I'm
like,
trying
yeah,
to
dude, the
decide
ghost thing,
if I
for
agree
sure.
with that. Well,
I mean, any sound, any motion.
here's
any
where I would
lights or
disagree,
anything that happens
and not that this is
in
even
the
remotely
moments that
interesting,
you're
but
out
we
there
have
in the
4
middle
more
of the night,
hours.
any
Stan,
of these
you're wrong.
locations,
Barbecue's
you've heard these
fantastic.
tales.
But
You
here's
think
the thing about a
yeah, there's
pizza.
that ghost, for sure.
You can have a barbecue
And
pizza.
that's what keeps adding.
You can't have
to
veggie barbecue.
the idea
You can't have,
of
you
these
you can put whatever you
hauntings,
want
of
to on a
these
pizza.
ghosts, of this
And a
activity.
pizza has lots of different food
Because
groups
one
in it.
person
It's got
says
like
one
the
thing and-
flour, the
all it's a-
grains.
I mean,
It's
whether or
got
not there's
the
anybody
sauce,
killed
which
in
is a
this place
vegetable,
whatsoever,
according to
if there's
Michelle
not
Obama. It's ketchup, it's
legitimate
tomatoes.
historical evidence
So you
of
can have
that,
any vegetables you want on
this
there.
could
You
easily
can
be
throw
just
some
somebody
fucking
making up a
barbecue
story
on top.
that has been
Then you
passed
got your
on
dairy.
for generations.
So all I'm saying is,
Okay.
all I can say
anybody that visits
is
this
that
place is
pizza
gonna know
might
the
be the
story
superior food
and ultimately
because
feel
there's
like they're
more
going
of
to
it.
have
Because just
an
like
encounter
Seamus,
of
it's
some
the
kind,
more words
and then
is
the
what
story
makes
just
something
continues.
good. It's the more combinations you could
basically,
have
I'd be
at
like,
it
"Okay, guys,
makes
on
it
to
good.
New
And you can
Hampshire."
make lots of different
And
types
just
of
make up a
barbecue.
story,
You know, it doesn't
and
all
one
have
of
to
you
be
could
pork
hear
or
it and
whatever,
tell somebody
but
no, and then that's
Pizza
how
wins.
the story was born. With
Pizza
no actual
wins.
evidence or validity to it at all. So,
you mean it's not illegal? Obesity Death March? Cauliflower pizza is delicious. I've had it. It's
in
awesome.
New Hampshire was shot
I've had
in
all
her
the
living
pizzas.
room in Fremont in 1947. Some believe that she was murdered, but no one can say for
How do
sure.
I feel about barbecue chicken?
Jenny,
Fine.
however,
How do I
may
feel
have
about
something to
barbecue
say
chicken
about
on a
it,
pizza?
since she's apparently been
Not
hanging
as
around
fine.
ever
Not
since.
my favorite.
Many tenants of the apartment where she lived have reported paranormal activity, such as furniture moving and a sense of an inhuman presence.
Pizza
So was
can be
Jenny
burger
West
buns.
shot? Was she shot, or was... I mean, she obviously was killed, I think. Right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't say obviously and then say I think.
Hack the movies, the answer is simple.
But
Pizza.
it seems as though either way she was murdered,
Fucking ignorance.
but they don't know
Hell
if
yeah.
she killed herself or she was shot by someone else. What they do know is this story of
All right,
her
Taco King, you
murder
caught me.
has led
But
to
I'm
an
not
apartment complex being
gonna stop trying to have
scared
every pizza.
of ghost activity for the most part. That's what I get. Okay, so there's obviously this apartment complex with a weird history, and it's leading to, like I said, that weird game of telephone.
The
where,
best.
yeah,
All right,
there
I'm
might
gonna
be
go
some
start changing out
truth
some of this,
to
put it in some
Jenny
more
West being
podcasts.
killed, but all it took was one person being like, "Yeah, Jenny West was killed in this building, and I saw a ghost moving around last week. It had to be her." Ta-da! Okay, so now on to New Jersey.
I'm sure those were some great
Nebraska's
sounds.
Wesleyan didn't make the most haunted college list. Drew University in Madison, New Jersey did. That's because it's not just one ghost, but many. They're said to haunt the campus. It's just a feeling you get that there are certain buildings you won't walk into by yourself. You couldn't pay somebody to go inside one of these buildings, one of the graduates of the 1983 class was quoted to have said. Referring to several of the buildings on campus, he had claimed that he wouldn't walk in them without getting paid. These include the Asbury Hall, Mead Hall, and the Craig Chapel, all of which are said to be hosts to the Drew's many ghosts. So again, I think I find myself hearing these things and reading these things about like every location has a certain place that they basically will keep up the stories, you know? And when it comes to a school, like I said, that adds to the allure. There are kids out there that are like, what? This is haunted? I mean, that's awesome. And then imagine all of the other students who are like, yeah, dude, this place is haunted. Not only is that the thing, but also this, and they're just making up stuff as they go along. And that's the fun part about the paranormal, about ghosts, urban legends. They can be made by anyone. They just got to be believed by one person, and that person just continues to... It's that same joke that Tom Segura said that his dad told him at one point that Tommy Lee Jones was gay. And that was just... He took it as fact. And that's just how it is sometimes. Some people are just like, yeah, no, this guy told me, so it must be real. And who knows? Maybe sometimes it is, but I would say a good percentage of the time it's just somebody talking out of their ass.
Mr. Ed,
And
of
they didn't
course there
expect you
would,
to believe it.
because I'm not going to settle for fucking
now we're
Carl
going to
walking in
New
here and going, oh, yeah, I went to Gary, Indiana. Here's a Photoshop picture of me in front of a fucking sign. He already told me that's what he was going to do if he did it.
In
Fucking looking to
1951,
cheat.
a water heater
He's
exploded
looking to
in
cheat.
a chemo theater in Albuquerque, and it killed several people, including a 6-year-old boy
I'm
named
trying to
Bobby.
join this fucking
Ever
Discord
since
because
then,
apparently
his ghost has been
Carl's going to
haunting
fucking
the
try to
theater,
call me.
creating mischief. It's gotten so that performers leave him offerings, usually donuts.
So I'm going to try to be in the room
And
or whatever.
they do this to earn his affection, his trust, and also so he doesn't interfere with their performance. Still,
Yeah, let me know when I
there
should
are
look out for that
electrical
shit.
or mechanical problems, everyone assumes it's the mischievous work of Bobby. Okay, so here we are again, where it's a big place, many people, and a crazy thing that happened, and people just.
How do I feel about
to the story.
Grimaldi's?
You know, at
Is that
any
what somebody
point, you
just
can be like,
asked
oh,
me?
you know, I didn't do a great job during that performance because
It's
you know,
all right,
lights
Mr.
went out
Ed.
because of the ghost boy. Like it's an easy out for probably a lot of folks.
Little Bobby just
Yeah,
running
we
around,
were really
fucking
bad
everything up in
last
a
week,
theater.
Huh? That damn ghost, man. He made me forget.
Are you
all
talking
my
about
lines.
Grimaldi's, a pizza place?
What? Now it's time for the big.
I'm
city of
guessing
New
I
York.
love it. Hold on, Carl's calling me. Yes.
So the Headless Horseman of New York.
Yeah.
is
I just like
impossible to
logged
think
into the
of
chat room. I
a more
thought.
famous New York ghost
Do you
story
see
than that
the ad
of
creep
the Headless
off?
Horseman. It's the spirit of a revolutionary soldier who is said to have lost his head in battle and is forever searching for it throughout the Hudson Valley. There's even a Halloween haunted hayride in Ulster Park.
All
New
right,
York,
folks. I guess I get to go on
commemorate the Headless
WATP
Horseman.
now. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, so the first thing I think about when I read that is, you know, Sleepy Hollow, of course. Now, is this where that came from? Probably. But I feel like that's where most horror movie stories originate. An urban legend, right? I mean, they certainly take direct urban legends and turn them into movies, but they also take just the generalization of an urban legend and put that into a movie. I mean, how do you think you got such iconic characters as Freddy Krueger, Mike Myers, Jason Voorhees, Leatherface? You know, they're taken from an idea of real tragedy, real crimes, real heinous things, and they turn it into a movie, as well as taking urban legends and fake stories and fiction and made up things from history and turn them into movies, and they get huge. They become large things. I mean, the idea of a ghost at all had to start with one person feeling a presence, right? To even hear those words, feeling a presence, had to start somewhere. Somebody was like, "Did I felt a presence?" And somebody else was like, "Well, yeah, I mean, I'm here with you." He's like, "No, but I mean, like, there's like an invisible person, like a guy who's here but he's not here." And like, "Oh, it's like a superhero. He's got powers. He just turns invisible." No, I mean, like, the temperature change. It's like, oh, okay, so like he has multiple powers. I mean, it seems like, for me at least, when it comes to this specific topic of ghost, it seems like there's always an answer. It feels like there's always, this is an easier debatable topic, because the evidence to me throughout history has proven nothing. It hasn't proven that there's ghosts.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
I've had 8 hours to think about it.
I'm skeptical. I have not seen enough evidence. Okay? And it seems like when it comes to anything in history, there is a certain point where you can find enough evidence to prove true or false. But here we are in 2020, and we still can't capture a good enough video or audio footage of a ghost doing something like productive instead of moving a tablecloth or breathing loudly into someone's ear. It's bizarre. But now, guys, let's get into North Carolina and the lost colony of Roanoke. Roanoke Colony was one of the first European settlements in the United States, having been founded in 1587 at the direction of Queen Elizabeth. 3 years later, everyone was gone, and all that remained of the 117 souls that had once been there was a signpost onto which the word Croatoan had been carved. Okay, so this is very strange. This is one of the weirdest things that I've ever heard of before. And I've definitely heard of this Roanoke thing. I mean, they did a whole American Horror Story about it. But the history of it is so crazy to think that there was all these people that went to this place and then eventually disappeared, and all they left with was a sign that said this word that I have no idea what it means. And most people probably had no idea what it meant. It's an unsolved mystery for sure. And as I sit here and think about it, it's like, man, imagine being one of those people, because this is not this. I mean, there's not really any paranormal activity. Are we saying that if we go to Roanoke Island, you're somehow going to run into these ghosts of the 117 souls? I don't know. It's very vague. So let's continue on and get away from the mystery, I suppose, and more into the ghostly activity in North Dakota.
By looking for the Creep Off on YouTube, or just follow us on Twitter at the Creep Off Pod, and you will find us. All right. Yep.
The White Lady of Pembina County.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
On the old covered bridge in the Tetra
Just
Woods
fucking
in
hate
Pembina
Carl.
County, that's known as White Lady Lane. You'll know it, locals say, because you'll find a sense of dread.
So apparently,
melancholy,
Andy,
unseen presence.
Croge, and Carl
The
will
old
be
bridge is
stopping
haunted by the
by
spirit of a young woman
in just a little bit.
known as the White Lady. There are several competing versions about who the White Lady was, but all of them seem to involve a young woman who died tragically in the 1800s, before she was ready to actually take leave of life.
Will somebody tell Seamus it's 2020 and we shouldn't care so much about the White Lady?
Now, this is one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess to really have value here, you would have to say, you'd have to be somebody that went there. Or you would have to talk to somebody that had went there. Because simply just feeling dread and melancholy, but no specific answers as to who this woman was or why she died tragically in the 1800s, it's so vague. It's just one of those things that some old guy probably told his kid, and then it just blew up into this thing. Like, yeah, that's the road. That's the road for the White Lady. Yeah, no. Terrifying. But let's go to Ohio and the real Bloody Mary. They say if you repeat her name 3 times, 13 times, whatever number of times, she will appear. And you won't want to know what happens next. But this version of the famous story originated in Ohio. Although there are many competing theories, the spookiest one, without a doubt, is the one that involves a woman named Mary who lived near Lake Erie. She resorted to witchcraft to win the heart of a man whose heart couldn't be won. But after Mary died, she continued to haunt Lake Erie. And if you are not careful, she'll drag you underwater. All right, so now,
Jealous of you, Kevbot.
Listen to this podcast because
jealous of you,
they
buddy.
Probably have
You
experienced
enjoy
something like that.
Oh my
trying
God.
to do light as a feather, stiff as a board as a kid, or Bloody
I just
Mary.
want everyone to know.
I mean,
in
there's so many
12
things that
minutes,
we
there's
never
no
dreamed
more
of
Patrick Michael,
doing as kids
unless
who were
this
curious about
motherfucker
the world,
releases
I
another
suppose.
episode.
And just also the friends that you had, because you had friends that were like, "Yeah, dude, I did Bloody Mary last weekend." Yeah,
I'm going
Thankfully,
through
I
the
did it in
email
bathroom
and I'm
because
looking
I
into
peed.
all of your
I mean, I got so scared. I didn't
links
see
that you all
anything,
sent
but
me.
I just assumed that I would, so I peed. But it was the bathroom, so it was all good. Not a big deal. I know now.
So
that,
anybody who sent me stuff from
that is why we do
Spotify,
it
I'm
in the
popping it into the
But this
queue,
does
baby.
remind me of that Paranormal Activity scene where they do a Bloody Mary in the bathroom with a little girl. And I feel like that's how it always originates.
Someone
With
send
a
me
young
some
kid,
Maddox, something with like a Spotify link would be fucking,
who says,
just
I said Bloody
ideal.
Mary
I love you
65
for
times.
it.
And eventually she did show up. She seemed to be quite busy. She was frustrated she had to attend the meeting, but she did. I mean, she finally made it, thankfully.
All right,
She has a
I'm
tight
going back
schedule.
into
A lot
the
of people are
studio.
Bloody
See you in a
Mary
second.
Into the thing. But, I mean, if there is some truth to it, the idea that you practice witchcraft, it doesn't really say when this woman was living near Lake Erie in Ohio, but practicing witchcraft had to be a while ago, right? And to practice it so hard that she was using it to try and win somebody's heart. And it's like, I don't know, that's devious for sure. And now she just haunts the lake. She just hangs out there. She's like, well, I didn't get his heart, so I'm just going to hang out by the water because it's nice. Like, what? Okay, guys, so Oklahoma and the ghostly child. In 1907, 7-year-old Irene Houghton died of whooping cough. Or maybe she was poisoned by the nurse attending to her. And so it began, the haunting of the house that became the Stone Lion Inn in Guthrie. The home gives off a strange first impression, a local news outlet explained. And at one point, it was used as a funeral home. These days, there's still reports of mischievous ghost child squeezing the toes of sleeping guests and tapping her feet on the stairs between the second and third floor. So again, a ghost kid. Very scary. Very scary. Right? And then to think that the kid is just like so outgoing. And so
all right, let's live stream it up,
curious
baby.
that they're willing to mess with people's feet while they're sleeping. Come on, man.
That's really creepy.
But like I said, when it comes
Taco
to
King.
most paranormal activity,
I like it. You're a good guy.
outside of movies or random made-up stories, you don't hardly hear of a ghost just kicking somebody's ass. You know what I mean? We see it in so many horror movies where the ghost somehow throws the guy on
Obesity
the ceiling or whatever.
deathmatch. Who would have thought
Like,
you could
man.
do a marathon? Not my
Maybe
wife.
they'd get on film if it happened in real life. I mean, I'm sure there's even
You
people
guys
that'll
won't
tell
believe me, but
stories
the
like,
woman that I
"Yeah, dude,
married
fucking sleeping last night,
runs,
and I wake
is
up
training to run her first full
because I'm
marathon, but
thrown
she
to the
runs
ceiling
half
by my
marathons
ghost."
and shit all
Bullshit,
the
he
time.
doesn't pay a single
She's such an
dollar
in-shape person
to live in
compared to
my
me.
place
It's
or
probably
his
would
place.
just
Maybe
bother
it's his
you
place.
all.
Maybe I should pay more. This is all confusing. But he threw me to the ceiling again. And I just
I don't know if we
fixed.
will be drinking.
And the
I'm going
neighbors
to tell.
upstairs
Oh,
are
you know
getting
what?
frustrated,
I
dude.
left my phone. Oh, there it is.
What do I
Carl,
do? How do I kill the ghost?
bring me
It is a
booze.
ghost.
Bring booze, please.
Oregon and Anna Marple.
Bring booze, please. Stop. Your co-host, stop.
In the late 19th century, a local shoekeeper in Lafayette was murdered by Richard Marple, who was hung for his crime. At the hanging, his mother Anna Marple cursed the town.
When somebody
Vowing that
zings
it
me
would be
pretty good,
consumed
I'm
by
saving
fire.
these because I'm going to look at them later. I'm
next
going to laugh.
year,
So,
A
good on
devastating
you.
fire actually occurred, as well as many others over the next century.
Oh, you're the nicest
Although the
boomer
fires have
doomer.
since
I'm
ceased,
going to drink heavily
Ghost of
later.
Marple's mother supposedly
And
continues to haunt the town.
every
Especially the
penny
cemetery where
counts.
she is buried.
So,
Her moans,
counts
as
towards
well
me
as her
getting
laughter,
drunker.
haunt visitors to this day.
So, anybody wants to throw some cash in the hard liquor fund, greatly appreciated. Some
Now, it's so weird when you
tequila's,
hear
I
about
think, going to be my
cursing.
poison tonight.
You know, whenever anybody curses something or puts a hex on something, you know, they say, "Oh, well, this is going to happen."
Hold on a
If you do
second.
this, well, this is how
I got a
feel
question
that you
about
should
this.
be ended.
A lot of you
What
seem
have
to
you,
be
right? Like,
big
in this
fans
instance,
of
they
this
say
show, the biggest
this woman
podcast in the
vowed
universe.
that the town would be consumed by fire.
And
Like,
that's
so
fine,
specific,
but I'm not
number one.
allowed to listen to
And
good
number
shows.
two,
So
did it
remember
take you
that. I
here?
can't listen to good shows. I loaded in
Why'd you take-
a
why'd it take so
podcast
long?
about postal workers'
make sense to me.
uniforms. I also
It's like, dude, if I
loaded
had-
in
if
an
you had the
episode
power
about the porn pandemic,
curse anything,
hosted by an NFL punter. And coming
Wouldn't
up in
it
just a
happen
minute or
right
two,
then?
ladies and
Why would it
gentlemen,
take you
Stuttering John. I'm getting the energy back.
This
I'm
is what
ready
I
to
mean.
go for Stuttering
This is
John.
just
We'll
another
actually
instance of
analyze
somebody
whatever the fuck he's talking about
there
together.
being some
I went with an episode from
thing that
July.
took place,
It was a good call.
used that to
It was not
conjure
just
up
him talking to a
these
comedian.
stories
It was
to,
him basically
give
doing like a
incentive,
live stream like we're doing and
right?
answering questions.
That's the basic
So that
idea,
should
I
be
would
pretty
say,
fucking
in any of these
meta.
things. I mean, I did a whole episode on the Culberson Mansion, and you have to think, why keep it up? Why keep it up?
But is it a good show or is it a
Obviously,
bad
bring people
show?
in to check it out.
That's what I need to know, ladies and gentlemen.
But it's
Next
like,
picks.
this lady,
I'm going
she's like,
stronger
yeah,
than your friend
this whole place
is.
is gonna be
Sorry
a
about
curse in
that.
this town. Fuck this place.
Hope the funeral was
Hope
good,
it-
bud.
I hope it
Welcome
is
back.
destroyed.
I'm going strong. I had some
Actually,
pizza.
I'm gonna be more
I'm not
specific.
kidding
know
you.
what? I
That
hope
shit
it's
charged
destroyed
my
by
engine.
fire. How about that? How about that? I'm putting. my
Oh,
money on
Severus.
fire.
We're doing
Okay.
it. Whole
Is
episode.
that good?
The worst episode of Biggest Problem in the Universe was episode 77. All right, so it's going to skip the line. It is going to be right after Stuttering John, Biggest Problem in the Universe. That's the lineup. And then whatever else we have time for, hopefully by then this shit will almost be over and I will have survived. I stepped out for a minute because I just did like a little chat 'em up with Croge and Andy and Carl for this week's WATP that they're filming right now. And
lady being a witch,
yeah.
There's a possibility.
Thank you, Beck.
But for her to say it's going to be consumed by fire.
Tyler's MVP for the pizza, but Beck, I'm loving you right now. You're the
I
greatest.
don't think she is really.
Obesity Death March, you made me laugh hysterically earlier. I just love you too. Slime Night,
So today's
you've been here through this whole thing. You're the greatest.
It's gonna be
I love
that.
you guys. This is awesome.
Pennsylvania.
I can't believe we've gotten this far into it. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes away.
Has it that a young woman
Oh, Vic is a fit. Yeah, I talked to her for a second. She was there too. I didn't mention her because she's so fucking inconsequential to me. She, whatever. Wish her the best, but fucking holy shit.
her screams can still
Not
be
for
heard,
nothing.
as well as the
People who go and do
occasional
open
screeching
mics
Even
are
with no
fucking
cause.
weird. I know I was one of them, and I'm telling you, I'm fucking weird. It's.
Okay, so first
Is
off,
anybody here an
that
open
is
mic comic?
horrifying.
Anybody watching? Are you an open mic
To be
comic?
dragged by your own car down. I mean,
If it's all right to say if you are. If not, that's cool. But I'm just trying to explain something to you. The mentality of working a day-to-day job sucks.
horrific.
Some people handle it better than others.
You know, something
And
that
what I've seen time and time again are people
and then now
who
forever.
get into open mics, and for whatever reason, people in a scene kind of like them, whether it's they're really weird and they don't really get laughs, but they try so hard. Like you're real like, you know, tryhards and people
When
who,
it's something like this where a woman
I don't know, but she got this little bit of attention,
accidentally,
and she's doing this pie. Then all of a sudden she's doing open mics. And then she goes to a couple mics, and you guys all saw the comedy, and I'm not trying to shit on somebody for
you'll
trying,
hear her
but
screaming. Of course, it's horrible to hear her screaming and
the
screeching
fact that she
tires,
called those guys on that podcast
sense,
out
you're still like,
blew my fucking mind. I had like a love-hate thing where part of it was just the show, whatever. But when she did that, I was just like, what the fuck is going on in your head?
I thought it was gonna be
That
much
you're
better.
just going to
Yeah, no.
attack these
The
guys
sound
because
of her
one of
screaming
them
as she died still can be heard.
liked you. I don't know. It was very weird. I guess good luck. I don't know. Is that how you
Imagine being like a
salute
relative
Wachan? Is it
moving nearby. Just like,
Sergeant
"Yeah,
Slaughter would slap me right
Sarah
now.
screams. Good night. Miss you. What in the fuck? That's just bizarre. But yeah.
Stan,
This has been Dead Town.
you
Thank so
can
much
do
for
it. It's you
listening,
can do it.
supporting,
But the
doing what you
fact
do.
is, she walked in with the mentality of she was someone in this scene, like she was going to go in, like the fans all gave her attention or whatever, and then she walked into this completely different universe and didn't do well, and then attacked the people who do well at it.
Paranormal
It's
States,
fucking weird.
4. Dead Town. All right, bye.
Yeah, good for those guys. I mean, WATP, you know, I make fun of Carl, but it's a big show. People like it. He does very, very well with that show, and it's awesome. It's funny. It's fucking needs to be done because so many fucking people think they're good at stuff. Okay? Not everybody's good at everything. I'm not good at everything. There's things I've done that are terrible, but I don't fucking try to advertise them. Fucking Caesar leaves. Fucking A, get me a drink. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Do you hear that sweet, sweet music? Holy shit. This is why I never would ever want a fucking radio show. To have to do this, and every 3 or 4 minutes have to stop your fucking concentration to listen to a fucking pop hit or a fucking classic rock. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Turn the Page by Bob Seger. Fuck that.
Yeah. Welcome to the world famous
Holy shit.
Stuttering John podcast. How are you, everybody? Everybody, can you hear me okay? Please let me know.
Yeah, I can hear you
Change
too
my mic
fucking
to
well,
my
asshole.
Scarlet 2 i2 USB line. And now we should all be here together. All right. It has been an interesting morning, to say the least. Hello, Nikki B. Hello, Mitch Kramer and Heather Warner, I love you.
What have I done?
Hitler Jr., Mark P. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the world-famous Stuttering John podcast. As you can see on the screen, that's how you PayPal me. If you want to PayPal me, that's how you do it.
It's right here,
You want to
folks.
support the podcast Pelican season, that's how you do it. Who else we got? Chris McKenzie from Huntsville, Alabama. Nikki B from San Diego.
Oh, no.
Everybody's in the house. Philip P. D.A.B. It's Sixes is here. And, okay. I can see my
I put
guest
the booze money up to fucking make
is
fun of him.
waiting on
guys.
deck.
Fucking relax.
This has been an interesting morning, to say the least. And this
Hi,
involves
LB Theater.
my super
Thank you
fan,
for
Sal.
tuning in. Oh,
Now-
God damn it. Okay. I've got to.
Sal?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
First of all, hello, William Zavala. I know that Heather Warner.
I'm
has
trying
been
to do this
saying
from
you
a computer in
shouldn't
the
have
other
Sal D
room.
on.
Hold on.
But you know what? I have decided that I'm going to have
We're
Sal
just going to.
For a while there, I was questioning
We're just going to turn that down
his
a little.
existence.
Does that sound good to you
I
guys?
thought maybe he was a troll, like Hot Carla, or the
I know him.
two fat bald bastards from Florida.
Yeah.
Or maybe Velvet.
Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck.
That horrible person, Vicky. I did not know if Sal was a troll or he legitimately
I'll read out your
was
names.
a fan.
Taco King,
Talking to Sean
Mr.
about
Ed,
moderator
Mafia
Sean
Cow,
shouldn't be in here
Sean
anymore,
Connery 94,
but I know he is putting everything in slow.
Slime Knight Lodo, Sean Connery 94,
for the super chat.
Sanctus Dominus Infernus ad Astra,
PayPal address.
Obesity Deathmatch. How's my John impression? Am I doing it?
On Thursday, after delivering a great show with the great
Kobe
Sarah
Rush,
and
Miss
nothing from you.
Pussy Liquor.
Actually, it's not true.
Oh, Beck W. She's a sweetheart. I love Beck W.
But I was talking
Grayson
to Monique from
Barcala.
Radio Gunk, and she has told me
Tampon
I have
Tom.
to get some new equipment so I could take phone calls.
Nick
And
Ger-
I do want to take
Oh!
phone calls.
Nick.
So I
Nick.
have to purchase some new equipment. As you know, as I told you on my last podcast, all my
Why
gigs
are
in
all you
Florida
trolls
have been
out here attacking
I'm
me?
responsible for canceling the one in at Side Splitters in Tampa only because it was the only one
Matthew
left.
Black.
And, I'm not going to fly across the country for a Wednesday nighter. You
bastards.
So thanks that Brian over at Side
Ooh.
Splitters was understanding.
So
We
close.
will reschedule.
Almost.
But Randy at the Boca Black Box in the Town Event Hall Center in Port St. Lucie, they had to close down. So
The place he played closed down. Is
I had
that what
to
he just
cancel.
said? That's
Let me
about
bring
right.
in my co-host of the day, my moderator, straight from Toronto, Canada.
Wow, I look like shit.
My
Can you hear
coxaloppin.
me, Sal?
Where's Sal?
My coxaloppin.
No, not Sal.
I'm Sal.
John, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm
Are
doing
you from Toronto?
Grayson. I'm doing my stuttering
Just
John
north of
impression.
Toronto.
Relax.
Okay.
I'm so sorry I didn't say your name right,
Wanna-
Mr. Baccarella.
Very concerned, but here, Sean, why don't you tell the world Sal D is
Cyborganic.
a real person?
Well, Sal D is a real person. I had
Oh,
a
is this the
chat with
episode where he
him,
tries to convince
earlier
everybody
today.
that his Fake
He could
account
be
is real.
pulling our legs, but we're gonna give him a shot. And,
How long's left? Great
let's
question.
see what happens. Roll with it.
3
Okay, I'm putting it on
hours
the
and
fence
33
here.
minutes.
I think he's pulling our leg, but
That's
bring
fucking
in
weird.
Sal.
Great question,
I
Matthew.
did as well, but let's see.
If he turns out to be
Honest
a
to God,
troll,
I feel like we
then
could do this to
we were
tomorrow.
correct. If he turns out not to be a troll, then
We
were
started
incorrect.
very
Here we
early
go.
today.
Here you
I
go.
got up. My alarm was set
Sal
for
D.
5:30,
There he
and I
is.
was awake at 5:15.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Getting ready to come here
What's
to make
up,
sure
guys?
that everything worked,
Now you
so
are
I
a
could
real
do this
person.
bullshit and listen to
first
this
podcast?
fucking guy yell around.
is that a beer you're drinking?
For the love of Christ!
Is it okay if I say it is?
Yes.
It's a beer.
Yes, I will have my beers, brats, and backgammon after the podcast today. I'm going to have some spicy brats, some hot brats.
Cool,
All right,
John.
Sal, I know we had a little thing in the morning here because you wouldn't show me your
My new
driver's
career.
license, and I was
Listen,
getting irritated with you.
We're not going to the top
You know
shelf
what?
yet on that hard liquor fund, so I don't know if I could do this every
damn
day,
right I don't
Mafia
wanna show my
Cal.
driver's license.
No, I understand.
That's your Lord and Savior. You got to be open to your Lord and Savior.
I will listen. I will fly John out here.
You know what, Cool Hand James?
at my
It
house,
actually is
and I'll
worse than
flash him
Seamus
all my
because
IDs for him while
Seamus's
Dylan picks him
monotone
up at the
voice is
airport.
easy to
Is that
tune
good
out.
enough? I'll do that for
Could
you,
you
John.
imagine
All
living
right,
in the
Sal, that's-
fucking
see, now I'm
complex with
starting
this
to believe
asshole
Sal
on
is
his balcony,
actually a
talking
person.
like
Here,
this
let me-
loud
let me
every
show you.
fucking day?
Chicago
Something cool?
accent.
Look familiar?
Oh my God! Is that what you?
Hold on, I got another one for you. Look
What?
familiar?
What?
My arm. This is your beautiful burn.
Yeah.
This is the thumb. Had it sewn back on. Waiting for it to either show redness. It's a little blue right now. I'm going back tomorrow morning.
Is this fucking old man talking
Sal.
about his ailments?
And this is one of the reasons, Heather, that I wanted to have Sal on the show.
'Cause
Sal.
Hey, by the way, I'm an open book. I don't care. I have nothing to lose.
Okay, now Sal, you have to understand something here.
This
I don't want
this
you
is
to
a
hurt
plant.
yourself.
This is somebody
I
he's
don't
having
want you
on
to hurt
here,
anybody else.
like a
And I'm
buddy of
going
his
on
from the
record as
fucking
saying
bar
this.
that he's always
I would never
talking
hurt
about.
anybody else.
I need you to pretend
Okay,
to
but
be
I don't want you to
Sal
hurt
D.
yourself.
Well,
Like,
I have the right to do what I want to do if it doesn't take my life.
Nate's picks. It's not
Sal,
for
I know,
everyone,
but
buddy.
If you are a super fan, like you appear to be,
Oh, I'm more than a super fan.
then I don't want
More
to
than a
lose
super
You're
fan.
not gonna lose me.
He's an employee.
You know what it is? You're not going to lose me. I know what I'm doing.
you. Okay, and then I
You're,
DM.
by the way, you're
Sean.
seeing the fully medicated, lorazepam, looking good person right now. I'm not freaking out. I feel awesome. Took my sports car out. I just
There
brought
you
my
go.
ladies for a
Feel better
ride.
now, John.
What kind of card you buy?
This
I
guy
can't-
isn't-
It's kind of dark in there, Sal.
This isn't real.
Wow, what kind of car is that?
It's a 20.
Yeah, Grayson. Back to back, there's no comparison.
Polaris swing
Seamus is the better broadcaster.
Yeah, that's cool.
Clearly.
Okay, so Sal.
Clearly. Hey, Newest Whaler, welcome back. Newest Whaler's
One thing I
here.
did, Sean, I did this as a
Welcome,
joke,
Newest
because
Whaler.
Sal
Welcome
is
to the
rich
super
guy.
chat.
I didn't know.
You
let me change
loser.
that. I'm single.
Fill up
I'm
that hard
living
liquor
a
fund,
nice
baby.
dream. I'm a divorcee, and I did very good at the market. And I
Yeah, we all think he
he
should have learned a thing or two. What's amazing is how little he learned.
But you own 3 houses.
There you go.
Yes, I do.
You
I
think-
rent one of them, and I own
Nate's
3, but
picks.
I'm renting out one.
You
so I own
think
2.
that he should have learned a thing working
Oh,
for
yeah, people are
Stern?
asking, can you
He
turn
should
the
have
light so
learned
we
a
can
thing
see
or
your
two
face? How
listening
it's
to the
cool,
fucking
Turn it on
radio
or
as a
turn it off?
child.
Turn it
He
on,
should
'cause
have
I can't
learned a
see.
thing or two just
There you
in
go.
general being in society.
no.
But no,
move your face
he's
into
learned
the camera a
nothing.
little bit.
Clearly, he has someone
that's
pretending
better.
to be his biggest fan
Yeah, every time
on a
you move back, it gets
podcast.
dark.
All right, how about now?
It's still a little dark, but I think it's because of the glare from the garage door.
You think so? All right, let's try doing something else there. I can do something real quick.
You can turn the computer around or something. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay, so now okay.
Much
So
better.
anyway,
Yeah.
Sal,
Cowman, Seamus
hey,
can carry
I
on
don't
a
want you to
coherent
hurt-
thought for more than 10 seconds.
want you to
The
hurt
problem
yourself
is he then
on account of me.
contradicts
You
it
understand?
5 seconds later.
Now, when you say don't hurt yourself on account of you, what are you referring to?
well, you were trying to brand your name in your hand.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
want him
the-
turned
the
down
Stoner
more,
John
everybody?
Podcast,
You know
correct?
how many likes that'll take on Twitter?
I
Hold
know,
on.
but I don't want you to
You
do
don't
anything.
think people, John, we can get listening to this
Let's
podcast?
get into why don't we get into the Howard Stern at his house?
Well,
that
I'm
was
going to say
true.
one thing about that.
Okay, well, hold on.
Is that a little bit better? Is that a little bit better?
Talk about that because that's a pending scenario, and I cannot talk about that. Or else
Could
you'll
I-
never see me again.
could I at least-
I won't be around.
Could I at least, say what it is or no?
You could say it. I won't answer if it's true or not.
Okay, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna ask you any questions. Just allegedly, I had heard that Sal showed up at Howard's house with the sign, "Stuttering John deserves respect." You pulled your pants down, and then Beth saw you, and then you ended up going to the pokey, if you will, for a couple of days until Howard dropped the charge. That's what I heard.
Well, I can't deny or say that's true.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sal, so Sean, I
Look
was
who's
on
calling
Sal's
everybody.
DM, and I said, wait a second,
Carl.
if you're this wealthy,
Hi, Carl.
why haven't you ever gave me a super chat or a
What?
PayPal?
You know what?
I can't hear you.
Meet me in person, and we'll have a damn good
No,
time.
you're
and you
seriously
won't even
cutting
have to
out
worry
terribly.
about the PayPal. We'll have some fun. I mean, what do you want? You want me to throw you $2 or $3, $10? That's not what
Whatever. Just whatever. Just whatever
Well,
you
if
got at
haven't
home.
changed
Just
your
come
heart,
on
there's
over.
the link. Anyway, I know that you only drink hard liquor. So Sal, why me?
I'll have a beer with
Why
you. Sure.
do you
Why
call
not?
me your
It's a
Lord and
day.
Savior?
You know,
Come on by.
I started off being a truck
So
driver.
Carl's coming by with booze. The guy's bringing beers. Cheap motherfucker. Low rent. A man lives high on the horse. The guy's got a beautiful home, but fucking the cheapest of beers. I don't understand. It's like a silk hat on a pig. I'm sorry to use that expression. This guy.
David Koresh?
And I'm gonna have a beer. I cannot wait to have a drink. This fucking thing.
And that was
This fucking thing. Now that I'm on fucking Stuttering John.
You know, the only person that I waited to come on.
Why are you so sad? Because Carl's coming? Me too.
Waiting for you to come on
Hashtag.
consistently is because the show would sit there, and it would work. It would work. It would work. And it was feeling like
I'm
the
sorry,
road was
Taco
not
King.
going to the end.
I'm
anymore.
not putting them on camera or anything.
When you walk
They're
in,
not hijacking my
it
live
was
stream.
almost like, here we go. You can't get out of your truck. You can't do anything because this is now about to get interesting.
Carl is
When you
frugal.
jumped in there,
Carl looks like a
everything. It's
Fraggle,
almost that
is what I think you
how
meant to
the light
say.
switch went on. He became funny. The jokes started coming funnier. Everything about it was fun.
Yeah, Stuttering John has made alcoholism
And you know what?
contagious in
And
Louisville.
that
I
right there,
agree.
Always from working that way, I can keep
You think
going
he's
backwards.
wasting all his money on
Stealing
good
the
beer?
Gary puppet.
I guess
For
you're
me,
right.
I mean, the things that just kept on happening, were just.
Oh,
were
if he
just the
shows up
same.
with Chris.
But it always revolved around you.
I'm gonna have to.
All right. And
Fucking,
the
we got
talent
people
that you
coming in
had
here
during
tonight.
that
These are
period
big
of
Chris
time
in here.
was incredible.
The guy wears fucking
And
sweatpants for
then,
Christ's
I'll
sake.
shoot up a little farther forward. And then, as I, like now in these tweets, I see how people hate you. They say, I hate you for this. I see this one chick. I don't know, her name is, I don't know if you want me to say the name, Vicky. You know,
Vicky,
you block
yeah.
her. She says nothing but bad stuff to you. You know what, dude? Like, between me and you, I talk bad stuff about my ex-wife all the time. But you know what? I don't post it. This chick's in love with you.
I know.
Everybody that says bad things about you, John, keep in mind, they're in love with you.
I know they
love you. They're fans.
I know Vicky is. She follows me on every platform and says the same thing. I smell. Like, how does she know if I smell? She never met me.
Is he
And you
really
know what?
talking about Vic
Whatever,
right now?
Okay. Here's the thing I don't understand. These people, I must have gotten since yesterday, thousands and thousands and thousands of people excited that I was coming on, not because of me, because they thought it was you. So if you guys hate John so much, what's all the excitement? What's the excitement? All these people that say they hate you, they love you.
Yeah.
It
And
doesn't make sense.
See, Sal, like, you do seem incredibly normal now. Sean, you have to admit it does.
I took 2 Valaxifens this morning. So.
I said run. I said run with it. But
Yeah,
Sal,
actually, Sal, Sean is the one. After you sent him, like, the video, Sean said, Sal is real. Have him on. Because we were questioning it. Just
Producer
like the
Chris
people
is
over
Carl's
there.
wife. Cat's out of the
The
bag.
biggest thing we were questioning is Sal.
12 hours in,
is
like a fucking rose is what I smell like.
But
You
from
watch it.
2010, 11, 12.
Oh, you want me to
14,
confirm that
15,
Jen is Carl's wife?
And then it's just this.
Do you know how many
John and
times
his hate.
people have the misconception that I erase things? Okay. my way of getting people to know about John is, I'll pull up, I'll go into child rape on the internet. No, it's not funny.
That guy just said, my way of letting people know about John. You know what's interesting about that is, it just proves the point that no one fucking knows about John.
That hate, all of a sudden, you know what produces? People coming to listen to you. Well, I took this in college. People, you may not think I have a college degree. I'm this complete wacko that's been locked up in the psychopath ward, which I have been 3 weeks ago. But I got out for good behavior. Now you guys are kind of messing me up. I'm drinking beer on medication.
Don't worry, I always do.
Yeah, well, do you know how it works for lorazepam? Because this will be a first for me.
No, I don't even know what lorazepam is.
They tell me not to drink this beer. It's the platinum beer because it's got 6% alcohol.
It is more alcohol. I try and stay away from those because I like pretty much water, Coors Light. Sal, Vic Hitler Jr. has a question. Why did you delete all the tweets the same week Noel joined the show?
Because I felt it was out of respect for Noel. Noel was a serious individual. I didn't want to scare Noel away. All right, okay. Some of the stuff I do is outrageous. I mean, I'll go on Mehmet's thing and say, hey, douchebag, let's go listen to, Stuttering John, things like that. Or I might say something that I don't want to offend this guy. This guy seems like he's got his stuff together. How would you like somebody tagging him and saying he's an idiot or this and that? It puts a brash light on what we're doing.
Look, here, Sal D, Ryan Sharman, who's a good friend of mine, says this guy shouldn't have a platform.
So guys,
if this is a bit,
if they're showing up over here, I'm going to take a second and try to set up a camera so you can kind of see them. So I'm going to go into the control room and I'm going to play around for just a minute. So stay tuned.
I'm a super fan of Howard's, and Howard has her on all the time. Ryan, I disagree with you here. Sal's a super fan. He hasn't hurt anybody except for himself. If he's going to, be a fan of mine, Sean is a fan of mine, or at least that's how our friendship started. And, I was a fan. Yeah, Ryan Sharman, you're a fan of mine. You traveled 2 hours to see my stand-up twice.
Oh, by the way, that person that keeps saying it's me, and I don't know who that is. That's not me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not me. I like that person. I like to make her my friend.
That's your fan.
Promotion, but
Sal's got a fan there.
Yeah. Listen, you know what? If I tell you the hundreds and hundreds of messages I've gotten from people that love you than from people that hate you, and I leave alone the ones that love you because they love you. All right. The ones that hate you, I start a conversation and a dialogue with, and I come back with, it's more fun that way. Oh, so you really don't hate him? Well, I do. I like to bust his chops. So John is a person that has been on the Howard Stern show, is a big, a celebrity there. He's been on the Jay Leno show. He's been on, the Survivor. He's been, it's like, well, is John really a loser? What makes a person a loser? John has a nice house. John has pets.
Holy shit.
Great. John's able to drink Coors Light. He's not drinking Schlitz. Let's see here. Look, I don't want to repeat his lines. He's got 2 pensions. He's got a motorcycle. He's got 3 beautiful kids. All right, that are all getting scholarships to colleges. And he's got an ex-wife that he's friends with. He's a loser? I think the loser thing is to bust your balls. That's it. Because
too much work. Fuck them.
That's what you got to understand.
Well, I'll tell you something, Sal. It all started when I left Howard to go to Jay Leno because, see, this is really the truth. And Nikki B, I'll tell everybody the truth. People were so mad
because he has pets.
They knew that and I know I sound like I'm blowing my own horn here, but they knew that a very important, person on the show, a very important character of the show, is now leaving. No more of the Gary ball busting. No more of John confronting Fred and Howard. No more of all that magic. And they got mad.
Jealous. They were jealous.
They got mad that I left.
I was upset. I hated you because you left.
So I'm not going to lie to you guys. I didn't know that Carl was going to show up with these clowns. So I'm not really prepared for figuring out where they're going to be. I'll put Carl in that other studio.
Just like I'm sure a lot of people did. I'm sure the show
Trojan Andy are going to have to kiss each other on the couch or something.
Anyone would have done the same.
Or I'll make Andy sit behind Carl.
This show sucks.
It'd be
And I
weird.
was really disappointed. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the Jay Leno show because it's not my kind of thing. But you were on the Jay Leno show. That's major, man. That's not. You didn't go to Broadway and play Pinocchio, dude. You were the announcer on Jay Leno.
May I just point out
And
that it was
Jay
called The
Leno.
Tonight Show, not The Jay Leno Show, until after he quit and the Conan shit happened.
It's just silliness. Silliness.
No, I know, and it is.
My
kind of
cat
bizarre
doesn't think I'm a loser.
again, it's
Ha
because I
ha,
left,
Matthew
and
Black,
the other
good
thing that
job.
bothered them is because even
Has
when I
Andy
was
ever
on
been
the
on
show,
camera anywhere before?
even if they
I don't know.
liked me,
Check Live
they wanted
Jasmine.
to
How the fuck would I
see
know?
me as what Howard did when Howard would call me a loser. So when I went and gave the major FU to Howard and to Tom Chiasano and leave for a better show, more
He's a
popular
trucker. I'm
show,
sure he's on some weird
you know,
cams.
a late night, the #1 late night comedy show in the history of comedy shows. People got mad because they were like, "How dare John better his life?" It really angered them. You know, how dare John stick it to Howard? You know, and I'm telling you, that's what happened. I mean, people really got mad at me. And
can you imagine if you would have told anybody what you were doing? You wouldn't have had that job.
So, guys,
You would have been gone.
because I'm going to try to get this ready for them, I'm sitting right here, but I'm also going to be creating a scene. So what that means is I'm just going to be using this program to do something. So the screen's going to look a little weird for a minute.
Listening to you to see what the
Forgive
next thing
me.
you do is.
Yeah.
That's what I personally do.
Yeah.
I don't miss a show of yours. I don't see them usually when they're played live, just simply
All
because I'm
right.
either flying or I'm going somewhere. But when I get down, I sit there and I watch it and I laugh and I enjoy it. When I go and listen, because I do have a lifetime subscription to Sirius, I paid for lifetime. I don't laugh as much. Plain and simple.
Nobody
I mean,
does,
so,
buddy.
Am I
Nobody
just,
does,
am I
brother.
just that stupid that I don't laugh at one thing, I laugh at another? I must be wrong. Come on, these people know that. They're listening to you. Look at all the people that bust your balls. Do you bust people's balls if you don't like them? You know, it just doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't
People
make
don't
sense.
care.
I got Vicky who said, "Wow, you're really really fat." How the hell do you? I'm fat. Let's see. I'm 500.
Good shot.
I'm 5'9". Okay, I weigh about
Good shot.
75. I work out every day, and you know what? I run 6 miles.
This guy
I
sounds
don't know-
hot.
I don't know what that means, but they want to bring you down. You know, that's their way of bringing you down. And you know what? Who cares? John, do you care? Let me ask you a question. How do I know your house smells like cat piss? Has anybody been
Because
in your
you've
house
looked
and
at
maybe
John,
passed it on that it smells
and
like
John
cat piss?
obviously looks like someone who
You know,
smells
I'm
like
pretty sure-
cat piss.
I'm pretty sure John Melendez
Fuck
does
those
it like his
guys.
house
Mine
kept
nice
smelling
and
like
big.
cat piss, and it doesn't smell like cat piss.
No, of course it doesn't. But I will say that when I do get a whiff of the litter box, I changed kitty litter.
Don't
Yes,
whiff.
that's right. That's right. The people that call me losers, I can afford my own kitty litter. Okay. And I get the
Yeah,
good
but it's not the
stuff,
good stuff.
The Arm & Hammer.
And we change it once a day.
It's amazing.
I will do that.
Litter box once a day.
It ain't OBS. That's XSplit
No, don't you?
Milkshake Lake.
I clean it every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nedmo, I don't know.
you know,
I would love to do a
don't ask
Rochester
me
Show
what I do
reboot. That'd be a lot of
when I'm not
fun.
using my meds.
Vic Hitler Jr. Then why did the dishwasher repairman run out? Well, that is true, because I didn't change it, and the guy was like, oh.
The guy didn't want to do it to begin with.
Look, I'll be the first to say I'm a slob. Put it this way.
What nationality was he?
He was some like Czechoslovakian or something.
Well, he's upset because he was upset because you're not eating fat.
But
Oh, good
I
one.
had
It was 90 degrees too.
I once remember. It's a funny story. I was
No, it isn't.
I had my 6th floor walk-up apartment that Jackie the Joke Man gave me, and I once had a
Jackie
cleaning
gave
lady
him an
from-
apartment?
Cleaning lady from Romania come in, and she walked the 6 flights up, and she comes in, she looks around, and she goes, no.
Beck
no,
W.
no. I
Funny
go, "What happened?"
thing.
She goes,
Funny story, Beck W. The other day I had Carl take a picture in front of the green screen. So I have an amazingly good picture of Carl with a green screen that next time he does upset me, I'm going to put on my Twitter for you all to have fun with.
And my friend Eric came over for some backgammon. Eric from the pub, Pickwick's pub. Everybody knows that's where I hang out. And sure enough, Eric comes over and he goes, John, no cleaning lady's going to do this for 120. It's going to be like 250, and it's going to be over 3 different occasions.
All right, let me go get those dickheads. They're here. Be right back, guys.
Because I really hate to clean. I hate it. I hate it.
I got a 1900 square townhouse that one of the houses I use, and when I go there, I have a cleaning crew, 3 people. This is out of the Chicago area. I got them off Craigslist.
Oh my God!
They said insured, bonded, and they got to my house. They started cleaning, and they asked me, topless? I went, for cleaning? Oh yeah, we do topless cleaning. I said, clean her up. Dude, the house was spotless. I sat there like a mope on the couch watching cleaning ladies with no tops on.
Yeah, I saw that in California last year.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, but are they hot chicks or are they big and fat?
These were college chicks. One was a little. One looked like she got some motorcycle scratches on her face from falling down. I don't think it really had, but I think it just looked like it. And the other ones, you know, if you have 2 of the ones that have 6%, it was all good. Well, I just said, you know what? When you clean the windows, every time they went to swipe down, their nipples left tracks. And I'm like, guys, this is not working that way.
That's why his house is spotless. John's house would be spotless. It would be cleaned every day.
I know. I gotta get that. Now look, Sal. Now when you refer to me as your Lord and Savior, are you saying that, like, in jest, or I mean, because you obviously know I'm not a god.
What do you mean? You obviously know you're not a god. You know that for sure?
You're not going to believe these assholes.
How would you know that if you're the person we're referring to?
Thank you.
Well, okay. But
tweet it at Carl at Who Are These Pods. Put it in their Discord. Put it in the Reddit.
What's that?
Hashtag Vinnie Strong. Carl wrong. Hashtag Andy Nation.
No, I said to Sal,
sure.
You can be a god.
So listen, guys.
Listen, we had that one lady.
I asked him nicely to bring me booze. You heard me. He brought a fucking Wegmans bag full of Miller Lite.
I don't want to say that.
I'm good.
Because I'm not even sure you can do that on Zoom. I think that might be blocked now. So you can't even say white, green, anything like that. Yeah.
I hate them all so much right now.
Anyways, so
Andy will remain conveniently off screen.
Why not? He's a comical genius. I find him hysterical. I've gone to two of his shows in Long Island. I find him extremely, extremely funny. I love the ones.
No, it isn't.
These
no, it is not Milkshake Lake.
You did, okay? That, you know, first off,
you could sit.
They're pulled out of context.
Are they in here?
So they are. Whatever.
Crows could sit there, or you could sit there. Why don't you sit at the control out there, Carl? Andy, have a seat on the couch. Where's Crows? Crows, come sit in your seat over there.
Make you feel great about yourself? To me, I feel great that they're actually.
Yeah, you can sit on the couch.
We're on the live stream.
Yeah, buddy.
Woo.
And you know what?
Oh, and your email is pulled up here. I can start sending emails to people. From you. I'm just writing back to everyone in here. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
You actually said in the beginning, I'm working some stuff.
I'm not. Oh shit. My email is.
I'm not that cool.
Control it. You know, I never got. That was the first time I got into comedy, and I listened. I don't remember the name of the place. John.
Yeah, where's the
stream? I listened to it, and I was
Thank
busting laughing. There was somebody in the audience that kind of was
How's it
busting
going
your
over
balls
here?
a little bit, and you just slapped them down to the floor and kept going.
I'm on brand today, everybody.
I'm like, this fucker's. Oh, I don't know if I can say that. I'm sorry. This guy is incredible, and that's where I've been keeping on following you. You know, I was Ohio.
Vinnie Strong, Carl Ron.
Yep.
Dude, can you turn that down? That's annoying.
How long ago
Nope.
was the show that you saw? Were they
You gonna do this all day today?
All day. This is what I've been doing.
It's terrible.
Don't leave. Don't be stupid.
Yep, welcome, guys. Hey, Crows.
Hey, how are you, man?
Good to see you. Nice T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Way to be a cool guy.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Showing up in the T-shirt of the show that you were on this afternoon.
I'm the guy that goes to the concert with the shirt of the band that I'm going to see, too.
You exactly are that guy right now.
Which is acceptable if you go to see the Isotopes.
So, Carl, what you just walked in on, buddy, maybe you'll have some thoughts. This is the episode of Stuttering John Show where Sal D shows up.
Yeah. The fake Sal D.
Yeah. Now,
Right.
what did we learn about this Sal D guy? Give me some inside scoop for the people.
Well,
You're a real loser, John.
apparently
other one?
he was
Sal?
The
starting
other one
John's
was in Long
sock
Island.
account on
This was
Twitter,
a while ago. This
and
had to be when
then
you first
they had to
started.
prove that it
But
wasn't.
you
So
look
they
a
had
little
this guy
nervous.
come on and say that he's the real Sal D.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
that
not
must've been
believable in any
nervous,
way
but you were fun.
that anyone would be obsessed with
like
Stuttering
20
John and
years
think that
ago?
he's a good entertainer.
Maybe 50,
So
I
I'm
would
not
agree.
buying it.
maybe 50,
Yeah.
60. But
Wow,
see,
you're
you
right, Calman. He
were
really did
nervous,
kill the mood, didn't he?
but you were still
Why
fun.
were you guys having
So
fun?
what happened
Yeah.
is you had good-
Why
good
is that?
quality material.
What's
you-
fun about this?
Except
We've been having a blast. Would you folks in the chat tell him what a nice time we've had this
19
afternoon?
years ago. The only way I know that is because my first Stuttering
Now,
John
damn it.
tour happened on the second night.
No, we've been having fun, man. We ate
were
pizza.
at,
Oh, you've been having fun.
oh wait, hold
All
on.
That's a
right, this
pizza.
makes more sense.
That's a
Vinny's having
pizza.
fun because
On the
pizza was
shore.
involved.
And
Oh shit! I gotta
when
fix
my wife
something.
gave
This
birth,
isn't right
How
yet.
come I can't see Andy?
who is
Because Andy, there's no
19,
camera
so
for
and so.
Andy. I didn't know Andy was coming. Didn't care much either,
No, she
right? You know.
Well, tell Andy to come. Andy, come in the control room, and I'll sit on Vinny's lap.
I know, but that's how I know how many years I've been doing stuff.
Right.
Hold on.
Well, listen, man.
Is
You
this
know,
a
You know,
legit,
and
like,
the other
Mick
thing,
Foley
people have
sack?
this.
Yeah.
People have this really crazy thought.
Yeah,
that
certainly
when you get
is.
locked
Hold
up,
on.
all
Put that over
you know,
Carl's
I'm off my bed,
face.
You'll know I'm
We're gonna
crazy.
fix
There
this
was
up in a jiffy,
couple weeks
everybody.
ago, somebody
How
kept
is the hard
saying,
liquor fund
John
coming?
sucks, and it was over.
None of your
Over,
business.
over.
I'm not going to tell you how it's
And I
coming
couldn't-
because you're just going to try to make me give it to Seamus.
You should definitely donate to Seamus.
I think I messaged you and said, "Hey, dude, I'm about to do something crazy to show
Where's
how much
Machine
you
5?
don't suck." And you actually walked me down.
There you are.
And I calmed down 'cause at that point, I was about to cut off my little finger, and I was going to do
No,
it.
I bet
No, don't do anything like
You'll
that.
never see Andy's face, everybody. I've hit it.
So I got real good medical insurance. So you know.
Yeah.
I begged you, like.
You guys are really doing a great job on.
What I have here.
There's not even a mic over there, and you're not sitting on my lap.
Text someone before you're even thinking.
Am I
of
making
doing
you
anything
uncomfortable,
like that.
buddy? What's wrong? What's wrong, buddy?
Listen,
How was
I
the
wanna
pizza
tell
you
the
ate
audience and I
earlier?
wanna tell
I heard there was a lot of
everybody
it.
listening out
I
there,
don't care for
anything
that
I do
grin of yours.
Is it
I will
pretty
never
good?
hurt anybody else.
I don't want to be this close.
This is the best consequence yet. Don't you think?
The only person that
It's
I
way better than the
enjoy
7-second
doing
porn
something myself
challenge.
is myself. I was thinking about getting. Here's something
Hey,
that
buddy.
you know what?
I don't like this.
He's
I'm
very
asking you to get
uncomfortable
away
being in
from
the
me.
same room with you.
Oh, I don't. Oh,
But I'm holding out to do that
it's just the. Oh,
That will hurt you.
What a repulsive human.
you know what? I got enough money to last me till the day I
Was this
die.
better pizza than what you
So my
served against
question
Still
is,
fans?
I didn't until I know you got a contract with a major podcast. Because no offense.
I love you, Carl.
Got on there. No, that's it. Once you hit that,
Andy is about an
put it right
8.
on my forehead,
That's what
put it
Matthew
right on my neck.
Black says.
All right, and
Carl's
the
wearing
thing that we
jorts.
talked
Very
about
cool,
is
Carl.
I thought about one
That's
thing
my
that I did,
camera.
I kept thinking, I was gonna
Want to
start
show
myself
people
on
how
fire,
cool toys you have.
and I was gonna
Yeah,
do it.
I got lots of fun
no, I
stuff.
won't do that. I won't do that.
Vinny's a
And it
toy
was cool
collector.
tonight.
The one thing I did tell you, if you wanted to do something, the only thing I told you to do was try and get through the.
We're
the
here to
Stern Show
support
and mention
Vinny.
my
We're not
name 'cause I just wanna
bullying
see
him.
John.
We felt bad for him and we brought him free
You're
beer.
a boy. What are you talking about?
Stop touching my stuff.
Through the stuttering
No, it's all fucked up and wrong.
Hey, that looks great.
many
It's all crooked and wrong.
You're doing fantastic.
I
Well, it's
get
held out by
with
duct
the
tape. What do you want from me?
Don't touch it. That's
Hey,
not
for some reason they asked me,
for
"Are
you. God
are
damn
you
it.
connected with Jeff the Drunk?" I said, "I don't know who Jeff the Drunk is."
Yeah, my camera's all wonky now.
Okay, wait on.
So much,
I'm
Next
thinking,
Picks.
here it
So
is.
fucking
Now, in my
much.
head, what am I gonna do? I know there's a delay.
Oh my God,
You
you're.
know, I've worked in.
My camera is
media,
wonky.
So I know what
You
the
didn't
delay
invite us, we just
is.
showed up.
Great support to
Yeah, I
Vinny,
know,
you
yeah.
guys. That's what
We
Milkshake
had
Lake
no
said.
idea we were gonna do that.
Oh, Carl's just pounding a fucking White Claw now. Jesus Christ.
You haven't eaten all your cookies yet?
No. I haven't eaten a salad yet either.
When you open it up, you're like, oh, good, I'm going to have this later. Off camera.
And I cannot figure out.
Honey, I brought you dinner.
I cannot figure out. Unless
I
you're
spun
watching
up
this
the
podcast,
12-hour
Yeah,
podcast.
Carl doesn't have any boundaries. He's an asshole. He doesn't care. He'll get ready to. He'll touch your camera. He touches my cookies. Those are my cookies.
Speech impediment, man.
I put it on my
was supposed to
pants
come
for
on
2
this
seconds.
Show today.
All right, I'll shut up so you can hear John. Sorry, guys.
Guess what? He can't. Go ahead, Sean. Tell the story.
Looks like he would fit in well on the Who's Right podcast.
Yeah, no, he sent me a text.
I could see that
a couple months ago saying, "Yeah."
Why don't you go have Crozier sit on your lap?
Come on the podcast.
We don't have that type of
Then at least you'd have a microphone.
Crozier and I don't have that type of relationship.
Yes, you do. Oh, that's right. That's right. Carl sits on Crozier's lap. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, can't go
You
on.
smile talk even though I'm off mic.
Yes, I could hear your fucking grin. There's people who are listening from all over the world, and they could hear your fucking grin right now.
Contacted
All
today.
over the world.
There are
Representing 4 different states.
countries,
Put up,
different
couple things
countries,
up there. It made no
Carl.
sense. They were like his face, picture of his face.
Hey, how
Cool Hand James.
And,
how happy are you celebrating right now? Because it was your last day with Vic.
presenting, the world famous
good.
John.
it's good
I
news.
will be his guest.
I gotta find someone
And
that people hate
somehow,
as much as Vic.
I got a bunch
So
of
the hater
people
doesn't
with
come on
no
me.
names. I don't know who.
It's tall
saying,
order.
Don't do it.
It's a very emotional send-off today.
People have
Yeah, he is
A lot
smile
of-
talking from 3 rooms away. You're adding nothing by not being behind a
Don't do
microphone.
it. And that's why when you guys said
You're
"Hey,
adding
Carl,"
nothing
saying, "Don't do
to
it."
my punishment.
There's just
Those
very
same people that
me
are
not
telling
talking.
me to
Adding
tell you
nothing
not
and
to do it,
possibly
that I'm
just,
fake.
Pink,
Fake about
Pink
it.
Mensch, Germany
I'm not gonna go,
says Germany is
trick
here.
you.
It's me.
Your people.
Oh,
Or,
someone
I
actually
got
is
a
from Germany.
freaking hand is bird and
I
my
thought you were
thumb is
saying because
problem.
I was here.
And
Say, do you want to be the new news girl? No.
doesn't make any sense. So,
Where is
people
Kevin?
were-
Tucson.
told you that,
Tucson,
but those
In a
people
blanket
you
fort.
look at, I don't know who they
Yeah,
were. You
go get- would you
know
please?
that- Are these
Um,
people connected somehow?
New Jersey.
Howard
Yeah,
Stern.
check in, everybody. Let Carl know where you're all from.
Where's everybody from? Where you guys at?
We did that a little while ago. Is Kyle going to co-host in the near future, Carl?
Wait, sorry, John,
Every
talking
show
about
I
Baba Booey's
do,
teeth again.
Baba
We gotta
Booey
quiet down.
Yeah.
on his ride back to the house that Tooth built in Greenwich. I'm telling you, he always does. I know
Yeah,
he
even
does
his-
right now. Look,
his
Barry,
whole
what's up?
criticism
Oh, by the way, he's got the most secure.
of Chrissy Meyer was all about her teeth and
He's
gums.
got the most secure
It's like it.
location.
That's his only joke.
Still 1984 with this
He
guy.
must be God over there in Connecticut.
Arkansas,
You couldn't even get 100 feet close to
Denmark.
his house.
Pennsylvania.
Two different countries.
I'm New Jersey connected. Red Bank, Atlantic Highlands,
The problem is
Yeah, we got Australia, Isle of Man.
Sandy Hook, bitch.
Slime Night. You're in Maryland with Tom Myers. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Maine.
They have internet there?
Under Todd's trailer.
No Gary, Indiana.
This is the most people have been watching it anytime today.
And I come
This
to
is
No,
the
it isn't.
power- this
No,
is
it
the
isn't.
power of Crozier, WATP.
Yeah, I'm quite the draw.
Crozier's here.
Joe's
These
location.
fucking guys are the worst.
Cannot fly over.
Bringing so
Can
much
you
to
Can
everything.
you answer me how that?
How you doing back there, Andy?
Lonely. No, I'm fine.
Why can't I fly
That's
I got my
good.
pants off. I'm good.
Why don't you go back there, pull up a chair next to him?
I think it's earlier.
I'm not drinking that swill.
Come on.
Fucking Miller Lite.
You begged us to bring you beer, and now you're gonna complain about what it was.
I don't want you to tell me yes or no. I don't. I don't. I never
This
wanna-
is what you heathens drink.
I never want to put you in a
I'll tell you
situation.
yes or no. We'll speak
Hey, we
after.
could grab a chair.
Yeah, I'll never put you in a. John, one thing I'll
Just
do,
put that soundboard
I'll never
on the
put you in a
ground. No one
situation
cares.
where you can get in trouble.
Or just toss it on the
Because I
couch and
respect
pull up a
you
chair
as
next
a
to Andy,
person. I know
and
you
you
have
two
family, I
can
know you have
hug.
kids.
Andy and I don't have a relationship like that, Vinny.
Like phenomenal children. And to me, children.
All right, let's
even
talk
for
about your
the
hard liquor fund.
idiots,
Yeah, what about it?
How many donators so far? I know I was one of them.
off. You don't.
Yeah, you did donate. You kicked in $10.
I did.
So far today, I've only made $10.
That sounds about right.
$5 and said,
Let's
"Good
see
luck,
where it's
John.
at.
Sal D, I get you.
Oh,
But please stop self-harm.
Thank you, everyone.
I say to you. And
Where are you at?
Sean, you are hot as F.
There you go, Sean.
Where you at, buddy?
And
You
by
want
the
to
way,
get some whiskeys tonight?
I'm gonna get something better than this Miller Lite.
Sean, Nikki
Oh,
Mays,
fucking
no slouch, is
complainer.
pretty cute.
I'm not complaining. I'm
What do you
happy.
think I
I'm
was gonna bring
thrilled.
from my house? What do you
I'm
think I
thrilled.
have?
Fun, dude. You know what? I don't want to lose.
Bosnia is in the
I
house.
don't mind losing a limb and having it going on. All right.
I
have
wish
some
I was at
doctors,
1500. That'd be
a
great.
lot of doctors-
About $1.50, Carl. About
Wow.
$1.50.
Nice.
Yeah, our fans are the best.
That's actually more than you would have made if you were working for 12 hours.
Probably.
You might want to do this every Saturday.
No, I do not, Carl. I never want to do this
I'm
again.
going to tell your wife how much money you made. She's going to make you do
And
this.
you notice in
Oh,
that red,
please.
there
She'll
were
find
lines,
it.
Almost like lines.
So I'm happy
That's called being a,
that you guys are here
scared human
because
being.
I don't have to
Because when
just
I went,
feel like
I
I'm
was
talking into the void.
and
I really had a nice time talking with everybody here today. I've had such a cool group of people that listen to our show. We've had a ton of fun. We've had a ton of people who've hung out for the whole day. We're having a great time, man.
Can I point something out?
I went all the
Yeah.
way with it.
I had the hardest time prepping for WATP today because I was trying to pay attention to what you guys were doing over here, and everyone was talking shit about me.
Yeah.
And of course, I felt a need to respond to that. I'm trying to pull clips of some crazy indigenous person in Calgary, Alberta, and I was having a really hard time with it.
Well, like I'm looking at this. People say the show has been fun. Been here since 11 a.m.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Creep Off fans rule. They all know who their favorite co-host is. I mean,
Vinnie Strong. I saw it all over my Twitter feed.
Yes, good.
Yep.
I've encouraged our fans
I know.
to reach out and let them know that we've been having a good time.
I know.
They like I've said, just the best fans. By the way, folks, now that Croge and Andy and Carl are here, maybe it's time to throw a little extra in that liquor fund, because we're probably going to step out to the bar after this.
Yeah.
And no one is going to be drunk because all we have is shitty Miller Lite. You might as well have pissed in a fucking can and brought it to me.
Pacing myself, buddy. It's a long day.
Or like, what do we need to do to make John famous? Okay.
Severus has been listening the whole day. Severus, what do you do? How are you able to listen to this all day?
I'm an adult. I'm smart. I can do whatever I want with my body. I checked with lawyers.
We'll run the Vinnie fun was ruined by that awful native woman. What was today's topic?
Crows, you want to tell him about the native Calgarian?
Yeah, this woman had a lot of problems. And they were all white people. And boy, she had a lot to say about it. It was a good time.
Beck W's got a conspiracy theory. She says Carl has conned my bookie into taking bets on the Creep Off and has bet against himself. Makes sense.
I like what Kobe said. Why does Carl look like a 9-year-old with a drawn-on beard?
He's pretending to be a grown-up again.
Yeah. Well, they've said for a long time Carl is the Pete Rose of true crime.
Every time we do this,
He's
we're going to
just
say,
three
John
8-year-olds
said
in a
not to
trench
do
coat.
this. John doesn't want us to do this, but you know
That's not your joke.
have a choice.
That's not your joke. We're going to make this look all official on that page. We got to get the branding, Carl. You're in marketing. You should know this.
Frying pan.
Boom. Put that right there. That's going to look nice.
Cast iron skillet.
So I thought you were going to have a camera pointing to the couch in here.
Well, I had to take one of the cameras for another project, and it's all hooked in. So, unfortunately, I did not have another one. I'm so sorry, Carl.
Well, no, because I assumed that you'd be passed out by hour number 4 or 5 from eating all those pizza and cookies.
I ate
Take a
one
little burger
cookie,
nap.
one sandwich, and a lot of pizza. But all I'm trying to explain to you, friend, is that that pizza was my second wind. I ate that pizza. It was like fucking spinach to Popeye. I was like, ba 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 ba, and ready to go.
So when we were recording WTP just now, we had your feed up, but only Croge could see it because it was behind me and Andy.
Sure.
And I just kept looking over at Croge, and he's just staring at you eating pizza. It was distracting. He's like, Vinny just ate so much pizza.
I was just watching them go down one after the other.
That's not what happened.
And poor Croge, he's trying to look at his notes. He's got all this stuff prepared. I'm like, hey, what else about Stuttering John? And Croge's like, pizza. I don't know. I'm distracted.
How dare you? Yeah, we were a little distracted at that point because Mark came in here and decided to hang out. And I'm going to tell you something. So far, Mark Ippolito added way more to the proceedings.
Then who? Then us?
Oh, yeah.
Andy, you going to stand there and take that?
Why is he not in the corner? Get in the corner.
I get my good and plenties.
No, stand in the corner. Not you, Carl.
All for $1. That is cool.
What is Carl doing? Is he going?
He's moving some chairs around because all the chairs in the studio are covered with bullshit. So
They are covered in equipment because we've been moving stuff in and out of here.
I was going to drill through my hand for you.
Pizza strong, White Claw wrong. Agreed.
I have that bumper sticker, actually.
Carl looks like an unnamed character from Bob's Burger.
That's good.
That's fine. I got a lot of time to be able to go to the emergency room today.
I don't want you to do anything. Please,
Boy, Stuttering John's killing it. You know what's great, guys? We only have 3 more hours of this.
Well,
No,
you
have
do.
3 more hours.
We're fucking out of here.
Yeah, I got to go in a little bit. I'm having people over to the house.
I hope you drunk drive with your Miller Lite right into a fucking abutment.
If I had to die for every time I heard that.
Oh, you know what?
I do need
somebody
another
called.
Miller Lite,
Somebody called.
Tennis is my racket.
And the police called me, and I was like, you know, and that's when you start hearing John called. I was like, I don't care if John called.
Jasser, thank you.
You know, it's like, and the guy goes, hey, we got a call.
Thank you very much. He says, Vinnie Strong,
It doesn't matter.
poke Carla for me.
I said, no, he's not.
Just so you know what happened, the police called
What?
me and said, are you hurting
Mr.
yourself?
Ed is now telling us where he's from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a question from 15 minutes ago.
Elaborate on that.
Keep up, buddy.
Okay, I just smashed my finger.
This is unquestionably the worst podcast I've ever
Did you do it on
heard. We were
purpose?
having a good
Yeah,
time.
I have a pain
We were having a good old time.
Does this qualify as a podcast?
No, I think he's talking about Stuttering John show.
I'll try.
Oh, yeah. Anything
And if you need help, there's a
Stuttering
phone
John
number for
would
you.
have to be.
Appreciate it.
I think
The day I cut
the
my
top
finger off, I
10
posted it online.
worst podcasts
I
ever,
got a couple
5 of them are Stuttering John.
Yes.
Hey, Carl, did
Just
you?
like how Joe Rogan always has 5 of the top 10. Stuttering John's always 5 of the bottom 10.
I don't know. It was an accident.
It's amazing. It's hard
Ca-
to do.
Hey, Carl, did you hear why
no problem.
I was
Give
sent
you a number.
Panera this morning?
The third one.
No, why were you
was
sent?
a
Because of
pretty
Vic?
serious one. I
It was
don't
in
wanna
honor
say
of
that
Vic.
because
That's sweet.
They were hoping that she made the sandwich or whatever the fuck.
I love that. That makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it was a fitting
I'm
farewell.
glad you got to say goodbye to
So I'm
him
gonna say
today.
Manhattan.
I'm
That
not.
one,
I really would have been
because
fine
the
with
dust,
never
I'm
talking to
doing
her
it
again
for
after that
purpose,
episode we
so
did.
Were you simulcasting on
I'm
this
doing it
live stream
for
and on
production
WTP at
value,
the same time?
not
No, I
for
didn't. I
for
stepped
myself.
out. I would have simulcast, but like the reception was so bad in here, if you recall.
Even now, people in the chats are going, oh, like this guy Vic Hitler, who's obviously a troll.
Vic Hitler.
Too tight.
Vic Hitler is obviously a troll. You think?
The round. So good. You know how the people have.
John is a snaggletooth says. John,
It's almost like
when are you
you're
going to do
wearing a
comedy
corsage,
again?
And then I have your face going, what?
Donna, I'm not encouraging Sal to do anything, so don't accuse me of that.
Guys,
So
listen.
far,
I'm not encouraging Sal to do anything but call in here and say what's on the paper I gave him.
Sal Double D says, why you have so many cockroaches in your house?
I had Sal,
Stan Brooks, thank
I
you.
had Sal on today.
You're the best.
because
Where is
I don't want him
Nick
to do
Gurr?
anything.
Look, we're on.
That's one of my favorite listeners.
Somebody already pulled that on me earlier. Almost got me.
I specifically tell.
Almost got me.
Love them, hate them, just want to mess with them. You all
Nicholas
love them,
Gurr.
but let's just pretend there are some that don't. All right. John does not tell me to do nothing.
Try to say,
I'm my
hey,
own person.
say Nicolas Cage.
Pamela
I
Anderson.
want. I enjoy my life.
I just don't have the time to figure out how his
Venmo.
super
I'll take
chat works.
Venmo any day of the week at Vinnie Paulino.
Right here.
I really want to figure out the
left
super
of me on
chat
that side.
and
He's gonna be famous
all
someday.
all
And
the
you know
ways
what?
to troll him,
It's gonna
but
feel great.
You can't figure that out.
I just don't have the, I don't care enough. You know,
I really want to. Then you should do it. I don't actually want to.
Yeah.
At all.
This guy made it. And he's gonna make it.
That argument was flimsy. at
I
best.
want to troll him,
He's
but I
already
just don't
made it.
care.
We're talking. He's gonna escalate even more.
Seems
here.
like it's a lot of
That's it.
fun.
And all the people from the Howard Stern to all the people from the trolling to all these people, you guys are all a bunch of fakes.
You,
love John. You
hot
don't
take,
want-
obesity
you don't
death
want
march.
him.
John has been
You
living
don't
a
want to
lie.
talk
Yeah,
about him, but you're being
he really
you're not.
has.
That's just my assumption. I'm sure there's a ton of, just like the person you were.
We have a
on
request,
now.
Crows.
And
People would like to hear you
calls
rant.
Sale D.
Sale D, who's fake. is
I'm just
Sale
off a
D.
2-hour rant in Carl's
Allegedly,
basement.
it's Sale
Why
D.
wouldn't you want me to come on? I don't know these people. I'm sure they're the same people that didn't want whoever the guy was. And you know what? Nobody controls me. Unless you give me $1 million, then you control me.
Thank you, Stan
I think
Brooks,
it would
once
take
again.
a
I
lot
just
less.
read your
It would
note.
take a lot less, and John doesn't have
To
enough.
show the tattoo of me.
You know what? The reason I can't.
Stan contributed to the Liquor Fund, and he said, because you're doing it right, and Carl bitched out.
It's the top of your set. I mean, it's nothing.
Brought you beer.
Nothing hiding about it.
Sorry,
And
I
as a
better
matter of fact,
rock,
if you
paper,
guys want me
scissors.
to,
That's not why you bitched out. You did nothing with your OnlyFans, you slub.
I believe
Of
it.
me. You put up videos of me. And I pointed out, I filmed that.
done within the next 3 days. I don't care.
You're welcome. I contributed more.
Team.
My webpage.
We're a real team.
It's gonna be coming out in the next 30 days. COVID is really slowing things down. The web page is going to be what can we do?
What beard oil does Crows use?
And it's good, you know what? And it's going to be a.
I just sop the stuff up from my driveway and rub it in there.
Perfect.
Yeah, works out well.
Where's
producer Chris? That's a good question.
Yeah, he bitched
Chris
out.
bitched out at the last minute. We were all going to come over. And
Yeah.
he was like, oh, I got a thing I got to go do.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he didn't show up here. He probably would have shown up wearing sweatpants, fucking that hair, just leaving grease everywhere.
He's probably watching right now crying.
Just fucking every time he shakes his head, just fucking salad dressing on the fucking walls.
You, my friend, are the best. Don't let anyone
Get
tell you
pussy.
anything that you're
In
not.
his
The ones
defense,
that tell you
he
you're
does
shit
use
are the
salad
ones that love you
dressing
the
for
most.
his hair, and it looks
Remember,
great.
Shiny days, you know that.
Every hair's in place.
Poor greasy Chris. Listen,
He is a greaser.
you could just rub Chris's hair in your beard, Croce.
I'll try that next
Hey,
time.
Croce, here's a question for you from Will Run.
Uh-oh.
How do you feel about being the #1 fan favorite of WATP after Vinny?
It does not say after Vinny.
Shut up, Carl.
It does not say
Shut up,
after
Carl.
Vinny. No one puts Vinny in that category.
I keep waiting for it to turn on me again. You know what I mean? I check the subreddit with one eye, like, oh shit, yeah, they happy with me this week or no?
Don't do that. I'll have you on again.
Salvador Trejo, that is Andy.
Certain stuff, but
Carl
right now,
Cream
it's
Pie
not-
Hamburger.
it's gotta stop. That
Hey, I was listening this morning.
PUSS,
Vinny, you were talking about how we first met.
Yeah.
And I forgot about that. I
Yeah.
would not
I get
have
the yellow flags from
remembered
YouTube.
that
They are-
story. But apparently, your buddy producer Chris
Anyway, Sean
and I,
talk all
along with
time,
the other
especially
blast-offs,
when I'm,
went to a comedy
you know,
show
had a few too many
because
pints.
Kevin Ricotta was
But,
performing.
Yeah.
And you were there
folks from
too.
Speedweed. By the
So
way, Gino
I was in
from
a
Speedweed.
punk band with
I do
Chris
have to get
and
to
two
my
other
sponsor.
guys,
So I'm gonna let you
and we
go
had just got done recording
and
or something,
go
and
back
we
to
came out
moderating,
to see
and I'm gonna answer
Kevin,
some,
whoever
some
else,
people's
and I
questions.
think we were probably being obnoxious.
Very much so,
I
yes.
know, hard to believe.
Correct.
Hard to imagine.
To the
And-
poor guy who was living a nightmare by having to work that club.
Yes. And Vinny was so funny. He's like, "Oh, you guys are in a punk band. Which kind of punk band are you? Are in the band that goes like this? Whoa, 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 whoa!" And he like started making fun of punk rock.
Yeah, I was like, do you do the whoa, whoa, whoas, or are you the ooh, ooh, oohs?
Yeah. And you were like acting it out, and I gained a ton of respect for you. I was like, all right, this guy gets it. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, I still love you.
I think our drummer was trying to explain to you. No. We have this song, kind of like he was getting interviewed or something. I was like, shut up. You're getting roasted. Shut up.
You know, he got to be on with his Lord and Savior, if you will.
Well, that No Effects song, We Don't Like Woes.
Yeah, you guys
It's a good song.
need to adjust that mic so it's like facing kind of in between both of you. There you go.
You know, I don't know why you would think that.
You'll sound better, I promise.
I was yelling really loud. Doesn't that help?
Do anything.
What up, bag slappers?
Now, we'll get to some other issues.
Andy, they're asking for your catchphrase.
What up, bag slappers? Let's talk to shit.
Nailed it out. Nailed it.
Let's talk some
Been drinking
shit.
all day. Come on.
Say the line, Bart.
I love my speedweed.com. Yep, Gino.
Goddamn.
Company from
What an awful day. I just looked at the clock. Let me tell you something. You motherfuckers walked in here and ruined everything I had going.
What are you talking about?
Just shut up and listen.
Ruined or made it better.
I had this whole thing and I was like feeling so good and time was flying and you guys have been in here and I feel like you've been in here 2 hours and I just looked at the clock and it's 5:15 and I'm like, oh no, I have 2 hours and 45 minutes still of
Yeah,
this.
when we leave, it's going to turn into a real nightmare.
Cool Hand James, you are absolutely right. I would not lie to you. He does not stop sociopathically smiling. He has a problem.
Having a good time.
Good time. What's going on?
That shot of him is actually perfect right there because all you see is a stupid grin between the mic.
We'll bet on.
He looks like a 9-year-old with a painted-on mustache. It's the best. With a painted-on beard. Andy's laugh talking is the best. It isn't. Really isn't. You know who the winner is today, ladies and gentlemen? Besides you, the people watching Croce. Croce, you're the MVP today.
Oh, great.
Because you're over here not bothering me. These two are giving me nothing but fucking agita. They're climbing all over each other on the mics.
Oh, that's
Fucking
a funny
great.
one. Sarah Jane says, "Can a future punishment be watching this stream of the former punishment?"
Yes.
That's
Somebody
funny.
suggested that earlier.
That's pretty
There were two
funny.
absolutely brilliant suggestions today. That this goes up as a punishment. You have to watch the 12-hour live stream,
So that can replace this one right here on the wheel.
which is the 12-hour live stream.
That is cool. every time you land on that, you should have to rewatch and rewatch, and it just turns into like a layer cake. Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that would be the worst.
Yeah,
but that's what should happen.
I want to get rid of Tom Myers' restaurant.
No, it stayed. But here's somebody
How
gave
are we
me.
going to Baltimore? That's not even good content for the show. This is good content for the show. Going to Baltimore is not good content.
You're going to Tom Myers' restaurant when you land on it in a week, and then you'd have to quarantine at home for 2 weeks. Oh,
Dude,
fuck you.
I think you're
Now-
building up your fan base right now. I don't like it.
Now listen, here's the other
Too
thing.
much Vinnie Strong going on.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing we're gonna do. And this was a brilliant idea. Somebody suggested that we sell a T-shirt of the picture of me wearing the Stuttering John T-shirt.
I will wear that.
Oh, that's funny.
I like it. I would definitely.
I think that is a winner. I really fucking love that idea. So that might just very well happen.
It shouldn't be a creep-off shirt. It should just be a shirt that people wear, unironically.
Why not? Why not? Well, no. People will know. People will know. So yeah, those were the two really brilliant ideas of the day that I really liked. So yeah, I actually like the idea of doing just like an Inception rewatch stream. If you land on this, you have to rewatch the last one and we stream it, and then the next person has to watch the other one. Absolutely.
I'll be honest, guys. That sounds like a good idea, but I'm actually imagining what that's going to be like. So there's going to be a conversation going on over a conversation, and then you're going to be talking on top of that. It's not going to be fun. This is going to be zero fun going on.
Yeah, consequence.
I think the next consequence should be you have to listen to music by every band I've ever been in for 12 hours straight.
I like that. That's good.
I think that's the one that would bring you to your fucking knees, Carl.
Either if I lose, I have to listen to Vinny's stand up, and if he loses, he has to listen to my bands.
Wow.
Having to listen to Slut's music is daunting.
It's cruel and unusual.
I personally think you guys would enjoy my stand-up, so I don't know what the problem is here.
But
I don't
also,
see
Why
it.
would you think that?
The songs are only like.
You come on, Carl. You just said I did the oohs and the ahas. Come on. Give me a break.
I forgot about that. I didn't know that was the first time we met.
That was the first time we met. Absolutely.
It'll be easier than this though because our whole catalog is only 4 hours, maybe.
Yeah,
well, you have some other.
I've been in like 80 bands.
Oh, all the.
Oh shit! Thank God I didn't think to put Politipod in on this.
Oh God!
Do you know what I'm closing out with today, Carl? As demanded by the people on the stream.
What's that, buddy?
I'm going to listen to episode number 77 of Biggest Problem in the Universe.
Oh no, that's the one without Dick Masterson.
I've never heard an episode of this show.
Well, it's not a good representation of the show. That's a great show.
But they're trying to make me listen to something terrible. It's the consequence, remember?
I understand. No, I get it. It's not going to be fun for you. I actually reviewed that show with Dick Masterson, and he had never heard it before because they just didn't tell him they were recording that week because Max was trying to kick him off the show.
You know who you sound like right now?
Who's that?
Baba Booey. Actually, it was recorded in 1976.
I know a lot about the biggest problem in the universe.
Yeah.
Tell me more about Springsteen's pieces of vinyl, asshole.
No, we used to have a bass player we had to do that with. We would not tell him we were recording and then record.
Bag of Schmidt wants to know if you want to start a band with him, Carl.
Who wants to start a band with me?
Bag of Schmidt.
Yeah, what does Bagger Schmidt play?
What do you play, Bag of Schmidt?
I want to send a shout out to the Reverend.
Obviously, you want me to be the lead singer?
He has lost his cat.
Tambourine.
You heard his backup vocals on Scum Brigade.
Oh yeah, every week.
Best thing that ever happened to that segue was Carl cutting himself out of it.
Miss Pussy Liquor plays the triangle.
Carl, now what's going on?
I was supposed to take her out to dinner.
Was the bass player the only talented member? No, that's producer Chris.
And that was it.
Casey, Carl is quiet because he doesn't understand how microphones work.
I still haven't figured it out.
Slime Knight says Carl's going to be the lead gritter. Mostly metal.
All right, I'll be in your metal band, bro.
There you go.
She's got a boyfriend now.
I play.
He's a real fucking diva. Good luck.
I play the bass like Jason Newsted at Injustice for All.
Me up. Night Owl, I live in Michigan, too far away, but I would be on you like white on rice if I lived closer. Well, Night Owl, feel free to follow me at Twitter at Stuttering John.
What the fuck are we listening to?
Follow him on
I'll
Twitter.
fly out there. Philip P. Bob Levy would be a good guest. I've had Bob on. And
No, Bob Levy would not be a good guest.
Donna Bishop. John
Bob Levy's a weird dude, man.
Problem with, but
he's like 80 years old now.
Is he really?
He's an old man.
I wouldn't be surprised because, like, the last time I saw him, he didn't look great.
You want to donate to me directly?
He didn't look great when I saw him live 20 years ago. He looked like shit.
Yeah, I know.
Stuttering John really does proposition all of his guests.
Yeah.
Not far off.
He's a lonely
True fact,
man.
you don't know this, Stuttering John has that in common with Carl.
I just like to point out that reading all of the chat is very Opie-esque.
Well, it's a live stream. It's very Opie-esque. All right, so
It's like reminding me of feeling Opie vibes right now.
Casey, oh yeah, this is atrocious. Casey A is the one who left the voicemail that Sean ripped on. She was the one with no energy who wanted to take over Vic's spot. I assume is that you, Casey? Is that really you? Because if that's the case, you're in the running. You are in the. Don't give up. Keep sending in the voicemails. We're still trying to figure out who's taking over that job.
All right, Casey, that means you're in the lead, kid. It's between you and Andy's brother Joe.
Andy's brother Joe's the new Vic.
I
love it.
Can we talk about Opie and Anthony? Sure. What do you want to talk about?
About both as like.
I like to talk about anything but Stuttering John. So yeah, what do you want to talk about, Slime Night?
Please feel free to PayPal me. The link's on the YouTube thing.
That's right, folks. The link is right here. Feel free to PayPal me.
Oh, Casey's saying she's higher energy. That's fine. I'm not looking for someone who's good at this, obviously.
What was the one we heard today that was...
But that being said, I don't think I will piss anybody off here by mentioning that I called out Donnie Dickhead Jr.
There was the British woman?
Aggressive.
Oh, yeah, and then there was that other woman who said that she wouldn't be universally hated like that.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something right now.
Disagreed.
Doing this live stream today, I vote KCA. She's been funny. She's been good to have on the live stream today. That's my vote. KCA.
On my podcast, no.
No one. You have a good relationship with your dad. That can't be true. I'm not buying it.
Oh, fuck that. She's a liar. Never mind. Get rid of her.
Liar.
Disqualified.
Hey, you a new a-hole.
Gone.
To be true.
You know what? I'm bouncing her from the
grab my
chat.
mask, Vinnie.
What's that?
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Do I have to wear my mask over there?
Just go to the one that's across the hall.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go blow Carl. So.
All right, Croge. Let me ask you a question.
Now we can talk some shit.
When are you and I just gonna branch out and just leave this fucking deadbeat behind? I'm just wondering, when can we get something good started?
Yeah, seriously.
Just kidding, Casey. You could be on Croge and I's new spin-off.
That's right.
What are these podcasts?
We review that week's episode of WATP.
Right.
I like it.
That's right.
It would be awesome for Seamus to do Vic's spot. Sure, buddy. It'd be awesome to find a unicorn, too.
Yeah.
But I think that right now, I think Seamus is right where the universe fucking wants him.
Yeah.
In a closet, in a trailer park in Indiana.
Yep. And really not bothering anybody.
The Paulino Crozier cast. Amazing, people are saying. Until they hear it.
Yeah, right.
Just the two of us. Beck W. Might be MVP. Beck W was fucking hysterical earlier when we were listening to Seamus. What she was doing was she found the website where Seamus was reading all of his stories from.
Oh, great.
And she was posting like a couple sentences ahead. And then like she would post it. Then all of a sudden you would just hear this fucking asshole reading it. It was just... At times, dude, today, I feel like I was just fucking punch drunk from sitting here.
Yeah.
And like,
I can't imagine.
It was just tripping me out. And you know what else tripped me out? When fucking Seamus's show ended and it immediately went into like Stuttering John's terribly mixed audio.
Yeah.
Of just, hey, everybody. And I just sat here. Croge, I sat here for like 5 minutes of cringe. I couldn't even fucking handle it.
Oh.
You know, Cripple Jesus would be a good pick for that. But, I mean, how much longer do you want the show?
Yeah. Yeah, he says he's too busy. He's too good for it.
Has Seamus responded to my request yet? Great question. Let's take a peek. I haven't looked at the Twitter in a while. That's a big negatory. What's the matter, Seamus? Are you afraid?
Yeah, he's a special kind of special, that guy.
Seamus is not Vinnie Strong.
I don't even know what TT Boy is.
Um,
On Def Cold Gold. Cold will make you old.
Casey, you would be a fine candidate. Cyber Organic, he denied your request. Why do you think that is?
Where is Leonard Nimoy?
Oh, he could see you follow WATP. Yeah, good call. You know what? That's easy. Block. Later, Carl.
Best movie ever made.
I don't know.
And listen, that really fucking will run.
I don't know.
When his voice came on, I honestly swear to you people, I was looking forward to the change of pace. But when his voice came on, I was literally crippled for a minute. I was just sitting here going, I can't fucking believe I have to sit here and listen to this.
Yeah. Yesterday was a beautiful fucking day out, and I was heading right through the park, and I had 45 minutes of Stuttering John drunk on the balcony in my ear. And it was the worst fucking day of my life, dude. It took
try being his neighbor.
Yeah. Oh God, it took an hour and a half to listen to it. It was so fucking bad. I mean, you think him talking politics is boring. Him not talking politics is even more boring. It's insane.
I love that piece painting behind
Yeah. I gotta tell you, Croge, the Paulino Croge cast really has legs.
That's right.
I collected shrapnel
by popular
on eBay
demand
from all the wars, from the Civil
WWTK, we'll call it. Who was that, Carl? Let's be WWTC. We'll spell it right.
I painted the canvas light blue. I mixed the paint together, white.
Casey.
German fans here, all right?
Yeah, sure. German fans that know how to fucking spell.
Well, we'll do what Opie does now. We'll tell stories about Carl and then play the clips. Hey, you remember that time when you were talking to Carl and he said that thing?
And Carl starts a quasi-successful podcast network. Because he's unemployable anywhere else. And you and I. Oh, it's so funny. Fuck you, Carl.
Sell any of them. I would for the right price. But $50 is not the right price.
This is what is he talking about now? What are you doing?
Vinny, I gotta go, buddy. But thank you so much for having me.
Are you taking Croge?
I don't know. I don't know who I'm taking.
Okay.
Whoever wants to go. But this has been a really fun live stream. You've done a nice job today, Vinny. I'm proud of you. This is a good consequence. I'm looking forward to winning, going on a winning streak, and having you spin that wheel again. Should be fun.
Are you done? Oh, God. Oh,
he doesn't like it when men touch him, apparently.
Thank you. No, thank you, sir. I don't like that at all. No, don't touch. Nobody wants to touch. Put that stupid mask on the way out. You should wear a mask. It has nothing to do with fucking coronavirus. You should wear a mask because then people might think you're normal. They won't see that fucking smile.
After your shows, you should have a hug line. You know, a lot of comics will have like their CDs or something you could buy. I want people to just line up and hug you.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
Yeah. Great. Good idea. Love you, buddy. See you later. Get lost. Later, Croche. Take it easy. Take those beers with you, but hide them on the way out, would you?
I threw them in the fridge for you. Well, for me.
Okay, cool. Just take the empty cans though, if you can.
Empty cans are in the garbage.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Later. Bye, guys.
Stay
Take
strong,
care.
Vinny.
Thank you. I'm gonna try really hard. And now,
enough with this. I already explained myself a billion times.
back to our regularly scheduled programming, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2.5 hours left.
2 older sisters. I'm the baby in the family.
Thanks for having us. Sorry for screwing everything up.
No problem. You really did fuck everything up. Now you're fucking up my transition back into quality programming. Bye, guys.
Which, of course, got my sister Susan very angry. Susan always gets a little angry.
My wife wants to know my grocery list. Yeah. Bad touch, Carl. Bad touch. Who would have known Carl was a toucher? Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to fix it. Carl came in and started fucking around with it. I'm really unhappy with that interaction. So listen, guys, give me a second. I'm going to turn those other 2 mics off. We're going to get back to the fucking finishing this shit proper.
No, I think the baseball should
I'm not going to crack Mr. Ed.
You know what?
I'm not going to crack.
Entertainment, we need it. And they're in top shape. I don't think any of them are going down from COVID.
To answer your question, how much Stuttering John is left? Way too much, and more than a half of an hour. Lucky us. So hold on, I'm going to fix a camera. 1 second.
It was either jail or death. I think it's Artie's. The only way to keep Artie healthy is by keeping him under close watch. Artie needs to be in jail. He does. Until he figures out how to get over the death of his father, he's got to stay healthy mentally. As you know, I explained last week, Michael Boschetti shafted me again. Said he was coming
couldn't
on
get
this
Mike
broadcast,
Boschetti?
on multiple occasions, and he did not. Kept saying he was sick. Nobody's sick that long, Boschetti. So I'm not going to believe you. I'm not going to hate on you, but I don't believe you. And if you ever want to come on this podcast to apologize, feel free to do so. I'll have you on anytime. Adam Goldstein TV. When are you running for Senate again? I'm not going to. Night Owl. I think you look good for your age. Don't be like Trump with all the makeup and fake hair. That looks like he's from an orangutan's ass. Steven Yeager. Artie needs to get forgiveness from Stern. It will help his health. Stern.
Sorry about that, kids. Wrote for Mike Boschetti.
And he's never
What a get.
been able to get over it. So it's sad. It's a shame. And we're all looking out for him. I am going to be busy Monday. I am.
Ion Force. You're telling me.
Getting a job in, an audio, visual.
He is fucking. That was weird. He's never touched me. We keep a distance. I like a distance.
Donna Bishop, get Glenn Kirshner on to talk politics.
Nobody wants that.
John Depp, Sal Degas.
You guys saw that, right?
We're at 99 people.
That might be
today.
the end of this thing. Might have to blow it up.
Now, let me tell you a little beef that I had.
I'll be the co-host on the Crojcast.
Petrus and Money.
Show you something.
There's a sports talk radio show called
Folks, we got 2.5
Petrus
hours
and Money,
left.
which is Petros
And it's feeling, starting to feel unattainable.
and Mike Money Smith. And this has been irritating me for quite some time. And I'm going to now
You wish you didn't see that milkshake lake? I wish I didn't live it.
Money Smith on my broadcast. Come here, you. You mother... your butt.
No, did he really say that?
You little piece of mess. This is why I say this to Mike Money Smith. As
You know,
can recall, the Giants...
Here's the worst thing. Oh my God, what he just did to me.
And I
want to,
Petrus and Money when I was driving
So,
back from the Tonight Show.
here's the worst thing about Stuttering John Show. His fucking podcast logo. Am I wrong? Isn't that the shittiest fucking looking thing I've ever seen? Just a big S for stupid?
You know who? The New England Patriots.
Yeah, I should have said that to him. What am I, Chris?
Beat the wild card contender.
If he did do that to Chris, my shirt is probably stained with grease now.
Said, and to all you knucklehead Giants fans, they're not going to win another Super Bowl. They're not going to the Super Bowl, and they're not going to beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl ever again. Knucklehead Giants fans. Well, guess what, Mike Money Smith? I was one of those knucklehead Giants fans who had hope and who had faith in my New York Football Giants. And guess what, Mike Money Smith? The Giants ended up getting back into the Super Bowl against Tom Brady and Bill Belichick's New England Patriots.
What an
And
interesting
the Giants
recap.
prevailed. They beat the New England Patriots for the second time. The second straight time in the Super Bowl.
Great.
And you were wrong. Did you apologize to us knucklehead Giants fans? I don't think so.
Did you apologize to Howard Stern for going and taking a job quietly and not telling anybody that you were going to leave until you had all the papers signed and go and just shit talk him for the rest of his life, even though the only reason I know who you are is because of him? Did you ever apologize to him, John? This guy, you're fucking yelling about somebody in the fucking Giants.
When he's wrong.
That's why you're in a fucking condo, dude. You're the fucking condo super.
They're wrong and apologize. Those people,
Ugh.
I call narcissists. Like that dotard in Office. They never admit when they're wrong. We all have our experiences with narcissists. I've had mine. Speaking of narcissists, William Zavala. Zavala.
Speaking of narcissists, welcome to the Stuttering John podcast.
Had a stroke. He passed out. He had I forget what you
Hey,
call it.
Mr. Ed, thanks. I just, I had half of this fucking swell. I'm not even drinking that. Because honestly, I don't want that shit. I want the hard liquor. We're going for the hard liquor later. I'm going to drink some water, hydrate, and just pray for the next hour and 2 hours and 20 minutes to go by quickly. Correct, Will Run. The entire show is fucking heinous. The entire show is heinous. So hold on. Kudzo, question for you. Somebody posted something earlier today and they never clarified it. What happened with Digibro? Someone broke into his house and tried to kidnap his fiance? Or what's the story with this kid? He's like a pedo? What's the story with this Digibro? I know he went to Carl's house. Carl had him over for an afternoon.
I think somehow Jackie got a hold of Billy.
I'm curious.
I'm not
Fill me in on
sure
Digibro.
if Billy is now mad at me or something. I don't know. You know, I love Billy. I could never say anything bad about him. But,
Hard liquor is Carl's name on the weekends. He wants a picture of hard liquor.
you know, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Billy.
I just want to know what the story is with this guy. Everybody's giving him is blasting him. I don't know anything about the kid.
I don't know who Dirty Jim is, my man.
Carl did it. I believe it.
88. Did Howard? Why am I posting the wrong person? Did Howard?
What's Digine? Is that like Banana Docs?
Electra. I don't know. I do not know. I know he took a shower.
I don't know what a lolicon is.
On the beaches of Malibu. I can't imagine him not banging her. But how do I know? You know, I don't know.
Digine is his trans name.
TV. I'm bummed John and Aunt had a falling out. I love hearing the Stern gossip and his Artie.
Interesting.
On the new Clean Howard. No, I'm okay with Anthony Cumia. You know, we had.
Don't Google it. Okay.
You know, we made up.
Hold on.
I went and did his show like last.
I don't know what this kid looks like.
No animosity. I was mad that he.
Digibro.
Attacked my children, but I told
Okay.
him that, and he apologized. I don't have a problem with him. I'm sad and shocked to see that Keith Maresca isn't there. I have to. It reminds me. I got to DM Keith and just see what's going on.
Interesting.
I really
Not
don't
what
know.
I was expecting.
But we'll find out. What's going on with that? Even though it got a little ugly, did you enjoy yourself on the Artie and Anthony show? Katrina Harlan asked. No, I didn't enjoy myself on the Artie and Anthony show.
All right.
Artie was an idiot. He got way too drunk.
Did you hear that? Artie was the idiot. He got way too drunk on his show, everybody.
Drunk. He did the heroin, and he was abusive. Under the guise of comedy. And you know what?
Oh, I will not Google Lolicon. Don't you fucking worry. Not Googling Lolicon until it's time to do creepiest convention.
I consider Artie a friend, but
I don't know who the person is. I'm not.
don't abuse
What do you think? I'm going to have him over for dinner, Giorno?
Like you've abused almost every friend you've ever had. And
Stuttering John is a lunatic, guys. You can't be surprised when he's just looking for reasons to rip on someone. Physician, heal thyself. You're a drunk mess, John.
One of them who you know has asked me not to. Nikki B, what are the names of your cats? Wolverine, Xavier, and Magneto. That's correct. There's an X-Men theme going on here. And when we thought that Magneto was a girl, it was...
You know what? I'm looking at the haunted pictures from Beck W. She sent me this stuff that's fucking Seamus was reading. And what's amazing is how long those episodes were. And literally each one of these is a fucking paragraph.
Stop asking for money.
How did he stretch that out for so fucking long?
We were working. Well, it's Sunday, Sonny. I don't know if you're not working. And, I mean, God, I'm not trying to offend you in any way. Every podcast has a Patreon. Every podcast has a,
So you guys want me to listen to Biggest Problem in the Universe next?
But, this is just how it goes.
Episode number 77. Is that the consensus? Or is there something else you prefer?
Night Owl was Avenatti, your lawyer. I enjoyed his comments about Trump, but things went south for him. Yeah, it looks like he's never getting out of jail. Katrina Harlan.
I got a couple votes for yes, listen to it.
Stargate 121. Were there any sex exploits behind?
Okay, so all of you realize...
I did bring
all of you guys realize I've never heard an episode of the show before. This will be my first exposure to it, so I will not understand any of the culture or backstory.
Another one of the girls in the U.S. Open Source I banged prior to
So episode 77 or episode 69, I thought it was 77.
So yes,
or should I listen to this thing about... Or do you guys want more Stuttering John? What do you guys want? Number 77? Next picks, you're having a bad day at a funeral, so we're doing it. Number 77. Let me get that figured out here.
A lot of knee jobs at the scores parties. Some even more than that. I'm not gonna get anybody in trouble by saying any names, but those were pretty much it was debauchery. The scores parties were complete debauchery. And we were the stars. And the girls, let's just say they took care of us. Different time, different era. And I confessed to my wife about the knee jobs. I didn't think they were really, I didn't perceive them as cheating, really. I'm not touching skin to skin or anything. Vic Hitler Jr., when are you going to go on Radio Gunk next? I talked to Monique about that. I will come on the Radio Gunk podcast soon. Cody White, are you worried about being canceled for the Native American material you did in 96? I don't even know what material we did in 96. See, I mean, this is the problem people have, and it's really gotten out of hand.
All right. Biggest Problem in the Universe, episode 77 is queued.
It was a time where people in those days referred to Asians as Orientals. That is not acceptable.
What's the matter, Kevbot? You never had a knee job before? Love you too, buddy. Love you too, Next Picks.
After that, there is no other way that it's acceptable.
Oh, no, Kobe. Oh, no.
It's just you. Thanks for doing this. Since we can't see your live shows. Well, thank you, Katrina. But yeah, it was a different time. And things that were acceptable then are not acceptable now. It's like going back and saying All in the Family was a racist show. No, it wasn't.
It was a little.
All in the Family portrayed Archie Bunker as an idiot. And
this old chestnut. What a great take on All in the Family.
So he always lost in the end.
Yes, the point of it was not to be racist. Yes.
And the meathead always made him look stupid. So, to say that it was racist, that was the time.
Thanks, no more.
Hey, listen, I'm going to say this, and you're going to say maybe I shouldn't be saying it, but I will. Don't forget, in the first, I believe, 3 seasons of MASH.
I have no idea, Tyler. I just grabbed the one from the feed.
Named Spear Chucker. That is the truth. Look it up. I'm not making this up.
So, am I going to have to pay close attention to this show? This has been my first experience with Maddox. Is there anything you guys want to catch me up on for this?
It was a different time. And that is the truth. Which is why I'll defend Howard Stern. Howard Stern is not a racist. Never was and never will be. Were the sketches that he did racist? Absolutely. Did we think it then? No. I didn't really give it much thought because I wasn't involved. I didn't write them. I don't even know if I was even there for them. If I was in the studio or not. But it doesn't matter.
Thank you, Corey, for the hard liquor money.
Do them again? No.
Appreciate you.
Would he ever dress in blackface?
We're going to
again?
get
No.
shit-faced later on, kids.
Danson ever dress in blackface
I'm going to be passed
again?
out. It's going to be awesome.
No. It was a different time.
He was having people vote on the biggest problem for. So he stole the creep-offs idea.
21. Were you prepared to throw Ganji and Grill's stuff out on the street if they continued to squat?
So basically what you're telling me back is that this guy Maddox had an opportunity to do a show without his co-host and wanted to prove that he could do it better.
Never, ever use the N-word in private. And this is the problem I have with Howard. I'm sitting here defending Howard. Does he defend me on his show? No.
What? Why would he?
He says I didn't, I thought of myself as my importance on the show.
Will Rudd. Yeah. He's not a consistent individual. Is that what you're saying? Stuttering John doesn't know how to stick to the story?
And Baskin Robin chimed in agreement. How dare you, Robin? How dare you? And how dare you, Howard, to question my significance of the show? If I wasn't so significant, you would not still be pouting about my exit. Stop.
No, every time your name is mentioned, he immediately thinks of what a fucking sour taste in his mouth you left him with. That's what happens when you leave a place like an asshole, you fucking moron. When you burn a bridge on your fucking way out of somewhere, even though everybody treated you nice and professionally, okay, John, we're going to miss you, bye. They don't fucking want you back because you fucking snaked everybody on the way out, dude. He doesn't defend me. Why would he? Like, I want to sit here and defend fucking Howard Stern.
You lied. Much like Donald Trump, you lied. And that's your problem. By you questioning my significance on the show, you're lying. No offense to my friends KC.
All right, Kevin. Apparently that's a good analysis.
I was an important part of that show. You know?
Holy shit.
There's a reason why Howard, Robin,
We're coming on
and
10 hours, kids.
We're on the advertising booklets that went out for the Channel 9
Fucking 10 hours.
Because we were the
Somebody put a bet down that they said I would snap around 9 hours and 30 minutes. If I didn't snap when Carl touched me, we're going to cruise through this motherfucker.
Just me, Howard, and Robin. And that's a fact, Jack. Ask Dan Foreman. Okay?
Stuttering John in the grass.
That is the truth. So don't sit there and question my importance to the show. You're embarrassing yourself, Howie.
Oh, God. Not quite,
Listen,
John.
Anybody who knows me knows that I'm a stand-up guy.
I've heard you dabble in stand-up.
If I get into an argument with a friend, I'm not going to name call you. I'm not going to go to the gutter with you. I'm not going to say to you, well, this person
Or
says
Stuttering
this about
John
you.
calls you a name on his
That's
podcast.
what you do when you're in grade school.
And no one listens. Did he really call you a name?
That's not me. Howard Stern.
Ion Force. Well, it's a good thing he's suing them. It's a good thing.
The funniest person on radio in the history of broadcasting, because you were. I'm not going to
Yeah,
say to you
Will Run, that was so fucking cringy.
radio legend that there is and has been. You are.
Glory days from Jersey.
And demean your importance to what you did consistently.
You guys are fun.
25 years. So to have the same respect for me, you pelican. Okay? Have the same respect for me. Don't go on your show and play my significance down. Why? Because you're embarrassing yourself.
Oh my
You don't
God.
need to do that.
He's
You
not
don't
really
need
telling them that, is he?
to diminish my importance. Don't forget, I remember the phone call that we had where you actually felt remorse and admitted to me that I should have been sitting in the Jackie chair and been in the studio full time. Don't forget that you said that to me. Don't forget what you said to me at your house in Southampton. Don't forget how you.
I remember what
best
Howard said to him at his house in Southampton. John, don't touch that. John, stop touching everything.
Forget all the times that you said you loved me. Don't forget how I was in the inner circle and Baba Boohai was not. Fred was not.
The inner circle.
Artie.
It was Stuttering John, Howard Stern, and Chris Jericho, and Sammy Guevara, and Jake Hager. They were all in the inner circle together.
We ate at each other's houses. We visited each other's houses. Hell, you came out on my boat with your kids. All right? In Bayville. So don't belittle my importance to the show. You're embarrassing yourself. And you're embarrassing Baskin Robin, and you're embarrassing me. And you're embarrassing the integrity of what once was known as the Howard Stern Show.
That's why I love you, Next
No
Picks.
need to embarrass yourself.
The inner circle.
Admit my importance. That's why you replay my bits over and over again.
So, is anyone under the impression that if Howard 100 or Howard 101 just stopped playing any replay or Sternthology or whatever they call it of an episode that has any clip of John, that their subscriptions to people who do like Howard Stern would just stop? It's so fucking crazy. But when you are drunk in a condo in fucking Rio Linda or wherever the fuck he is, this makes sense.
6 Foot Ben, I hope you guys can bury the hatchet one day. You can
Listen, I have nothing bad to say about John's kids, other than fucking good luck to all of them.
He downplays my importance to the show.
John's ex-wife has children.
And that Baskin and Robin.
It is crazy that people still listen to Howard. It's unlistenable. It's unlistenable. Who fucking wants to hear about an 80-year-old limo driver fucking getting fucking diddled? It's ridiculous.
Would it be nice if Howard told Ross, the Wallback effer Zippy Zapin, to hire me out here in LA?
Zarn, I am still kicking, baby.
Show? Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I think I deserve that. I think I'd get a reasonable amount of viewership.
Listen, does anybody listen to Stern now? It's all right to admit it because I have Sirius and I've had it for forever. I don't know why I keep it, but I have him on the fucking presets, and every now and again I catch something funny, like an old bit, and it fucking brings me back, and I'm kind of happy. But even when he has somebody that I'm interested in, I don't think these interviews are fucking spectacular interviews. Why is he? Yes, I'm very brave. I'm just saying, what is up with the interviews? They're not that good.
Politically, he's not going to do that. Katrina Harlan, Howard said he loved
His song?
on the show. There are videos of it. He got mad.
What song?
What you said on Adam Carolla, I think, but he originally stated his anger was directed at Jay. True. we made up after the Corolla incident, but then he got mad at me again.
Yeah, I understand that, Stan. It's not nothing's for everybody, but he had something that was different at a time when there was, people wanted different, and he was the first to make it with that act. And I said, "Oh, Screaming Dizbusters. Are we talking about the one where he was like, 'Oh, Beth, I love you. You clean up after me'?"
John Depp, John's, Tommy Lasorda bits were classic.
It's fucking unreal.
I appreciate that. Coco Munch, thin skin. I don't have thin skin.
I would fucking pay money to go back in time and play Howard now to Howard then. That'd be fun to listen to. Something about cleaning the toilet. Yeah.
I was untalented. How I was a nobody. Talentless.
That's fun.
A loser. Unfit to be a father.
And he sounds like he's together. Like he doesn't sound like he's falling apart. He is old, but he doesn't sound like fucking Imus did the last 10 years.
Stargate 121. I saw you open for Artie at the Nokia Center.
Yeah. I hear that, Aquamentus. I mean, I guess you could say he had a bit of a career resurgence. He was on that America's Got Talent. That's a huge show. You want to know something about that fucking show? America's Got Talent is insanely influential in the comedy business. It's fucking unreal. The people that go on that show that do well, how the amount of money that they're making. It used to be the Tonight Show made a comedian. It's not anymore at all. Late shows do very little to get comics over, but that fucking America's Got Talent. Vicky Barbalak, who's a sweetheart. Preacher Lawson. These people are making big fucking money.
LAST, that's true. Some guy was the chicken doing the football picks parallel thinking. The chicken doing football
Explains
bits
Mike
was not my
Birbiglia.
idea. It was a writer named Kevin, and I had no recollection that Howard had ever done that. But apparently everybody did that. On radio
Well,
shows since the
Bag of Schmidt, here's the thing. I didn't hear of him either, but I work in a comedy club, and when you put Vicky Barbalak or Preacher Lawson on the sign, it sells out. I know that. Especially Preacher Lawson. When Preacher Lawson, we had to add shows for this guy. We actually added shows because there was such a demand.
daily basis. I help stuttering children on a daily basis. It's documented in my best-selling book, Easy for You to Say in General Broadcasting on Amazon.
Correct, Will Run. 100% right. He's not as big as his shadow.
On a regular basis. I don't look to make enemies. I only look to make
Yeah,
friends.
yeah. Bag of Schmidt, yeah.
I always maintain
Absolutely.
my mind.
I actually really like Vicky. I get along with her quite well. She's a sweet lady.
I like to help.
Beck W, I know you already sent me one documentary this week. Send me that. I want to check that out. I don't know anything about it.
People at the pub,
I'd love to peek at that.
Ellen tickets. I get them. James, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. James, who's the late guy on CBS?
I have never once applied to be on a show like that.
Get them free
Slime Night,
hotels
never
in
done it.
Vegas. I get them tickets to the Laugh Factory.
Don't even know if I would be on the radar if I showed up. Because really, a lot of the people that make it on there already have some representation in certain areas. And who knows. But, I mean, if I was smart and didn't do a show called The Creep Off and hang out with you fuckers all day on a Saturday, maybe I'd have a shot.
Thank you.
Aw, thanks, Slime Night.
The Berg Show is already
Okay, Kevin, I will explain. If The Creep Off starts getting over 10,000 downloads a week, I think is the number we decided on, we will look into a Patreon, and we would do different levels, and I have some ideas for different weekly content that I can do separately to help entertain, hopefully. And I know Carl would come up for something as well. We could do special bonus episodes. We do lots of stuff. But the fact is, we're not going to do it because I don't want to be like fucking Bonnie and Rich, where we learned this afternoon they only have fucking 7 Patreon subscribers. That's horrific.
Hired me to be the announcer. They should have put me on the stage, and or at least.
Oh, perfect, Beck W. Thank you.
But they didn't. They made a mistake. What can I say?
What am I saying incorrectly? Patreon?
I told them that. Mark P, thanks for the $5.
Like 6,000 to 7,000
John, you should go on the late
is the answer, Calman. Roughly like 6,000 to 7,000, and that's a combination of plays and downloads.
Do you have any desire to do a Netflix special? I do, but the way Netflix works, I would have to finance it on my own. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to, out of my own money, hire the crew.
Is he on the wall of the Laugh Factory?
And what do I get? What do I really get out of the whole thing?
Wow, that's fucking crazy. That's a crazy statement, Will Run. Listen, I could not be more thrilled about the amount of people that are listening and downloading. It blows my mind every week when I look at the numbers. When we first started, out of the gate, we did over, I think we did about 2,000 off the first episode. So we've definitely grown, and we've only done about 30 episodes. So I'm just hoping that at some point, it'll continue to grow, and at some point when we get to that 10,000, then we're going to start looking at a Patreon. Because, here's the facts, folks. 1 million people have that fucking thing, and Carl is right. He said it 1 million times on his show. I happen to agree with him. You look like a fucking asshole if you only have a few people supporting you on there.
Coco Munch, do you still pay your ex-alimony? Not anymore. One point I was paying $6,800 a month.
An inconvenient goof. All right, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Trina Harlan, would you ever consider doing a stand-up live stream from home or an empty theater with a cam? No. As Jay Leno eloquently said on this podcast, you got to have an audience. It's just how it goes.
That's right, folks. You have to have an audience.
I watched the first SNL.
But if you really want to support the Creep Off, give me money. Put it in my hard liquor fund. Make Carl feel terrible. Make Carl feel terrible that he didn't pursue his OnlyFans page. Let's embarrass him.
But it didn't work for me.
Oh, I don't know exactly how many WATP gets, but I know it gets way more than 10,000. We just think that that's like a good gauge on when you want to try to monetize something. And honest to God, I do this show for fucking free for forever. I enjoy doing it. To me, it's just fucking fun. Good point. And if Carl did feel terrible, you would never know. Even when there's times I've talked to him where he's voiced concern over something, Casey, I always think that he's just fucking with me. Okay, Kevin, I'll turn up Stuttering John for you.
There's only one answer for that. Yes.
How's that?
Would Howard help you if you were broke? There's only one answer for that.
No.
No.
Of course not.
But I would never ask Jay Leno for any money.
Has Carl ever been had a cold or been audibly sick for an episode? Honestly, dude, if he was, I couldn't tell. You've heard him speak.
Trina Harlan, I haven't watched in years. Were you in private parts?
Would Comedy at the Carlson have Michael Richards? Are you his manager? We could talk. Maybe we'd put him in the small room. I don't know. No, listen, we try to sell tickets. Tickets first, I guess. I don't know.
Recorded him saying he would do anal. Funny when accepted 100 grand for Lexington Steel to perform the act. Yep. It's hysterical.
All right, I'll lower it. I was just fucking with you guys.
One day when we shared a cab, it was just so funny to picture his head coming out of the
that grin kid Pierce Eddie ailed it. Oh shit.
Tim O'Boogie, please. One of that guy's legs weighs 175 pounds. Is he insane? I don't know.
We've not missed any weeks, I don't think, but maybe he was. I honestly don't remember.
Guzzle some because I'm feeling dehydrated. Then I'm gonna do some curls and some benches. Well, not benches. I'm gonna do some push-ups.
By some curls and benches, he means cores and bongs.
Thinking about what I want for dinner. I have some beer can chicken that I made last night.
Michael Richards opening for Alyssa Milano. I'd watch it.
And salt. It's okay.
Nah, never had another co-host except for Crozian the one time on the Creep Off. It's only been me and Carl. Carl and I, sorry.
Karen, Rick's missing you already. Kisses, hurry back. Your London toddy. Thank you, Karen.
Well, when he was close to me earlier, I could tell, yes, he does have all of his wisdom teeth.
Across the pond, we'll hang out and have some pints.
Is this asshole done talking?
Let me do the thank yous. I want to thank everybody that came on today. I want to thank everybody for all the super chats. I want to thank everybody for all the PayPals. I want to thank Sean, Hockey Canada 25, for not only being a guest today, but also being my
This
moderator.
is the best part of the Stuttering John show, everybody.
Antoinette Peragini. Hello, baby.
Are you talking about in the food or just
Be
to
my
cook?
girlfriend, will you, Antoinette? I need a girlfriend. Getting a little lonely over here.
Casey, you are absolutely right. I'm embarrassed.
Gotta go. Dinner with the in-laws won't be as fun. Katrina Harlan.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have listened to today is fucking incredible when you think about it. We have listened to like 7.5 hours, almost 8 hours of Seamus. We've listened to every episode of Dead Town. And now we have completed a Stuttering fucking John episode. No, he didn't prove that he wasn't you, John. Shut up.
I want to thank him for coming on the show. Stone Sour 8. Love you, John. Hope to see you at Bart Reed's.
I doubt any alcohol makes it to the pan. Agreed, Tyler.
I mistakenly decided to perform even when I was severely ill, and it was my second time back.
How's the day drinking going, Kevbot?
Bart Reed decided that he wasn't going to book me again because I had a bad week when I was had a severe fever. I had the flu, which is kind of weird. I was damned if I did, and I damned if I didn't, because I really couldn't think straight. I couldn't talk. I was hoarse, losing my voice.
Like that kid on that show who used to take a little chocolate milk, or a little chocolate, and then take a little milk, and then shake it together. That's what John does.
That's right.
2 beers and 4 shots of vodka. All right. Well, folks, if you want me to get extra drunk tonight, just like Kevbot,
who else do I want to thank?
throw some money in that hard liquor fund. I'm not going to lie to you, though. I do feel punch drunk, Kev Curly. I really fucking do. Like, I'm getting a fucking Uber home. I don't give a shit tonight.
Calling me back after a month. Who else should I be thanking? Am I missing anybody?
No, we don't mix drinks. It's hard liquor. It's a hard liquor fund. It's going to be high-end tequila tonight. It's going to be that or...
I will let you know. Hopefully it'll be Dean Obadala. But I will let you
We don't know
guys
what it'll be. I'm leaning towards tequila at the moment.
I'll be out of here in 1 minute at 2 o'clock.
Just turn it off. Why do you have to stretch it out an extra minute? Is he fucking for real? We'll be out of here in 1 minute at 2 o'clock. What are you talking about? It's a fucking podcast. Is the boss going to dock your pay? Is Speedweed going to fucking dock you? Oh, I hate him.
And let's hope that Artie Lang is okay. And let's hope that big pussy, Donnie Dickhead Jr., comes on my show. But we all know he won't.
Donald Trump Jr. is going to come on your fucking show.
Because he's a
He's fucking... Is that why? Because he's hate fucking that Kimberly Guilfoyle whenever he wants? Because he's fucking rich? He's doing whatever the fuck he wants to, and he's the loser. He's going to fucking Skype with the guy who steals internet and fucking gets drunk on his balcony. Oh, I hate him so much.
This is Stuttering John saying, get off your asses and vote in November. Gagiya, everybody.
Today's show is brought to you by Harry's. Please visit Harry's.com.
John is this generation's Andy Kaufman.
Save $5 off your
Yeah,
first
I guess nobody gets him. Oh, here we go. I'm going to listen to
Welcome to
my
the biggest
first
problem
episode.
in the universe, the show where we discuss every problem in the universe, from misdemeanors to chafed wieners. With over 4 million downloads, this is the only show where you decide what should or shouldn't be on the big list of problems. I'm Maddox. With me is Asterios and Sean, our audio engineer.
Hello.
Welcome back, and welcome Asterios. Dick couldn't make it this week. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, look, I got big shoes to fill. He actually left his gigantic fucking shoes here.
Harry, I'm going to have one on you, buddy. Thank
These
you.
are some very nice shoes. But this worked out super duper well because I was coming in town for the week anyway to get as drunk as possible with my friends.
And how's it been going?
I have 2 giant glasses of whiskey in front of me, and I'm going to see how deep in the bag I can get over this episode. And look, you know what? I'll leave it up to the listeners to decide just how slurred my speech gets.
That guy sounds like fucking.
But this worked out well. Dick couldn't
fucking,
make it.
what's his
I'm
name from
here.
Eastbound
You
and
got
Down?
free
The
booze. Let's get
assistant.
this going.
Stevie.
Yeah, I'm glad you copped to the 2 full glasses of alcohol in front of you, because I would have totally busted you on that, buddy. Yeah, and we're
There's
not...
nothing to bust. You can't bust someone who's super proud of what they're doing.
Good.
Oh my lord.
Fair
This
enough.
room is not spinning enough.
Okay.
That's what I want. I want my life to be a centrifuge by the end of this episode. And god damn it, Maddox, you get me there.
You better keep it down. You too, Sean. No more, no poop barf shenanigans.
Poop barf shit? What?
A couple episodes ago,
I missed something clearly.
Sean dry heaved because I was describing a story where I wiped my ass with a bunch of autumn leaves.
How did I miss this?
Mm-hmm.
I listened to every freaking episode. What? Why were you wiping your
That guy sounds like
My
fucking
mom locked
Jiminy
me out of the
Glick.
house. All right. Great parents. So last week, the problem with the most votes is zombie apocalypse planners, followed by Halloween not being recognized as a national holiday. That was our guest Roger Barr's problem. Followed by zombies, and then dead last, Dick's haunts problem, which nobody thought was a problem. In fact, they thought it was a solution.
What?
Haunts are a fun thing to do. A fun place to go, a fun thing to do.
All the haunts I heard on that episode sounded fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Spending $70 and then with the chick $140 to go out on a boat and not be scared and have to buy more liquor. It sounds like rough seas, buddy.
Oh, yeah, it was rough seas. That was horseshit. I was on that thing,
Oh,
right?
well, then you should know.
No, it was awful. But I was on that thing, and I thought it was a good thing that it didn't go out to sea. There was this haunted ship, and they advertised that it went out to sea. It didn't really. It just went out into the harbor. If it did go out to sea, I would have been stuck on that shitty boat longer. I did go to a haunt, though, over the weekend.
Tell me about it.
It was a haunted hayride.
Okay.
And it was not haunted at all.
Okay.
It was just, there might be something to this libertarian thing with regulations and all that shit. Because those fuckers were so meek. They're so afraid to hurt you. Because there was this lady over the weekend who was on a haunted hayride, and one of the workers accidentally bumped into her with a metal bat and busted her lip a little bit.
Yeah.
So the place comped her the tickets, and they gave her VIP tickets. Then she went to the hospital the next day.
Thank Breast Evans.
After she spent
Appreciate
all
it.
night at this haunt with VIP tickets. Then the hospital ejected her. They said, "You're fine."
Yep.
And then she went to the police, and then then she said, "You know what? I'm not going to press charges." And then she went to the news, and then told the news. She made a big song and dance, and all under the guise of raising awareness. She says, "Yeah, I'm not going to press charges because it was really an accident and everything's okay. But here you are talking to the news and also going to the police."
Who walks into a police station and says, I'm not gonna, here's a crime that happened, but I'm not gonna press charges? Thanks for wasting our time, lady.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We're the police. We have nothing to do. So this is great. Great use of our fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what? That goddamn attention-seeking bullshit. Everyone wants credit for every little good thing they do. That's the sign of a bad person. Other sign of a bad person, someone that says they're a good person.
Oh,
I'm a good person. I'm such a good person. Oh, I try so hard.
That's a red flag.
That's
Yeah,
a big
it's a red flag. Hey.
A red Nazi flag.
Speaking of Nazis and bad people, I got some voicemail. Listen to this one.
What a great transition.
Hi. I just have to say that my fiance listens to your podcast constantly while he's folding the
It's
laundry,
1 hour.
doing the
It's
dishes,
1 hour and 10 minutes.
And sometimes when he doesn't
Kev.
use his headphones, I hear them. And your voices are like nails on a fucking chalkboard. They have to be two of the most annoying voices I've ever heard in my entire
Slady
fucking
makes
life.
sense.
Just thought you should know that
I don't know if she's ever heard her own voice, but here we go.
your voices make me want to bang my fucking head into a wall.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Dick, go
luckily,
fuck yourself.
luckily for you, my voice is on the episode, my mellifluous voice. So instead of nails on a chalkboard. It'll be chalk on a chalkboard writing "Have sex with Asterios."
Ah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. You're welcome.
All right, I got another voice.
Wow, guys, you
I'm a chemist. The other
like
day, I
how
was
good
looking
can
at
Dick
some slides
Masterson
under my
be
microscope, and I discovered
that this is
the
became
smallest
good?
libertarian government I have ever seen in my life. I started doing some research, and a few days later, with equations and just tons of testing, my hypothesis was finally proven that Maddox has no idea what the fuck he is talking about.
You don't.
Yeah.
You hear yourself.
All I'm picturing
he's
is a
not here, so
banana.
fuck you, okay? If
A
he were here,
banana
he would say,
talking
"Fuck
and
you,
Stevie
buddy." Look,
from Eastbound and
I don't
Down.
know
That's
if
what I'm
you're doing it on
imagining
purpose.
when I'm hearing the voices because I saw banana docs
That's
earlier.
what he would like you to believe.
You know what? I think that you started out real, and then when you realized that you didn't know what you were talking about, you were like, "I've been trolling you the whole time." It's like when people make a shitty horror movie, and halfway through they're like, "Oh, it's campy. It's supposed to be bad." It's like, look. There are really
Thank you,
valid reasons
Harry.
why
Thank you,
libertarians are,
Blog
like,
Tomorrow.
the worst people in the world.
You guys rule.
You haven't outlined
Appreciate
any
the
of them.
booze.
Okay, you know what? First, I have two things
I'm
to say.
very
First of all,
excited.
Do we have to do this again?
for being done with this tonight. You guys have made this a lot of fun.
And I won't even fight back. I just want to put the marker down there. As an objective third party who has not been here for the past 2 weeks of this kind of argumentative fuckfest, like, you're wrong on this one, man.
Yeah. Okay, I
All
get
right,
it.
I'm listening.
I
I'm
get
listening.
it.
I'm listening.
Here's the thing. That episode was kind of a clusterfuck. I was fucking around at the start. You know what? You know what? Maybe the homeowners association argument wasn't the best tack to take to pin down libertarians.
Asterios, let it go. That's as good as we're gonna do.
Honest to God, Patrick Michael's the winner of what I've preferred today so far.
Yeah.
Because these people are just like, they are just...
Damn it, we almost had him. Whatever.
So, Carl and I don't
let's
sound
see,
like
I got,
this, do we?
I got one
Please
more.
tell me this isn't
And,
what Carl and I
before we
sound
get to
like.
this, I should mention that,
Please tell me it
so
isn't.
I just finished a new Sonic 3D tutorial on Twitch.
This is
And
my nightmare.
Today I did a Sonic turkey, Sonic the Hedgehog turkey, which I think is my masterpiece. Like, you guys all shat on my old Sonic the Hedgehog 3D. But I'm curious to see what you guys think of this one.
Now, is this that thing that you were doing? I was literally at my day job today, and I got a notification that you were on Twitch, and so I opened up Twitch, and I saw you, like, using digital clay to
Holy
mold
shit,
a
it's all
spiked
terrible.
dick?
No, it
like
was
like a spiked phallus, like a dick that looked like it could really hurt somebody. Like, was this the thing
Could
you were making?
really hurt somebody.
That was not That was not a spiked dick. It was a beautifully rendered Sonic the Hedgehog. A Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving is coming up. I want to get people in the spirit.
Okay, well, look, I'm a huge fan of Thanksgiving.
This
All I'm
show
saying is if I
sucks. This
saw
is not
that
good.
thing you drew
And like,
walking,
I have
like
not
50 feet high
heard
into Macy's
anything
Thanksgiving
yet
parade,
that has
I
helped
would
me
leave New York
understand
and
what
never
the
come
fuck
back.
they
It
are
was a
talking
terrifying
about.
abomination.
This is just like someone
hateful.
turned on
That's hateful. That's
turned on
bullshit.
two
You're
fucking
just a
noises,
hater. That was
and they
one of the
started
best
going
things
at
I've
each
ever
other.
made, I think, in 3D.
I don't know.
Everyone loved it. Everyone. I didn't get a single criticism when I was making this.
Yes, you didn't get a single
Can't wait,
criticism. You got
Cyber Organic.
Hundreds of criticisms. You
Wait
can't
until they
even
get
make
to
a
the
regular
problems.
Sonic the Hedgehog. So why do you think you can make a Sonic the Hedgehog / turkey?
I
A
made
Sonic the
a
Hedgehog
Sonic
/
the Hedgehog,
turkey.
A turkey, and it was a successful. It was success. It was great. Everyone loved it. You know what, Asterios? I will put my reputation down on the line.
Oh, so you won't put that much down on the line. Okay, got it.
Fuck you.
All right. Uh-huh.
All right, I got another voicemail.
Hey, Maddox, I am still bamboozled by the fact that you didn't, since you're such a gamer, and you play video games all the time, that you failed to notice when Robert, the dude on the last podcast, the recent podcast, said the skeleton key gives you access to new rooms. I'm bamboozled that you didn't say, hey, that's like DLC. Well, guess what? You missed your opportunity there. Sean, please don't delete this. And
James, thank you, brother.
Go fuck yourself to oblivion. Christ.
Go fuck yourself. What an idiot.
That's a minute of my life I'll never get back.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Why
And
did
then
you play
the
that,
level,
Maddox?
and then
about that thing that Robert said last episode.
This is the-
Roger.
I want you guys to know something. Carl's man crush is Dick Masterson,
DLC's
and
completely
he
different
developed
because
this
you're
man
buying content,
crush
which, by the way,
listening
they're just
to
segregating content
this
that you
show,
would have normally
and I'm
released
sitting here
with the
listening
game
to
back
it,
in
and
the
I'm
day.
reevaluating
Now they're just saying,
Carl.
Okay, well,
I'm
we're
just
gonna work this off and
reevaluating
say
him.
It's downloadable content that you have to pay extra for.
It's an additional revenue stream.
Carl said earlier when he was in here that they
they
did
would
a
advertise games
when he
as
was on
hundreds
Dick's
of
live
hours of
stream,
Yeah.
Like, I
or
remember
not Dick's
when I
live stream, when
got
they did a
Final Fantasy
Patreon
III,
episode
which
of
I think was Final Fantasy
WATP.
VI in
He
Japan.
reviewed this with
And
Dick.
they were just like, it's 150 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
And it's like, motherfucker, that's.
Yeah,
It's-
okay,
it's
I get it. It's
absolutely
different.
incredible.
It's just like I
And
said,
now
this is my
they would take
first
that, they'd say
introduction
150 hours, sell
to
you
whatever
80 of
this
it,
is.
and then sell you the
So,
other 70
I guess
of
there's
it,
a contest
broken
part
into
coming up,
chapters
yeah?
over the next 6 months. And
It's such
of
a
course
racket,
bullshit.
dude. It's
Of
such
course
a
it's
fucking
bullshit.
racket. And you know what? I swore off of EA games. I don't
Mhm.
play any more EA games, Electronic Arts.
Good.
Because I bought the last
Stan,
snowboarding game.
that's called being a host. I think
like an
I've
hour and a
moderated
half
this
to
live
start the
stream
fucking
better than
game.
these two guys have
I swear
hosted
to
this
God,
show.
with the installations, the updates, I had to sign 3 terms of service agreements just to play this fucking game. And
Just
then,
to fake snowboard on
Yeah.
some fake snow. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, they're shitty
You have to go
games.
to EA Origin and you're always on connection.
No. And then to get the full pack. So if you buy the game,
Mm-hmm.
you have to enter this code that's on the package. It's like a 16-digit code, and that's just so it unlocks one of the levels that you paid for in the game. And the reason they do that, you can only use that code once because if you resell the game as a used game, they want people to not have all the content because they're trying to get some of that used sale market. That's what they're doing. It's such a fucking shady business, man.
It is like there is sort of nothing worse than these giant video game companies trying
They
to
talk
fuck
slow and
people over.
normally.
And look, I know that there's
Everybody earlier was like, speed up Seamus. I'm like, fucking, I want to
it goes
slow these
giant
fuckers
video
down.
games trying to fuck people over. Sophie's Choice. And the Holocaust that led to Sophie to make
Oh,
that
this
choice.
episode, this shit might break me. This is getting under my skin. It really is.
Look,
I'm trying to be a cool
Gamergate-
customer with this,
fucking
but holy
Gamergate kids
fuck.
can bitch all you want about like some lady that may or may not have had more sex than you've ever had in your life to may or may not get a review that blah blah blah. But it's like, why don't you fucking go
Exactly,
after EA
Rajveer.
for causing
Exactly.
for like having this always on stupid bullshit. There are soldiers fighting for our freedom in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they can't use their Xboxes and they can't use their PlayStations because they have these games that require some sort of bullshit always-on connection.
Yeah,
Like,
somebody
you need
checked
an always-on connection to play
there's a new
SimCity
Dead Town
4.
out.
Oh yeah, there's this all this rich content out there.
We're
on
gonna
the
make it.
internet. Oh, my computer could never hold all these fucking fake buildings and monster attacks. Oh, it's just all this crap.
All right, Asterios.
Yes, sir.
Let's get to a problem.
Let's get to a real problem.
Yeah.
And by real, I
let's
mean the
get
first
to the first problem, which is probably not going to be a real problem. Oh wait, and before we do,
Yes, sir. Okay.
last week you guys bamboozled me into saying
So we've heard the good stuff.
Yeah, that was our fault.
You
Yes.
fuck.
Yeah.
Here's why I didn't even want zombies on the list because zombies aren't real and they're not a problem.
Thank you, Sanctus.
Unlike zombie apocalypse
Listen,
planners.
those of you who stuck in here
By the
are
way,
going to be
I
the
didn't even
ones
I forgot to mention
who
this in that
really
episode, but the
know
zombie apocalypse
that I
planners,
did
like,
this
shit is getting so out
challenge,
of hand.
that I
People are
spun the
dying at
wheel and
parties.
I sat here and I
Someone get too
fucking
drunk
did
and they'll
it.
think a zombie-
8 a.m.
someone
to
dresses
8
zombie
p.m.
up. Yeah, it's happened
I've gotten
multiple
up a
times. It
couple of
happened in Oregon
times,
at
but
a
I've
party.
always
Happened in,
listened
I
and
believe in
continued the
Austin at a
podcast.
party.
Oh my God, are you
I've
serious?
done
Yeah,
the
people are
fucking
thinking
job.
these zombies
And
are
I got to
real,
tell
and they
you,
pick up a shotgun and,
whatever
and blast them. They
Carl
blast their friends and
spins
kill people
on,
at parties. It's fucking insane. You zombie apocalypse
I need
plan.
you guys to
Why the
hold
repercussions?
his
You know what?
fucking
I'll
ass
say,
accountable. He
the
needs to
flip
do
side,
his fucking
first prize
consequence.
Because if those costumes weren't good, you know, when you get that spray of pellets in your chest, that's like saying, well done.
Oh, jokey. That's terrible.
Maybe one of the best affirmations you can got. Because the thing is, like, we all want to be spooktacular. Everyone wants to be spooktacular.
You're right.
Okay,
You're right,
that's the
James.
gold
I'm
standard for
CGI
how-
right
that's
now.
some fucking spooky shit.
Do I have
Good for those
pepperoni
guys.
nips
Hey,
right
but
now?
when I
I
die,
just might.
I want to die having scared the shit out of somebody.
Yeah.
I'll be on the ground. I'll go, well
Thank you, Mr. Ed.
Bleeding bleeding from your buckshot wounds.
Yeah, bleeding from my 40 tiny wounds.
Yeah.
Not my one big
Yeah.
wound. Oh
That's
my
a
God.
Jokey
That's a shit
Jackman.
shot. That's a shit way to go, man.
You pretty much.
All right, buddy. Let's
Yeah.
do this. Let's
I
get
understand.
to the first problem.
All right,
Yeah.
let's get to the first problem. My first problem is cowardly perverts.
Cowardly perverts. Okay.
Cowardly perverts.
What? I mean, I consider myself a pervert.
That's
but
a
not,
good-
not cowardly.
Yeah, exactly. We're both perverts.
Yeah.
The three
You know,
of us
one
are
of my we were talked
We
about.
like
Somebody
a
had
pretty
sent in
looking
the
lady.
email.
Even if we're on a
Oh no, it was a
ladder and we're
voicemail. They
looking at her
said
through a pair
we
of
should replace the
spyglasses.
12-hour
We like a
live
pretty
stream with
looking
watching
lady, right?
cuties.
Exactly. We
On
like to, we like
a
to
loop.
bring a cell phone into a lady's bathroom, leave it recording.
No,
for a
sorry,
few
PJ.
hours, pick it up later, and
Okay,
just
Chris.
Nice
do
to
a
see you.
God-
Glad you're here.
What? I'm sorry.
You're a creep. You're a creep.
Well, we're creeps, right? Exactly.
Okay.
I'm a creep.
You have a theory
You're
that
a creep.
Hannah
Oh, sure, I'm a
Gatsby
creep. All
and
right.
Jim
Anyway,
Jeffries are the same
cowardly
person?
perverts.
Well,
Now here's the thing. There's this new game out
I would
called
like to
Metal Gear
subscribe to your
Solid 5,
newsletter.
and it has a character in it who runs around in a bikini top and ripped leggings. She murders people with a sniper rifle.
Cool.
And she never, ever talks to the point where her name is literally quiet.
Oh.
Now, this is every man's dream girl.
Yeah, this sounds amazing. So let me
Sure.
go over this checklist. Okay, she's super gorgeous.
Yep, huge breasts.
She's an assassin.
Yep.
This is like already my dream girl.
She's Asian.
You can Asian. Oh my God.
Plus
okay.
5.
Plus 5. There you go. And then
Good
what
advice,
else?
Zarn.
So all these
Doesn't
things
talk.
already, and then she doesn't talk on
Nope,
top of that.
she doesn't
That's
talk.
like here you won the lottery, and also you're dating the hottest girl in the world.
Exactly. And
This
she's
is my
not dating
poker
you because
face,
you won the
PJ.
lottery. She's dating you for your personal.
I'll never admit it.
Oh my God.
That's a big win.
That's just never
Yeah, everybody.
happened. I
By
can't
the
even
way,
imagine what that's
Kevin's
like.
right. If you've never
No,
tried little
this
oranges
character
on your
sounds
pizza,
great.
probably
But
don't.
Here's the reason why she's naked all the time. Here's the reason why she can only wear a bikini top. She can only, and this is going to be a spoiler for Metal Gear Solid 5, kids. She can only wear a bikini top because clothes poison her.
What?
Clothes poison her. There's a moment in the game where someone puts clothes on her and she starts to suffocate because
Yeah,
she breathes
Beta,
through
it's
her
not
skin.
good.
Also, she can't talk because if she's
Targetai, we are listening
virus
to
will kill
Maddox, the biggest problem in the universe,
I'm
and it's not
absolutely
good.
not kidding. If she talks, a virus will kill her. And this is what I mean.
So listen,
by
guys, I'm getting a cup of coffee
cowardly perverts.
to get through this shit. I got to get my energy up. I got more cookies here. I'm gonna eat some sugar, and hopefully those will get me fucking through.
Yeah, it's like someone bending over backwards,
Mr. Ed,
bending over further
we're getting to that
backwards
point.
so that they can justify
Be right
their
back.
perv
Coffee time.
choice.
Yeah.
It's like, look, if you want to put a hot chick in a video game running around in a bikini top, just do it. Just own it. I'm a perv. I like to jerk off to video game characters. Just own it. Be a man about it or a woman about it. Be a person about it. Don't be a fucking coward about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're going to be a perv, own it. Don't be like, actually, there's a very good plot-motivated reason for this bikini-clad lady to run around and not talk. You see, she's been given a nanovirus, and I'm afraid that her skin is, her dermal layer is how she breathes oxygen. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you for being such a goddamn coward about this. Just say, yeah, you know what? I put a hot lady in my game because I like to jerk off. Hi, I'm Hideo Kojima, the guy that created the Metal Gear series.
Oh, well, you know what, Asteris? Okay, look, the perviness thing I get. They're just being pervy, and they're trying to justify it somehow in the plot. That's super contrived. But Konami is a shit show right now. Real shit show.
Tell me about it. I don't know about this.
Well, it's awful. They've
Okay.
basically closed their doors forever.
Oh, God, really?
Konami's done. I'll tell you what, buddy. So I was in Vegas for about a month ago, and I was shooting this game show, and every now and then I'd pop into a casino and just check out, peruse the floor. And it's awful and as depressing as I remember. But I was walking along and I saw these something I never thought I would see on a slot machine, and it is the Contra logo.
What?
And it's exactly the Contra you're thinking about, the old Nintendo Contra.
Spread gun.
machine gun, flamethrower, laser.
Konami code.
The Konami code. It's all there, and it's on a fucking slot machine.
Oh.
Konami has closed its doors to video games and moved completely to mobile and slot machines. That's all they're doing anymore.
Oh, God.
And I think it's just a big cash grab because they realize they have all this IP that they can piss away.
Yeah.
Making slot machines. There's a Silent Hill slot machine coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I played the stupid Contra one. Yeah, I won $7, but fuck it. It's not worth it.
Right, to see the property that you loved as a kid turned into like this thing that rips off old people.
Oh man,
yeah, you're absolutely right. That's not worth it.
It's so sad. It's so sad. So I think that quiet not talking, it's contrived for sure, but it's more to do with Konami being cheapskates than anything else. They're trying to save a buck.
That's great.
I think that's what
one
it
less
is.
voice actress we need to hire. Way to go.
One less voice actress, with fewer royalties they have to pay out. They don't have to worry about casting and all that shit and craft services when they have voice actors come in for their couple hours of work that they do.
Yeah, exactly. For their whole thing. Yeah, the Kiefer Sutherland's whatever to take Kiefer Sutherland to the room. I'll tell you, the saddest thing I ever saw at a casino was someone was playing an Ellen slot machine.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah,
exactly. And it's like, look, you pull the lever, and if you get the right thing, she dances around and blah blah blah. Ellen loves to dance. Anyway, I saw someone screaming at an Ellen slot machine. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you fucking me like this? To an Ellen slot machine, and I was just like, I think I have to leave this casino.
Hey, y'all, sorry about that.
Oh man, it's so
Super
depressing.
sad.
All the slot machines good. There's a Ghostbusters fucking slot machine now, man. Look, on top of the Ghostbusters franchise, already gone to shit because they've decided to make gender a gimmick.
I've really
in their
enjoyed
fucking
listening
movie.
to this episode.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I know the woman who's writing Ghostbusters
I do too. I know her.
I
That was
saw
Ellen
her
yelling
today
at the
coffee shop.
Yeah.
She looks really hot.
She is.
And,
she is. And
look,
she's delightful.
No, she's super cool.
She's a wonderful woman.
Oh, look, I think Ghostbusters 3 could be good because I think Paul Feig is a good director.
He was also
I'm not one of those
a
people
genetic
that's like,
gambling
the
loser.
Ghostbusters need to be men.
Burzum.
Like, fucking gender swap everything. Who gives a shit?
Let's
give it a chance.
All right.
You know what was bad?
I was in the next studio. I was right in the other room. I was
Ghostbusters
just
2
making
was
coffee.
bad.
Sorry.
If
I was right
Ghostbusters
next to
3
the
is
speakers.
worse
Trust
than
me.
Ghostbusters
I
2,
listened.
I will be super duper surprised. Let him fucking give it a shot. Who gives a shit? Let the lady Ghostbusters run around and bust.
I didn't really leave the room. I should have just switched over to the.
There hasn't been a Ghostbusters
My bad. I should have
movie
just switched
in
over to the
20 years.
control room,
gotta
and
give
you would
him
have
a
seen me in there
fucking
making
chance.
coffee.
Oh, okay. I hadn't thought
Sorry
about
that.
This is really good point.
Here comes Maddox's bullshit bridging statement before he plays a sound.
You know,
drop.
Beck, I honestly think
really
that I
thoughtful.
was.
I actually hadn't thought about that. Maybe you've changed my mind.
In terms of what I've listened to today,
Do you have something called
it's hard to identify a bright
Asterios
spot,
ready to go?
but
What
I
the
can
fuck
say
are
that
you
it
up
was
to,
the
man?
least
And
worst.
Can I have more of your whiskey, please? Thank you so much.
Help yourself. But I was just wondering, that's a really thoughtful argument I hadn't considered. I was wondering if you could do me a favor and bend over so I can put this.
Are you a fan of the biggest universe, Beck W?
Buddy, bend over and pucker up, because here it
Biggest
comes.
problem in
all
the
right?
universe or whatever?
In the original Ghostbusters, the gimmick was that they're exterminators, right?
Slime Knight, you might be MVP,
they're
man. You've been in here a long time. I'm proud of you.
The pests they're exterminating are ghosts. Oh, wow.
In the original Ghostbusters, the 400-page script
I
Dan
enjoyed you
Aykroyd
snipping
wrote,
his plagiarized
he
segments.
specifically was saying, I want them to be like firemen, but for ghosts.
Yeah,
which is
okay.
why they're in a firehouse.
Fine. You
Okay.
know what? That's the gimmick.
Okay.
They're firemen.
Big Steve.
Also in the original script,
We've
the
got
Ghostbusters, the third act
an
involves
hour
them
and
going to
25
hell
minutes
and fighting
left.
the devil.
Awesome.
Dan
I just had a
Aykroyd
little
apparently
coffee. I'd like
wrote
to
the
thank
original, I'm not kidding,
Rajveer for
400-page
69 cents.
script to Ghostbusters
Thank you, man.
while
Very
on
sexy.
every drug the
That's my
80s
favorite
had to
number.
offer.
It's very
Well, I
sexy.
apologize. Please continue,
You know
Maddox.
what? They edit. That's what editing
That's
is
what
for.
editing
It's very
is what Harold
funny,
Ramis is for.
actually.
They fixed it. It was a great movie.
Incredible
It's, I
movie.
would say, like a
That's
99%
hysterical.
perfect movie. There's like
what
nothing.
would you change about you would make the ghost blowjob longer? Okay, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Okay, so that's
Thanks
the
to
original
James,
Ghostbusters.
Jacob.
Cool movie, cool gimmick.
Yeah.
But Paul Feig.
So
is
yeah,
Feig or Feig?
90 minutes
Either
left,
way.
ladies and
We know who
gentlemen.
we're talking
Feig,
about.
And I'm
Feig,
listening
Fog,
to
whatever.
what I think
That
everyone
guy,
who's
he
tuned in and
came
out
out,
today
he had the
can agree
audacity
this is
to
the
come out
worst
and just
fucking thing we've heard.
blatantly say,
I think we could all agree that this is legitimately the worst fucking show that we've heard, and we listened to a full Stuttering John episode.
As gender as his gimmick. So everything else is secondary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rajveer. Let me go back and look. Forgive me, buddy.
It's all women. Oh, yay, women. But you know what? I feel like if I was a woman, I would feel insulted to be working on the set.
I don't want you to feel bad.
If I'm going to get hired for a job, I want to know that I was hired because I'm the best and most qualified person, and I beat out other people who are equally as qualified. But he set out to make a movie with women, and that's his gimmick.
Yeah, you know what? It is interesting that there are 4 women Ghostbusters.
Why is that interesting?
Well, let me back up and say that if I were a woman, if I were a female comedian who wanted to act in a movie, I think the last thing I would do is be like, I'm not going to take
Oh,
this
the
role.
comment.
It's
Oh,
insulting.
gotcha. The comment. I was
definitely
thinking
won't
something else.
audition for the all-female Ghostbusters. Boo earned. This sort of what's the word? This sort of affirmative action will not stand. Take your money and give it to a white man, thanks. But the second thing I'll say is, look, if you're watching 4 male Ghostbusters out there, if you're watching, I don't know, let's say Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill, what's his fucking name with the fucked up brother, James Franco, and James Franco's fucked up brother. All right, let's say those 4 are the Ghostbusters. You're going to be looking at them the whole time. You're going to be thinking like, yeah, these guys are not as good as my
Yeah,
hero.
Rajveer, I can't find it, but you're the best.
Nope,
Nope, Mike. I had a couple sips of this Miller Lite that is still
the real
relatively
Ghostbusters
full
cartoon
because I don't drink this
was
shit.
run by
I'm just
J. Michael Straczynski,
it'll
Oscar
pop up in a
Award
minute. It didn't pop up in the actual thing yet,
Babylon
Rajveer. I'll
5.
keep an eye out for
J.
it, and I
Michael
promise you I'll
Straczynski is
read
like
it.
one of the greatest sci-fi writers of our time, and that's the guy they put.
Yeah,
in
could
charge of
somebody
the
put
cartoon. Almost all
like
the Ghostbusters
audio of
canon,
Todd's
except for
kids
Ghostbusters
under
2,
this?
is this kind of like
Some
brilliant
fucking Patrick Michaels
And
kids
you're gonna be
fucking
watching the whole
crying
time
would
and
be
like,
good.
yeah, that guy's not as
Thank you,
not
Uncle
fucking
Jerry.
As funny as Peter Venkman. That guy's not as funny as Ray Stantz.
Carl
That guy's
did
no-
stop
that
by
guy's
and he
no
brought
Egon Spade. You can put all the glasses
Andy
you want on him.
and
That girl's not
Croge,
as hot
and they
as
brought
Janine.
these
That's
Miller
the
Lights,
problem with
and
casting
Carl
male
was drinking
Ghostbusters.
White
With
Claws.
female Ghostbusters, they have the opportunity to.
Well, Kevin,
fail
I
or
really would
succeed
like an
on the
Irish
strength of the
coffee.
script and the
That
direction
sounds
and the
wonderful,
acting.
but the problem
And
is,
then, look, that's
I don't
just
want
how
it
I feel.
mixed with
Interesting.
anything. I just want it to be
Interesting
Irish.
casting, though, is Melissa McCarthy as Slimer.
Sean, you don't talk often, but when you do, it's always
Berserk,
gold.
I don't fucking know.
Good job, Sean.
I don't even know how I made it to
you know,
38.
Serious, that's a really good point.
Yeah, Andy's
I
a
really
real cutie.
appreciate your
Real
argument.
cutie
That
pie.
actually may have changed my mind. I think that was.
Oh, great. Well, then let's
really
move
smart.
on. Moving on to more pervert.
You know what, dickhead? Here's the thing.
Okay.
They already
If
did
this was
Asterios.
fucking
They already-
Seamus's
you know
kids, he would have mic'd
let's
them
make a
already, Slime
Ghostbusters
Night.
cartoon. Who cares?
Are you
Who
talking about
cares who the cast-
Ghostbusters Extreme?
Yes, I am.
Where they had a goddamn Ghostbuster in a wheelchair.
That's the one.
J. Michael Straczynski didn't run Ghostbusters Extreme. He was busy running Babylon
Yes, he did.
5.
Never forget. Hashtag.
You like Sense8? God damn it, Maddox!
yeah. Let's make one of them a Latino, and let's make one of them a woman.
There
with
was a
purple
joke in
hair.
there,
She's a
Jeff? I
gamer.
missed it.
Let's make one of them in a wheelchair. Fuck it. Let's make one of them half ghost and half human. Oh, who gives a shit? Let's include
see if I
everyone.
can
Let's
find
make one of them a
Rajveer's
fucking
comment.
hamster. Let's make one of them a mute. Let's make one of them a blind. One of them doesn't have arms. Let's make someone who an illegal immigrant.
I got an alert that said you sent it to me.
Help us that we have representation in our media. I'm so sorry it's not the 90s where everything is
And it just
four
appears to have
white and
disappeared.
straight men running around solving
Very weird.
everyone's problems. Yeah, okay, the 90s went overboard. I'll completely give you the fact that the Planeteers probably wouldn't be friends. But look, we need some sort of representation in the media.
Steve, I'm listening to a show called The Biggest Problem in the Universe, and all of these folks seem to really, really love this podcast. Except apparently a guy named Dick Masterson.
They were complaining that only 17% of the Oscar nominees
they said
were
that him
black,
not being
and
on
last
it
time
is
I'm
the
like,
problem,
well, yeah,
but
that's
I'm
actually not
noticing two
representative 'cause
big
there's only
problems.
13% blacks in the population, so that's right along lines of where
He
it
touched
should
my
be.
back, Slime Night.
Way to go, Maddox.
No, but
Way
how
to put those blacks in their place.
He did. Oh, he did improve?
I mean, here's the thing.
I don't hate improv comedy, but I'm not going to lie, folks. It's not my favorite.
Fuckface, here's the thing I'm tired of, okay? Because all these, it's always women bitching the loudest, and it's straight white women. I'm tired of hearing straight white males.
Women
straight
aren't allowed
white
to
women.
bitch about shit because when women bitch about shit, they get fired.
Does anybody know what
Here's
year
women
this
have to
episode
do.
came out?
They have to shut up and eat their
Somebody tell me what
feelings, and
year,
that's where
maybe. That'd be
Kathy
good.
comes from.
I'm interested to know that.
Look, man, I wouldn't know about Kathy, but here's the thing. It's always straight white women who are bitching about, oh, we're not winning. We're not winning enough Oscars. We don't have enough jobs. How many times are they complaining?
So roughly
that
4 to
not
5
enough
years
Korean
ago.
representation, or not enough Chinese representation, or how about Inuits, or how about Indonesians, how about Vietnamese, how about all these fucking people? How about 1 out of every 6 people?
Yes,
in the
it is,
world,
number
or actually
77.
2 out of every 7 people in the world are either Chinese or Indian. How many of them do we have represented in the Oscars? Yeah, the women are all. They're not fighting their battles. They're like me. It's always their battle. Look, if we want to talk about representation, shouldn't we first talk about the people who are almost never represented? How many male Asian actors, leads, are there in Hollywood?
You're gonna blame women for that?
No.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, you can't. I would. You know what? Actually, let me jump back for a second. I just want to say that this thing you've created is beautiful. It's this gorgeous thing. He's got this great hat.
Sometimes when I listen to these things, I think people thought this was finished.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Berserk, it certainly does.
This straw man you've created
you fucking
is fantastic.
You
I just have
motherfucker.
to say, the fact that you are saying that, like, that's what everybody wants, not you. Everybody wants the disenfranchised fighting amongst themselves for whatever scraps are given to them by old white corporate men. Like, yeah, okay, you know, every time someone puts out the gender gap statistic that says women get paid 78% of what men get paid, and whether or not you agree with that statistic is sort of immaterial to what I'm about to say. Someone will then say that Latino women get paid even less.
Okay,
and
Raj
African
Vera
American
just
women get
showed
paid
up,
even less.
and he
And,
gave me
you know,
69
the
cents, and he said,
LGBT
biggest
community
problem is
may
good,
get
you
paid even less.
fucktard.
And it's like, yeah, we can
Fair enough.
slice and dice this shit, but while all
Yeah, I'm the problem
minorities are
here.
fighting,
Listening to
all
this,
the
I'm the
old
problem.
White rich men
You're right.
are fucking living up on their yachts. Like, that's what they want. Like, you and me are on the same team, Maddox. We don't like all this corporate bullshit.
Right.
Like, so when women fight amongst them, it's like we shouldn't be trying to pit minorities against each other, is all I'm saying.
They're not
because
minorities.
there's a bigger problem.
They're the majority of the population. Women are literally the majority of the population, and you keep saying straight white man. Like the original Ghostbusters, one of them was black. I mean, that's 25%.
Yeah.
That's high, statistically higher.
Yeah. Oh, you mean that guy that was introduced like in the middle of the third act? So they can
Zarn,
explain
I'm going
how
to guarantee you that will not be happening.
Yeah, they originally wanted Eddie Murphy. They couldn't get him. So here's the thing though.
Right.
Like with the wage gap thing, I think it's so disingenuous because
Mike,
they keep
God
saying
bless
that
you. I
men
might get myself a little bit of the turkey later
22%
myself.
more
I've been
on
leaning
average,
towards
but they're
tequila
only
all
looking
day,
at men
but
and
I'm starting to
aggregates.
think
Did you
that
know
maybe a
that
nice
Asian men
whiskey,
make-
I know all the
Asian men
something
make more
that'll
than all
hopefully
other men.
drown
Why are
out
they comparing
the
them to
fucking
Asian men?
memory
You
of
have
these
no
two
idea how much I know
out
about
of
you. I
my
know
fat
so much
Italian
about the
brain.
But listen, the wage gap is indicative, I think, of a larger problem, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
that in our society,
Hard liquor
women
fund.
have it harder. And listen, whether or not women make 78% of what a man makes,
I might need to drink
that's gonna
tomorrow
be up for
too,
debate for
kids.
the rest of our lives.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
I'm
not
pretty sure I'm
debatable.
gonna have
It's
to
on
drink tomorrow,
PolitiFact.org.
too.
It's done.
Listen, I've read that PolitiFact article.
Yeah.
When I say it's going to be up for debate, I guess what I mean to say is people will be debating it. Because
Oh, burns them. That sounds awesome. I have a salad to eat still.
You can go out and raise money on one end of it or raise money on the other end of it. People are going to be using it as a...
Yeah, I'm going to get something really
the thing
fucking
is,
good. I don't know what I'm going to do yet.
that, like,
I haven't decided if I'm going to
generally
stay
speaking,
here
women have it harder
and just hang at the bar, which is a really
In,
good
in
option.
certain
I haven't
aspects, for
drank.
sure.
Yeah.
Like
so
women,
I could,
like
you know,
men don't
drive
have
to the
worry
liquor
about
store
looking
and
over their
just
shoulder when they're walking to their
Yeah.
Men
go
don't have to
home
worry
and
about,
turn off
constantly
fucking
getting date raped.
everything
Yeah.
Men
and
don't
sit
have
in
to
my
worry about
amazing
if we
leather
got date rape,
recliner
that would be the
best date ever.
in silence
Hello?
with all the
I
lights.
didn't even
I want to
have to pay
fucking
for it.
drink
Thanks.
heavily in fucking silence
There's
after
a number,
this.
There's a number of things that
I don't
men
want
just
fucking
don't have
music
to
in the
worry
car.
Yeah,
but
and
then,
I want to drive to
I'm
the
not
fucking
saying-
liquor
this isn't one of
store,
those things to say like, oh,
buy a
men are
handle
monsters,
or
women are
two,
saints. I mean, look, obviously we're all human
or just
beings,
buy
but
something
I just
so
think that, like,
fucking
the weight
extravagant
gap
and
statistic
tasty
speaks to a
and go
larger
fucking
reach
home and just
injustice.
drink it
Women do
and
have it
fucking
a
say
little
to
bit harder
myself,
than
you
us.
did
They
it.
have to-
Oh,
You
buddy,
fucking
I
showed
agree
Carl.
with you like
Exactly.
90% of the way there.
Yeah, we there is some common ground here. That's what I'm saying.
But here's the thing.
Ah,
I
nice
just
cigar
saw this
would be
article
good.
come out in
Ah,
Mike.com.
that's-
Mike.com is always talking about this. They're always saying, hey, wage gap this, wage gap that. They're talking about how Iceland
Quarter
is now
cask and a
considered the most
cigar.
feminist
Miss Pussy
country on
Liquor is
Earth.
not wrong.
Because they just passed legislature that allowed women to
Thanks,
walk
Cool
around
Hand
topless.
James.
Great.
Maybe one of these
I'm
days I
all
will.
for that.
You're
I
allowed
mean,
to do that in
you
New
You
York,
know,
by the way.
it could be
What's
fun.
that?
Maybe
You're
if we
allowed
did
to
a
do that in
Patreon,
New
maybe
York.
I'd do
You're
like a
allowed to
live
do that
stream
in New
once a
York,
week
and
and just
you should
fucking
be,
hang
because
out with
there shouldn't be that double
everybody.
standard.
No, there absolutely shouldn't be. And listeners, I'd like you to
Jeff,
to the New York.
You don't even
Topless
know,
Book
buddy.
Club,
You don't
which
even
is a
know.
group
But
of
thank you
women
for
in
sticking
New
your head
York
in and
who
checking on me.
go
It
to
means the
Central
world.
Park, take their tops off, and read books. It's a wonderful society.
Listen to
It's pretty
Whale
awesome,
Song.
Pretty good.
So Iceland, the most feminist country on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So they're touting all their great statistics. It's like one of the largest female legislatures in the world. They have,
thanks,
the birth
thanks,
rate is on
Tampon
parity.
Tom.
One man, one boy, one female to every male that is born. Like everything is parity right across the board. The one statistic they didn't talk about.
We have to have
interestingly
so many
enough, is the
subscribers.
wage
I don't know
gap.
much
You know-
about
you know what
Super
it is
Chat.
in
It's not something I
Iceland,
ever
the
really
most
thought about
feminist country
doing.
on Earth, where
But
women are
yeah, maybe
controlling
we
legislature?
got like. Listen,
80%.
let's not get all carried away about
that's
how great this
interesting.
is.
Why the
We
fuck
still
is it
got like
80%
an
the most
hour
feminist country
and
where women are
fucking what do I have? An
dominating, where women
hour
are
and
ruling?
18
Because it's
minutes,
fucking
or an hour and
not true.
13
They're
minutes.
not looking at
Let's not
equal
add
jobs.
time.
They're not
An
looking
hour
at
and
equal
13
pay
minutes
rates. They're
left.
not, excuse me, they're not looking at equal experience.
1,000
They're not looking at
subs.
equal
So what do we
time
got
spent.
here?
They're not looking at
What does
tenure.
this
They're
channel
not
even
looking at
have?
experience. They're not
200 at the
looking
most?
education.
What do we
They're
got?
not looking at the same metrics. They're just taking averages. It's fucking stupid. That's all it is. Iceland, if Iceland,
take a
the
peek
most
and see what our
feminist country,
subscriptions are
has the same wage gap as America, then it's fucking
Oh, that's
not
horrible.
True, dude.
232.
It's just not.
Look,
You guys aren't horrible. You guys are awesome,
it's
but
just again.
that's not some
I'll
good
say
numbers.
That I believe the wage gap outrage speaks to a larger injustice.
So
I
tonight
think
I'm
if-
doing
I
this
think if-
because
well,
number one,
again,
I
with
lost.
the
I'm playing the
injustice
game.
word,
I'm
right?
playing the
Injustice
game
implies that
fair
there's
and
some
square.
wrong being committed.
All
Women
this
have higher
cheater
job
nonsense
satisfactions than
talk.
men across the board. Where's
It's just
the
very
injustice?
disappointing
If
because
women
I'm
are
trying to play
complaining
it
about
as square as I can play
I
it.
don't have female friends who are like,
And
oh man, I really hate my job because I don't
tonight
get paid enough.
I'm doing
I
it for
just
you
don't hear
guys
it.
because we're having fun.
I'm not debating
And
the wage gap statistics. Like, but what I'm saying
just
is,
am. Never mind.
when
I'm
you're
sorry.
one in the
My
workplace,
thoughts are gone.
if
These
you
fucking idiots
act
are just
like
still
confident,
going.
You're called bossy, and if you act proud, you're called bitchy, and if you tell people what to do, you're called the C word. Whereas, like, if you're a guy, and look, this is just my experience. This is just, you could say this is a generalization, that's fine. But like,
Mr.
I
Ed,
just
I
feel
don't know
like,
what any of that means.
specifically in the workplace.
You're
women have it
welcome,
harder
Obesity
because they have to do
Deathmatch.
this thing where they got to be like everybody's mom or everybody's big sister, everybody's friend. And but
Oh,
they also have to
Carl
get the
would
bottom
never
line, but
do
but
this.
that. Like, I feel like men have more of a more agency.
RH Crew,
Because if a guy,
I think I may
is
have.
running around telling people.
I
what to
think I
do,
just may have.
He's an authority. He's in control. He's commanding. He's brilliant.
Oh, Raj
And if
Veer.
a girl's doing that, she's crazy.
You do
know,
too have a life.
Something that Tina Fey said was like. Tina Fey said that like
Oh
when
shit!
they
I
call
forgot
a
about
woman
that.
difficult, it just
I was
means
gonna
that
go
no
out
one wants to
and
fuck
like
her
blur that
anymore.
out later.
And I was
because
like,
Carl
"That's
didn't tell me
brilliant, Tina Fey.
with
That's
the Tanya Harding
exactly
thing.
right.
He
'Cause
didn't
it's
tell
like,
me that
well,
that was like what
you
the
know,
picture
when
was
you
gonna
think
be. It
about,
was just like, oh.
for example, female directors. You know, like
We went with
Penelope
it,
Spheris.
and
Like,
so far nothing has happened.
Why is it that someone
But
like Steven
yeah,
Spielberg gets
we got to
direct
get this
40
subscription
movies
numbers up.
over
If we
40
could get up
years,
to
and they're
1,000,
always
I'll
famous
gladly
fantastic
do one
female
of
directors,
these,
and they get to direct, like,
you know,
one
once or
or
twice a
two,
week
and
and
they're
just
done.
fucking hang out with
And it's
everybody.
just-
We'll talk
I
about
don't
whatever you
know.
want
I
to. We'll
just
talk
feel
about
like there's
creeps.
a larger sexism at play.
I
in a
found
lot
some
of the
good ones
business
for this
world.
week.
And
So I'm kind of
feel like
excited.
an easy way to express that rage is to complain about.
I'm pretty excited actually because there's one of them that I really
it was
like.
more honest.
It's a very
I wish
funny
that
story.
there was
So
another way.
Well, yeah.
make sure you tune in
here's
on
the thing.
Monday.
Come on, we all want things to be correct.
Well,
I
sure,
might not
but
even
here's-
show
here's
up on
the-
Monday. I don't know if I
here's
could stand to
the
be in this
bottom
fucking
line.
room.
And you're talking to a guy who has hired men and women for the same project.
Yeah, Leah, you've hired Leah a million billion times. And she's an incredible artist.
We did a comic book together.
Hashtag
we
Vinnie
split
Strong.
The proceeds. The same thing with all my.
Hey guys,
the other
when we get
illustrators
to
I've hired
7
for my
o'clock,
books and
we got
things,
10
like,
minutes.
I pay the women the exact same as
All
men.
of you guys who
Obviously,
have your
I'm
Twitters
an
out,
egalitarian.
tweet at Carl
I
and
absolutely
tell him
believe
he's
in
got
that.
1 hour left. He had
We
11
now
fucking
live
hours.
in a
Make sure that
world
motherfucker
where
knows.
We have YouTube, and we have
Rajveer,
the
I
internet,
haven't
and we
watched
have
it. Have
our
you
own
watched it?
means to create and put
Oh.
out whatever we want out there.
I don't want to
And
do this at
I
home. Absolutely
can't wait
not.
to see what this new world brings, because if it's truly sexism that's holding women back,
Yeah, so-
and some of it may be. I know for sure that there are sexist guys out there.
Well, listen, if
and,
you want to, if
there's
somebody
different degrees of sexism too. But if
honestly-
that's no longer the case, if we are no longer beholden to quote the rich straight white man to as the gatekeepers to let women into the club, well then this is a brave new era, a brave new world where we have women who have nothing inhibiting them to create their own content. And
Hashtag
I look
Carl's
forward to it.
creepy.
And one of my favorite YouTubers, probably my favorite YouTuber is Jenna Marbles. Jenna Mori. I don't know if you've seen her stuff.
I know Jenna, of course.
Odds are
Yeah,
I
she's
probably am
she's
being
fucking
trolled.
famous.
She's
She's on
fantastic.
billboards and shit. Yeah.
Another thing I will say though, there's
How much
there's
money
a
for another
stigma
12
against
hours?
Women comedians, and I will say,
Yeah, that's the thing. It sucks.
it
It's hard.
sucks.
It's harder for women than
I'll
it is
tell you
for
what.
men.
You know what,
I'll
though?
I'll gladly do another
Look,
12
it's-
hours.
look, it's not
if this
fun to
channel
talk
has
about that
1,000
shit.
subscriptions by 8 o'clock Eastern
I would
time.
so much rather get pissed off at women and complain about them for being bitches and complain about them for not.
It'll never
wanting to
happen,
date
'cause he
me
did
and
cheat,
complain about them
Zarn.
for
He's
finding
never
me
gonna
fat
admit
for
it.
some reason. But it's like, it's just like, look.
He'll never admit it.
Generally speaking, women have it harder than men, and if women are complaining about shit, yeah, it's really easy to hear them go like, yak, 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 but it's like, sometimes they have a point. So all I'm saying is sometimes they have a point. But listen, I think YouTube.
Yeah,
is a
I don't
perfect
know much
example.
about
I
it.
was
All
just
I know
using
is
your
that
bathroom earlier
Ted
tonight to
Cruz
pee out some of the whiskey I
got an erection, and when he
you
gets an
have
erection,
a-
he
you
starts
have
writing
an
letters
award
to people
above
telling
your
them how
toilet that says, like,
whatever
closet.
gave it to him is bad. That fucking guy is
Exit
weird.
Stage left, and Maddox has an award in his bathroom.
I kind of want to
above
see him
the
on the
toilet
Supreme
that
Court. It'd be
says,
kind of funny.
Congratulations, 100,000 YouTube subscribers.
Yeah.
It's like a
Maybe I would do an
silver
overnight
YouTube
one instead.
logo, and it's adorable.
That'd be fucking
And it's
a
like,
nightmare
I
for
think
me.
YouTube is the perfect example.
I have the
because
time.
There are all these incredibly funny, talented.
But if I did one of these, would
Look,
I have
YouTube
to listen to
women out
awful
there, and they're
podcasts?
doing it. They're fucking doing it. They got millions and millions of followers, and they're making content, and people are responding to it. So it's, I mean, isn't
So
that
this,
the perfect
the-
example of when you give the means
we're
of
gonna switch back to the
production
website, I
to
guess.
The artists, other artists rise. You know, artists that maybe you don't expect. to
Judgy much
rise.
Slime Night?
I
don't know.
hope
I have
so,
no
but I
idea
also
about this
don't
movie.
care.
It probably is
Look,
fucking vile.
All I care about personally is making a little bit of dough rain me. That's all I care about personally.
I just know I wouldn't want to watch it with my mother.
Asterios, have you ever used Harry's razors?
Yeah, you bought me. You may have forgotten this, but you bought me a kit for my birthday. Thanks, Maddox.
You're welcome and happy birthday, buddy. Harry,
you're just buying so much shit for people that you.
Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades are crafted for sharpness and precision. Did you know that they're German-engineered blades?
Look, I'm not sure if you've heard
So
this,
right
but
now,
they like
that's a
to
great
blame so
question,
much
Will
at
Run.
Factory.
They did.
Do you guys
They're
have any
half the price of
suggestions? Do you want me to
big-name
find a
drugstore brands,
Politipod
free
to
shipping
finish
straight to
everything
your
up?
door. Harry's.com was started by two guys passionate about creating a better shaving
Maybe I
experience.
will.
And I'm sure you're wondering how exactly does that shaving experience happen, right? Well, Harry's bought that blade factory in Germany.
So
as
we got,
mentioned.
God, it's
by cutting out
6
the
minutes.
middleman,
Start
they can
fucking
offer an
trolling
amazing shave
Carl.
at a fraction of the
Right at
price of
7.
drugstore brands.
Please.
They ship the blades
That'd make me
right to your
happy.
door at factory direct prices.
If I ever
It's
do
pretty
live
amazing.
streams, I
Guys, the
immediately want
code
everyone to
is
start
biggest
trolling
problem.
Carl.
Just go to you
Just
get
fucking
$5
give him
off your
shit.
first purchase with the code biggest problem, and after using the code, you can get
okay,
an entire month's
Dennis,
worth of
here's the
shaving for
deal.
just $10.
I mean, that's incredible.
If
Absolutely.
you could
get
find
the
me some
razor,
Jerry Banfield
gel,
on
you get everything.
Spotify,
I mean, that's
we'll
a
listen
really
to some
great-
Jerry
I
Banfield.
don't shave every day.
Oh,
because I like to look
Opie?
a little dangerous.
Mr. Ed,
You do?
really?
Well, thank you. That and the giant.
You guys
knife
want
I'm
the
holding.
Opster?
But
You guys want me to
do wanna
hear the
say,
Opster.
I mean, I really like Harry's products because they
All
kind of turn
right.
shaving from a chore into like this fun little thing. And Harry's sort of has the competition on the run.
Boy.
I'm not sure if you've heard of this. I'm not gonna name names, but really big names in the shaving industry are starting like
what a fucking funny
small
idea.
internet shave subscription
All right.
services in order to try to undercut.
So listen, here's the Destroyer.
Yeah, everyone is trying to compete with Harry's right now. Because Harry's has a really good model. They're doing something right, and our fans.
Well,
love
Slime
it.
Night,
Guys,
you
thank
need to
for
get
supporting the
Harry's.
show. Again,
Did you
go
know
to
that Anchor
harrys.com. The code
FM is the
biggest
best
problem.
place to
Link
make a
it. It really helps
podcast
the show.
today?
Thank you, Harry's, for sponsoring us. But
All right,
guys,
so listen.
let's get to a real problem.
Here's the choices:
this week is
Opie, Jerry
virginity
Blanfield.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess maybe
I'm on board.
I could try to find Politipod.
As a
But
21-year-old virgin.
Jerry
I'm super
Banfield
on board with this.
or Opie, you guys decide.
No, lies. Oh God.
Decide amongst yourselves. Let me know when you decide. Oh, Peapod? No, thank you.
21, so don't worry about it. But I definitely didn't have sex until after I left college, and it was definitely a source of shame for me. So I want to hear this.
Oh, well, this may be for you then. This is
Yeah.
really interesting. Okay, so I brought in the problem shaming a long time ago because I feel like shaming.
Oh, we're not going back to Patrick
I feel
Michael.
like some
Sorry,
it
robot.
can help people. Some good, constructive things can come from shaming.
Yeah, the anti-vax movement got squashed.
Good.
I mean,
absolutely.
at least they drove them underground.
All right,
for shaming.
I'll make you a deal, guys.
And I'm sorry
First
for all the
person to send me a link to my email. That's what we're going
I
with.
got an email.
The creepoffpod@gmail.com.
Yeah.
We're on week 3 of him digging his own
This
grave.
wasn't an argument. That was an apology, Sean. That was an apology. I feel bad that the libertarians got, they got their little movement squashed.
Listen to him just dripping with shittiness.
I know. It won't save you, Maddox. But I do want to hear about this virginity
I
stuff.
love me so much. I'm so good. All right.
As
All right, let's see what I got.
The person who, like, if you opened up the dictionary and looked up the word virgin, my picture would be there. I do want to hear what you have to say.
Good. This is from, I got an email from a throwaway account. It's John Smith. So it's fake email, but he says, "Hey, Maddox, sorry about the throwaway email. I'm a professional. I can't risk having too much of a personality. Virginity stigma,
Nothing yet.
virginity shaming, one of those. He said that this should be a problem on the show, so thank you, John Smith.
Kev, I
and
didn't get
anonymous,
anything
whoever
yet.
you
You
are.
sent it to my email?
He says there are a lot of reasons for being a virgin. Poor social skills, not being around a lot of girls, not being able to manage school and work and a social life, etc. The
And
stigma
being
is bad.
icky.
It makes it even harder for those people.
That's
who
the
do
thing. If
make
you're a
an effort to
virgin,
get
that's
laid.
there's
The stigma is
nothing
so
wrong with
bad
that. But
even after you lose
it's
it,
just
the fact that
people
you
want
got
to
in the
bang.
game
You got to
late
realize
is a
people
point
want to
of shame.
bang.
Yeah, for me.
Regardless of what's happened since, I'll always be a bit weird.
And if you
because I
can't find
talk about
someone to
girls I banged
bang,
in high school or
it
university,
means you're just not
it's
motivated.
I can't either. Oh my God.
You also
Did I
have
write
to-
this?
You also have to understand that the average teenager is a filthy fucking liar.
2 bears, 1
None
cave.
of these kids are doing what
Oh,
they say they're
fucking
doing.
Segura.
Yeah, I know.
Did I write that?
Ugh.
Did I get drunk and write that email to you?
Josh
That's
Potter
my
isn't
entire
on
life
that, is he?
story in an email.
John Smith, yeah. So I looked into it, actually.
Yeah.
There's this article on theatlantic.com. It says, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the average
Is that
age
is that
Americans
awful
lose their
comedian you're
virginities,
referring to?
what
His
would you
name
guess?
Joshua Potter
You know what?
from Buffalo.
17? Like
Yeah.
16?
8.
In Jared's dreams, buddy. It's actually 17.
Not doing a YouTube
17,
video.
You're right. It's 17 for both men and women.
Yeah.
The CDC also reports that virgins make up 12.3% of females and 14.3% of
Okay.
males aged 20 to 24. That number drops
So,
below 5%
what I'm
for
looking
both male and
for-
female virgins aged
Ah,
25
we're going
to
Opie.
29. And males as well
Rajveer.
as 0.3% for virgins
The
aged
69-cent
40 to
man.
44. But they're out there.
First person to the
40 to
inbox.
44 of virgins
We're
are out
closing
there.
out with
So
the
this,
Oakster.
Psychologists have started looking into this to see what kind of effect this has on people because it does have an effect. They found that the median age, I think, is about 22.
I
Yeah, here it is. According to a
fucking
study published
despise
in the
this
American
show,
Journal
whatever.
of Public Health, survey respondents who lost their virginities late, a mean age of 22, more frequently reported sexual problems than those who lost it at a normative age, a mean age of 17.5 in the study. These sexual
OP
problems include having
radio.
trouble reaching orgasm, maintaining an erection, and
OP
becoming
radio.
sexually aroused. So the longer you wait past the age 22, the more likely it is for you to have sexual dysfunction.
Cool new cover.
God, well, that completely makes sense because you're just so anxious about it and so
Yeah.
nervous.
See what we
and,
got.
Like,
So you're just throwing more pressure on these poor bastards.
There's a relatively new episode.
That's why this is a good problem because it's like, oh my God, the longer you're a virgin, the more the
Opie
more
got
and more
okay.
stress it causes.
No,
It's
because
terrible.
people build sex up.
This
into
episode looks good.
incredible
Opie
thing in
Radio
their minds
episode
that is
284.
the be all.
I'm too old for this shit.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Added to the queue,
I
baby.
abstained from sex for a long time because I thought, well, I grew up in a very conservative town. I grew up with conservative parents in the most conservative state in the United States. Utah's a very red state. It's very religious, very pious, very sanctimonious.
Yeah, you and I were actually raised very similarly.
Where'd you grow up, Sean? You grew up in California?
No, I grew up in here, but I grew up in the same type of
Mr. Ed, you're telling me
that you did.
a horrible
I grew
end
up in
to
a
a
very
horrible
rural
day
town
is
in
fucking
New York.
right. But because of you
one
great
thing I
people,
didn't do
it's
was,
7
really
o'clock.
make a point and
1 hour
fucking
left.
advance.
11 hours in, guys.
That's where we
Fucking
get
11
different.
hours.
I did that.
11 hours. Nobody thought I'd do it. Here we fucking are.
Yeah. Okay, I was a dick. So.
Fuck
one
yeah.
of my first girlfriends I ever dated.
Put some
was
money in that liquor fund.
And this isn't. This
We're gonna
isn't
fucking
my
kill it
label that
tonight.
I'm giving her. It's her. It's her own label.
Huzzah.
So it's like one of those things where you hear a girl say, "Oh, I'm a nympho," and you're just like, "Okay, shut up. What does that even mean?" Oh, she was, man. Like if I ever went over to her
Obesity
house,
Death March. I'm glad
if
you
I
were too.
Wasn't paying attention for more than like a minute, 30 seconds.
That
I
and
look around,
he's
I don't
Zarn.
see her,
That and he's part
her face
banana.
in my junk. She had a subscription to both Penthouse and Playboy. It was
Go get him, guys.
Like, you know, to an extent,
Just
but-
hit him on his
but,
Twitter. Just
because
tweet
I was
him
in this
at Vinnie
conservative
Strong. 11
environment,
hours
I
in.
didn't quite know what to do with that, and it was kind
Go
of
get
a
him.
source of
I'm gonna look
stress
on my
in the
Twitter and
relationship.
watch because I'm gonna
And
laugh.
it was one of those things where I was always told to wait for the right woman, and that's what you should do. And those are those are the values, the conservative values that they give you. You should wait to the right woman. One man, one woman. That's it. Blah 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 blah. When I finally did lose my virginity, I was done with it, and I thought, okay, well, time to play video. Like that's it. I didn't care.
Yeah.
It wasn't this magical moment for me. It was just kind of like I was masturbating with someone's vagina.
Okay.
Oh, so funny.
You have no idea how on board I was with you until you said, I just use this chick's vagina to jerk myself off. And then I decided to play Katamari.
Thank you for the tip, Rosemary.
Let's see how big I can make this Katamari. God damn it. That's the maddoxiest thing. If only Dick was here with a bag of sand. Holy shit.
You think
Look,
they want to be a shock
I'll be
podcast?
honest. When I lost my
You're just
virginity,
picking up on.
I think I was 20 when I was out of college.
Oh, these guys suck.
Yeah, it wasn't this incredible thing. I was just like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm not a virgin anymore.
It doesn't change you as a person.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, unfortunately,
my brother
yeah?
said one time, he said, it just makes you a little more confident in the locker room.
Oh, God.
It doesn't change you as a person. It just makes you a little more confident.
Mr. Ed, take the break, man. I wish I could take it with you, but I can't. Take that break from me, Mr. Ed.
Like the chasm between having had sex and being
Cyberganic.
able to have
That's a good
sex
point.
is
There should be a
huge.
name for that.
So it's like, the
shock
first time
jocks
you
who
have
want to
sex,
be
the fifth time,
woke.
It's like all these early experiences. They're not going to be fun. It's just sort of the way it is.
Yeah, your first time's not going to be great. That's why.
Hey,
when I was
Casey,
talking to
welcome
Dick,
back.
Dick's a vehement defender of having sex in high school, which he's like, oh, it's the best. I think it's
Yeah,
the worst.
Opie is a guy who doesn't have to be doing what he's doing now, Dennis.
Jesus
And that's what makes it a little
to
odd.
be attractive and confident enough to have had sex
If he
in high school,
just had decided to disappear for a while when he left, he could have gotten a real job by now in a big city. But this podcast thing really took him down fast because radio people don't know how to do
a
it.
guy who again did not have sex until after college. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of that shit.
Yeah.
Kalman, what did
know what?
what qualifying
The
exam did
only
you pass?
advantage to having sex in high
Congratulations.
school is the bodies, especially of females. Look, I'm a guy. I've never had sex with a guy, so I don't know, and I don't care, and I'm not curious. But as a guy,
Will
having
Run,
sex with
I'm
a
telling
woman
you,
in high school,
I wouldn't have made it if it wasn't for you guys.
Like an 18
A woke shock
year-old,
jock is called a
near
sellout.
Near the end
Not
of the
far
spectrum
off.
when they're actually women.
Yeah.
Their bodies are very firm. Like everything's like everything's.
Just find a 35-year-old woman who's into CrossFit.
Wow,
Same
Dr.
shit.
Kalman, congratulations.
Well, So anyway,
That is
man,
a big deal. Thank
the
you
whole
for
stigma about it. They
spending
talked
part
about
of your
this-
day
they
with
talked
me
to this
over here.
guy
You should be
who
really
had a
fucking
problem
drunk.
with,
That's awesome, bro.
losing his virginity.
Congratulations.
In this article, it says he abstained from sex because he had low self-esteem.
Yeah.
This guy, which he says heightened after learning about his sinful nature at church.
Oh.
He didn't want to be ostracized from his Christian family and friends. He didn't want to prematurely ejaculate while messing around, which had happened to him once in college, so he didn't have sex until he was 28. What eventually made him feel ready was practicing orgasmic meditation, which entails stroking a woman's clitoris for 15 minutes.
Oh.
The class which he joined after hearing about it from a friend eased this guy, his name is McDormand, into being sexual in a permissible environment where he felt safe. Soon after, he lost his virginity to a girl in this community and later met his current girlfriend. So this is one of those things where, yeah, if you abstain for too long and you get too
man,
insecure about
seriously,
your sexual,
congrats.
Your sexual function, your sexual ability, or whatever it is, that it can manifest itself
I'm gonna have
in
a
all
drink
sorts of ways where
for
you
you
start
tonight,
to feel
Cowman.
insecure about yourself, and it's such a taboo in our society to even
know.
talk about sex that people are even afraid to look for help or even know where to go to get it.
If I was not this drunk, I would absolutely not be talking about
Hey,
it.
has anybody else noticed that these
swear to
assholes
God,
have
I'm
calmed down?
Absolutely not kidding.
Let's hear it.
It's just,
Like that
it's just,
level of
you know,
energy just
it's
couldn't
the-
have,
it's
you know,
the
continued.
Worst thing you can be in our society is a male virgin.
Thank God.
It's the worst.
Right?
It means you're a dork. I mean,
It's still fucking
the
unlistenable,
4-year-old
but it's
virgin,
like-
the reason that movie was such a huge hit and was a huge success was that we could all kind of identify with being like a loser, and you know, the plot of that movie is in the title, the 40-year-old virgin. The fact that that's different and weird.
54
enough to
minutes
be a
left,
movie
guys.
Yeah.
kind of speaks to the stigma you're talking about.
Well, I mean, 40-year-olds ridiculous.
He
man. Go out there and get laid.
will run. The answer to that was
God damn it!
You know, you know,
way too much
you know,
for what we could have sold
I'm always
tickets for.
surprised to learn when
Like,
some of my male friends have
Here's the
you
thing.
know, used a prostitute.
At the time, he wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm
bring
always
1 million.
surprised to
No,
learn that, but
he wanted to
I think
bring
if the
Stuttering
alternative is
John with
sexual
him,
dysfunction
or not
later on
Stuttering
in
John. He
your
wanted to bring
life,
Ron Jeremy
Look,
before he
do
just
what you
got
gotta do to
charged
figure your shit out.
with fucking
Because if you're not
raping
getting laid, there's probably
and fucking
something
molesting
not
everybody.
clicking
He's
with
been
you
in
and women. You're not putting your
arms
best
reach
self
out for the
out
last 20
there. You're not
years.
communicating your confidence to women, which is attractive to them. Like a lot of guys.
So it was Stuttering John, it was Brian Dunkelman, and it was Ron Jeremy. And they wanted close to 10 grand in hotels and flights.
Like I've seen
And
the girls you guys have dated.
there's no way, number one, they were going to sell out.
I'm the
And
other side
there was
of
no
the
way
coin.
they were going to sell multiple shows to make that
I'm
worth
like
doing.
This like
And
fat, nervous guy.
No, man.
Oh my God!
No.
Like if I had like an ounce
Thanks,
of the
Casey.
confidence you guys have,
We're almost there, kid. We're almost there.
I mean, look.
We're almost there. That's all I could say.
Okay,
I just get nervous.
Yeah, it was a lot of money,
glad-
and the
yeah.
guy kept telling me,
glad
"Nah,
that we are
man, he's a
talking about
killer.
this right now, because
They're all
I
killers.
used to
You'll
be
love them. They're
this
the
guy.
best."
I used to be this guy
And
who
he
was
just kept
not
telling me over and
confident,
over
was
again how good they
insecure.
were.
There's
He was
a lot
trying
of
to tell me
things
Stuttering
that other
John's
guys have
opening
that I
jokes,
don't.
not Stuttering
They have more
John's,
hair, they have more money,
Ron
they have
Jeremy's
more
opening
status, they have more
jokes.
power, they
Like
have more
this guy,
charm,
he's
et cetera,
really
et cetera, et
funny.
cetera. Well, not the
And
charm part.
Dunkelman is a good comic.
Of course.
Obviously, you know,
but
he's
here's
the
the
guy
thing.
who fucking
That's-
famously
none
quit.
of that shit matters because what you need to realize that
whatever that
what
fucking
women
show
are
was, American
attracted to
Idol.
is
He was the
that
co-host
sense of
with
confidence
Seacrest, and he quit
and
after one
the,
season.
the charisma
And he
and
was
the
driving an
energy that you
Uber
put
last
out,
I saw him on television.
including your body
So,
language. I would recommend to any
I
guy
don't know.
listening right now, and actually women too,
Seacrest
because
isn't driving an
this is
Uber.
really important for women to put off the right body language as well as guys. Go out and get this book. I think it's called The Definitive
So,
Guide to Body
none of them, I don't
It's
think, were
one
at
of
the high
most
points of their
interesting
career.
books I've ever picked
I
up.
mean, it seems to
Look,
be.
it's not an exact science, and it's one of those things where you hear an expert show come on, like the Dr.
Yes.
Phil show, and he's
10,000 subs at a
body
buck
language,
each.
blah,
We'll
blah,
get
blah.
Stuttering
It's not
John.
an exact science, but it's pretty damn
I'm pretty
accurate
sure
most of the time. You can read
that,
people's
like,
body language. I picked up
that
this
little
book,
tour they
and
were
just
doing
flipped
didn't
through a
do
few
any
pages,
shows
thinking,
at all,
I'll
except
just
for
read a
maybe
couple pages
one.
and throw it down. I
And the
almost
guy
read
was
the
trying to
entire
tell
book
me
in
they
one
sold
sitting,
out
which I
500
rarely ever
seats.
do. It was
It's
such
just
a
crazy.
fascinating book, and it changed things about me that even the way I'm talking, you guys can't see right now the way I'm talking right
Like,
now. But look at my hands.
if he had said,
Look at my
"Listen, we
hands,
would have
sir.
got,
Like,
we would bring everybody
I'm
in,
gesturing towards the
we would
stereotype.
do the show, whatever." I mean, it's also crazy because they're all on the
like
West
it,
Coast,
but I am
and that's a lot of
attracted
the
to you,
price. Is
right?
like,
This book
you know,
sounds
flying in, we get
great.
deals on
Drink
hotels
up,
because
buddy.
we put
Have a
people up every
double on
week
me.
and stuff.
do it.
But
Yeah, so
Nobody's paying
that-
for
that's-
I would- I
fucking
actually would
stuttering
probably
John
buy
to
that
fly
on
to
cable
Rochester,
after
New
this
York.
episode because that sounds
Nobody's
awesome.
paying
It's
top
It's a
dollar
great, but I'll link to
to
it on the
fly Ron
website.
Jeremy
but
here.
that That
It
book,
wasn't gonna happen.
That book helped change my
But
life.
the
Also,
agent was what you would call
I'm like a fucking walking slouch. Like
a
whenever
low
my
tier
mom
kind of
sees me,
guy.
she's
I don't
always
know.
like,
He has like a sub booker, I think
And
they
it's
call
just
him.
like, oh,
he has
it's such
access to
such
some
bad
bigger
body
names,
language.
but
It sends out
mainly
this, like,
his job
this-
is to book
this like defeated
the lower
sick
tiered
right?
acts,
Yeah,
and
I
he
know exactly
thought
what
I was an
Nobody
idiot.
wants that. Nobody wants to be around that. It's depressing. Also, if you're the type of person who's always complaining about shit and
Creepiest
you're always
game
in
show
a
host.
bad
His
mood
name
and
is
you're having
Steve
a bad
Wrigley.
time, guess what, shithead? Nobody wants to be around you. Nobody
They
wants.
thought I was a
like,
money
when
mark,
even
Chubby Pencil.
I, as negative and cantankerous as I am in my writing and my online videos and everything, in real life, when I'm around my friends, I tone it down.
That
and
guy,
I also
that
try
might have
to-
been his
try to
name,
be aware
Will.
of the amount I'm bitching
He was
about.
like nice enough
Because
guy.
if I do it too much, I realize I try to
But
put myself
I'm
in
not
their shoes and think, would they want to be hearing
fucking
me
fool.
bitch about this shit?
I have to say, like, the episode of this podcast where you talked about, I forget the exact problem, negative thinking.
Self-defeating thoughts.
Self-defeating thoughts, where you said, like, whenever anyone asks me how I'm doing, I just say,
God
"I'm
bless him.
doing
He
great."
probably is.
I actually started doing that.
He
because
probably-
for
Dante
a
probably
very
is his
long time,
manager.
People asked me how I was doing. I'd be like,
I spoke to the guy on the phone
and I would
once, and
just,
then we
you
never
know,
spoke again.
Yeah, I would just start bitching right away, complaining this and this and that. You know, my best friends in the room.
Oh,
John,
Steve Wrigley's a
and,
very
you
good
know, when
friend of
we would
mine.
talk on the
He's
phone,
hosting a
I would
show
just start complaining
that I am
But then I
currently
heard that
working on
episode
producing
that
for
you
the
had,
Carlson
and I was like,
Comedy
you know, I'm
Network.
gonna start saying I'm doing
It's to
okay.
be called
And after I did,
FTL. My beef with Josh Potter.
I thought that was such.
It's more he has beef with me for some reason.
That episode,
And I don't know what the fuck I ever did to the guy, but he just does a lot of shit talking from what I understand. I don't really, like I said, my big response to anybody in an open circle or a closed circle about that situation is I don't
Go back
fucking
and listen to
know.
episode 67. We talked about self-defeating thoughts.
What happened to
and
Opie?
again, as someone who doesn't have like
talent caught up with him?
or a dog in this fight, like you should listen to that episode. It was really good.
Thanks, man.
You don't want me as
yeah,
your
that-
manager.
That episode, I got so many.
My
emails
ideas
people saying it
from?
really
What
helped them,
ideas?
A lot.
What
It was
type of
basically
ideas?
How I battled with my own depression in my 20s and how I was able to solve that problem for a long time. I hadn't been depressed, I think, for 12 years after I solved that problem. So. Yeah, that's a really important one if you guys care about that. But it really makes a huge difference. Your outlook makes a huge difference. Your body language makes a huge difference. The way you sit. Nobody wants to be around a tombstone. You walk into a fucking bar, you look like you slumped over. Okay, whatever,
Sure.
bozo. I'm gonna go talk to that confident, handsome-looking Maddox in the corner, strapping long dong. That's who I want to be friends with. Wanna munch
Yeah,
that
Opie
wiener.
probably is as talented.
Chomp on the side.
Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry.
Side
I'm
to
just
side with my
tired.
wiener. So
our problems
I'm
this
sorry,
week
Kobe.
are-
Forgive me.
Are
It's been 11 hours and 12 minutes.
and virginity stigma.
Kobe,
Oh my, this
that is very
episode
funny.
might hold the
I get
record
it.
for least amount
Casey,
of time
Opie is as
talked
talented as
about
any other morning
problems
zoo type radio
brought
host.
in by a host
Sure.
and guest host.
Why not?
This is
Sure he is.
incredible.
Oh,
we
wait.
spent like 5 minutes talking about these problems.
All right, just one more thing from that
Yeah,
Atlantic
I mean,
article.
I've met
It says
Opie,
here
and he's
that,
been a
so there are
very
number
nice
of
guy to
reasons
me,
why
and
people
I
have
don't
virginity still.
really
It's
know him
not
that
just
well,
religion,
but
it's
he
not
was
just,
cool.
Low self-confidence. Sometimes it's emotional abuse.
I'm just so sorry
Which
that he
can
got
also
so
lead to
bitter
sexual
about this shit.
abstinence. This was the case for designer Stacy B. of Boston, whose father regularly told her she was worthless and ugly.
I'm not
This made her
familiar with the
distrust
No
men.
Agenda
She's
Hangouts. Did I
39
do that
now and
show
lost
for
her virginity at
WATP?
37 after going to
Is that the
therapy
guy
for
and his
7
wife?
years. Stacy says her mother taught her that sex is special, a common reason that people wait.
So
and
here's
she
the
kind
thing
of
about
believed it.
doing like
Later,
a
she
live
realized
stream.
that the emotional
This
trauma
should
she
never
faced
be
growing
released
up
as an
caused her to
episode
keep
of
her distance
something.
from men, rather than the belief that sex was special.
People
She
who
tells me over
release
the
this
phone
stuff
that
as
she
a
never got a lot of
podcast
attention from boys,
really
not
have
because
no
she's
concept of
unattractive,
what
but
entertainment
because
is.
She put up walls.
This
She
is
wishes she had dealt with this a long time ago before becoming too old to have kids.
John C. and
sad
Adam
when
Curry.
you-
Yeah, I
know,
don't
if
think
you're
I.
one of
Oh,
these
No
people who
Agenda.
you know
I forget.
your
Red
parents
Bar
are
is what I was
abusive
thinking of.
and
Forgive me, Kevin
toxic,
Curley.
And they tell you
Forgive
things
me.
that aren't true about yourself, or they're putting you down. Get out of
It's
Dodge,
catching up with me,
man.
boys.
Get out of Dodge.
It's hard to get out of these controlling cycles.
The
I mean,
problem is
yeah.
some of them are more insidious, and you don't really
Yeah.
realize that they're fucking you up in the manner that they are.
Because they're your parents. Why would
Is he a
you
streamer?
think yourself like, they're your
Berserk?
parents. You think they have my best interests at heart. You think they're looking out for me. You think they care about me. I mean, yeah, these patterns of emotional abuse are terrible, and I feel terrible for that poor woman.
And then you grow up and
especially
realize,
because she was attractive.
Is the creep off that terrible,
that's
Bob?
That's the worst
That's
thing.
tragic. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying,
If an
Sean?
ugly
Tyler,
girl weren't-
you
Oh,
sent me a
sorry.
pizza,
I was gonna say that,
and for that
you know,
you're
when
my
you grow
hero,
up,
and
you
I
realize
just
that your
appreciate you
parents are
being
completely
here with
flawed
me.
people,
Dude,
too.
okay,
That's
that's
why
a
I
good.
don't
Thank you for asking that. Not asking that, commenting that, Berserk. Does a YouTuber count as a streamer?
Correct, Sean. Ding,
Your guys'
ding, ding.
Both
Correct.
of your parents, but
So-
not my
so-
parents. My parents are great.
But way back in episode 1, this is the point I was trying to make that I feel like Dick wasn't even making
Obesity,
an
it's
attempt
funny.
to understand, is that not everyone has won the jackpot. Not everyone has the parents' lottery that you do. Like, your parents are cool. Your familial fabric is awesome. You have that safety net there because your family's awesome and they love
Thanks,
you.
Will
and they
Run.
support you.
I'm on it.
I will say, generally speaking,
I am a
like,
streamer
my
right now.
parents were awesome, and my parents were so nice. They were so sweet. I dated so many people who've been abused. I knew
Okay.
so many people who've been abused by their parents, and it's like it's like. It's
Casey,
it's
I do.
terrible.
I really
It ruins
do.
Your whole goddamn life,
So, like, my friends who have good families,
Yeah.
right? They don't. I feel
Thank
like
you,
they
Kobe.
can't really quite
That means a
grasp
lot.
the
I really
gravity of
appreciate
the
that.
situation because your dad, right, is somebody who led a path in life, and at some point during his life, he decided to have a kid, or maybe he didn't decide; it just happened. He may have been a fuck up. Which a lot of bad families, that's how it happens because they weren't planning on it, and it becomes
45
this
minutes,
big source of
guys.
stress and frustration, and they
This
don't want to raise the
45
kid, and
minutes
they have to. They get
is
thrown
going to
into
be the
this
worst
thing with
part
this person
because
that they
this is
weren't
like
ready
so
to settle
fucking
down
close,
with.
but so
And
far.
that's sometimes
And I'm
the
going to
cause
feel
of a lot
bad
of
because
source of
honestly,
frustration
I'm going to
and
miss you
anxiety
guys when
and
we
stress
turn
in
this off
families.
tonight. I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to be like, wow, what an awesome time. I didn't realize we had such an awesome community of cool fans that just wanted to hang out. So I honestly can't say that I never want to do a stream again. I know I never want to do a stream with fucking shit podcasts playing in my ear all goddamn day. I know I ever want to do that again. How long is the after show?
That guy that you can't, that guy or girl
However
you can't
long
even imagine being
it takes
a parent
me
right now,
to
sometimes they do
transfer
become
the
parents,
hard liquor
and those
fund
are the
into my
shitty
account so I
families
could go
that are
get
raised,
hammered.
and you don't have that fabric, and then it becomes sometimes a toxic environment where they're abusive towards you, they're mentally or physically abusive towards you. You continue down this toxic environment. You have low self-esteem. You aren't able to think clearly. You're not able to function properly. You're dysfunctional. You're not achieving your goals, and you're beating yourself up over it. But really, if you take a step back,
So
and think
usually
and
we're
evaluate your
like
life and
noon
take inventory
Eastern
of it,
on Mondays,
write it
Mr.
down,
Ed.
you realize
Has been the thing.
maybe
We used to
it's
do
these
Sundays.
people who
Love you too,
I
606.
blindly
Thank
put
you.
my trust in that don't have my best interests in heart.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a really good takeaway from this episode.
Cool Hand James, because we had a good time. That's why you listen to
feel
it.
like there's maybe something wrong.
We had a
Take
hangout
inventory, take
chat
stock,
today.
give it a little self-audit.
I have a whole new love of the
see these
fans
people
of the
who say
Creep
they have
Off.
your best interests at
All of you have been just a real
think
pleasure
that's
to
a
be
really
around. Honest to
And
God,
that's a good point,
you
too,
know, I
because,
didn't know what to
that
expect when
doesn't
we
absolve
live
you
streamed
of
it. I thought maybe
responsibility for doing
a couple people would like pop in
you're able to
and fuck with me and just say, "Hey, you're
can't
fat,"
blame
and then
your
pop
parents for the
out.
rest of your
But
life.
this has
John,
been really a good
I-
time.
That's a touchy one because
It's been a really good time, so thank you for that.
Sometimes people can get
Yeah,
abused to the
you might
point
want
where
to,
they
if you
aren't
want to
even
follow
able
my
to recognize.
alcohol fuel
No, totally
rants,
agreed. If you do
follow
that,
my
if you're
Twitter
actually able to take stock,
and
you
maybe
just
my
get that
Instagram
little
too.
glimmer, that door is open
Because
just a
like I'll
little
probably
bit.
post some
Okay,
dumb
then I'd
shit
like to
later
give
after I
another
start
bit of
drinking.
advice here for anyone who may be dealing with this. Because I
Yeah,
said
Carl and
earlier-
I do verbally
Yeah,
abuse
I
each
said
other
that,
because
you should
we
take
get along
inventory of
and
your
we're
life.
friends, but
Here's what I mean by
sometimes
that. And
we
this is-
both
this is
really
actually
deserve a
there's
talking
study
to.
after study coming out about this now, where they're telling people
There are not a lot of people
write down
that
everything you're
have
thinking, and this is
listened
how you do
to
it. It's
every
very therapeutic. It
episode
is
of Dead Town.
immeasurably
There's
therapeutic.
Carl,
They found that kids do
there's
this, kids
now
who do this,
me, and there's you who
think
hung
back
out with
about
us all
traumatic
day.
experiences
I had
they've
fun with you
in
guys
completely
too.
different ways that are healthy, rather than continually traumatic for them.
Yeah, Kevin really.
So what you do
Kev, he
is
really
you
could have
have to
cashed in
have
with the
a moment
OnlyFans.
of free writing,
Because you
where
were
sit
just
down in front of your
dropping
journal
in that
and
money.
You write everything completely uncensored. And when I say uncensored,
How do I
mean
pull
fucking
clips for
uncensored.
WATP?
Write down your deepest,
Poorly when I do
dirtiest,
it.
darkest thoughts. Everything you're afraid
Even
anyone would
Patrick
ever know
Michael
if they could
hasn't.
peer into your head. Write that down.
It's a written
Yeah.
version of like classical.
I had tons of fun, too.
It's
Oh,
like
is
the
it?
old, yeah, it's the old laying on the couch, stream of consciousness.
$2
stuff.
bills at a time,
That's not
baby.
how most therapy works anymore.
Oh,
but it's. I mean, it's still done.
Well, Well, they say that the mechanism with which this works is that while you're writing, a lot of times you'll self-edit. And
Man.
that self-editing process is what helps you deal with that
I love
trauma.
how these
You're able to
fucking
deal with that trauma and create
blatherers
new
I'm talking about
mental
self-editing
pathways
right now.
to think about those things. And once you've written it down, it frees your subconscious to think about something else.
Oh, 100%.
I've done it.
You know,
and it makes
a
me
lot of the
feel
times,
immeasurably
Tampon
better
Tom,
after I do it, because everything
when
you're thinking about
I
is just
am going to
sitting
do
there, going through
WATP, I
that
try to
feedback
listen to the
cycle
show
inside your mind.
once
Anything
and
that
make a
upsets
couple
you,
mental
anything
notes
that bothers
of
you,
what I want to
you're gonna be
pull, and then I
thinking
try
about
to
it in your
pull them like the day
subconscious.
of,
You just got dumped.
because then it's
You
fresh.
just
I go
lost
back
your
and
job.
listen to it.
You just got rejected from a school you applied to.
Oh,
All of
what
those
software
things,
do I
you're
use?
Dealing with the lawsuit. If you sit down and write it down and really
I
take the
usually
time to do
use
that, it's not a
Sony
long
Vegas
time.
for
It's like
just
half
about
an hour at
everything.
most
You could
during
do
your day.
video and audio editing in
Sit
there.
down, write it down, edit, and then
maybe a little more for you, Asterios.
yeah, seriously.
Oh my God! Yeah, exactly. I might need 2 journals. Holy shit!
Oh God, absolutely. We're going to be on the
exactly.
news.
I'm gonna call
They're going to be
sick
like
to work
Patrick
tomorrow.
Michael expert,
I'm
Vinnie
gonna buy myself a
Paulino.
marble
What are your
notebook
thoughts?
and
Well, the kid was
start
clearly
puking
crazy,
words into
and
it.
we've been trying to warn the world through podcasts for
hello,
years now.
Staples. I'll
Nobody
see all the
listened,
paper
and
you
here we
have.
are.
Oh God!
And we've lost
So one last thing
those
about
two
that. When you're
poor
journaling,
sweet children.
If you feel that you might be afraid that anyone will ever find this thing and they'll know that your deepest and darkest and dirtiest secrets, which, by the way, guys, no one gives a shit. You're not that special. We all have the same fucking shit we're dealing with.
Some of us fart our stupid thoughts into a podcast. Don't worry about it. Whatever you're saying, don't worry. Whatever you're thinking, don't worry about it.
Holy shit, there's still
Everything
more of
I've
the
done
show.
on this episode is 100 times worse
And it's
than
all-
what you're gonna write.
So
down.
it's 7:20 right now. There's probably
So-
10 minutes
so
left
anyway,
of this
if
fucking
you- so
show.
write all this stuff
Then
down,
I got
and
a
if you're
30-minute
afraid
episode
someone
of
might
Opie.
read
So
your
here's the deal.
precious thoughts, whatever. Delete it after you're done, or print it
I
out.
don't know who's calling
And this
me.
is an important step. Print it out, and then take it, crumple it up, rip it up, throw it away.
I don't
because
know what that is.
That does something psychologically. That act of taking your thoughts and your memories and ripping it up and throwing it away in the garbage. It's a really powerful, symbolic, psychological. I don't know what the exact
Like a
phrase is,
gesture,
but
yeah.
it's a gesture.
It's a technique.
So that act is immensely powerful. I don't know what the exact word for that mechanism is, but it does something psychologically that is effective, and it helps a lot of people.
Yeah,
It may
whatever.
help you. So
Whatever that
those
was.
might be steps. If you're dealing with this kind of trauma, you have abusive parents or whatever, maybe this might help you. Give it a shot and go out and get laid.
Yeah, holy shit. Because your parents, you're not a huge fan. Oh wait, no, we can't say this on the air. I'm sorry.
Why?
Because your parents listen to this.
You know,
So what's going to happen? This is what I'm going to do. When this is over, the episode is 30 minutes long, however long it is.
And there was a point, I think,
However long,
where,
even if it goes over 8 o'clock,
enough is enough.
I will listen
And
to
I-
the
you
full
know, you
Opie
have your-
episode
you have
just
your limits, and when they
because
go
I'm a
beyond that,
trooper.
you have to put your foot down. You have to draw those lines.
If
in the
this
sand.
show goes over, I will
I'm not
listen
gonna deal
to.
with this
If it
bullshit
goes over
anymore.
8, I'm not just going to turn it off and run out of here. I will listen to the complete episode, and we will end this
with my
properly.
parents. I've done it with some of my friends. I will do it again, and I'm not hesitant to do that at all, because when people are toxic in your life, you need to cut them out. Like because they're either going to bring you down with them. They're people who you think that they have your best interest in their heart, right? Like your parents. But your parents are flawed individuals just like anyone else. And guess what? Here's something really insidious that nobody likes to talk about. But sometimes your parents get jealous of you.
Yeah.
They get
that's
jealous
true.
of your
We're
success.
going to do it
They're
right.
jealous
I don't want to
of
hear
your
any
accomplishments
shit. I
in
don't
your
want to
life
say
because
Vinny
they were
didn't
never
do
able
it.
to live the life
I don't
that
want to
you're
hear
living
any
now.
of it. This is not my life now. Absolutely not. Are you secretly a masochist? I am not a masochist.
You have good parents, though, right?
What's the question, Kevin? I must have missed what you were asking me.
I was out to dinner with a bunch of friends earlier today, and I was like, yeah, I can't blame any of my problems on my parents.
I'm going to watch Hannah
Like, I
Gadsby and
can't
cut
be like,
myself.
I'm fat because my parents, or like I'm
Use
sad
that
because
as a
my
fucking
parents, or
drop for
I'm
the
this,
show.
or I'm that because of my parents. Because like my parents were incredibly supportive of me wanting to be a comedian from like age 12. Like they could not have been nicer. They sent me to a nice college. They helped me move to Los
Holy
Angeles.
shit.
They
We
helped me
did
with
Patrick
art.
Michael,
You know,
Stuttering John
it's like,
Maddox, and we're going to close out with
I wish
Opie.
I could blame my parents, but I can't.
12
Any problems
fucking
I have are
hours
mine.
worth.
But I know a lot of
It's
people,
not a
and they're not that
podcast, though,
lucky.
Casey. It's a
And, and
I have to
so
do
you know,
podcasts.
I think
Maybe we'll
technique
watch
you raised
Nanette
is actually
together
really
one day.
important. It's actually
Maybe I'll
something
put that
that
on and we
child
could all discuss
psychologists
it.
use to help
That could be
kids get
fun.
over recurring
I've never gotten through
Draw
it.
out your nightmare. You write out
People
your
were
nightmare, and then
constantly
you
talking to me about it
crumple up
because
a
I
piece
host
of
the
paper, you
Carlson
rip it apart,
cast, and they
you
all
throw it
wanted to
away.
know my opinion.
mean,
I
it's a
couldn't
really
get through it.
powerful exercise. I might have to. I might have to do that after this podcast.
I'm gonna print out
Someone's
this podcast.
listen.
rip it
If
up,
someone's
throw it away.
parents
Exactly.
encouraged them to be a comedian, they did parenting wrong.
Oh Oh my God! I ran out of whiskey so long ago. I'm so sad about it.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well,
Of course
guys,
it's
that's
worse.
it
It's
for
the
this week. My
sophomore special.
problem
The sophomore
was the
special is
virginity
always worse.
stigma.
And my problem was cowardly perverts. Be proud of it, pervs.
Own it. Thanks for listening.
Holy shit, it's over.
Hey, this is Dustin. I just want to say for the record that I completely 100% agree with Maddox.
Oh.
It is a complete waste of time.
Really?
for people
Beck,
to come
where'd
up
you
with
see her?
fantasy Scenarios like what you would do if zombies attack. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's why Maddox and I spend our time with more like reasonable things like how we would steal the crown jewels if we had a jetpack. That's a perfectly reasonable way to spend our time. Thinking about scenarios like that. Fuck your zombie bullshit. Sean, you can go eat a dick
So
or
wait,
whatever it is. No,
they opened
get
the show
rich. Yeah, that's the
with
thing.
voicemails and they're closing the show with voicemails?
Oh, my Lord. John's getting spicy.
whatever.
It's getting late. You know what, dickhead?
The crown jewels exist.
Yeah, the crown jewels
there
exist.
are real crown jewels. There are real jetpacks.
Right.
And there's a real way to steal them.
Oh, man, I love having you on the show. Serious, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, no shit.
Good.
Yeah, that was really.
Oh my God, Maddox.
I'm not gonna lie.
Dumbass.
If you were to, I mean, we still got to get through fucking 32 minutes of Opie.
Strawman bullshit arguments, and then next
Yes,
show.
it does. The Creep Off
jokes on
definitely
me,
has
guys.
better
I was only
voicemails.
pretending
I'm a
to
big
be
imbecile
retarded.
Wilhelm fan. I really like
Really
that guy.
retarded.
How did this guy?
I really
wow,
think he's
did
funny.
this guy look
Makes
into the
some funny
future?
shit.
Did this guy look into the future?
We got 30 minutes left of Opie. So when that's over with, we're gonna all say goodnight to each other, and I'm going to move on to.
I was about. I agree with
probably a life
everything
of
he said,
alcoholism.
both insulting you,
But
and
tonight's been fun. We're gonna listen to Opie. I can't judge what has been the worst of the day yet, but at this point,
when I was a kid,
it is clearly the biggest problem in the universe.
When I was a kid, all I ate was Red Delicious apples. They were
What
my father's
podcasts
favorite
do I
apple.
listen to
As I
regularly?
got a little older, they
I
became
listen to one that
shittier and
Carl
shittier.
hates.
But I bought a bag the other
I
day on
actually
your
really do like
recommendation.
Last Podcast on the Left. I
Right.
think that's a funny show.
I've had a lot of people, just like that shitty caller who was shitty but redeeming.
No
And he
problem.
has a redeeming
I like that
quality
show, even though they're a bunch of
because
giggle
he's on my
pusses.
side of the
When I
apple
have
debate.
long
But
car
here's the
trips,
thing,
I
man.
like it because I like
every
a good
single
fucked up
person,
story.
there's a
So
script
I guess
that
I
people
listen to
say
that.
when they're talking about Red Delicious apples.
I listen
And
to a lot of
the script
news.
goes like this,
I'm not a
they're
huge
mealy,
podcast
they don't
person.
know
There's
what
not a
the
lot
word
of shit that I
really
listen to.
means.
I
No,
listen
they
to
don't. They
WATP
And they're like, oh, it's like
a little bit of it during the week. I like to check on Jim Cornette's show because it's fucking funny. He's pissed off about everything and he entertains me.
Very popular.
Exactly.
Let me look at my podcast. I'll tell you what I listen to.
It's a good shape.
We got a
But
half hour
this Red
left,
Delicious
people.
argument is such a
Fucking incredible.
bullshit, hollow argument.
It's incredible that we made it this far
who
today.
Just stuck to the script and they haven't tried
Okay.
to whistle example.
There's a show that I'm listening to right now called Spectacular Failures. It's not particularly
You're so
that great.
happy. Oh, you got your one word, your one argument against
One my wife sent me, she thought I would like was Behind the Bastards, and I
They've
don't.
changed, you fuck. Yeah, they're better.
I do kind of like crime and sports sometimes.
That's right.
Not
They've
every
changed,
episode.
you
Somebody sent that to me, and I kind of got turned on to it. I've got a couple of Conrad's podcasts on here because he's my buddy. I got like Jim Ross's and Bischoff's and Bruce Pritchard's. If I was going to listen to one of those, it'd probably be Pritchard's. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got in there. I've never listened to Radio Gunk. Oh, God, guys. That one's over. Let's start Opie. My stream froze. What? Why did my stream freeze? You can't do this to me. There's a half an hour left. You cannot do this to me right now. See if we get this sucker back up. Come on. Come on. Holy shit, no. Holy fucking shit, no. We're gonna do it. This is horrible. Why did this do this to me? Alright, I gotta switch to the control room. Be right back. Holy fuck.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, it's hot out here. It's got to be at least 80 degrees already here at the ocean. What's up, Brian Bernard? And Josh Wells and Paul Yates and Vinnie. What's up, Vinnie?
Fuck, they're talking to
Justin
me.
Robo. And, hey, Ben Purry, I was just texting back and forth with you. I met Ben Purry through Carl Ruiz. Ben was the one that picked me up at the airport.
Did not make me happy.
Where were we, Ben? San Francisco to drive up to Santa Rosa for the celebration of Carl's life and the special edition of Guy's Grocery Games. And we've been friends ever since. Carl has introduced me to a lot of my new friends that I still have to this day, thank God. I need one last blast of summer before
Bag
we
of
move
Schmidt.
into the
No, I am not
fall
all right.
season and the pumpkin
All right,
spice
guys.
latte.
You see this?
I gotta say, I was at
30
the beer
minutes
distributor.
left.
My beer distributor
Fill up
said, you know what? Fuck beer.
that goddamn
No one drinks
hard
beer
liquor
anymore
fund.
Because of these stupid
Come on,
sorority
let's do
girls
this.
and their White
Let's
Claws
get.
and
I'm a
their
half hour
seltzers.
away. We're
So
going
even I think
fucking
Budweiser's
drinking.
making seltzers now. So all the beer I usually drink. Hey, what's up, Billy DeTore? What's up, buddy?
Fucking Billy.
Welcome to the live
Billy's
stream.
one of my producers on the
I
Carlson
like
cast.
pointing out the regs. I like
He loves
pointing
the
out the people
Opster.
that support. I like pointing out the people that download every episode of the Opie Radio Podcast. Sponsored by
Billy.
BlueChew.com. Promo code Opie, O-P-I-E, to try it for free. So I'm at the beer distributor. I like the Line and Kugels. I like the
RH crew,
grapefruit
thank
Line
you.
and Kugels. They just decided not to carry
Appreciate
them
ya.
anymore. Oh, I got a little caramel in my coffee this morning. Giving myself a little treat.
I would have been better off
So I go
huffing
in
glue
there.
than listening to Seamus
They barely
this
have
morning.
any like
Casey.
variety or flavorful beer. Like a little flavor in my
At the end of the
beer.
night, I will call into the
Little
creep
flavor
off
in my women,
voicemail.
too.
That's a great idea. Hold on.
Anyway,
Hey Siri,
I saw the
remind me
pumpkin ales
tonight
coming in. A
to
little early.
call the creep off
They're coming in hot.
voicemail.
They're coming in a little early. Let's settle down a little bit. Let's take another loop or two in the sky before we land
Got
the
it.
pumpkin ales for the season. I know, Jessica Hudson. You throw a little shot of vodka in there.
Oh,
to keep
good
everyone
call,
honest.
Zarn.
I understand. I understand how the seltzers work. And I don't want to like them, but every once in a while,
I don't know how to
what's
do
this
it,
White
so-
Claw black cherry all about it. I'm like, oh my God, this is delicious. But the pumpkin spice and the pumpkin ales are coming in a little hot, coming a little early. But I said, you know what? Why not? There's nothing else here at the beer distributor.
You guys are
So
awesome.
I picked up the Line and Kugels. They have a pumpkin ale. And Carl taught me a long time ago that the pumpkin
Thank you,
flavor is
our
fake.
RH
Because
crew.
if
After
you really
today, you
think
need
about
this
it, if
beer
you
money
carved
more
out
than
a
I do.
pumpkin, mushed
It
up
ain't
and put
beer
a little
money. We're
sugar
going to
on it,
hard
no one's
liquor.
eating that. It's
Top shelf
garbage.
hard liquor.
But anyway, I got the Line and Kugel, and then I saw stupid Sam Adams.
I'm
has
going to
one.
leave a
And I'm like,
ranting
"You son
drunk
of a bitch,
voicemail
Sam Adams,
yelling at
blowing me
Carl.
off back in 2002 after the Sex for Sam. So I don't dip into the Sam Adams in general.
All right,
Every
Tampon
once in a
Tom,
while, though, I
whose
can't help
baby is it
myself
you're going to
'cause,
take care
God
of?
damn it, if it's not a good beer.
Thank you, Slime Night.
So I saw the Sam
I'm gonna
Adams,
try
and I picked up
and
the Sam
comment.
Adams too.
Thank you.
Guess what? They're both fucking delicious. Honestly, I think I like the Line and Kugels one a little better because it's still
Yeah, I
has
popped it
more of
in
a beer
there, and
taste.
let me see.
But man, the Sam.
Don't worry, guys.
What accent is
if
that?
it doesn't go in
The
right away, I could
Sam-
still afford
the Sam
a night of
Adams.
drinking. I swear.
It's like drinking dessert.
Let's
It's
see what
like
we got.
Drinking pumpkin pie.
Oh yeah,
on
popped right in.
Thanksgiving. It's
Beautiful.
really,
you guys are the
really
best.
good. Pumpkin ale and frosted pint
Congratulations
glass
on
and
that
honey
baby,
cinnamon
Tampon
sugar
Tom.
rim perfection. What's up, Sean Rossler? I go to a local
I hope you
restaurant
came
that
by it
does
by
that
legal
shit.
means.
I asked for a pumpkin ale. They're like, would you like some cinnamon sugar on the rim of your
On
glass?
my shirt.
And I'm like, no, I'm not 5. I just want a beer.
Want a beer?
Oh, okay, sorry I asked.
Sorry I asked.
Actually, I tried. It's really fucking good.
I tried. Actually, you notice he just did 3 voices, different voices in a row. Coffee. That's a pro,
Can
ladies
someone
and
get me a cup
gentlemen.
of coffee? Thanks. Oh, that's right. I have no one working for me anymore. I gotta do everything
RH crew,
myself now.
whatever I do, it's going to be quiet.
Excuse me, could you get me some
I'm
breakfast?
going to
and I need another
maybe
cup
I'm
of
going to try to
co-
find
right,
someone that I can
gotta
talk
do
to
all
nice.
that
There's a
now.
band playing
suck.
incidentally in the main room.
Bezos.
There's some
Jeff
incidental
Bezos.
music happening.
His
I might
wife
stick my head in there
is now the
and
richest
just listen
woman
to some
in the
tunes
world.
and hopefully get
What'd
this
she
out of my
get?
head a
Does
little
anyone
bit. But
remember?
really,
It was in the
every
paper
part of
yesterday
me
or
wants to
something
go
like
to the
that.
liquor store
I think she
and
got
just
something
go
like $50
home
billion
and take a bottle.
from the divorce from Jeff
fucking
Bezos.
maybe stop and get a cigar somewhere. I don't have any at the
billion.
moment.
He laughs
And just
at
fucking
that. That's nothing
pretend
to
that the world
guy.
doesn't exist.
He's the only guy that got richer.
Yeah,
during
they're
the
doing
pandemic.
Snakes in the Grass
Ka-ching,
and
ka-ching, ka-ching,
Name, the
ka-ching.
Name song. I
And we all
learned
went
about
to
that one. That's a
Amazon,
great Animal
and
Crosley
we
tune,
were ordering
Zarn.
more stuff than usual from Amazon because we were scared to go into
25
the stores
minutes,
to go
kids.
shopping. So we're like, you know what? I'm gonna go on Amazon. And
I'm
Jeff
gonna go on
Bezos is
Amazon.
like, that's right, you are. Ka-ching, ka-ching. He's just
Now, hold on. I want to double check
numbers on his
something.
computer. He made a
I left that in there. Fuck.
fortune. And then he had to give away. No, does anyone have the actual number? I think it was $50 billion to his ex-wife. Supposedly, she's very charitable. Who wouldn't be charitable? If you had $50 billion, let's break this down, and you gave away $49 billion to charity, and everyone looks at you like, oh, my God, you're such a humanitarian. You're helping so many people around the world. Oh, my God, you could be the greatest human being ever. You still have $1
Sorry, guys.
billion. Wasn't Paul McCartney the biggest divorce settlement in history? He's right up there.
I don't have
Paul
any
McCartney's right up
noisemakers
there.
or anything.
Phil Collins was right up there.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul McCartney had to give
I have
Heather
this
Mills, I think,
for when I make
just
12
stupid
hours.
money. You know, because she wrote yesterday, right? I'm a feminist. I really am. But
Get
you
some of
talk to
Seamus's
enough guys
weed.
out there.
Nah,
and they
thanks,
get
I'm good.
fucked when it comes to divorce.
It's a hard liquor night,
Why
kids.
did Heather Mills get all that money? I understand.
I
making
love
sure
you
she's
guys.
set for life, but she wasn't sitting there with John Lennon.
Ah,
while
Rajveer,
Yoko was
you're the
on
sweetest.
his lap as they're trying to fucking put a Beatles record
Thank you,
together.
sir.
He did that. Crazy. It's nice and peaceful out here. There are fish in that ocean today. Cloudy days is when you get them. Because their eyes are sensitive or something. I don't know.
I'm very thankful for all of you guys
Everyone looks
today.
at me
You really
like
made
I'm an
this
expert
fun.
at fishing. I don't know shit. I think you catch more fish on
Thanks,
a cloudy
Slime Knight.
day
You can
because
call me
when the fish
Pepperoni
look
Nips
up,
anytime you want.
the sun isn't blaring into their eyes, and we all know fish don't have eyelids, so maybe there's something
Fish
to
don't
it.
have eyelids, yes.
So on a cloudy day, they're able to look around more, and they're able to look up at the surface of the ocean, and there's your little baby.
You guys are the best people, and I'm glad we can all do this together today. Absolutely, Zarn. That's how I'm going to close this out today. I'm going to rank, just in terms of listenability, if you are ever being tortured, you will want your captors to play the podcast in the following order. That is what I think I will go with. And I have a clear favorite. I could already tell you who's number one, but I'm going to wait.
Did to Priscilla.
I'll wait until
I know
until we're
those
done, because
stories,
this show
Billy.
is
I don't
technically
doubt
going to end
you
maybe
for
a
a
minute or two
second.
right after 8. So that's not bad. We'll go after 8,
did
and I'll
my
answer
buddy
your
Weeze
question.
get
And if you guys have any
screwed
other
in a
questions you want to
divorce.
ask, do them now.
Let
While
me
fucking the
just speak in
Opsters going
general
on.
terms. Then there are people, they get a divorce, and they get spousal support and child
How long
support.
has he used
and
the fish with
some
no
of that
eyelids
stuff
joke
goes
for?
away if you
Who
get
fucking
remarried.
cares?
And a lot of these ladies will shack up with a guy that they know they want to be with for the rest of their lives and get married.
Opie
again.
snarls
They
all the time. I
don't,
didn't
'cause
notice
the
that.
money train is choo choo from the ex.
I love how Opie always
you
does
women
cute
can be
voices as he
sneaky at
does
times.
things.
That's why I work on my peripheral vision.
What would I do
all
for
the
a Klondike
time.
bar?
I want to make sure I see you coming. Sarah, I
Just
might be a
about
feminist,
anything.
but the ladies in the divorce always get more than they deserve. My dad.
Bag of
loves Sarah,
Schmidt.
by
I
the way.
went on
She's,
to
I
the
believe,
Opie
if this is
Radio
Sarah I'm thinking about,
podcast
she's,
feed, and
in
it said this
Buffalo. My dad
episode
got
was
screwed
32
by
minutes
my
long,
loony mom. She's a
and
crazy one
I
like
figured
yours.
that would
Oh,
fit
yeah, it is
nicely
Sarah
into
from
this
Buffalo. What's
last
up,
little
Sarah?
half hour that I had.
That's why I
so
talk
that's why
about
I
the
picked that
crazy
episode.
with my mom. I've learned over the years that it's helped a lot of people, and it certainly has helped me just kind of getting it out there. I still got to read that letter from my dad. I was just kind of a little kid still, and my dad wrote this crazy-ass letter pretty much
Pa's coming to
explaining
get
everything.
me.
It's
I eat all the pie. I can't believe I got him to fucking retweet that.
done.
Did any of you guys see that stupid
Tammy
fucking
Pescatelli back on the
tweet
podcast
I
to
sent
talk
to
about,
fucking Opie? Maybe it
how
was on
women lived
Instagram.
back in the 50s.
Did I ever meet Vic
There was an
Henley?
article
No.
in Good Housekeeping magazine. And
Never
boy,
met
was it
Vic.
Terrible.
I think
what
I
the
met
women
Sherrod,
were
though.
Expected to do
I don't
before their
remember.
man got home from work.
But I got
So I wanna
Opie
go
to
through that
retweet
with
me.
Tammy.
I tell you, my wife
I
had
wanna
bought
read
an
the letter
apple
from my
pie,
dad,
and I just walked up to it right
I
after
still
I
gotta
did
get
that episode of
Judge Jones
WHP.
on
And I was
to
like,
talk about
I got
the last
old
waltz.
pie. I'm gonna eat all the old
Maybe we'll throw
pie.
Billy DeTore on that episode because he knows
No,
his
I cannot
music.
do that, Kobe.
Billy
I'm
DeTore,
sorry.
Give me one fun
It's
fact
everywhere
or
podcasts are
one
sold.
observation
Berserk.
about
You
the
might like
last
it. It's
waltz.
very different from the creep
Cody's
off.
own goes, hell
I will
yes to
tell you
Billy
that I
on
have
the,
to be a good
podcast.
boy on
Good.
that
Yeah,
show.
I
At
like-
least
I
I
would
try
like
to
that.
be.
Levon hated the last
I have to
waltz,
be like a
Billy
little
DeTore
more
says.
subdued,
No
and it's an
kidding.
interview show because it's
I'll
for
say
the
it again,
business.
man. The night
But
they drove
if you
old
check it
Dixie
out,
down
I
for the
got
last
some
waltz.
really interesting
Levon
episodes.
Helm
One of my favorite
just
episodes I've ever done,
belting
just
it
to
out.
like maybe to
And
give
I
you somewhere to
really
look,
believe it's
is
one of the
we had
greatest
Colin Quinn
vocals
on,
ever
and he told a
recorded
story about Robert De
live.
Niro's 60th birthday
yourself
party
a
that
favor.
fucking was hysterical.
Blow off the rest of this Facebook
Lunel,
Live. Go to YouTube.
if you ever saw
Put
Borat,
Levon
she
Helm,
played the big
Last
prostitute.
Waltz, the night they drove
Lunel
old Dixie
was one of
down.
also
It'll
one of my
give you
favorite
chills if
interviews.
you've never heard it before. It's amazing.
We've had some cool people on, had lots of interesting
Billy
conversations.
DeTore, the Muddy
And
Waters
to
performance
answer your
almost
question,
didn't get
Matthew,
filmed.
I
Only one
have
camera
the
was
most
rolling while
amazing
others changed
like
film,
spot in the
batteries,
world. I
etc.
have
The
this
camera
studio
filming
that is my
died the
playground.
second
Obviously,
Muddy
I come in
finished.
here for 12 hours and do
Wow,
whatever.
there you
But the
go.
club gave me the
I did
space
not
to
know that.
create content
about
out of this
Neil Young's
place,
Coke Booger.
and the resources that
I'm
they
happy
put
you
in my
didn't hit me
disposal
up
been
with that one, 'cause
amazing.
that's like
So I
basic
absolutely
last
love comedy
waltz
at the
knowledge.
Carlson, and
Basically,
this job
Neil
has
Young,
been.
had a
I might be
giant Coke
peaking.
rock in his
Comedy at the
nostril.
Carlson cast is
And
correct.
after they saw the footage, after they filmed
I
it,
should start pre-gaming
Neil
with some
Young's
beer. No,
people
thank you.
Went to Scorsese.
I like my liquor
and said,
first.
Yeah, you can't use Neil Young's performance.
Liquor before
because
beer,
there's a
you're in the
giant
clear. Beer
Coke
before
booger
liquor, you'll be
that is
sicker.
very, very obvious, and that would be bad for Neil Young.
So yeah, the Carlson cast is just interviews.
So they spent. How much do you think they spent on that?
I might be peaking.
Billy?
That is
Hundreds
absolutely
of thousands
right.
Of dollars
Life might be
to
just a little
digitally
too good.
remove
Obviously,
the Coke rock or the
2020
Coke
hasn't
booger
been the
from Neil
best
Young's
year, but
nose.
the last episode I did
technology
of the
wasn't that great
the
back
Carlson
then.
cast, I think
They
was
got
with
that
Pablo
done, so they were
Francisco.
able to keep Neil Young's
And,
performance in the last waltz.
Never mix, never worry.
The documentary I want to see, but it's on HBO Max. I already spent $300.
Oh,
plus
dude,
on
do your thing,
cable a
Stinky.
month, and now what is HBO Max?
I'm not gonna stop you,
another
Stinky. You
channel
live it
I
up,
have
buddy.
to subscribe to.
Pick
Does
your
anyone know how
poison
that
and enjoy
works?
it.
How is it that we spend all that money on cable and then it's like, oh no, if you want.
So
this,
yeah,
then you gotta
here's
pay
the
extra.
deal with
Then
New York
what are we
bars.
paying for?
Love you too,
it's the
Kev.
action
The thing with bars in New York is you have to order
There was
food.
a,
So like I ate that
amusement
pizza
park in
earlier, but I
Jersey
tried not to
called
eat anything else. So I'm gonna
Park.
order
And the owners
something.
were just
If I
crazy,
stay
man,
here,
and they would come up
I'm
with
gonna
new
order
crazy
something and watch the
things that
band for a
people
little
could
while
do.
and start
And they
drinking
didn't really
here.
test them
Have
like
my
they
wife
test
pick
them
me
now.
up
They
and
would basically go, I think it'll
who's
work.
my favorite English
And
comedian?
People would get
Ooh,
hurt left and right.
I don't know, Jimmy
But when I
Carr
was
maybe
growing
right now?
up, You wanted to go
English
to Action Park.
comedians.
And now there's a
Jimmy Carr's pretty
documentary,
great.
on that and how crazy it actually was. And I want to
Some
see
shots
it, but
might
it's
be
on
coming my way,
HBO
too.
Max, and I just
We'll see.
refuse to spend more money on cable. Unless I could get HBO Max. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Miss
I don't
Pussy
know.
Liquor. That is a real
don't
thing
know
that
how this
happened.
works.
He lost his
Cable's
shit.
on its way out. Yeah, I had
Correct.
I had my TV guy at the house here, and one of my TVs went out. That's a giant Samsung.
He is.
goes,
He's
"Yeah,
a
this
very
TV's
funny
shot."
guy. He's a
I'm like,
quick-witted
"Fuck it."
guy.
I'm just thinking
Eddie
right away,
Izzard's
oh my
obviously
God, I don't
fucking
feel like spending
fantastic.
hundreds, if not,
I just like Jimmy Carr because he's
$1,000
just like a
or
little
more on
shit.
a new TV. And he saw the pain in my face. place. And
No, we are in upstate. We are allowed to have indoor
that
dining.
Same TV more or less for like
New
$200.
downstate
Because
is now
TVs
allowed to
are
have indoor
ridiculously
dining
cheap
too. It
now. I
was
had no
just
idea.
outside for a
I go,
while.
that's crazy. He goes,
But I
"Not
think what
really,
happened
man.
was the weather
Think
starting to
about it.
change in New York.
Anyone
It's
under the age
very
of,
quickly
let's
turning
say
into fall,
25,
and
they
fall
don't even
very
watch
quickly
TV
turns into
anymore. Everything
winter.
is right on their
So
phone or
I think
their-
they were just like, these
or their,
businesses have to
their
stay
iPad.
open, so they
They
are
think
letting them
TV
do
is
indoors.
Stupid. They look at that archaic
Turn down
thing on
Opie.
your wall
You
going,
know what?
How old are you? Because the
We're
younger
this
people
far
around
into
us,
it.
they look at you like that's like a rotary phone. What are you doing?
I'll go
with
just a
that
little
on
bit.
the
How's that? A
wall?
little better?
That giant, cumbersome
Big
thing.
fan of Jimmy Carr.
Remember
Yeah,
the
yeah,
giant
he's
big
great.
screens before the wall TVs came out. Well, I definitely remember
Yeah, you
all
really
that.
can't argue with the guy.
I told
He
a
is
story back in the day.
lightning quick. That's a great way
I
to
started
explain
making
it.
a little money
He really
with the radio
is.
show, and I decided to upgrade my TV, and I got at the time a
Hey,
giant,
Stinky, we're going. Good news is we're going back to the
TV.
website
It was
very
probably
soon.
a 45-incher.
Oh, good
And I
for
know that
Nancy
sounds
Pelosi.
ridiculous now.
They
but
just reopened the
at
hair salons in
time, it was like,
California.
holy shit! It was luxury at its best. And I was living in New York City on the Upper West Side, which is now going to shit. Right around the corner from the Dakota.
Yeah, we did that because we were having like
about
a lot of votes,
50
like a
feet
lot
away from
of votes
tiny
that were
little
very
coffee
clearly
shop
like
that,
coming in at the
John
exact same time
Lennon
in
and
big
Yoko Ono
blocks.
used to go to
And it's
every
just like
single day.
Carl and I are just going to
Matter of
look at
fact,
these and
they-
between
they
us
kept the table
decide
that
which
they
ones
used
we
to
think are
sit
bullshit
at,
and which ones aren't.
which,
I'm
you
pretty
know,
sure that's how
fast
it's going to
forward
work.
A bunch of years, they can't make rent anymore. So
We're going to have to agree
companies
as to
took
what
over
is
this
bullshit
tiny,
voting. Because I
tiny
mean, there's nothing
coffee
we're going to be
shop
able to do.
that
There's
no
no
joke was there for like 100
fucking
years. I've told this
voting tool
On
that's
the-
going to
on
pick
the
up on
wall
VPNs. It
was
just
all
isn't
these
going to happen.
celebrities
So
from back in the
we're just
day,
going to
and I
deal with
swear
it
you
and
didn't
hope
know
you
any
guys
of
will
them. They
stop
were
being
opera
such
stars and silent
cunties
movie
about the
stars. It
voting.
was a
Because let me
piece of
tell
New
you
York
something.
history. And they
We do
couldn't
it for
afford the rent
fun,
anymore 'cause the
and it's
scumbag
no fun if
landlords,
people
so
are
they
just,
sold
you know,
out to a
fucking around and
hardware
trying to
store,
ruin
and
it.
they didn't give a
I answered that. We talked about that earlier. Carl and I met for the first time.
Building out their hardware
Thank you,
store.
Stinky.
But anyway, I looked really close to that.
Carl and I met
And,
at a
so
comedy
my
show
TV
that I was
arrives,
hosting.
and
Kevin, the original co-host for
NFL
WATP, was doing a
show
guest
up in
spot,
my
and
house
Kevin and
with
I
those
were friends.
giant
And Kevin
boxes
came
before
in
flat-screen TVs,
when
but
he
this was the state-of-the-art TV
was
at the
doing a
time.
guest spot, and
It was
Carl
about a
brought in a bunch of
45-inch,
guys that he was in a
screen
punk rock
TV.
band
It
with, and they
weighed,
were
no
being
joke,
assholes in the
I
front.
would say
And I
300
roasted
to
them
400 pounds. It was ridiculous.
very
how-
well, and they
how
had a
heavy
good sense
this
of
thing
humor
was.
about it. And Kevin and
So
I
they rolled it down
were
3 or
always
4
buddies, so I kind of
steps,
met
the
Carl
box,
through that.
and rolled it
We didn't
all
know
the way
each other
into my
before
apartment
then,
and set this thing
but
up.
that's pretty much
And
how
I
we
didn't
met.
have the
They thought they were
balls
cool shit,
to
and I started
say
fucking
a
with them.
word, because they were big and scary.
People use VPN so they
And
can
I'm
vote
like,
multiple
"Thank
times,
you guys,
Matthew."
Thank you so much for delivering my TV. And I'm even just giving them cash. I'm giving them a tip. And I know damn well that's not the way they usually deliver TVs, but they're like, fuck this.
Correct,
It's
Kevin.
probably the last delivery of the day, and they're like, this scumbag rich asshole with this giant fucking TV, we're going to roll it into his apartment, and he ain't going to say a word. And guess what?
Stevie,
They
you came
were
to see me out, buddy.
All right, let me see.
So this guy Steven here
what is Blue Chew?
is
Oh
a good
my
friend of mine. We're working together on a project.
asking
I've
what
talked
Blue
about it.
Chew
I've
is,
teased it
then
a
you
little
need
bit.
the Blue
The
Chew.
show, I haven't told you the name of it yet.
boing,
It's called
boing,
FTL.
boing,
It's a comedy game
boing.
show. It's a little bit like at midnight, but it has its own
can increase your
twist.
performance and
But
get that extra
Steve's a
confidence in
lot of
bed.
fun. He's a very
It's
funny
Blue
guy,
Chew,
and we have some very funny people working on it.
Chew.com.
I'm
Blue Chew
basically
brings you the first chewable with the
been
same FDA-approved active
putting together the
ingredients as
tech with
Viagra
Steve.
and
Steve's a
Cialis.
brilliant dude. We've been having a
Blue
blast
Chew,
putting
made
it
in the
together. So the
USA. It's
episodes
prescribed
are going to start
online
airing
by
very soon in the
licensed
next week or
physicians, so you
two,
don't have to go to
most
the
likely. So
doctor
when
or
they
wait
are,
in line.
please check it
And
out. I
it's
think
even
you'll really
cheaper
like
than
it.
a
It's going to be
pharmacy.
fun.
Oh my God! Imagine going to the pharmacy.
Yeah,
and
Czar, not a
waiting
good
in
ad
line.
read.
You don't need to do that.
I've been
They
sitting here for
prepare
11
and ship
hours and
right to you
47
in a
minutes.
discreet package.
Cut me a
No
break,
awkwardness,
Zarn.
And you don't need to leave the damn house.
All the
Blue
talky
Chew is the
talk.
fast and easy way to enhance your performance.
Do you want me
know,
to do voices
boing.
like Opie?
Right now, we've got a special deal for our listeners. Visit
BlueChew.com.
Get your first shipment free when you use the special promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E. You just got to pay the $5 shipping. Again, that's Blue, B-L-U-E. BlueChew.com.
I'll do voices like Opie for the next 12 minutes.
O-P-I-E to try it for free. Blue
Opie,
Chew is the better,
I'm
cheaper,
gonna have
faster
some
choice. We thank
Opie.
them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, when you support our sponsors, you help
How
make
much
this
did the Rona
podcast
ruin
possible
comedy?
and
The
free.
answer to that question
So check
is
out BlueChew.com,
big
use the promo
time.
code O-P-I-E.
Stinky, I'm very disappointed in you, Stinky Johnson.
Speaking of which,
your Johnson is so smelly. I'm not happy about that. You're in big trouble, Stinky
Bill,
Johnson.
Texted me last
How'd I do?
night, and he goes, this was in the third period, I believe. He goes, you think your Islanders are going to close up the Flyers tonight? And I wrote back,
12
Bill,
minutes
you
till
just
I'm fucking
jinxed
free.
it. But he knows I'm a big Islanders
Oh,
fan.
I'm gonna wait till the end.
So
I have
we
to
were
see if
laughing and
Opie
texting back and forth. before.
Really
And,
goes out with a bang.
And then he showed me a picture of his 2 kids. I haven't seen the new one yet. And I'm like, God damn it.
For now, they are. At least in New York, they are. And I mean, New
super
York City's more screwed than where I am. But I work in one of the biggest entertainment venues, obviously in Rochester, but kind of in upstate. I mean, we have.
So then I go to Bill.
people
Bill,
don't realize like how big
because
of a
of your
thing stand-up is
text
up here.
message,
We have the National
the Islanders
Stand-Up
are gonna
Comedy
lose,
Museum in
now
Jamestown.
I'm gonna have a
I mean,
third
Buffalo's
kid.
got clubs.
And I wrote,
Rochester
"I'm too
has
old for
clubs.
this
Syracuse has
shit."
clubs.
And he-
I work one-nighters
he bust
all
out
over
laughing,
the state of
so,
New York constantly. There's shows happening all over the place. New York's a big stand-up town, and it's going to be a big hit to the economy.
Goddamn.
Where was I on 9/11? Working in a coffee shop.
Move over. Joyce says go for the new baby.
As far as I know, has clubs.
I'm too old, but I'm also.
I don't. From what I've heard, the Wise Guys
also
clubs
a realist because a lot of people
or
don't
Funny
know
Bones.
it's
I'm sorry,
not
the Funny
fair.
Bones are
really
not going to
not
reopen
fair
until they
to
get to
bring
a certain number that they could have
into
for
this world when you're a much older person.
occupancy. Like I
My
think they have
thought
to
is,
be over
like, life is so
75% before they're going to reopen
amazing.
because it's just not
wouldn't wanna
financially
be
worth it for
born,
them.
even if it's in
So I think we
terrible
might end up losing some of those. I mean,
Oh,
like
it's
the
not fair,
Syracuse
they
Funny
found this
Bone.
baby in a
Not for
dumpster.
nothing, the
That
comics
baby's like,
don't
"Thank you for
necessarily
giving
love
me
it.
life, and
I've
I'm
had
going to
fine
survive,
experiences
and I'm
there,
gonna
but
enjoy the hell
that
out
place
of
is in
this experience."
that massive
always adopt
Carousel Mall or whatever it is, Destiny USA,
Yeah, I
like
would
the
adopt.
largest mall in the
I
country.
would adopt.
And that place is just a
I
fucking
wouldn't adopt,
dive
like, like Woody Allen.
into which profession? Comedy? Or podcasting?
Supposedly that's not even true. Supposedly, like his wife wasn't really I don't know. She wasn't adopted when they were together. Or,
Are there
I
comedy
don't know.
versions of
It's a
speakeasies?
bit
Yes, there are.
confusing. I mean, I think Woody Allen's a creep, but I got to shut my mouth because I got to.
Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it. I've tried. Comedy, I did it on a dare, believe it or not.
Wasn't one of the kids they actually adopted.
Good point. I did comedy on a dare
when he
in
was
2001
around or
when I was in
something. Does anyone know
college.
the story?
I was
Hey, Carol,
living
what's
down in
up?
Fort Worth, Texas, and I was in a bar that I wasn't old
journey.
enough to be in, and they had an
That
open mic night,
stupid hurricane
and everybody's
hit her
like,
right
"Hey,
in
he's
the
funny. He's
taint."
from New York." So I
And
went
then
up and
she's
I did some very
on Twitter talking about digging a hole
poor
to take a
jokes, but
shit.
because I had a
What
New
the fuck,
York
Carol?
kind of vibe, people down there
"Why
really
didn't any
dug
of you
it.
guys tell me to
And I started
dig a
doing that,
hole?"
and I did it
She's
for
trying to
a
find
few
a place
years
to
of
go
like
to the
open mics.
bathroom.
My dad died.
could-
I
you can
completely
only go to
quit.
Walmart,
And then
right?
around
You guys got hit
2009,
hard.
I just decided to start doing it again, and
You
I've
like
been
your
doing it
parents
ever
and have
since.
7, 8, or 9 kids. Man, if I was younger, I would easily have had. Well, I mean, my wife has.
Either way, the
savings,
answer
right?
is gay bar.
I
Caught
would
me.
easily have 4 kids. You're icing your knee.
Are there any videos of Kevin Ricotta doing stand-up? I don't know, man.
Carol. Is that the only way you could get food down there?
Yeah, 9 minutes. Holy shit.
I apologize because I know you're going through hell. But I mean,
I should have an
you find the comedy
OnlyFans.
to
No,
kinda
I should
laugh a
not,
little bit,
Kevin.
right, to try to get through these tough situations that hit you in life. All right, now my neighbor's waking up, and now I'm.
Thanks,
I
man.
get a little shy when I see my neighbor.
I do not have a day job. No. I
She
work
doesn't
for
know
the
me
club part time.
way.
I'm like a part time employee, and then
radio
I do
guy.
stand up usually.
As soon as I turn on the mic,
So
I'm
right now I'm
different.
pretty
And
bored.
then she looks like, "What the fuck? That's
Yeah,
not the
of
person
course I can.
know."
You want me to go from the top or the bottom, Stinky? The body positive OnlyFans.
Are you going to leave the Upper West Side? I think I'm going to.
I don't think.
There's a
You
Twitter
know,
account
if I
I'm
did an
following.
OnlyFans,
It's
the only
getting a
reason
lot
I
of
would do it would be
attention.
to
I think
spite
it's called,
Carl.
Oh man, you're gonna
Sorry,
have to look it up.
Stinky, I'm only
And
doing
look
the
for
top
one
one.
that has a lot of followers, but I think it's something like
8
Save
minutes,
the
kids.
Upper West Side or Save You.
I feel like Bill Burr yelling at the fans in Philadelphia.
Wow, man, my neighborhood
Rocky
is
was a
taking
piece of
beating.
shit.
They're posting all the time, and there's a ton of fish jumping to my right. Oh my goodness, why am I on?
Oh, what's
this
his
when I could be
name?
Catching fishy.
Who's the guy who fought Muhammad Ali in the Rumble in the
school
Jungle?
bunker, which means
He's
there's
like,
some
Joe
kind of fish
Frazier's
underneath
from
us
here, and you
chomping
got a
at him.
statue of Rocky.
So this Twitter account, and I guess it's a Facebook group too. It's
I'm sure I would
basically,
pull
more or less
way more money than
my
Carl. There's a
neighborhood.
lot of chubby chasers out
People
there
are telling
counting.
their stories because
I'm
de
not a kept
Blasio-
husband, please.
Oh my God! For the people that think
My
I'm
wife
woke,
My wife has a great
some
job.
idiot decided my
She has her
nickname
master's. She's a
is,
super smart person and
Wokey
does
or
very, very
Wopey or
well.
some
But
dumb name
I'm not
like
too
that.
shabby
Just
myself,
total
guys. For
hack
somebody who does
bullshit.
comedy,
I am
I'm
here
doing
to
better
say
than
I
most.
dislike de Blasio immensely. A lot of people are moving out of New York City. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm
de
sure
Blasio
Kevin's got some
decided
videos
to,
on there.
put a
My
lot
favorite
of
Kevin Ricotta thing
really
is that fucking Don
disturbed
Pardo
homeless
voice.
people.
There were
Not the
road
homeless
gigs where
people
him and
that just
I
need a break in
may have had a
life.
few substances
You
and
see
we're in the
those
back of the
people
car just
on the
giggling our
streets of New
asses
York all
off
the time.
because we
He
would just try to
decided
come
the
up with
really
like
bad,
combinations of celebrities for Saturday Night
cases,
Live.
The
So we'd be like
mentally ill, the ones that have major
like Joe
substance
Matrice.
issues.
We would
they
be
need
like,
a place to stay
ladies and
during the
gentlemen,
coronavirus
tonight's
pandemic,
musical
and,
guest,
he decided that they need to
Aerosmith,
be in the
and
really
your
nice
host,
hotels of the Upper
Sarah
West Side.
Michelle
So he moved in a
Gellar.
shitload
And for
of
that,
homeless
just fucking
people.
lost it. And Kevin and I have
during
been
the day,
buddies ever
these guys
since.
are just wandering around, just causing havoc in my neighborhood.
Oh,
And it's
Stan,
kinda
that's
funny
horrible.
In a certain extent.
Sorry to hear
because
that.
When you live on the Upper West Side, it's really
She could probably get you a
liberal.
discount on some meth, though. That'll make you feel better.
Really liberal, and you find out how liberal people really are.
I love
when-
Kevin,
when you
too.
got
His
homeless
fucking Cobra
people
Commander is
shitting
hysterical.
on the street, giving each other blowjobs, shooting up.
You know what?
These are just
You guys
some of the
had me
pictures that
convinced.
are on
No
that
more
Twitter
live
account.
streaming.
There's
Only
problems every
OnlyFans no
single
shirt. Fuck you,
day
Bert
on the West
Kreischer.
Side,
I'm
thanks
stealing
to
your gimmick.
Mayor de Blasio. One of the best.
When am I
blog
guesting on the
posts.
Joe Rogan
This
podcast?
lady, she
Probably
was
at
either
some
in
point,
CBS or
years
Dwayne
and
Reed.
years after Spotify
Somewhere
throws them
around,
off.
for the locals, like 78 and Broadway.
That's nice. I'm
somewhere
glad
up
you had a
in-
nice dinner
in
with
that,
your friends,
area.
Carl.
And she's at the back of the store, buying some stuff. And then all of a sudden,
Thank you,
she
Casey.
hears the workers at this drugstore. Let's just say,
Glad you had a great
screaming,
day, Carl.
Help! Help!